In the western region of the Wei realm, in a delicate bedroom behind the Wei family estate in Kunyi City, a child around 5 years old suddenly opened her eyes. She was momentarily confused, staring blankly at the pink canopy above her bed. After a while, she heard voices and, unsure of what was happening, closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. Big Sister Chunyu, what do you think our young lady will do in the future? The master just passed away, and the old master is eager to legitimize the concubine. Will we have to leave Zhuohua courtyard? Xia Mo, be quiet. Is this something we, as servants, should discuss? Xia Mo seemed frightened and hesitated for a moment before timidly replying, Sister Chunyu, I don't want to, but this concerns our future. There was a long silence. Then Chunyu finally spoke, whether we have a good future depends on whether the young lady has cultivation talent. As long as she can cultivate, even if the old master dislikes her, he wouldn't openly mistreat her. Besides, her maternal relatives are still nearby. I'm just worried that the young lady is too young, and if she listens to the old master, she might suffer in silence and be wronged. Xia Mo nodded in agreement. Our young lady is too well protected by Madam. Let's wait and see. Qiu Tao and Dong Mei have already gone to inform Madam's younger brother. If her maternal relatives come, the young lady won't suffer openly. That's all we can do now. The young lady cried herself to sleep. When we carried her back, the old master didn't even look at her. It's so pitiful. Hush. No matter how pitiful she is, she's still the young lady. Suddenly, the door was gently pushed open. Wei Yunxi hadn't decided how to respond, so she continued pretending to sleep. Then she felt someone touch her forehead, tuck her in, and after that, the person left quietly, gently closing the door. Wei Yunxi waited a moment to be sure no one was coming in, then opened her eyes. She stared at the story and characters in her mind, and the more she thought about it, the colder she felt. She had been sent into a story where she was destined to be the cannon fodder. Before crossing over, the novel was still being serialized. She had just caught up to the plot involving the female supporting character, Wei Yunxi, who was betrayed by the heroine Wei Yunqing and the male lead Xing Yuhong. They drained her spiritual roots and dug out her golden core, causing her to be eliminated from the story. The novel is set in the Wei Yu world and tells a story of love, hatred, and revenge in the cultivation world. It features a strong female protagonist who, under the support of various resources and her male partner's protection, trains steadily and eventually ascends together with him. The female supporting character with the same name, Wei Yunxi, is the main cannon fodder early in the story. She is the half-sister of the heroine Wei Yunqing. Both have excellent talents. The heroine has dual spiritual roots of water and wood, while Wei Yunxi's talent surpasses hers with a single lightning spiritual root. Both are sent to the Haoran sect to cultivate. After entering the Haoran sect, the sisters meet senior brother Xing Yuhong, a leading figure among the new generation of the sect, admired by many disciples. Wei Yunxi, due to her outstanding talent, becomes a disciple of the sect's leader and shares the same master as Xing Yuhong. She also develops feelings for Xing Yuhong. However, the male lead belongs to the heroine. Wei Yunqing, with her dual water and wood spiritual roots, joins the sect's alchemy hall and quickly gains fame for her ability to refine pills beyond her level, catching Xing Yuhong's attention. She uses her sister to get closer to Xing Yuhong, but Wei Yunxi resists cooperation. The heroine then subtly criticizes Wei Yunxi in Xing Yuhong's presence and secretly sabotages her. Unprepared, Wei Yunxi becomes a stepping stone for the heroine, acting as a gift-bringer for wealth. Her repeated counterattacks unintentionally help the heroine. During a secret realm trial organized by the sect, the heroine hints that her followers should deal with Wei Yunxi, causing her to turn against her fellow disciples with swords and knives. At this moment, Wei Yunqing steps in to stop her sister, but Wei Yunxi is injured, losing her spiritual roots and golden core. Xing Yuhong arrives just in time to save her and captures Wei Yunxi. To repair her beloved's spiritual roots and golden core, Xing Yuhong decides to extract Wei Yunxi's spiritual roots and dig out her golden core. Thinking of this, Wei Yunxi suddenly sits up, vigorously slapping the bed.
It.
She won't serve anymore. She doesn't want to be a stepping stone or a gift bringer for the heroine. Running away is the best plan. She pulls off the quilt to get out of bed, but is immediately embarrassed. Due to her short stature and childish appearance like a 5-year-old, she can't reach the ground while sitting on the bed's edge. With her current small body and age, where can she go? She probably can't even leave the Wei residence. It seems they heard some movement in the room. Chunyu and Xia Imo gently pushed open the door and saw their young lady hanging awkwardly on the bed's edge. They exchanged a quick glance and immediately went to her side. "Young lady, are you in a hurry?" "Chunyu will take you to the toilet," Chunyu said. After speaking, she turned to Xia Imo and ordered, "Bring the lady's chamber pot." At this moment, Wei Yunxi, with an adult soul, quickly realized what was happening. She quickly adjusted her expression, trying not to cry, and said, "Chunyu, I miss my mother. I want to see her." Both Chunyu and Xia Imo paused. Seeing that Miss Bai had woken up and wanted to find her mother, they softly comforted her. "Young lady, the madam has already left." Wei Yunxi thought about all the sad things she had experienced and then squeezed out 2 tears, choking as she said, "You lied to me. I don't believe you. Take me to my mother's room. I want to wait for her there." "Young lady, I don't care. Take me there." "I will wait for my mother," Wei Yunxi insisted, crying and making a fuss, determined to go to her mother, Feng Jieyun's room. Finally, the 2 maids couldn't persuade her anymore. They wrapped her in a thin blanket and carried her to the main lady's courtyard. As they just left the side courtyard, they encountered Wei family elder Wei Lingyue at the entrance of the main lady's yard. Wei Lingyue was dressed in a beautiful embroidered robe with cloud patterns, wearing a white jade hair crown. His appearance was plain, but because he was a cultivator, his aura was quite distinguished. Seeing the 3, a flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes, but he still asked, "Why did you bring the young lady here?" Chunyu and Xia Imo were surprised to meet the elder here. After bowing respectfully, Chunyu explained, "Elder, the young lady refused to sleep and insisted on waiting for the madam here." Wei Yunxi, being an adult in spirit, clearly saw the displeasure in the elder's eyes. But now she was a child. She struggled and stretched out her arms, saying, "Daddy, carry me." Wei Lingyue's eyes flickered briefly, but he didn't immediately reach out. Wei Yunxi looked up at Wei Lingyue with admiration. In the end, he reached out and took her into his arms, speaking stiffly but softly, "Yunxi, be good. Your mother has gone to heaven. She will watch over you from above." Wei Yunxi buried her head in Wei Lingyue's neck, closed her eyes, hiding her sarcasm. But a crystal tear slipped down and landed on her father's neck, causing Wei Lingyue to pause briefly before gently patting her. Wei Yunxi softly spoke. "Dad, are you going to make Aunt Du become Yunxi's mother?" Wei Lingyue looked sharply at Chunyu and Xiama, instinctively showing some authority. The 2 maids immediately knelt in fear. Wei Lingyue coldly said, "Yunxi, you're still young. These things are not for you to worry about." After saying that, he gently touched the necks of his 2 daughters, causing Wei Yunxi to instantly lose consciousness. From a high position, Wei Lingyue commanded the kneeling maids, "Take your young lady back to rest." "Yes, sir." The 2 maids nervously stood up, took the sleeping young lady, and hurried back to Yunxi's small courtyard. When Wei Yunxi fainted, she secretly wanted to curse her terrible father. She underestimated the tricks of the cultivation world. She thought she could achieve her goals just by acting cute and pretending to be weak. Wei Lingyue entered his wife's residence. The 3 rooms in front of him were all used by his wife. The middle one was for receiving guests, the left was her bedroom and training space, and the right was a room for drawing talismans, all kept exactly as they were. Wei Lingyue released his spiritual sense and searched all 3 rooms. Then, he took out a delicate storage bag from a hidden compartment in the white jade bed in the bedroom. The bag was currently unclaimed. He probed with his spiritual sense, immediately showing a satisfied smile, then turned and left Zuowa courtyard. Wei Yunxi didn't know any of this. She slept until noon before waking up. After waking, She repeatedly cursed her terrible father in her mind until she calmed down. Only then did she call Chunyu and Xiama in to help her change clothes and eat, as she still couldn't cultivate. After eating and drinking well, Wei Yunqi began to seriously think about what to do next. She remembered the plot of the novel. The first and most important treasure she gave to the heroine Wei Yunqing was a redwood badge. It was originally left to her by her mother, but Wei Yunqing tricked her and stole it. The main reason was that the heroine's mother left too suddenly, without time to explain or leave clues. Plus, the treasure was mysterious, and even Wei Lingyue, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, couldn't see its true nature. So, Wei Yunqing got a lucky break. Maybe it was the protagonist's halo, making her see that the small wooden badge was special. Therefore, her first step was to keep the treasure in her own hands. At this moment, Chiao Tao and Dongmei returned. Wei Yunqi's eyes lit up. She whispered to Shima beside her. "Shima, let them come in. I have something to ask." Summer Mo was momentarily stunned before going to bring the two people in for questioning. "Chiao Tao, Dongmei, has met the young lady. Wishing you good fortune." Wei Yunqi tried to keep her small face looking serious, then crossed her legs and said, "Get up and reply." "Yes, young lady." After they stood up, Wei Yunqi asked, "Has uncle come?" Replying to the young lady, Lord Jiaqing from the Feng family has come. He is currently in the reception hall meeting with the eldest master. Wei Yunqi adjusted her understanding of her mother's family background. She knew that Feng Jiaqing was her mother's older brother, her uncle, who was at the late stage of foundation building and cultivation. His strength was unquestionable. He was the current head of the Feng family and was close to her mother. When he received the news, he came over, showing he cared a lot about her mother. She remembered this part from the book. Uncle Feng wanted to take Wei Yunqi to stay at the Feng residence for a while, also to avoid the ceremony where Wei Lingyue would legitimize her concubine. But the female character in the story didn't appreciate this and only wanted her father's love. Under her father's hints, she refused to go to the Feng residence and even participated in the ceremony where Wei Yunqing's mother became Wei's wife, which made Uncle Feng feel disappointed. Although he later visited his niece from time to time, he didn't put much effort into it. Wei Yunqi sighed. As an adult, she could consider things from her own interests. But for the 5-year-old Wei Yunqi, who had lost her mother, she naturally leaned closer to her father. However, in the cultivation world, although blood ties are bonds, they are not the only way to maintain family love. Strength is the most important. Little Yunqi didn't understand this. She was raised too simply by her mother. After thinking this through, Wei Yunqi turned to Chunyu and said, "You and Xia Imo accompany me to my mother's courtyard. Chiao Tao and Dong Mei will sort out my usual clothes and jewelry. They will be useful later." It was rare for the young lady to be so decisive. Chunyu immediately agreed and nodded at the other three, telling them to follow the instructions. When Wei Yunqi, Chunyu, and Xia Imo reached the main hall of Zhua Huayuan, a maid was about to enter but was stopped by the guards. Wei Yunqi glanced over, but she had no impression of her. Chunyu frowned, and Xia Imo quickly said, "Miss, this is Lu Su, the chief maidservant beside Auntie Du. She probably came to see Zhua Huayuan. The lady's remains are still fresh, and they're so eager." "Xia Imo, don't talk nonsense in front of the young lady." Wei Yunqi's face was cold as she said, "Chunyu, send Lu Su away. Even if we need to clear the way, it must wait until Annie Du becomes Wei's wife. My uncle is still sitting in the front hall." "Yes, young lady." Spring Rain bows politely and goes to send away Lu Su. Wei Yunqi guesses Lu Su was sent by Aunt Du to test her, so after a few words, Spring Rain quickly dismisses her. Wei Yunqi then, accompanied by 2 maids, enters her mother's bedroom. "Spring Rain, Xia Imo, stay at the door. I want to be alone inside for a while." "Yes." Mississippi, knowing the miss wants to see her mother, they immediately step back politely and close the door. Wei Yunqi doesn't waste time and heads straight to her mother's dressing table. She pulls out the small drawer at the bottom of the jewelry box, which contains a tiny red wooden token about wide and 1 finger long. The token is carved with simple cloud patterns and looks very ordinary. She glances at the dressing table, takes out a hairpin her mother often wears, and then, with a firm heart, her thumb. When her blood starts to flow, she presses a blood bead onto the wooden token. In the next second, the token transforms into a streak of red light and shoots into her forehead. Suddenly, Wei Yunqing in Heighting Garden feels a sharp pain in her chest, as if she has lost something very important. She can't explain what it is, but tears fall like broken pearls. A maid nearby hurriedly wipes her tears and comforts her. "Miss, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? I want to go out." Wei Yunqing clearly says. "Miss, where do you want to go?" Wei Yunqing cries and screams, "I want to go out. Quickly, carry me out." "All right, Mississippi, don't cry. I'll carry you out right now." The maid comforts her while signaling to another maid to find Aunt Du. When Wei Yunqing is carried to the front of Zhuohua Court, Wei Yunqi is still lying on the ground inside her mother's room. At this moment, Wei Yunqi's consciousness is blank, and she can't see anything. She tries to move, but finds she can't lift her foot. It's as if she's stuck in thick glue, unable to move freely. Wei Yunqing at Zhuohua Court screams even more loudly, ignoring the guards, desperately trying to enter her former mother's room. Although she's small, she can feel something inside the room pulling her. Wei Yunqi is still unconscious and doesn't notice that her gold hairpin with a red gemstone, which she used to her finger, absorbs the bloodstains at its tip. The hairpin flashes with a streak of light and then returns to normal. Wei Yunqing has been carried outside the main door. Spring Rain and Xia Imo, looking worried, block her from entering. Holding Wei Yunqing's maid, she scolded harshly. "How dare you stop my young lady?" Chun Yu replied calmly, "I am a maid in Zhuohua Court. Madam's body has not yet cooled, and the estate has not changed hands. You have no right to give us orders."
"You."
The maid holding Wei Yunqing was furious and at a loss for words. Wei Yunqing grew more anxious. The feeling of losing something important became clearer. She patted the maid's arm, motioned for Jin Xiu to let her go. Relying on her small stature and her status as the young lady, Chun Yu and Xia Imo dared not stop her. She pushed open the door directly. Just before the door opened, Wei Yunqi suddenly opened her eyes. She heard Wei Yunqing crying and fussing, then quickly crawled up from the ground, jumped onto her mother's white jade bed, grabbed her hairpin, and sharply pinched her own thigh. Tears instantly filled her eyes, and she looked tearful and pitiful. When Wei Yunqing pushed the door open, she saw this scene. Her eyes fixed on the hairpin in Wei Yunqi's hand. In the surprised gazes of the three maids, she rushed over and snatched the hairpin away. Wei Yunqi was stunned for a moment, then immediately burst into tears and jumped off the bed, shouting, "Give me back my mother's hairpin." After saying that, she lunged forward to grab the hairpin. The two little girls immediately tumbled into a ball. Luckily, neither of them was practicing cultivation, just typical childhood roughhousing. Chun Yu exchanged a glance with Xia Imo, and they both gasped and stepped forward to intervene. Jin Xiu, seeing this, also didn't want her young mistress to be bullied. She rushed over to help. The room quickly became chaotic. When Wei Lingyue and Feng Jiaqing arrived together, they saw the scene. Wei Lingyue's face darkened, and Feng Jiaqing's eyes flashed with sarcasm. Wei Lingyue gently waved his hand, and a gentle force separated the two girls fighting. His face was grim as he asked, "What is going on? Where are the manners we learned?" Wei Yunqi saw the handsome young man in purple robes standing beside her scoundrel father and immediately guessed he was her uncle. She cried out to complain, "Dad, Yunqing's sister snatched my mother's hairpin. I didn't want to give it to her, so she hit me." She pointed to the injury on her face, clutching her hairpin tightly, and cried loudly, feeling wronged. She was truly aggrieved. She had done nothing wrong, yet she inexplicably traveled here. And as a supporting character version of the lucky child, she ended up dying so tragically, being robbed of her spiritual roots and her golden core. Just thinking about it made her feel pain. She had just convinced herself and taken back her own opportunity when Wei Yunqing appeared and immediately snatched the hairpin that belonged to her. Could she tolerate that? Absolutely not. Even if the hairpin was just an ordinary one, she wouldn't let it go. One compromise would lead to more, especially with her uncle backing her up. She was determined to make a big fuss. Earlier, during the fight with Wei Yunqing, she secretly fought back, pinching Wei Yunqing's soft flesh. Even when the other person hit her face, she didn't mind. Neither of them practiced martial arts, so as long as she didn't lose her arms or legs, a pill could fix everything. When Wei Yunqing saw Yunxi crying, she started crying too. She was in pain all over, but compared to Wei Yunqing, who had messy hair and fingernail marks on her face, her own clothes were just a bit wrinkled. Feng Jiaqing, with a cold and unhappy face, said, "Brother Wei, Jia Yun's belongings are all for Yunxi. Your wife isn't even the lady yet, and she's already eyeing what my sister left for Yunxi. Her behavior is quite disgraceful." Wei Lingyue's face also looked a bit grim because the hairpin Yunxi was clutching was indeed Feng Jiaqing's, the one she often wore. The two women had just fought over it. In front of outsiders, even if he wanted to favor one side, he didn't have the confidence. His face darkening, he said to Jinxiu, "Take your young lady home and tell Aunt Du to keep her confined in her yard. If she has nothing to do, she shouldn't come out and embarrass herself. Do I lack her things?" Jinxiu was so frightened by Wei Lingyue's gaze that she nearly fainted. She scrambled to run and then hurriedly carried Yunqing, who was sitting on the ground crying, away from the main courtyard. At this moment, Feng Jiaqing had already gone over and picked up Yunxi, who was hiccuping from crying. She gently comforted her. "Yunxi, don't cry anymore. The hairpin isn't lost, isn't it in your hand?" Yunxi knew when to stop crying. After Wei Yunqing was taken away, her crying softened. With an elder comforting her and her pain vented, her tears gradually slowed. When Feng Jiaqing asked, she raised her tear-streaked little face and said, "She won't come to take my mommy's things again, right?" "No. Today your uncle will organize everything your mommy left for you, and you can keep it yourself, okay?"
Okay.
Yunxi's tearful little face finally showed a smile. Wei Lingyue, standing nearby, looked a bit uncomfortable, but he felt quite proud. Feng Jiaqing had already put the most important things her mother left into his storage bag, so he didn't need to care about the visible items. So he generously said, "Brother Feng, I haven't touched Yun'er's belongings. Since you are here, please help Yunxiao organize everything she left behind and give it to her for safekeeping. It will give her some comfort." Feng Jiaqing nodded and said, "All right. I see Yunxiao is upset. I want to take her to stay at the Feng residence for a couple of days. Brother Wei, would you agree?" Wei Lingyue was actually reluctant to let Yunxiao and the Feng family get too close. But just now, both of them saw Yunqing grabbing things, so he couldn't openly stop Yunxiao now. He could only clear his throat and ask, "Yunxiao, do you want to stay at your uncle's house for a few days?" Yunxiao looked down on him but asked shyly, "Dad, can I go?" She threw the question back, but her eyes showed hope that everyone could see. Since it had come to this, Wei Lingyue could only agree to let Yunxiao stay temporarily at the Feng house. Then, Wei Lingyue left the space for the two of them. He himself went with a serious face to Aunt Du's courtyard. At this moment, Du Ruolin was comforting the crying Wei Yunqing. She had managed to give birth to her eldest daughter before Feng Jiyun, so she was quite capable. Besides her beautiful and charming appearance and graceful figure, she was also Wei Lingyue's childhood sweetheart. If it hadn't been for the Wei family's marriage alliance, she would definitely be Wei's wife. Du Ruolin's face was a bit fierce now. She secretly hated that because she was not Wei's wife, even though she had more favor from the eldest master, she was still looked down upon. Now, her daughter was also suffering because of her. When Du Ruolin saw Wei Lingyue walking in with a stern face, she immediately tidied her pinkish dress, adjusted her hairpin, and greeted him with a bright smile. Wei Lingyue, however, ignored the maids in the courtyard and scolded her directly. "How did you teach Yunqing? Did you tell her to steal Yunxiao's things? Or did you do it in front of the Feng family?"
Du entier smile froze.
She immediately knelt and apologized, looking guilty. I didn't teach Yunqing well. She's young and naive. She won't do this again. If the master wants to punish someone, punish me. Don't punish Yunqing. After Wei Lingyue sat down, he impatiently said, Stop thinking about the Zhuohua courtyard. Find a new courtyard for her. Zhuohua courtyard is reserved for Yunxiao. Du Auntie hid her hatred in her eyes, lowered her head obediently, and said, Yes, I will follow the master's orders. Wei Lingyue leaned back in his chair and spoke softly. Roll on, you were in a hurry this time. At that moment, the head of the Feng family was right beside me. I couldn't even favor Yunqing. To help you become Madame Wei smoothly, you have to accept this loss. Aunt Du felt a bit better after hearing this. At least, Wei Lingyue's heart was with her. She was now just one step away from becoming Madame Wei. Even if it meant swallowing poison, she would do it. She quickly adjusted her expression, smiled, and responded with a tone full of self-blame, without any resentment. Gently comforting Wei Lingyue, she left Garden in a good mood and promised to give Yunqing a magic tool as a gift. After Wei Lingyue left, Aunt Du went back to hold her daughter in her arms and softly asked about what had happened. Wei Yunqing was 3 months older than Wei Yunqi, and she spoke very clearly. Although her words were a bit disorganized and not very coherent, Du Rulin understood her. Although she only had the 3rd level of qi refining cultivation, she knew some things about cultivation. She believed that Madame Wei's residence in Zhuohua Courtyard should have some opportunities for her daughter. She shared the same thought process as her daughter. She didn't want to think that the residence belonged to Madame Wei. Even if there were opportunities, they were meant for her daughter. As a concubine, what did it have to do with her? But now, Wei Yunqi had already seized the opportunity that originally belonged to her. She asked her own kind-hearted uncle to help, collecting everything from her mother's courtyard into a storage bag. Feng Jiaqing's spiritual sense swept over and found that the white jade bed's hidden compartment was empty. His eyes darkened, and a hint of sarcasm flashed in his gaze. Then he circled the room, pried open a floor tile in the corner, and took out a carved white jade box. He handed it to Wei Yunqi and said, Yunqi, this should be something your mother left for you. Take good care of it. Only you can open this box. Wei Yunqi pretended to be confused, nodded obediently, and carefully put the box into her waist pouch. The pouch was a simple storage item she could use even without cultivation. It was a gift from Feng Jiaqing. In her heart, Wei Yunqi was not calm. She remembered a part of the novel where Wei Lingyue gave a carved jade box to Wei Yunqing as a gift for successfully becoming her disciple. Inside was a portable medicinal garden that provided her with many advantages. Now it seemed that this item originally belonged to Wei Yunqi. Wei Yunqi held Feng Jiaqing's large hand and walked toward the Feng family's house. She silently sent a curse to her untrustworthy father, thinking, now that she's here, no one can take away her opportunities, not even a single strand of hair. Feng Jiaqing noticed that his niece seemed in good spirits and didn't mind going to the Feng family. He felt much more at ease. Although his sister and Wei Lingyue became partners to stabilize the family, he knew they had no real feelings for each other. Now, Yunqi has become the key link between the Wei and Feng families, so he plans to take good care of her and try to bring her into the Feng family. Although Yunqi doesn't know what her kind uncle is thinking, even if she did, she wouldn't mind. At least her existence still has value, and someone is there to protect her. On the night Yunqi moved into the Feng house, Feng Jiaqing took her to the family's spirit lamp hall. He pointed to a faintly glowing spirit lamp and said, Yunqi, that is your mother's spirit lamp. Yunqi was stunned. She's not a real 5-year-old child. Based on her experience reading Xianxia novels online, a spirit lamp that hasn't gone out means the person is still alive. But why did Wei Lingyue say her mother had fallen? She still pretended to be innocent and asked, Uncle, is that my mother's spirit lamp? Why is it almost out? Since Feng Jiaqing wanted to win Yunqi over, he decided to tell her some things even if she didn't understand. Yunqi, your mother's spirit lamp is very faint because she is far away from us and can't find her way home right now. I hope you can help your mother. Yunchi thought for a moment, then furrowed her little brow and asked, Uncle, didn't Daddy say that Mommy passed away? That's why he wants Annie, due to be my mother? But then you said Mommy went far away, and I can't find her way home. I'm a bit confused. Feng Jiaqing chuckled and said, Yunchi, because you're still young, there are some things I can't tell you right now. Even if I did, you wouldn't understand. When you start your cultivation journey, you'll naturally understand my intentions. Just trust me for now. I won't hurt you. Although Yunchi didn't agree with her uncle's way of handling things, she understood that some matters in the cultivation world were beyond her 5-year-old ability to handle. She nodded obediently and said, I'll listen to Uncle. After obtaining Wei Yunxi's consent, Feng Jiaqing used a secret technique to take a drop of blood from his niece's fingertip and placed it into his sister's soul lamp. The originally faint soul fire seemed to gain new energy, flickering with life and beating stronger than before. This made Feng Jiaqing breathe a sigh of relief. Wei Yunxi stared at the soul lamp for a while, ensuring it wouldn't extinguish soon, then turned to Feng Jiaqing and asked, Uncle, can I help my mother like this? Of course. Your presence is your mother's support. After doing this, Feng Jiaqing didn't leave immediately with his niece. Instead, he flicked a finger on a storage ring, and a spiritual testing disc appeared in his hand. Wei Yunxi's eyes lit up as she looked at Feng Jiaqing eagerly and said with a smile, Yunxi, put your hand on the round ball in the middle of the spiritual testing disc. Uncle will test your spiritual roots. Wei Yunxi nodded happily and eagerly placed her small paw on the ball. It didn't take long before 3 bright beams of light shot up from the disc. Feng Jiaqing instinctively activated the protective formation of the soul lamp hull, blocking the 3 beams of purple, green, and blue light. Seeing the 3 beams, Wei Yunxi was also surprised. If she remembered correctly, the female supporting character in the book, Wei Yunxi, had a mutated thunder spirit root. What does it mean now that there are 2 more spiritual roots? Feng Jiaqing's face was full of excitement as he said, Yunxi, you have wind, thunder, and ice, 3 mutated spiritual roots, and each one is at full value, top quality roots. Wei Yunxi was happy too, but her heart was in turmoil. What does this mean now? In the book, Wei Yunxi only tested a single thunder spirit root, so the Wei family sent her and Wei Yunqing to the Haoran sect for cultivation. This was not only to find a backing for the Wei family, but also because the sect had more cultivation techniques to choose from. But now she has tested 3 roots: wind, thunder, and ice. Is this because her crossing changed the female supporting character's talent, or was the female supporting character originally born with these 3 roots, which were hidden or suppressed by the Wei family? This could also explain why Wei Yunqing eventually tried to steal the female supporting character's spiritual roots. Wei Yunqing has water and wood roots, which under special circumstances can mutate into ice and wind roots. If Wei Yunqing took the female supporting character's 2 roots, she could improve her talent without suspicion. Wei Yunqi suddenly felt a chill at her back. She wondered how many plots against her there really were. If she hadn't come to the Feng family with her uncle this time, she might have been kept in the dark like the female supporting character. Even though the supporting character only cultivated a single thunder spirit root, she was on par with the main character, Wei Yunqing, which shows how talented she was. No wonder Wei Yunqing couldn't tolerate her, and always subtly pushed her away. Looking back now, everything had clues. But at just 5 years old, Wei Ruoshi couldn't see the bigger picture or understand these schemes. She only focused on practicing diligently. Ironically, her hard work made her more dangerous and turned her into a stepping stone for the heroine. Wei Yunxi's thoughts flashed quickly through her mind. She was determined not to become the heroine's stepping stone. She understood the importance of small differences that could lead to big changes. She planned carefully to achieve her goals. Feng Jiaqing put away the spirit testing disc and smiled as he picked up Wei Yunxi. Yunxi, can we keep the fact that you tested your spirit root a secret from your father for now? He asked. Wei Yunxi tilted her head and asked, Uncle, why? Isn't that a good thing? Yunxi can now practice cultivation. Feng Jiaqing sighed softly. He didn't know how to explain the saying a tree that stands out will be struck by the wind to a 5-year-old girl, especially since she now had no mother to protect her. Wei Linghua also didn't seem to favor this second daughter much. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken away the things Jia Yun left for Yunqi early on. Fortunately, the siblings had an agreement. What was publicly left could be discarded, but the box holding the real treasure was different. To avoid Wei Linghua's spiritual sense search, her sister hid the box beneath a stone slab disguised with, or that blocked spiritual sense, marked with a secret sign only they knew. Otherwise, the false gentleman would have taken it long ago. The white jade box could only be opened with the niece's own blood. If it fell into Wei Linghua's hands, she could easily extract blood from Yunqi. The contents would then be stolen by that scheming woman. Wei Yunqi was not a typical child. She knew Feng Jiaqing was only trying to protect her. She pretended to be obedient and said, "Uncle, Mother told me to listen to you. Uncle must be doing this for my good." Hearing this, Feng Jiaqing's face softened with a smile. He sent Yunqi to a small temporary residence, instructed the maidservants to take good care of her, and then went to see the old ancestor. That day, Wei Yunqi was quite tired. After dinner, she washed up and went to bed early, supported by the 4 maidservants. After lying on the bed, Wei Yunqi tried again to access the wooden plaque with her consciousness. Previously, she couldn't even move her steps inside, and at a critical moment, her awareness was kicked out by the space. Although she was a bit surprised, it gave her enough time to deal with Wei Yunqing, who had come in to seize the opportunity. She secretly thought that was close, almost revealing her suspicion to Wei Yunqing. She used a hairpin to poke her fingertip, successfully distracting Wei Yunqing. Even if Wei Yunqing later tried to get the hairpin, it wouldn't cause her any loss. When her consciousness entered the wooden plaque again, it felt the same as the first time, like being stuck in thick glue, unable to move. Just as she was about to try again, her awareness was kicked out once more. Along with her being expelled, the wooden plaque conveyed a message. She could only enter once she had cultivated enough. Wei Yunqi turned over and faced the bed, mumbling to herself for a while. Then she made a rough plan. No matter what, she must start cultivating. Only by becoming stronger could she face all the schemes and tricks. Since the day she traveled here, she had been very anxious. She had read some novels and thought she had advantages, but when she arrived, the novel hadn't finished serializing. That meant the future was uncertain. In just these 2 days, she found that many things happening around her were similar to the novel, but there were also big differences. Her decisions changed the course of events. At least, this proved that the future could be changed. She was not living in a novel, but in a real world. The novel was written from the perspective of the heroine, Wei Yunqing, so there wasn't much about the money-giving boy, which meant there were variables. Wei Yunqi's eyes shone brightly in the dark. She liked the word variables. Maybe her arrival was one such variable. While pushing the plot forward, she was also changing it. Suddenly, Wei Yunqi gained the courage to survive in the cultivation world. These thoughts flashed through her mind, calming her restless heart. After a moment, she fell into sleep. Meanwhile, Feng Jiaqing went to find the old ancestor of the Feng family, Feng, who was in the early stage of forming a golden core. The old ancestor looked middle-aged, with features similar to Feng Jiaqing. He looked at Feng Jiaqing and said, "Jiaqing, why do you have time to visit this old man?" Feng Jiaqing twitched his mouth and said reluctantly, "Old ancestor, I'm now the head of the family. Can you stop calling me by my nickname?" "Ha! I named your nickname, and I think it's very good." Feng Jiaqing gave up resisting, straightened his face, and cupped his hands. "Ancient ancestor, Jayun's child has been brought back to stay for a while. I just took the girl to the soul lamp hall, added a drop of her blood inside, and the soul lamp became a bit stronger. It should help my sister hold on a little longer." Old ancestor Feng's eyes brightened when he heard this and said, "That's good. But I don't think you're just here to tell me that, right?" Feng Jiaqing immediately nodded and said, "Old ancestor, I tested Yunqi's spiritual root. She has a rare and excellent spiritual root with wind, thunder, and ice elements, all mutated." Feng Feng's body flickered and appeared in front of Feng Jiaqing, asking, "Are the test results accurate?" Of course. The unusual phenomena caused by her spiritual root were hidden by the formation in the soul lamp hall. Good. 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 Feng Feng said 3 times, then spun around twice before saying, "Yunqi must stay in the Feng family to cultivate." Feng Jiaqing naturally agreed, but he frowned and said, "Old ancestor, if the Wei family finds out Yunqi's talent is so good, they probably won't give up on her." Old ancestor Feng nodded and said, "Knowing the Wei family's greedy nature, they definitely won't let go of such a promising girl. They might even try to get resources from us because Yunqi's talent is so good. Otherwise, if Yunqi achieves anything in the future, the Wei family will never let us benefit." Feng Jiaqing agreed. Just from Wei Lingyue's eagerness to promote his concubine, you can see he doesn't really like Yunqi. Once Du Rulan becomes Wei's wife, Yunqi will likely be bullied. She's still young, has no cultivation, and we can't let her stay permanently in the Feng family. Old ancestor Feng paced around his courtyard, seemingly thinking of something. Then he stepped into his room and returned shortly with a small brocade box in his hand, handing it to Feng Jiaqing. "Help Yunqi refine this top-quality treasure. After refining it, test her spiritual root again." Feng Jiaqing reacted quickly, raising his eyebrows. "Old ancestor, is this a treasure to hide her spiritual root?" Old ancestor Feng nodded. "Yes, it's an item I obtained long ago as a war trophy. It has a flaw, so I kept it hidden. But it's very suitable for Yunqi now." Feng Jiaqing wasn't reserved. He opened the brocade box and saw a silver plain ring inside, without any patterns or spiritual energy fluctuations. It looked just like an ordinary silver ring. Old ancestor Feng continued to explain, "This magic tool that hides the spiritual root can, after refining, make the spiritual root appear slightly weaker during tests. However, it will lose its hiding ability during cultivation and battles. For example, I have a dual firewood spiritual root. Using this magic tool, the test still shows a dual spiritual root, but the value is only 50, greatly reducing the talent's potential. But Yunqi is different. She hasn't started cultivating yet. If you help her refine this magic tool now, it will remain effective during her future cultivation or battles. When she becomes strong enough, she can remove the magic tool herself. This should be enough to handle the Wei family." Feng Jiaqing smiled and said, "Rest assured, old ancestor. I will explain the situation to Yunqi tomorrow. I believe she will understand our intentions." Old ancestor Feng continued, "This matter requires Yunqi's cooperation. Even if her talent worsens, the Wei family probably won't release her soon. After they test her spiritual root and confirm she is sent to Hao Ran's sect for cultivation, we can act more forcefully. We must take it step by step. Rushing will cause mistakes, and mistakes can alert the Wei family. Rest assured, old ancestor." Jiaqing understands. The two talked privately for a while before Feng Jiaqing left the old ancestor's courtyard. After seeing him off, Feng Feng waved to activate the protective formation around his courtyard. He sighed and muttered, "Jia Yun, all the old ancestor can do is this for you. I hope you return safely." The next day, Wei Yunqi still slept until noon. When she was hungry, she got up from bed. Her 4 maids worked efficiently, helping her dress, wash, style her hair, and eat. By noon, everything was done. Wei Yunqi stretched her short, plump body and prepared to visit her uncle. She had some questions she wanted to ask him again. But just as she and her maids reached the small courtyard gate, they met Feng Jiaqing, who came to see her. Feng Jiaqing looked at the lively, healthier girl and smiled, asking, "Yunqi, did you sleep well last night?" Wei Yunqi politely bowed and then softly replied, "Thank you for your concern, uncle. I slept well last night. I woke up late this morning and was about to go pay my respects to you." Feng Jiaqing waved his hand and said, "No need to be so formal. We are cultivators and there are not many rules. But I do have something to discuss with you alone today." Wei Yunqi immediately nodded to show she had no problem. The group then returned to the small courtyard. This time, all 4 maids were kept outside. To be safe, Feng Jiaqing also activated a protective formation to block outsiders spying. Then Feng Jiaqing took out the jewelry box from his storage ring. He explained the purpose of the silver ring, how he helped her refine it, and the effects after refinement. He even detailed the chain reactions caused by her spiritual root changing. Wei Yunxi pretended to listen with wide eyes, but her mind was racing. This was a new scene not found in the novel. The reason for this was because she came to Feng's house. In the story, the female supporting character Wei Yunxi never visited Feng's house, nor did she have a close relationship with them. Feng's family had already tested her spiritual root early on. After confirming she had extraordinary talent, they planned to bring her into their circle. They carefully arranged everything to avoid attracting the Wei family's attention, aiming to pull her into Feng's camp. She analyzed that staying with Feng's family was more beneficial than remaining in Wei's family. Even though Wei Yunqing was the main female lead, without her growth, she was nothing. Du Rulin wouldn't allow her to grow, or she wouldn't have become the supporting character who was just a gift giver in the story. Wei Lingyue was a fickle person who sided with whoever benefited her. If she learned about her poor talent, she might try to steal her valuable items. Once she lost her usefulness, she would let her ruin herself in Wei's family. Feng's family, however, was different. Because of Feng Jiayun, they would look out for her. Especially after discovering her extraordinary talent, they would be more willing to invest. After all, she carried half of Feng's bloodline. Having figured this out, she pretended to be confused and said, "Uncle, I understand some of what you said, but not all. My mother said I should listen to you. You won't harm me, so I will do whatever you tell me." Feng Jiaqing happily patted her little head and said with a smile, "Of course, your uncle definitely won't hurt you." After that, the head of Feng's family used a secret technique to draw a drop of her heart's blood. He dropped it onto the silver ring and infused spiritual energy, turning the ring red and placing it into her spiritual root. Wei and she felt a bit dizzy. It was like a needle in her chest, and her vision blurred. After Feng Jiaqing confirmed that the magical treasure successfully concealed her spiritual root and accepted her as its master, he gave Wei Yunxi a blood-replenishing pill, her face turning pale. Once Yunxi regained her strength, he took out the spirit measurement disc again. This time, it didn't react as dramatically. After a moment, the areas marked with water, wood, and fire elements lit up with blue, green, and red lights, respectively, just normal brightness. Wei Yunxi was surprised and opened her mouth wide, feeling quite amazed. She hadn't expected a small silver ring to have such an effect. As someone who had been educated in materialism for over 20 years, she found it truly magical. Master Feng was very pleased with this result. He smiled and explained, "Yunxi, your top-quality spiritual root has been successfully hidden. Next time you test your spiritual root, it will show water, wood, and fire elements. All three roots have a root value of around 60, which is considered below average talent." Wei Yunxi nodded blankly, indicating she understood. Master Feng continued, "In a few days, you'll celebrate your 5th birthday. After your birthday, the Wei family will test the spiritual roots of all children who turn 5. Until then, you can't practice cultivation, and your father shouldn't know that Feng family has tested your spiritual root." Wei Yunxi nodded to show she understood. Since she was acting, she knew she had to do it thoroughly to avoid revealing anything. Master Feng was very satisfied with Yunxi's obedience. He changed the subject and said, "Although you can't practice cultivation for now, during your stay at Feng family, you can learn with their children, practice some practical martial skills, and also take care of your health, laying a good foundation for future cultivation." Wei Yunxi's eyes lit up and asked, "Uncle, can I really learn with my cousins?" Master Feng nodded and replied, "Of course. Haven't you been to the family school in Wei family?" Wei Yunxi thought for a moment and shook her head, saying, "My mother said the family school in Wei family doesn't teach much. I only attended the introductory class, and my mother taught me the rest." This point was mentioned in the novel. The main reason was that the female supporting character's mother disapproved of Wei family's traditions, believing that Wei family cultivators were only interested in profit and wouldn't achieve great things. To prevent her only daughter from being corrupted, she kept Yunxi at Zhuohua courtyard and personally taught her after Yunxi learned some bad habits. Actually, Wei Yunxi agrees with Feng Jiayun's approach because birds of a feather flock together. Especially for children, the environment influences them easily. Feng Jiayun looks down on Wei Lingyue and naturally doesn't want to raise her daughter to be like him. Furthermore, Feng Jiayun's decision also saves Wei Yunxi from many troubles. She has less contact with her cousins from the Wei family, so they're not very familiar with each other. Plus, after suddenly losing her mother, even if her personality changes significantly, it wouldn't seem too strange. After all, she isn't a real 5-year-old child, and she is very sharp about local cultivators. Many crossing women fail because of their arrogance, ending up in trouble. The head of the Feng family listened to Wei Yunxi's explanation, pursed his lips, and understood why his sister did this. He patted Yunxi's head and said, "Your mother did this for your good. The family's teacher is very skilled, and you can learn many new things and meet new friends. I believe you will like it." Wei Yunxi clapped happily and said, "Great. I can make new friends." The head of the Feng family smiled, feeling that Yunxi finally looked like a child with innocent joy. That afternoon, the Feng family arranged for a steward to bring Wei Yunxi a set of training clothes and a bottle of body-refining pill. This pill was personally made by the family's alchemist and was only for Feng family members. Basically, it was an internal medicinal pill to help children build a good foundation for cultivation. Talking about this pill, it's important to mention the Feng family. Their position in Kunyi City is because of their alchemy skills. They managed to produce a golden core cultivator, Feng, with pills, which became the family's strength. They also employ several third- or first-rank alchemists, who are their capital. In the cultivation world, no cultivator would openly say they don't need pills. So, the Feng family's existence is very important for Kunyi City's development. The Wei family agreed to marry into Feng family mainly because of their alchemy skills. However, Feng Jiayun is smart enough to know that she has no real feelings for Wei Lingyue, only a transaction. After becoming a cultivator couple with Wei Lingyue and agreeing to refine pills for the Wei family, she was willing to teach Wei's younger generation alchemy. But she kept the core secrets to herself. This is also why Wei Lingyue gradually distanced himself from Feng Jiayun after they had Yunxi and maintained a relationship between the two families. Because the Wei family did not achieve their set goal and couldn't do much to Feng Jiayun, while still needing to support her as a second-tier alchemist, Wei Lingyue felt a bit frustrated. So, he brought Du Rulin to annoy Feng Jiayun. Unfortunately, Feng Jiayun didn't care about Wei Lingyue at all. It was like hitting cotton. His frustrations could only be vented on Yunxi, the 5-year-old child. He deliberately favored his eldest daughter and ignored his younger daughter, making the father-daughter relationship very awkward. When Feng Jiayun stayed at the Wei family and the soul lamp went out, Wei Lingyue felt relieved. He could finally openly have the woman he liked by his side. That's why he hurriedly made Du Rulin the Lady Wei. Once Du Rulin became Lady Wei, Wei Yunqing was recognized as the legitimate daughter. This was a status acknowledgement and also raised the value of the main female character. These twists and turns were inferred by Wei Yunxi after returning to the Wei family, based on the family's attitude toward Du Rulin, Wei Yunqing, and herself. Currently, she was still a beginner in cultivation, preparing for her class at Feng family's clan school the next day. The clan school taught children aged 5 to 10. Anyone with spiritual roots could attend, and classes were divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels based on their progress in learning and cultivation. Wei Yunxi was placed in the beginner class. On her first day at the clan school, Wei Yunxi looked sadly at the sky at a 45-degree angle, feeling nostalgic about her 20 years as a graduate student, only to return to childhood, like starting kindergarten again. It was a bright kind of sadness. But once she sat in the small beginner class, she realized that what she was learning here was completely different from what she learned in kindergarten. As the teacher explained, she gained a rough understanding of the entire Weiyu universe. The Weiyu universe is divided into 5 regions: East, South, West, North, and Central. Kunyi City is a small city in the Western region. Resources for cultivation are limited here, so the highest cultivation level is no more than the nascent soul stage. Reaching the nascent soul stage means you can walk freely in the Western region. In contrast, the Central region has the richest resources for cultivation, with many sects and powerful families. The highest cultivation level there can reach the spirit transformation stage. After that, cultivators need to undergo a small ascension to enter the Wei Ling realm, which is the upper world of the Wei Yu universe. The spiritual energy there allows cultivators from the out-of-body stage to cultivate all the way to crossing the tribulation and ascending to the immortal realm. However, a small ascension isn't easy. Besides good talent, one also needs sufficient resources. Otherwise, it's just empty talk. That's why small families often rely on larger clans and why cultivation families are closely connected with sections. Wei Yunxi listened while imagining the map of the Wei Yu realm in her mind. Every morning, Wei Yunxi studied with the children of the Feng family at the clan school to learn about cultivation. Some of this knowledge was taught to her by Feng Jiayun before, but at that time, she didn't understand or remember clearly. Now, having traveled through time, Wei Yunxi has fully grasped it. So, her days at the Feng family are very fulfilling. In the afternoon, the lessons focus on topics the kids are interested in, such as the beast illustration and the herb encyclopedia taught by Feng family cultivators. They say that if you encounter a beast attack, you must recognize the beast and know its weaknesses. If you find a spiritual plant, you should at least understand its value so you don't miss out on rare treasures and regret it later. The Feng family is known for alchemy, and recognizing spiritual plants and herbs is a required course for every Feng disciple. They must pass with excellent grades to move on to the next stage. So, in the past few days, Wei Yunxi has been memorizing the thick herb encyclopedia. Every night, she returns to her room, eats a body-refining pill, then soaks in a hot spring to help the medicine fully take effect. When she first took the body-refining pill, she only felt a slight numbness all over her body, without pain. She learned from Feng Jiazhong that usually, children her age would suffer intense pain when first taking the pill, but after gradually adapting, they would feel better. This suggests that Feng Jiayun probably secretly gave her daughter the pill without her knowing. Wei Yunxi sighed inwardly. Feng Jiayun was a very responsible mother, but she probably didn't expect that she would suddenly be separated from her daughter and have to entrust her to Wei Lingyue, a hypocrite. During her stay at the Feng family, Wei Yunxi's news was not very secret. She learned that Du Rulin had officially become Wei's wife, and Wei Yunqing was now the legitimate daughter of the Wei family. The mother and daughter must be quite proud. Soon after, Wei Lingyue sent someone to pick up her younger sister from the Feng family, claiming that Yunxi was celebrating her 5th birthday. After the birthday, she would undergo a spiritual root test, then begin cultivation. The Wei family had other plans for Yunxi. The head of the Feng family couldn't stop this either. He explained the situation to Wei Yunxi and prepared some items suitable for practicing at the qi refining stage, all placed in a basic storage bag for her to carry with her. Wei Yunxi thought for a moment and handed her personal storage token to Feng Jiaqing, saying seriously, "Uncle, please help me keep my mother's belongings for now. When I can practice cultivation, you can give them back to me." Feng's head of the family was a bit surprised. He didn't expect the little girl to trust him so much, to hand over all her sister's belongings for safekeeping. He smiled and asked, "Yunxi, you trust your uncle so much? Why don't you keep them yourself?" Wei Yunxi pretended to frown and thought for a moment before replying, "Wu Yunqing always likes to take my things. When I go back and test my spiritual root, if her talent is better than mine, she will definitely rely on her mother being the lady and try to take my things. I don't want to give her my treasures." The head of the Feng family immediately understood that the little girl still remembered how Wu Yunqing had snatched her mother's hairpin before. But he also knew that her decision was right. Although their reasons were different, their goal was the same: to protect what Feng Jiayun left behind. Now, Feng's family had concealed Wei Yunxi's spiritual root, which meant that Wei Lingyue, upon learning her daughter's mediocre talent, probably wouldn't invest much in cultivating Wei Yunxi or give her many cultivation resources. Or perhaps Wei Lingyue would be more shameless and coax Yunqi into transferring her mother's belongings into her own storage bag. He had done this before, so Feng's head of the family supported Yunqi's decision. That day was Wei Yunqi's 5th birthday. Feng's family gave her a first-rank defensive bracelet, which was passive and would activate automatically if the wearer was fatally injured. Even if Yunqi didn't practice cultivation, she could still use it. Wei Yunqi thought it was a good item. She immediately marked it as her own with a blood oath and put it on her wrist, happily being sent back to the Wei family by Feng's family with 4 maids. Wei Lingyue personally came to greet her, exchanged polite words with Feng's head of the family, and then they parted politely. Wei Yunqi thought she would be moved to a side courtyard, but she smoothly returned to Zhuohua Courtyard, which was different from what the novel described. Back at Zhuohua Courtyard, Wei Yunqi first washed up, changed into a new dress, and was carried by a maid to greet her scoundrel father and see her favored aunt from the Wei family. Yunqi bows to father, wishing you good health. Wei Yunqi cheerfully bowed, ignoring Du Rulin sitting nearby. Du Rulin didn't mind at all. She looked at Yunqi with full affection and smiled softly, saying, "It seems Feng's family takes good care of Yunqi. Her little face has become a bit rounder." Wei Yunqi did not respond at all. The woman's smile looked fake, like a fox pretending to greet a chicken with no good intentions. She just kept her big, round eyes fixed on Wei Lingyue. Wei Lingyue felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze. After clearing his throat, he said, "Yunqi, from now on, Aunt Du will be Madam Wei. You should show her respect." Hearing her stepfather speak, Wei Yunqi didn't argue and turned to bow politely to Du Rulin, saying, "Yunqi greets Madam Wei." Du Rulin's mouth twitched at her words. She just nodded slightly and said tactfully, "It's been a long time since you and your father met. You probably have many things to talk about. I won't stay here. You two chat first. I'll go see Yunqi." After saying that, she gracefully left the living room. Once Du Rulin left, Wei Lingyue put on a kind fatherly face and asked Wei Yunqi how she had been doing at the Feng family's house, whether she had been bullied or not. Wei Yunqi was not stupid. She only said what she could say, mainly that the Feng children played with her, took her to eat delicious food, and that the elders of the Feng family gave her many small gifts. After saying this, she patted the small storage bag hanging at her waist and proudly said, "Daddy, this is a gift from Uncle. He said that once my spiritual roots are tested and I start practicing, I can use these things." Wei Lingyue's eyes flashed, and he sent a bit of his spiritual sense into the storage bag. He found that the space inside was only 3 square meters, holding a black iron sword, several first-grade pills, and a decorative hairpin for defense, all suitable for beginners. The rest was empty. He secretly thought that the Feng family was stingy, then asked, "Yunqi, did you thank your uncle?"
"Don't worry, Daddy.
Yunqi will thank Uncle properly."
Good.
"You should go home early tonight and rest. Tomorrow, the clan will test the spiritual roots of all children who are 5 years old." "Okay." Wei Yunqi agreed cheerfully but hesitated and didn't leave immediately. Wei Lingyue frowned and asked, "Yunqi, is there anything else?" Yunqi looked at him expectantly and asked, "Daddy, today is my birthday. What gift did you prepare for me?" When Wei Lingyue heard this, his hand holding the teacup stiffened for a moment. Could he say he hadn't prepared anything? But facing his daughter's eager look, he felt a bit embarrassed to speak. Wei Yunqi could easily guess that this irresponsible father hadn't prepared anything for her. However, that didn't stop her from wanting something. She deliberately said with a hint of disappointment, "Father, you haven't forgotten to prepare a birthday gift for your daughter, have you?" Sister Yunqing received a gift when she celebrated her birthday. The red ribbon was very pretty, and Sister didn't even let me touch it. After saying this, Wei Yunqing started to gather tears. As long as her irresponsible father claimed he hadn't prepared anything, she would cry in front of him. After all, she was still a child and had the right to cry and make a fuss. Wei Lingyue saw that things were not looking good and quickly reached into his storage bag. He took out an egg about the size of a chicken egg. Its white shell was dotted with irregular black spots. It looked like a quail egg, but it was twice as big. Yunshi, this is a spirit beast egg I found by chance while traveling outside. When you can cultivate, take this spirit beast egg with you to nurture. When it hatches, it will recognize you as its owner and only be loyal to you. Wei Yunshi rolled her eyes inwardly. She could tell this was just something he pulled out to fool her. Most likely, this spirit beast egg was just a dead egg. If it were a real good item, her irresponsible father wouldn't be so generous to give it to her. But Wei Yunshi knew to take what was good and leave the rest. She immediately smiled happily, took the fancy-looking egg carefully, and gently put it into her storage bag. Then she happily returned to Zhuohua Pavilion. After sending off his little daughter, Wei Lingyue went back to Hiding Garden, where Du Rulin was waiting for him. Wei Yunshi slept well through the night. Early the next morning, Chunyu woke her up from her bed. After washing, dressing, and a simple breakfast, she was carried to the Wei family's ancestral hall. When Chunyu took Wei Yunshi there, some people had already gathered inside. Each of them had 1 or 2 children over 5 years old, all from Wei's direct or collateral family. They were here to test their spiritual roots to decide their future paths. Wei Yunshi saw Wei Yunqing standing at the front. As the legitimate daughter, she confidently leaned against her mother. Her gaze casually swept around and then landed on Wei Yunshi. Wei Yunqing pouted at Wei Yunshi, then withdrew her gaze, seeming to look down on her younger sister. Wei Yunshi gently touched her small round chin, smiling happily on her face, but secretly thinking to herself. Wei Yunqing was still very immature now, not yet at the higher level she would reach when she grew up. Her little schemes were obvious, so dealing with her wasn't difficult. Currently, she has Du Rulin nearby guiding her, and she probably won't gain much advantage by competing now. Therefore, Wei Yunshi decides to hold back, especially after today. She is now a middle to lower tier talent among the 3 spiritual roots, making it less suitable for her to compete directly with them. Quiet, now we begin testing spiritual roots. We will start with the branch members. When your name is called, come forward, the clan elder loudly announced, and then started calling names. Wei Zinan. Here. The young boy was the first called. He was a little nervous and walked to the elder with trembling steps, placing his small hand on the spiritual testing orb. After a moment, the orb showed no reaction. No spiritual root. Next, Wei Tsongshan. When Wei Zinan heard he had no spiritual root, he looked disappointed and went to find his father for comfort. Wei Tsongshan was tested and found to have water, wood, metal, and fire spiritual roots, but their strengths varied from 35 to 50, with none exceeding 60. He was considered to have lower middle talent. Although Wei Tsongshan's talent was average, he was still happy to be able to cultivate. An hour later, the branch children finished their tests. Most had 4 or 5 spiritual roots, with only 3 children having 3 roots. Then, it was the turn of the direct descendants to be tested. This time, Wei Yunqing took the lead and was tested first. She was found to have water and wood dual spiritual roots, both with a root strength of 85, placing her in the upper middle talent range. Both she and Du Rulin were very satisfied with this result. The clan elder was also pleased. He patted Wei Yunqing's head and said, Yunqing has great talent. You must train hard. Yes, Yunqing will train hard and not bring shame to the Wei family. Good, good. The elder was very happy with Wei Yunqing's answer. As Wei Yunqing walked back, she shot a teasing look at Yunqi. Yunqi rolled her eyes inwardly, but pretended to be nervous. She rubbed her hands together, then placed her small paw on the orb. After a moment, the orb lit up with 3 bright lights. The elder looked a bit disappointed but still announced loudly, Wei Yunqi, water, wood, and fire spiritual roots, all with the same root strength of 65. Yunqi finally let out a breath of relief. It seemed her spiritual roots had been concealed. She pretended not to know and asked, Grandpa, is Yunqi's spiritual root not good? The elder was very patient with the children and explained kindly, Yunqi, even though you have 3 spiritual roots, don't be discouraged. Your roots are mutually supportive, which is much better than roots that oppose each other. Moreover, your roots are very suitable for alchemy. You can inherit your mother's craft. The clan elder's words were fair and sincere, truly considering Wei Yunqi. Wei Yunqi also smiled, showing that the Wei family was not entirely full of. At least, this elder viewed issues from the perspective of the new generation. Thank you, Grandpa Clan Elder, for your advice. I will work hard to cultivate and learn alchemy. Then she bowed politely and returned to Chunyu's side. After hearing the elder's words, Chunyu's worries eased somewhat. Although her young master's spiritual route was not the best, his talent was decent, and with a foundation in alchemy, his future cultivation path should be smoother. When Du Rulin learned that Wei Yunqi had a triple spiritual route, her expression relaxed. Even though the elder had said such things, she didn't mind. It is well known that dual spiritual roots cultivate faster than triple ones. Perhaps Wei Yunqi would be stuck in the golden core stage for life, because the ancestor of the Feng family was a golden core cultivator built up with pills. He might never advance further and would focus solely on alchemy. She thought that Wei Yunqi's future role would be to refine pills for the clan and support her daughter's cultivation. Just thinking about it made her happy. Moreover, her grandfather had mentioned that after this test, the clan would select the disciples who would go to the Haoran sect to cultivate. Her daughter had a good chance of making the list. She planned to discuss this with her husband. Her life would be like this. Her daughter's talent was excellent, and she must have a good start. Wei Lingyue, standing nearby, was also contemplating her two daughters' cultivation paths. Her eldest daughter had a dual spiritual route. As long as nothing unexpected happened, she would definitely reach the nascent soul stage, so she had to send her to the Haoran sect. As for her younger daughter's future, she hesitated. She actually preferred to keep her in the clan for training. The elder's words earlier reminded her that her younger daughter's spiritual route was suitable for learning alchemy. The Feng family was unwilling to pass on the core skills of alchemy to the Wei family, but if Yunqi learned it, they would have no excuse to refuse. This time, the Wei family tested the spiritual roots of children over 5 years old. There were 54 children, but only 16 had spiritual roots, less than half. However, the Wei family was already satisfied with this result. At least, Wei Yunqing, with her waterwood dual spiritual root, was quite good in Kunyi City. All children with spiritual roots were kept at the Wei family's main house. The next year was crucial. It would determine their fate and was their last chance to change their destiny. Don't think that having spiritual roots means everything is settled. Only after successfully guiding energy into the body can one truly begin practicing. Only after building a foundation can someone be called a cultivator and have the chance to pursue the Tao. Therefore, this year is very important. These children from the Wei family need to pass the threshold of guiding energy into the body. Then, based on their speed of practice and individual strengths, they will decide their next path. However, none of this concerns Wei Yunqing, because Wei Lingyue has already decided to send his eldest daughter to the Haoran sect for cultivation. When Du Rulin heard this news, she was happy inside, and her face naturally showed some joy, which Wei Yunqing noticed. "Mother, why are you so happy today?" Du Rulin gently touched her daughter's beautiful hair and sincerely said, "Of course I am happy. Your father told me privately that he plans to send you to the Haoran sect for cultivation. The next 3 months are very important. You must quickly guide energy into your body and aim to improve your cultivation to the 3rd level of refining qi. This will give you a better chance to enter the Haoran sect and possibly find a good master. With a good master's guidance, your cultivation will improve rapidly. With the sect as your backing, my position in the Wei family will become even more secure. This way, the Wei family can fully support your growth." Wei Yunqing listened to her mother and immediately nodded, saying, "Mother, don't worry. I know what I need to do." After saying this, she thought for a moment and added, "Mother, I want to bring Wei Yunqi with me to the Haoran sect." Du Rulin was surprised when she heard this, then frowned and asked, "Qing'er, did someone tell you something? Why do you want to bring Yunqi with you to the Haoran sect?" Wei Yunqing was still young and couldn't explain everything clearly. She just felt that bringing Wei Yunqi along would be beneficial for her, instinctively avoiding danger and seeking advantages. Her sharp sense of self-preservation was very clear. However, Du Rulin didn't think the same way. In her eyes, the Howran sect was the third-ranked sect in the Western region. The Wei family had only a limited number of spots, and she didn't want to give this opportunity to Wei Yunqi's daughter. She didn't want to be a stepping stone for Feng Jieyun's daughter. The Wei family was able to get one of these rare spots because their ancestors had a connection with a senior in the Howran sect during the nascent soul stage. That senior looked after the Wei family a little, but only provided the entry quota. Whether someone could officially join the sect, or how far they could go, was not something that senior would interfere with. Wei Yunqing seemed to sense her mother's hesitation, so she immediately tugged at her mother's sleeve and said, "Mother, I want to bring Wei Yunqi. She has something good on her." Du Ruolan listened to these words, her eyes flickered, and she immediately remembered the hairpin her daughter wanted before. She patted her daughter's hand and said, "Don't worry, my daughter. I understand what you want. However, this still depends on your father's opinion. Since her talent isn't as good as yours, your father may not agree to send her into the sect to practice." Wei Yunqing looked a bit anxious and said, "Mother, please think of a way quickly. Don't worry, my child. I will talk to your father about this." After comforting her daughter, Du Ruolan arranged for her trusted servant to find out more about Zhua Huayuan. At this moment, Wei Yunqi didn't know that she was already being watched by Wei Yunqing, who wanted her to continue being the gift bringer. She was busy organizing her belongings, preparing to go to the clan school tomorrow. The 4 maids from Chunyu silently helped her. They knew that once their young lady started practicing, they would have less and less to do to help her. At this time, the steward of the Wei family brought a plain-looking maid to Zhua Huayuan and respectfully said to Wei Yunqi, "Miss, this is the maid assigned to you by the master. She has the 3rd level of qi refining cultivation. Starting today, she will be responsible for protecting you closely. She will pick you up and take you to the practice hall every day, and she will also guard you during your practice." Wei Yunqi listened, frowned slightly, then smiled and nodded. "Steward, please thank my father for me." After that, she turned to the girl standing beside the steward with her head lowered and asked sweetly, "What's your name, sister?" The girl immediately replied, "My servant's name is Pearl." "I am not worthy of being called sister" by Mississippi. Wei Yunqi didn't know much about this maid's background, and since she had the 3rd level of qi refining cultivation, she was polite and said, "Then I will call you Pearl from now on. You can go with Chunyu to the side courtyard to settle in. Tomorrow morning, come to pick me up for practice." Yes, Mississippi Pearl was perceptive and followed Chunyu out of the main courtyard. The steward saw them off, then bowed and took his leave. He had many things to do, and his visit also showed how much the master valued this daughter. After the steward left, Wei Yunqi turned to the other 3 maids and asked, "That Pearl looks a bit unfamiliar. Have you seen her before?" The 3 shook their heads. Dong Mei hesitated for a moment, which Wei Yunqi noticed immediately. She asked, "Dong Mei, do you know her?" Winter Plum shook her head and said, "Miss Hui, I don't know this Pearl girl, but I saw her talking to Lady Du in the yard. I didn't hear what they said, because I was too far away." Hearing this, Wei Yunqi immediately felt a warning bell ring in her mind. This was not good news. If Pearl was with Du Ruolan, then her being nearby meant she was probably watching her. Xia Mo and Qiu Tao looked worried when they heard this. Pearl had some cultivation skills, unlike them. Even if they wanted to help their young lady, they didn't know how to do it. Wei Yunqi reached out her small hand and gently touched her chubby chin. She quickly called Winter Plum over and whispered a few words in her ear. Winter Plum's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly left Zhua Hua courtyard through the back door of the Wei residence. Wei Yunqi acted normally that night. After dinner, she went to bed early to rest. When everything was silent, a shadow sneaked into the main hall of Zhua Hua courtyard. It approached Wei Yunqi's bed, first grabbing the small pouch beside her pillow to check its contents, then placing it back carefully. The shadow searched the room, but found nothing, and had to leave quietly in the dark. The next morning, Wei Yunqi was woken from her sleep by Chunyu, who pulled her out of bed. She immediately checked the small pouch by her pillow and was relieved to see it was still there. However, when she held the pouch, she noticed it had been moved. "Chunyu, Who stayed on watch last night? Miss, it was Xia Mo. Ask her to come in. When Xia Mo entered, she bowed to Wei Yunxi and asked somewhat confused, Miss, do you have any instructions for me? Did you notice anything unusual while on watch last night? Xia Mo was stunned for a moment, then immediately knelt and said, Miss, forgive me. I fell asleep during the second half of the night. Chun Yu's eyes widened in anger, and she said, Xia Mo, how bold of you. How could you make such a mistake? Didn't I tell you to rest early today? Xia Mo's face turned pale as she stammered. I don't know what happened. I've never been like this before. Wei Yunxi already had a suspicion. She understood that Xia Mo couldn't be blamed, as she was just a mortal, and the methods of cultivators were beyond her understanding. She waved her hand and said, It's fine. I have a rough idea. Tonight, Chun, you will stay on watch. Yes, Mississippi. After breakfast, Pearl came to pick Wei Yunxi up to go to the training hall. Wei Yunxi looked excited and left Zhuowa courtyard under the watch of 4 maids. After her identity was verified, Wei Yunxi entered the training hall alone. Pearl was not allowed inside, so she returned to Zhuowa courtyard as Wei Yunxi indicated. Wei Yunxi and Wei Yunqing met at the entrance of the training hall. Wei Yunqing looked proud, while Wei Yunxi cheerfully asked, Yunqing sister, you're here? Did the new maidservant bring you today? Wei Yunqing, feeling a bit awkward, stepped back slightly and raised her chin. My father arranged a maidservant at the 6th level of qi refining for me. What about you? Wei Yunxi immediately pretended to be upset, pouting. Father favors me. I want to see my father too. I also want a maid at the 6th level of qi refining. At this moment, Elder 6th, who was in charge of the training hall, opened his eyes. He had overheard the 2 little girls' conversation but understood Wei Lingyue's reasons. He cleared his throat and said, The time is almost up. Everyone, please sit quickly. Wei Yunqing, thinking she was superior to Wei Yunxi, held her head high and led the way into the training hall. Wei Yunxi, looking rather aggrieved, followed behind and found a corner to sit and daydream. Elder 6th didn't say anything and began explaining the key points of guiding spiritual energy into the body. Today's lesson on guiding spiritual energy into the body starts with sensing the spiritual light points, depending on your own spiritual root attributes. Wei Yunxi pretended to continue daydreaming. She had already heard this knowledge at the Feng family, but she still kept one ear open to compare the teachings of Elder 6 with those of the Feng family, aiming to learn the best parts from both. Her other thoughts were on analyzing the movement of her storage talisman. She suspected Pearl moved her storage talisman last night. The purpose was obvious. If Pearl was from Du Rulan's people, then her target would be what Feng Jiayan left for her. Her mother was a second-rank alchemist, and the pills she left were enough for her to reach the foundation establishment stage. For Du Rulan, this was a valuable resource. Even if she didn't need it herself, she would try to take these resources for herself, since her daughter's talent was excellent. Since she couldn't trust the maidservant beside her, she definitely couldn't let Pearl protect her while guiding spiritual energy into her body. Who knew if Pearl would cause trouble? If she ruined her foundation, who would she cry to? While Wei Yunxi was planning her next move, a young, surprised cry suddenly sounded nearby. Look! What's beside Sister Yunqing? Everyone inside the practice hall focused their eyes on Wei Yunqing. At this moment, blue and green light spots floated around her, looking very dreamy. Silence. The 6th elder sternly warned, then kindly looked at Wei Yunqing. Her dual spiritual roots made her very talented. She was able to sense the spiritual light spots on her first day. The children in the hall looked at Wei Yunqing with envy and jealousy. It was only her first day, and she already sensed the spiritual energy spots. How frustrating! Wei Yunxi secretly prayed that the other person wouldn't succeed in absorbing the energy into their body. Perhaps heaven responded to Wei Yunxi's prayer, or maybe the sudden, quiet environment startled Wei Yunqing. Soon after, she opened her eyes, and the light spots around her dispersed. Wei Yunqing scratched her head in slight frustration, then looked at the 6th elder. The 6th elder smiled kindly and said, Yunqing girl, don't worry. It's only your first day of practice. It's good that you sense the spiritual light spots. It takes some time to absorb them into your body. Don't be discouraged. Keep working hard. Yes, sixth elder, Yunqing will remember that. Wei Yunqing looked around and saw her friends looking at her with envy. Her little frustration immediately disappeared. At noon, the sixth elder gave everyone half an hour for meals. In the afternoon, they continued practicing in the hall to sense the spiritual light spots. When Pearl came to pick Wei Yunqi back to Xiaohua Pavilion, she pretended to look a bit downcast and asked, "Pearl, how long did it take you to absorb the spiritual energy into your body?" Pearl respectfully replied, "Miss, I have the 4 spiritual roots. It took me 3 months to absorb the spiritual energy."
Wow.
That long? Yes, my talent isn't as good as Mrs., and I have limited resources for practice, so it took a long time. With Mrs. Talent, it should only take about a month to succeed. Don't worry, the more anxious you are, the harder it is to succeed.
Ah.
I understand. After dinner, Wei Yunqi had Pearl stay outside to protect her, then sat cross-legged on the bed, pretending to sense the spiritual light spots. In fact, whenever she closed her eyes, she could see colorful spiritual light spots. She could sense that as long as she showed kindness, these lights would be attracted to her and even enter her body. However, she couldn't do this. With her 3rd spiritual root talent, it was impossible to absorb spiritual energy in a day. Doing so would only make Wei Lingyue suspicious, and Du Rulin and Wei Yunqing would keep a close watch on her. She didn't want her spiritual roots to be taken away or her golden core to be extracted, so she could only endure for now. Pearl was always watching Wei Yunqi in the room. She saw that Wei Yunqi first sat cross-legged on the bed for about 15 minutes, then grew restless. It was as if needles were pricking her, and she soon opened her eyes. She played with her fingers for a while, then took out her storage items and placed them on the bed. One by one, she picked them up and played with them. She had long since forgotten about absorbing spiritual energy. Pearl smirked, feeling that this time, earning spiritual stones was very easy. She didn't need to make any tricks. The little one was playing on her own. It was truly a worry-free situation. She wouldn't remind the young lady either. Her duty was to keep her safe. Her progress in cultivation was none of her concern. Over the next 3 days, Wei Yunqi spent her time like this. On the 5th day, news spread from the cultivation hall that Wei Yunqing had successfully absorbed spiritual energy. When Wei Yunqi heard this news in the cultivation hall, she and the other young members of the Wei family all exclaimed in envy. Wei Yunqi stroked her chubby chin and muttered to herself, as expected of the heroine, she has some luck and strength on her side. That means she needs to endure even more. That afternoon, after returning to Zhuohua Courtyard, Wei Yunqi pretended to work hard. She sat in meditation for half an hour longer than usual, then leaned back and fell asleep, wasting another night. Pearl, waiting outside the door, saw this and showed no intention of urging her to cultivate. She also blocked Xunyu and others from approaching, using excuses that were obvious. The young lady was sensing spiritual energy, and they shouldn't disturb her. Xunyu and the other 4 maids were now very wary of Pearl. Since Xia and Mo had experienced something happening in the middle of the night, Chunyu, Qiu Tao, and Dongmei had all had similar experiences. It was obvious who was causing trouble. Even though they knew they couldn't do anything, they weren't Pearl's match. They could only follow the young lady's orders, try not to conflict with her, and take good care of her daily life. On the 2nd day after Wei Yunqing successfully guided Qi into her body, the 2 sisters met again at the entrance of the cultivation hall. Wei Yunqing's features had become more delicate, with a faint shadow of Du Rulin, but only her eyes resembled Wei Lingyue. She had taken the best parts of both, which explained why Wei Lingyue was somewhat biased. Wei Yunqi smiled warmly and approached to greet her, saying, "Congratulations, sister, on successfully guiding Qi into your body. I always struggle with it.
Can you teach me?"
Wei Yunqing, having heard many compliments these days, was immune to Yunqi's words and didn't want to give her tips. She didn't want to be surpassed, so she replied casually, "I don't have any special tricks. Just follow what the 6th elder said." Focus your mind and clear your thoughts. Did you manage that? Yunshi looked a bit embarrassed, pointed at her, and blushed. I sit for a long time, and my legs go numb. The rest was understood by everyone. Many had experienced the same thing. Wei Yunqing pretended to be helpless and spread her hands. Then I can't help you. If you can't even sit still, there's nothing I can do. Seeing her disappointed face, Wei Yunqing felt happier. She patted Yunqi's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, sister. I've asked father and mother. When I go to Horan Sect to practice, I'll take you along." Yunqi's heart skipped a beat, knowing something might go wrong, but she quickly changed her expression from disappointment to happiness. She grabbed Wei Yunqing's hand and confirmed, "Really, sister? You mean I can go to Horan Sect with you? But I only have a 3-spirit root and haven't successfully guided chi into my body yet." Other children inside the cultivation hall listened carefully to the sisters' conversation. Some older kids had already realized what was happening and looked at Yunqi and Yunqing with dissatisfaction. Wei Yunqing felt proud inside but kept a calm face and comforted her. "Yes, it's true. I asked father not to separate us. Even if you haven't succeeded in guiding chi, you can still join Horan Sect with me." Yunqi's heart sank further, but she pretended to be excited. She clenched Yunqing's hand happily and said, "Thank you, sister. I will work hard to practice and succeed in guiding chi into my body when Horan Sect accepts disciples." Before Yunqing could reply, she let go of her sister's wrist, stepped forward with short legs into the cultivation hall, found a spot, and sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, pretending to be diligently practicing. Wei Yunqi sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, silently cursing. This sky never leaves her alone. Despite her efforts to change the story, it still seems determined to push her back on track, making her the young girl who brings wealth to others. Her first plan was to separate from the heroine, so she wouldn't be exploited for resources. She believed that as long as she stayed away from the heroine, her own luck would lead her to a bright future. But now, the heroine is clearly trying to drain her blood, so she needs a new plan. If they enter the Horan Sect, she will face more challenges, but it also makes it easier to keep track of the heroine's movements. She isn't sure how much her uncle can help this time. When she returned to Jiahua Court that day, Wei Yunqi pretended to be full of energy, sitting for an extra half hour, which made her feel closer to the spiritual light points. She believed that once she invited them, they could enter her body, but she had to hold back. Pearl saw Yunqi fall asleep again and quietly left Jiahua Court, heading to Hiding Garden to meet Du Rulin. Du Rulin listened to Pearl and frowned deeply, asking repeatedly, "Have you checked everything in Jiahua Court?" "Yes, I checked everything, even the quarters of the 4 maids. I found nothing unusual." "Did you talk to those 4 maids?" "Madam, they usually don't interact much with me. But I overheard Chunyu mention that Yunqi stayed at the Feng family for a while. Her mother's belongings should be there." Du Rulin's face darkened when she heard this. She didn't expect the Feng family to be so shameless. No wonder Pearl didn't find anything. She waved her hand, telling Pearl to leave, then went to see Wei Lingyue. Wei Lingyue had finished her training. Recently, her cultivation had hit a bottleneck. She was trying to break through to the late stage of foundation establishment but was still a bit short. She took out a storage bag left by Feng Jiayun, hoping to find a suitable pill to help her break through. At that moment, Du Rulin came to see him and told him about her maid's accidental overhearing. Wei Lingyue felt a bit annoyed. He believed these things belonged to the Wei family, but he didn't want to say it directly, as it would look bad. Du Rulin's eyes flickered, and she brought up her daughter's entry into the Horan Sect. "Lingyue, I heard Yunqing say that Yunqi still hasn't succeeded in absorbing spiritual energy. If she's sent to the Horan Sect with such talent, wouldn't that be a problem?" Wei Lingyue glanced at Du Rulin and said, "Didn't you say that Yunqing wanted Yunqi to keep her company, so you asked me to send the 2 sisters to Horan Sect together?" Du Rulin smiled slightly and straightforwardly replied, "Lingyue, I didn't know Feng's family would do such things before. I thought Yunqi had the medicinal pills her mother left behind. Even if she used the pills to train, she wouldn't fall behind Yunqing by much. That way, the 2 sisters could support each other and not embarrass the Wei family." But she's young and believed Feng's family, leaving all the good things there. When she joins the sect later, how will she train? She can't expect Yunqing to share her training resources, right? Wei Linghua looked calm and said, Wei family doesn't care about Feng's family's things. Yunqi is still young. When she starts training, she'll understand how important training resources are. And what about Yunqi going to Haoren sect? I'll think about it more. When Du Rulin heard this, she knew Wei Linghua would consider her suggestion, so she withdrew her hopes and returned to Haiding Garden. Her idea was simple. Since the good things weren't with Wei Yunqi, she definitely wouldn't let Yunqi go to the sect with her daughter and share her daughter's training resources. Meanwhile, the next day, a promising development occurred for Wei Yunqi. One of the children practicing in the training hall successfully absorbed spiritual energy into his body. Wei Zongjin, the second son of Wei Linghua, the first among the younger generation. During the spiritual root test, Wei Zongjin's talent was overshadowed by Wei Yunqing, so he was quite upset. After hearing Yunqi speak in the training hall yesterday, he felt even more frustrated and wanted to earn a spot in Haoren sect. Wei Zongjin has a wood-fire metal spiritual root, with a spiritual root value of 85, much stronger than Wei Yunqi, who has hidden talent. After Wei Yunqing successfully absorbed spiritual energy into his body, he could already sense the spiritual light clusters. Today, in the denser spiritual energy of the training hall, he successfully absorbed spiritual energy into his body, becoming the second child to do so. That night, Du Rulin told her daughter that Wei Yunqi would no longer go to Haoren sect with her. Yunqing immediately asked anxiously, Mother, why? Didn't you tell me she could go with me? Du Rulin quickly comforted her, Qing'er, be good. Over the past few days, I had Pearl thoroughly search Zhaohua courtyard. The hairpin you liked and all the resources her mother left behind are not with Wei Yunqi. Those things are all in Feng's family. The Feng family is very cautious of the Wei family. Even if she now goes to the sect with you, she cannot take those resources away. Bringing her along not only makes you burdened, but also requires you to look after her for Feng family's sake. What if this slows down your cultivation? Wei Yunqing thinks her mother has a point, but she feels uncomfortable inside and can't quite explain why. She only frowns and says, Mother, you must find that hairpin. I think it's very important to me. Don't worry. As long as she stays in the Wei residence, she won't cause any trouble, Du Rulin immediately promises. Her goal is simple. Keep Wei Yunqi close so she can control and suppress her, and also take the good things left by Feng Jiayun. At this time, Wei Yunqing is still young and doesn't realize that sometimes luck isn't about objects. Her luck is Wei Yunqi herself. She only understands this much later. By then, the gap between them had already widened. She couldn't get close to her sister and could only circle around her. Meanwhile, the Feng family finally sent a maid to guide Wei Yunqi's cultivation. She also has the water, wood, and fire spiritual roots and is at the 10th level of qi refining. She immediately compared her talent to Pearl. This obvious slap in the face made Wei Linghua uncomfortable, but he didn't say much. After all, they cared about their niece's cultivation. If her talent wasn't enough, they used resources to help her. He had no reason to refuse. He probably said a few words to the girl named Feng Xiao and then had her go directly to the Zhuohua pavilion. Wei Yunqi finally got her support. If the Feng family didn't send anyone else, she would be unable to hold back and would start absorbing spiritual energy. Feng Xiao's cultivation is above Pearl's. She immediately took over Zhuohua Pavilion and used a glance to send Pearl to the outer courtyard. Miss, this is something the head of the Feng family asked me to bring. He said you can rest assured and focus on absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation, Feng Xiao said, handing Wei Yunqi a small, delicate storage talisman. Thank you, Sister Feng. Please tell my uncle I am safe, and thank him for preparing this for me. Yes, Mississippi. That night, Wei Yunqi couldn't wait to open the isolation formation disc. She sat cross-legged in the cultivation room, facing the sky with her palms up. She took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, adjusting her breathing and heartbeat little by little. As her mind gradually calmed, Wei Yunxi felt everything around her was silent. She could only hear her heartbeat. Then, tiny points of light floated toward her in the darkness. 1, 2, 3, more and more, until she was completely immersed. Following this, Wei Yunxi showed kindness by inviting these spiritual lights to enter her body as guests. The first green light entered her skin, followed by the second and third. As the spiritual lights entered Wei Yunxi's body, she felt a swelling in her meridians. The more spiritual energy she absorbed, the more noticeable this swelling became, as if her meridians were blocked due to the sudden increase in spiritual energy. Wei Yunxi silently recited the familiar breathing technique, guiding the blocked spiritual lights to circulate within her meridians. After a small circulation, she stored the pure spiritual energy in her dantian. At this moment, her dantian was just opening, about the size of an egg, but she didn't realize that her dantian was already twice the size of that of an ordinary beginner cultivator. Additionally, when she activated the spiritual energy cycle, she unconsciously mobilized her divine consciousness. At this time, only blue, white, and purple light scattered at the bottom of her dantian, barely filling the area, indicating her success in guiding spiritual energy into her body. Wei Yunxi continued her cultivation unknowingly because the feeling was so pleasant, like her whole body soaking in a warm spring, making her want to moan softly. As she operated the qi refining technique, more spiritual energy entered her body. Soon, a layer of brown mud-like dirt appeared on her skin surface. If smelled carefully, a foul odor could be detected. These were impurities expelled from her body after the initial spiritual energy intake. Feng Xiao, standing outside the door, couldn't sense what was happening inside, but she knew that Miss Yunxi had successfully absorbed spiritual energy. She had sensed the subtle fluctuations of spiritual power just now. Until the sunrise, Wei Yunxi did not withdraw the formation. Feng Xiao felt a bit worried, but didn't dare to break in recklessly. She ordered Chunyu to take leave from the cultivation hall. Chunyu understood Feng Xiao's meaning and turned to leave Zhaohua courtyard. Halfway there, she was chased by Pearl. Chunyu, why didn't Miss Yunxi go to the cultivation hall today?
Pearl asked.
Chunyu frowned and said, Miss Yunxi isn't feeling well today. She said she wants to cultivate in her own courtyard and won't come out without guiding spiritual energy into her body. She's probably anxious. Pearl's eyes flickered, and she parted ways with Chunyu. Wei Yunxi had to stop her cultivation due to stomach rumbling. When she opened her eyes, she felt dizzy, a reaction to low blood sugar. She ignored the foul smell on her body, first closing the isolation formation. Feng Xiao rushed into the room immediately, seeing Wei Yunxi crawling on the ground like a little turtle, and couldn't help but smile slightly. She first used a cleansing technique to remove dirt from Wei Yunxi's body shell, then went over to pick her up. She fed her a detox pill before carefully checking her from head to toe. Wei Yunxi felt a warm flow enter her stomach from her mouth, easing the burning sensation in her stomach. She then softly asked, Big Sister Foam, how long have I been practicing? Miss has been practicing for 2 days and 2 nights. If you don't come out soon, I will have to come in. Wei Yunxi shyly chuckled and said, Big Sister Foam, the feeling of practicing is so wonderful, I couldn't help myself. Feng Xiao shook her head and said, Miss, you're still too young and haven't detoxed yet. You can't practice like this day and night. What if you faint from hunger? Okay, I understand. Next time I practice, I will eat a detox pill first. Wei Yunxi didn't want to lose that warm, flowing feeling inside her. She planned to prepare better next time she practiced. Feng Xiao smiled slightly and was about to say something. After sensing her spiritual awareness, she was surprised and said, Miss, you've already reached the 2nd level of qi refining. Wei Yunxi was also surprised and then happily asked, Big Sister Foam, am I now a 2nd level qi practitioner? Feng Xiao nodded seriously. Yes, Miss has reached the 2nd level of qi refining. Although your aura is a bit unstable, I am sure I am not mistaken. She then frowned and expressed her concern. Yunxi, you previously tried to draw qi into your body but failed. Now, after just 2 days, you've reached the second level. The Wei family will definitely reassess your value. She didn't say aloud that this might disrupt Feng's plans. But Wei Yunxi understood her meaning. Currently, she was hiding her spiritual root, but once she started practicing, her cultivation level would be hard to conceal, unless she had a magic tool or technique to hide her cultivation. For now, let's put this aside. I want to take a bath and eat first, she said. Achieving the second level of qi refining meant she could enter the Hongmu plate space, where she sensed there might be something helpful for her. Miss Yunxi, I think there's no need to hide the fact that you've entered the second level of qi refining. It will make it easier for you to continue practicing at the hall and explain why you haven't appeared these past 2 days. Wei Yunxi nodded eagerly. Yes, I agree. But don't let Pearl come near me. I'm afraid she'll find out I've reached the second level. Feng Xiu nodded and then turned to go arrange things. After Wei Yunxi took a bath and cleaned herself, she ate her fill and told Feng Xiu she wanted to sleep. Feng Xiu was worried she might get too absorbed in practicing and insisted on staying at the door, letting her rest peacefully without opening the formation disc. However, this time Wei Yunxi insisted on activating the isolation formation disc. She thought, what if someone finds out she has a space? That would be bad. In the end, Feng Xiu couldn't argue with her and reluctantly handed her a bottle of fasting pills. She still chose to sit and meditate at the door, sending away the pearl that was meant to gather information. Once Wei Yunxi was sure her room was safe and the isolation formation disc was active, she used her mind to communicate again with the redwood token in her consciousness. After successfully guiding spiritual energy into her body, she smoothly opened her consciousness sea. Because she came from another world and was an adult soul, her spiritual power was very strong. Her consciousness sea was much larger than those of her peers, almost comparable to a foundation-building cultivator. As a beginner in cultivation, she didn't fully understand these things yet, but she knew the importance of her consciousness sea. So she was eager to learn what the redwood token did. This time, when Wei Yunxi's mind entered the space again, she wasn't pushed out. But looking at the space, which was less than 100 square meters, everything was dull and gray. There was no spiritual plants, herbs, or springs. Nothing but barren land. Wei Yunxi was a bit stunned. Is this her space? It shouldn't be. Why could Wei Yunqing help her so much? And her own space was empty? She clenched her teeth, gathered her courage, and finally couldn't hold back. She crossed her arms and started to complain loudly. Old Sky, are you trying to make my life difficult? Do you have to be so obvious? I didn't even dig up your ancestors' graves. You brought me here without my permission, didn't give me any benefits, and you're still messing with me? Wei Yunxi cursed happily, but she didn't notice that her divine soul in the redwood token space was weakening by 2 points. Just as she was about to take a breath and continue venting, a mechanical electronic voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Chat group reactivated. Would the user like to log in now? Wei Yunxi suddenly fell silent. She rubbed her ears, thinking she must have heard wrong. But then the voice sounded again. Chat group reactivated. Would the user like to log in now? She kept her lips sealed and didn't respond to the question. She found it a bit strange. If she remembered correctly, she had traveled into a xianxia romance novel. How could there be a chat group appearing now? This clearly is a creation that shouldn't exist in this universe. Chat group reactivated. Is the user online now? No response from the user. The chat system will assume they are online by default. The user, which clan girl, has successfully come online. Has the user read the unread messages? Wei Yunxi stared in shock at this so-called chat group speaking for itself as it came online. A transparent light screen appeared in front of her, with text scrolling rapidly. She rubbed her eyes, feeling like her vision was failing. Perhaps because of her cultivation practice, she managed to read all the scrolling text. She then frowned and fell silent. From what she saw, it seemed the chat group belonged to a user called Witch Clan Girl. The username looked like a nickname, but her real identity was unknown. Other messages indicated that Witch Clan Girl hadn't been online for a long time. Everyone was worried about her and had sent her many items, hoping to help her through tough times. These items were still unclaimed. Which clan girl, do you accept the Sen items? A mechanical voice sounded again. This time, Wei Yunxi didn't hesitate and said, accept. She decided to take a gamble. Maybe among the items sent, there was something she needed. Anyway, she wasn't really lying, since the red wooden token engraved with the character phone was her mother's keepsake. Her mother was no longer here, and as her only daughter, she could accept it on her behalf. Start receiving items. Receiving in progress. The mechanical voice sounded again. It didn't take long before Wei Yunxi saw many boxes of various sizes piled at her feet, wooden, stone, metal, and even a transparent glass box containing a green plant. The plant looked like grass, but emitted a faint green glow. Wei Yunxi was very happy and decided to check her first batch of treasures. Just then, a message appeared on the light screen. Tribe Warrior, which clan girl, is that you? Star Trek, which clan girl, have you avoided the catastrophe that wiped out your clan? Bull-headed Horseface, that's not which clan girl. Their clan has already been wiped out. Survival is the hard truth. Hey big brother above, how do you know? Not everyone can log into this chat group. Fairy Aura, this should be the descendant of which clan girl. The message was sent here, and there was no further reply. Clearly, everyone in this chat group suspects Wei Yunxi's identity. After thinking for a moment, she decided to tell the truth. If the people in this group are familiar with the witch clan girl, then lying would be pointless and might cause them to reject her. Wei Yunxi thought carefully and stepped forward. She raised her hand to touch the transparent light screen and then used her mind to input what she wanted to say. Hello, everyone. I am a junior of the witch clan girl. I accidentally activated this chat group. When I encountered difficulties, I humbly accepted the items transmitted by the seniors. Sorry for the trouble. Immediately, a message appeared on the screen. Detected user change. Would you like to update your username? Wei Yunxi considered and decided to change it. This would help distinguish her from the witch clan girl and avoid causing annoyance. Yes. Please enter a new username. Based on her past experience in chat groups, she chose not to use her real name. Instead, she used Passing Cloud as her new name, symbolizing that everything she experienced was just fleeting. Username successfully changed. Welcome, Passing Cloud, to the cross-server chat group. Party Popper Wei Yunxi looked at the words on the screen, her mouth twitching slightly. Before she could react further, the others in the group hadn't responded yet, so she continued typing. My family says my mother has gone far away. The family can't contact her, but the only thing we know for sure is that she is still alive. Does anyone know where my mother is? This time, the other members of the chat group didn't stay silent. The first to reply was Fairy Breeze. This chat group is for your ancestors, but it's definitely not your mother. Considering the time flow on your side, the witch clan girl hasn't logged into this group for over 10,000 years. Wei Yunxi was stunned upon hearing this. Over 10,000 years? She frowned and continued typing. Senior members, this chat group is a gift left by my mother. It has the family surname engraved on it, and I did not steal it. She emphasized that she didn't want the seniors to misunderstand. Star Trek, we have no suspicion of you. Only direct descendants of the user can open this chat group. I inherited it from my grandfather. Oxhead and Horseface. Same here. Survival is the hard truth. Due to environmental changes, I activated the chat group after gaining special abilities.
We don't doubt you.
Wei Yunxi felt relieved after reading this. Then she carefully sent a message to the senior experts, Xianqi Piapiao and Nyo Tu Mommy. Senior, do you know my ancestors? Could you tell me more? What do you mean by the disaster that wiped out my family? Xianqi Piapiao seemed very interested in communicating. After a moment, she sent a long message. Wei Yunxi then learned that her ancestors were very important. Her ancestors were the high priests of the Shaman clan. This was shortly after the universe was formed, billions of years ago, when the way of heaven was just beginning. The Shaman clan helped living beings communicate with the universe, helping them grow and reproduce. At that time, the Shaman clan was very powerful. Their abilities were not something ordinary people could control. They were almost worshipped as gods. But it was hard for the clan to reproduce. Usually, only one high priest was born each generation. Before the high priest's life ended, they would pray to the heavens and follow the divine instructions to find the next high priest. They would bring the chosen person back to train, and when grown, they could take the place of the high priest. However, a problem arose with the shaman girl of that generation. She couldn't find the next high priest. At first, she thought it was because she wasn't strong enough. Later, she joined a chat group and, with hints from Xianqi Piapiao and the divine beings, she learned that the problem wasn't with her. Instead, the way of heaven no longer needed the shaman clan's help. It wanted to take back the powers given to the clan, which meant the clan was facing decline. The shaman girl didn't believe this at first. She didn't want her people to fall into ruin under her leadership. She tried many ways to communicate with the way of heaven, but the results were as predicted by Xianqi Piapiao and the divine beings. After that, the shaman girl didn't log into the chat group for a long time. The last time she did was to ask for help. She needed resources to help her clan survive. People, remembering their past friendship, sent her some resources to help. But she didn't accept them or log in again until today. Nyotu Mami was much more direct. The people of the shaman clan have already entered reincarnation. Wei Yunxi didn't know what expression to show after hearing this. It seemed she was the second person to use this chat group. She must carry the bloodline of the shaman clan, or she wouldn't have been able to log in successfully. But then another question came. If the chat group is in my mother's hands, why didn't she notice? Star Trek. To activate the chat group, you need bloodline and spiritual power. The bull-headed and horse-faced spirit said, yes, it's about bloodline and soul power. You can activate it because your bloodline is a descendant of the ancestral bloodline, combined with your soul power, which allows you to successfully connect. Wei Yunxi translated this in her mind, understanding that she was lucky. Her activation was due to her witch clan bloodline being stronger than her mother's, and after cultivating her divine consciousness, she met these two key conditions to successfully log into the chat group. The fairy of aura floated by and gave a friendly reminder. When your divine soul is not strong enough, do not use the chat group for too long, because all functions consume your soul power. Seeing this message, Wei Yunxi's heart skipped a beat. She quickly looked down at her consciousness body, which indeed appeared a bit dimmer than before. She hurriedly said, "Senior members, I am just beginning my cultivation, and my divine soul is still weak. I cannot stay long. Do any of you have a secret cultivation technique to hide one's cultivation level? If so, I would be very grateful. In the future, if I need anything, I will let you know. I am from the cultivation world." Her words were somewhat vague, but she believed that her cultivation world definitely had good things, which would attract the others in the group. Sure enough, after a moment, the bull-headed and horse-faced spirit and the fairy of aura sent her items through the connection. The bull-headed and horse-faced spirit said, "You're too weak now. First, focus on cultivating your divine soul. This soul-refining technique will help you lay a good foundation." The fairy of aura added, "You're lucky. I happen to have a low-level immortal tool that I don't need. I'll give it to you to hide your cultivation and aura. Just play with it. No need to return the favor. Consider it a gift for joining the group." This person clearly seemed wealthy and generous. Seeing that they offered an immortal tool right away, Wei Yunxi was impressed. Although they said she didn't need to return the favor, she wouldn't take it seriously. With her experience in the workplace, she immediately expressed her thanks and promised to prepare a proper gift once her cultivation was successful. She quickly withdrew her consciousness from the wooden token space. When Wei Yunxi's consciousness returned to her body, she felt a wave of dizziness. She knew her soul power had been somewhat drained. She was only a 5-year-old child now. At that moment, the barrier formation was triggered. Wei Yunxi didn't immediately activate the barrier formation. Instead, she instinctively took out the immortal artifact that the fairy of aura had given her to hide her cultivation level from her space. She opened a small jade box about the size of her palm and found that inside was a hairpin ornament made of 3 small red flower petals. It was delicate and refined, yet not ostentatious, perfect for her. Wei Yunxi had no hesitation. She cut her finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto her forehead ornament. The ornament absorbed the blood and then flew out of the jade box, sticking between her eyebrows and blending with her skin. At the same time, she connected with this magical tool. Its method of use quickly merged into her mind. She didn't have time to study it carefully, so she gently touched the red flower decoration on her forehead. Her cultivation level suddenly dropped from the second stage of qi refining to the stage of guiding energy into her body. Then Wei Yunxi silently uttered the word hidden, and the flower decoration on her forehead disappeared into her skin, as if it had never appeared. At this moment, the barrier formation was triggered again. Wei Yunxi adjusted her expression, ruffled her hair, then jumped off the bed, opened the barrier formation, and pushed open the door with a displeased look, saying, "Who is it? Why did you interrupt my cultivation?" Outside the door, the two people fell silent. Feng Xiu's spiritual awareness swept over her young lady, and her eyes slightly widened. But she reacted quickly and stepped forward, saying, "Miss, Pearl insists on seeing you. She said she has important matters to report." I stopped her, but she said she was acting on Madame's orders and activated the formation herself. Wei Yunxi frowned and looked at Pearl with some displeasure. She wondered if Pearl thought she had no future, which made her so reckless. "Pearl, I have come out now. If you have something important to report, just say it." After speaking, Wei Yunxi calmly watched the other person. Pearl was here to check on Wei Yunxi's progress in cultivation. Since Feng Xiu came to Zhuohua Court, she couldn't get close to her young lady's cultivation room. In the morning, Feng Xiu happily ordered Chunyu to prepare bathing supplies for her. From their expressions, it seemed the young lady had successfully guided energy into her body. Pearl needed to confirm this before reporting to Madame.
So, she found a reason to see Yunxi.
However, Feng Xiu used the excuse that the young lady was cultivating to prevent her from seeing her. Pearl then brought up Madame's name to pressure Feng Xiu and claimed she had something very important to report. That was how she convinced Feng Xiu to activate the formation. Now, seeing Yunxi, Pearl confirmed that she had succeeded in guiding energy into her body. But seeing her displeased expression, Pearl knew she had to come up with a reasonable excuse. Otherwise, the young lady would definitely ask her to leave Zhuohua Court. Pearl quickly prepared her words and stepped forward, saying, "Please forgive me, Mississippi. It's Pearl's fault for being rude. But you haven't left the cultivation room for 2 days in a row. I'm worried about your cultivation progress, so I came to ask Sister Feng Xiu. But she wouldn't let me see you."
I'm afraid.
Wei Yunxi tilted her head and asked, "Afraid of what?" Worried that Miss might make a mistake during her cultivation, Pearl found an excuse to activate the array. Wei Yunxi listened and nodded. Pearl was somewhat clever, and her excuse made sense. She waved her small, chubby hand and said, "Now that you've seen me clearly, am I still hiding anything?" "No, please forgive me, Miss." Pearl immediately bowed and apologized. "All right, you may go now. Do not enter the inner courtyard again," Wei Yunxi ordered. Pearl clenched her teeth, but had no choice but to leave the main yard. Feng Xiu unusually spoke coldly. "This person is quite interesting. Only at the early stage of qi refining, yet she acts like a family elder." Feng Xiu was almost openly criticizing Pearl for overestimating herself. Wei Yunxi didn't argue. She already knew Pearl was a spy arranged by Du Rulan. She wasn't afraid of offending her because they had always been rivals from the start. After Pearl left, Feng Xiu looked at Wei Yunxi and smiled. "Miss, do you have a way to hide your cultivation now?" "Yes, it's a magic treasure left by my mother. I was just searching for something to conceal my cultivation when I found this treasure. Once I recognize its master, even you wouldn't be able to tell, right?" Feng Xiu nodded seriously. "Yes, Mississippi. You're just at the stage of entering the body with qi."
Good.
"Tomorrow, we'll continue practicing in the cultivation hall and also show off to Wei Yunqing, so she'll stop thinking about taking me to Haoren sect." At this moment, Wei Yunxi didn't know that Du Rulan's influence had already changed Wei Lingyue's mind. Wei Yunxi controlled her time, and after a night of cultivation, She finally opened her eyes with a smile on her face. She used the night to refine the flower-shaped fairy device again. This time, she bound it with her divine soul. The treasure could hide her cultivation and her aura. As long as she wanted, she could change her face and avoid everyone's tracking. Most importantly, this treasure could also create a false impression of higher cultivation, like pretending to be at a higher stage. For example, she was currently at the second level of qi refining, but with the treasure, she could pretend to be at the second stage of foundation establishment. However, this would consume her soul power, and unless in life or death situations, it's not recommended to do so. Because a fake is just a fake, and once she fights, her disguise might be exposed, possibly leading to even worse consequences. Although Wei Yunqi hadn't tried it herself, she reasoned that the principle of the treasure's fake upgrade was to simulate the pressure of a higher stage, which could easily confuse others and create a false sense of strength. However, the thing that made Wei Yunqi most happy was that this was a spiritual tool. As long as she wanted to hide her cultivation level, cultivators in the Wei Yu realm couldn't detect it. This was the biggest protection for her, allowing her to practice without worries and avoid many troubles. "Miss, we are going to the training hall today. It's already late." Wei Yunqi opened the barrier array, shook her little head, and said, "Yes, let's have breakfast first, then you can take me to the training hall." This time, Wei Yunqi waited specifically at the entrance of the training hall. When she saw Wei Yunqing, she immediately smiled widely and went to greet her. "Yunqing sister, why are you so late today? I've been waiting for you since early morning. I have good news to tell you. I've successfully entered the spiritual energy." Wei Yunqing's face fell when she heard this. She didn't expect this little girl to be so quick. She was the third family disciple to succeed in entering the spiritual energy. "Yunqing sister, why aren't you happy? Didn't you say you wanted to take me to Howren's sect? I've been practicing hard, so I wouldn't embarrass myself." After speaking, she pouted, looking a bit sad. However, the friends from the training hall in the clan all heard Wei Yunqi's words, and their eyes were full of envy and jealousy. How lucky are the two sisters? Wei Yunqing took a deep breath, suppressing her irritation, and said, "Congratulations on successfully entering the spiritual energy, sister. But the elders said this is just the first step into cultivation. It's not something to be proud of. You need to stay humble and keep working hard." Wei Yunqi rolled her eyes inwardly. As expected of the female lead, her words were so polite and smooth. But she immediately nodded and said, "Yunqing's sister is right. I will keep working hard." Wei Yunqing's eyes flicked, and she 主动拉过魏云熙的手，小声问道：“妹妹，你怎么这么快就成功引气入体了？” Wei Yunqi was just talking nonsense. She learned this from reading fantasy stories about immortals, but she didn't know if it was true. Still, it was enough to fool Wei Yunqing, who was also just starting her journey into cultivation. Wei Yunqing's eyes flickered when she heard this, as if she had a new idea. Then she took Wei Yunqi's hand, and the two sisters happily entered the practice hall. Feng Xiu looked at Wei Yunqi, who was speaking seriously but nonsense. She felt like rubbing her forehead, but she didn't want to embarrass her young lady, so she politely said goodbye and returned to Zhuohua Pavilion. She still needed to watch over Pearl. When the two sisters entered the practice hall, the other friends knew that Wei Yunqi had successfully absorbed spiritual energy. They showed a mix of envy and jealousy, then focused even more on their own training. The sixth elder, after confirming Wei Yunqi's success, moved her to a better spot with richer spiritual energy. Currently, Wei Yunqing and Wei Zongjin were there. Now, with Wei Yunqi added, the three formed a close group, which made others envious. Wei Yunqi, after teasing Wei Yunqing, sat next to Wei Zongjin and gave him a sweet smile as a greeting. Wei Zongjin was also 5 years old. He looked a bit proud and raised his chin to Wei Yunqi, then crossed his legs and closed his eyes to meditate, not wanting to talk much. Wei Yunqi shrugged casually, then sat cross-legged herself and started to absorb spiritual energy diligently. Soon, Wei Yunqi entered a relaxed state, as if she was bathing in a hot spring, quickly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The energy seemed to favor her, rushing into her body eagerly. The sixth elder noticed the change in spiritual energy in the practice hall. He looked toward the three of them, who were all working hard at their cultivation. Satisfied, he nodded and continued to supervise the children who hadn't yet absorbed spiritual energy. After finishing their training for the day, Wei Yinxi was taken back by Feng Xiao. After eating spiritual food, she reactivated her protective barrier and entered her cultivation state. Feng Jiaqiang had explained to Wei Yunxi that she understood well. In the early stages of qi refining, her cultivation was only slightly better than that of ordinary people. Her senses would become sharper and her body stronger, but her attack power wouldn't be much different from normal humans. If she, a 5-year-old child, faced an adult human without using cultivation techniques, she would have no chance of winning. Feng Jiaqiang once told Wei Yunxi, "Until you reach the late stage of qi refining, it's best not to leave the family because you might die young if you're not careful." So Wei Yunxi carefully remembered her uncle's advice. First improve her cultivation, then use the pure spiritual energy she cultivated to expand her meridians. Among cultivators with the same level, the one with the larger spiritual energy reserve will be the final winner. Wei Yunxi followed her training step by step, completely unaware that Du Rulin was already planning to destroy her spiritual root. When the news of Wei Yunxi absorbing spiritual energy reached Du Rulin, she suddenly dropped her cup. She had just used Wei Yunxi's poor talent as an excuse to persuade her grandfather not to let her follow Yunqing to Haoren sect. Now, the other side had successfully absorbed spiritual energy, clearly mocking her. "No, she can't go to Haoren sect. Madam, what should we do?" Feng families maid keeps a close watch on Yunxi and won't let her get near. Zhenju frowned and said. After thinking for a moment, Du Rulin replied, "Just watch her closely. I'll think of a way." "Yes, madam." After sending Zhenju away, Du Rulin began searching her storage bag. Wei Lingyue, upon learning that Yunxi was the third disciple to successfully absorb spiritual energy, felt nothing special. 2 months later, Wei Yunqing reached the first level of qi refining, attracting a new wave of envy and jealousy. Wei Yunxi still smiled and congratulated her, then continued to work her cultivation. It seemed that all her good luck was used up on absorbing spiritual energy. Before heading to Haoren sect, Wei Yunqing had already reached the peak of the first level of qi refining, nearly breaking through to the second level, making her one of the top disciples in the family. Wei Yunxi, however, had not yet broken through to the second level, but she was diligently practicing. Even Wei Zongjin had advanced to the first level of qi refining. In the end, Wei Yunxi was not on the list to go to Haoren sect, which made Du Rulin secretly happy for a long time and paused her plans. When Wei Yunxi heard this news, she finally relaxed. But she played her part perfectly, pretending to be dissatisfied and secretly complaining to her uncle's family. Then Feng Jiaqing appeared as promised. Uncertain what Feng Jiaqing and Wei Lingyue had discussed, the final result was that Wei Yunxi was sent to Feng's family to learn alchemy. "That's great." Wei Yunxi felt a sense of relief, thinking she had taken the first step to escape her fate. But 2 days later, she was proven wrong. After the Wei family confirmed the 5 people going to Haoren sect, they prepared some resources for the children. Wei Lingyue volunteered to the 5 family children to Haoren sect. On the day of departure, the nascent soul elder of Haoren sect, Lord Yufeng, arrived at Kunyu City Wei family. Master Wei Lingtao of the Wei family, along with the elders, personally welcomed Lord Yufeng Zhenjuan into their home. Kunyu City became lively because of the arrival of a nascent soul true monarch, making the Wei family very prominent for a while. Wei Lingtao is the younger brother of Wei Lingyue and the father of Wei Zongjin. Since his abilities are stronger than his brothers, he took the position of head of the family. Usually, the family calls Wei Lingyue grandpa. If Wei Lingyue had no special luck, he would probably stay at the late stage of foundation building. But Wei Lingtao is different. He has better talent and a chance to reach Golden Core. Because of this advantage, he became the head of the family. Although the brothers don't fight openly, they compete privately. This time, the contest was about the talent of their children. Wei Lingyue narrowly won. Since this involved his daughter entering Haoran sect, Wei Lingyue also appeared in the meeting hall. After some polite greetings, Wei Lingtao asked politely, "Lord Yufeng, may I ask why you came to Kunyi City this time?" Lord Yufeng, with a strong face and serious expression, stroked his robe and replied, "The sect has ordered that we expand the number of disciples. I am here to pick up Wei family disciples and also to select some talented young disciples from Kunyi City to bring to the sect." Wei Lingtao and Wei Lingyue looked at each other, both surprised. Usually, Haoran sect doesn't recruit disciples from such a remote place. Their family's connection to the sect was due to their ancestors' protection. Ignoring their expressions, Lord Yufeng said directly, "I will inform the city lord of Kunyi City to stay for one more day. After recruiting the disciples, I will leave for the sect. I have the authority to add 3 more spots for the Wei family to join the sect." Lord Yufeng's words made Wei Lingtao and Wei Lingyue happy. This was good news. Although only 3 spots, it meant 3 more talented family members could join the sect. Lord Yufeng's promise showed that as long as the Wei family selected suitable disciples with good character, they would definitely be accepted into the sect for training. The sect would also take care of them and not let them be bullied. This was much more relaxed than how Haoran sect usually recruits new disciples in Kunyi City. The first screening depends on spiritual root talent, and then there are tests at the sect. If they fail, they are sent back and cannot be sure to join the sect. Wei Lingtao immediately stood up and bowed to thank him. "Thank you, Lord Yufeng, for considering the Wei family. Today, please rest here for a while. I will handle the matter of notifying the city lord's residents about accepting disciples." Lord Yufeng did not refuse. Since these people didn't dare to deceive him and had shown some sense over the years, he decided to give the Wei family face and nodded, saying, "That's kind of you, Wei family head." Wei Lingtao was careful not to accept the thanks, and Wei Lingyue, standing nearby, quickly agreed. Then they invited Lord Yufeng to rest in a separate courtyard before heading to the city lord's residence to deliver the message. News spread in the city that the Haoran sect was recruiting many new disciples in Kunyi City. Any influential family was now gathering their best young members to prepare for the next day's selection. Feng Family Council Hall Feng Jiaqing was the first to hear the news. He gathered the family elders to discuss which disciples to send for the selection. The elders were not surprised by this sudden opportunity. Instead, they carefully analyzed the pros and cons. It's good that we can send some family disciples to train in the Haoran sect, but we shouldn't send all our best talents. Yes, the family needs to develop, and we must keep enough talented disciples to support us. Also, we have no strong foundation in the Haoran sect, unlike the Wei family, which has sent generations of disciples there. We need to consider the relationship with the Wei family when we send our disciples now. Disciples from our family will likely team up with Wei family disciples in the sect. That has both advantages and disadvantages. They won't protect us without reason, and that might make our children look less impressive. We might also need to compromise on some matters, which could hinder their progress. The head of the family is right. Moreover, there was no warning before the Haoran sect announced they would recruit more disciples this time. I find it suspicious. This elder was quite suspicious. In fact, he didn't know that the sudden recruitment by the Haoran sect in Kunyi City was partly related to the Feng family. The real reason traced back to Wei Yunqi. Because the Feng family had intercepted the sect's variable plan, the sect's ancestor decided to cast a wide net in Kunyi City and even sent Lord Yufeng to assist. Of course, they couldn't reveal this reason publicly. Lord Yufeng used the excuse of running errands to pick up some disciples from the Wei family, but he also took the opportunity to gather a few more disciples and boost the Wei family's reputation, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The Feng family also analyzed the situation based on the information they had. In the end, they unanimously decided to send 2 elite disciples to practice at Haoran sect. The remaining branch disciples were free to go if they wished. Whether they could pass the test depended on their own abilities. Similarly, the Sun family and Lu family in Kunyi City made the same decision as the Feng family. Since the situation was sudden, they could only respond this way. Kunyi City was their foundation, and they could not give it up. This created a new problem for Feng Jiaqing, whether Wei Yunqi should stay or leave. Given Haoren sect's support for the Wei family, it was certain that they would send more disciples to practice there. Wei Yunqi was rejected because her talent was not as good as Wei Yunqing's. However, although she was not as talented as Wei Yunqing, she was still better than those Wei family disciples who couldn't even absorb spiritual energy. There was a high chance that Wei Yunqi would be sent to Haoren sect for training. Feng Jiaqing had already discussed with Wei Lingyue. Since Wei Yunqi couldn't join the sect, it was Wei Lingyue's unfortunate decision. Therefore, Feng Jiaqing stepped in for his niece and expressed his willingness to train her. The Feng family decided to bring Wei Yunqi over to learn alchemy, as she had only 3 spiritual roots, but was very suitable for studying alchemy. This decision was beneficial for the Wei family. Wei Lingyue naturally wouldn't refuse. In his view, Wei Yunqi was still part of the Wei family, and learning alchemy would help the family in the future. He was happy about it and wouldn't oppose. The matter was settled initially, but now a new change arose. Wei Lingyue went to consult the old ancestor Feng Feng about it. Feng Feng stroked his beard and sighed, saying, "Fate has spoken. It seems we cannot keep Yunqi in the Feng family." "Old ancestor, what do you mean?" "Let's see what the Wei family decides. If they are willing to send Yunqi to Haoren sect, we have no reason to stop them. But if they insist on keeping her at home to train, then we will follow the original plan and bring her to the Feng family to learn alchemy." "Yes, old ancestor." Later, Feng Jiaqing sent a message to Wei Yunqi through Feng Xiao. When Wei Yunqi received the message, she felt a strange sensation, as if she wanted to find a place to take shelter from the rain before it started. Although she ran very fast, she still couldn't avoid the heavy rain. Feng Xiao looked at her young lady's slightly dejected face and didn't know what to say. In her opinion, both options were good. At least someone would support her. Wei Yunqi rubbed her slightly chubby face and said to Feng Xiao, "Feng sister, I understand what uncle means. I want to stay alone for a while. Please don't let anyone disturb me." "Yes, young lady." Wei Yunqi opened the defensive formation, then crawled onto the bed and arranged herself in a big character shape. Her mind was a bit confused. She believed that with Wei Lingyue's virtue, she would definitely be sent to the Haoren sect. She needed some guidance, so she entered the chat group space again. As soon as her consciousness entered the space, the light screen shifted from standby mode to online status and automatically sent a message in the chat group. Guanyin Yunyan is online in the chat group. Currently online. Wei Yunqi thought for a moment and then sent a message to the group. "Guanyin Yunyan, I had a premonition dream. If I join the sect to practice, something bad might happen. What should I do? Tribe warrior. How bad is it? Guanyin Yunyan, I might become someone else's stepping stone. Star Trek. Then don't go. Hard truth of survival. Why not go? Just defeat those who want to use you as a stepping stone. You can't hide forever. Bull-headed horse-faced. It seems you have good luck. Since you had a premonition dream, you can probably avoid some traps. Just go." Fairy Aura. When you had the premonition dream, you made it clear you wouldn't become anyone's stepping stone like in the dream. You are a variable yourself. Since you're destined to be then enter the game and fight to leave no one behind. After reading Fairy Aura's words, Wei Yunqi suddenly felt a surge of confidence. She had already traveled here. What was there to fear? With the background of previous novels, plus her own changes, and now holding the space chat group, she didn't believe she couldn't change her fate. She was determined. Guanyin Yunyan. Thank you all for your guidance, seniors. I know what I should do next. After leaving this message, her consciousness exited the space. Wei Yunqi suddenly opened her eyes, sat up from the bed, stretched lazily, and regained her energy. After sitting cross-legged, she entered a cultivation state. At this moment, she was just one layer away from breaking through to the 3rd level of qi refining. Previously, because she was preparing to practice at the Haoren sect, she felt uneasy and hadn't broken through that barrier. Now she had made up her mind and decided to push through to the third level of qi refining in one go. The feeling of breakthrough was wonderful. The sense of fullness as spiritual energy filled her meridians made her very satisfied. She circulated the spiritual energy in her body in a large cycle, then directed it all into her dantian. At this moment, the light spot of spiritual energy at the bottom of her dantian had grown a bit more. Wei Yunqi opened her eyes and let out a comfortable moan. She then took out the soul refining technique from the space, which was a black jade slip that looked very mysterious. Previously, Nyo Ma Mian had sent her a private message, telling her she could only start practicing after reaching the third level of qi refining, because the soul is very important for cultivators. As a beginner, without enough cultivation foundation, it's easy to hurt her own soul. Wei Yunqi took a deep breath and carefully extended her spiritual awareness, then read the contents of the jade slip seriously. The soul refining technique is a cultivation method for ghost cultivators, aimed at strengthening the soul. When practiced to the highest level, it can help form a physical body with the soul, which is the ultimate goal for ghost cultivators. This technique is also very useful for human cultivators, and that is exactly what Wei Yunqi needs right now. According to the soul refining techniques classification, her current soul strength has reached the early foundation establishment stage, which was a pleasant surprise for her. She guessed that this might be related to her being from another world. After all, she is an adult soul merged with the body of a 5-year-old child, so her soul's power must have increased. After confirming these points, she silently recited the cultivation mantra of the soul refining technique and entered a cultivation state. Wei Yunqi didn't notice that at this moment, the moon was high in the sky, and the moon's yin energy was drifting into her cultivation room, seeping into her soul. At Hiding Garden, Du Ruolan had already learned that the Wei family had a nascent soul true monarch, who also generously gave the family 3 more spots. This made Wei Yunqi's entry into Haoren sect for cultivation a certainty, which she didn't want to see. Previously, because of limited spots, her own daughter, who had dual spiritual roots and was the first disciple to successfully absorb qi, was allowed to join the sect without opposition. Later, although Wei Yunqi also succeeded in absorbing qi, she did so through trickery, and her cultivation hadn't increased in 3 months. So, she was naturally removed from the list. But now, with 3 more spots available, Wei Lingyu would definitely send her daughter to the sect. This was his way of investing in his daughter and showing goodwill to the Feng family. However, she didn't want Feng Jiayun's daughter to go to Haoren sect. After clarifying her thoughts, she sent a message to Zhenju. The next morning, Wei Yunqi finished her cultivation session, feeling refreshed and clear-headed, even more comfortable than when she absorbed spiritual energy before. She knew this was the benefit of soul refining. After finishing her grooming, Wei Yunqi planned to go to the cultivation hall after eating the spiritual meal, regardless of whether she went to Haoren sect. Improving her cultivation was the most important thing. Spring Rain usually placed the spiritual meal sent from the kitchen on the table and served her young lady. At this moment, Feng Xiu suddenly stopped Wei Yunqi's jade chopsticks. "Young lady, please wait a moment." Wei Yunqi obediently withdrew her hand and turned to look at Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu reached for her storage bag at her waist, and a white jade bead appeared in her hand. When she brought the bead close to the spiritual meal on the table, it slowly turned dark green. This change made Feng Xiu's face change. Wei Yunqi was not stupid. She immediately realized there was a problem with the meal. The smile on her face disappeared. Feng Xiu quickly said, "Young lady, someone tampered with this spiritual meal. It was poisoned. The exact poison is unknown, but based on the color of the poison detection bead, it is very deadly." Wei Yunqi could guess who did this just by thinking about it. Spring Rain, who was nearby, was already frightened and knelt on the ground. She had brought back the meal herself. "Spring Rain, go find my father now. Tell him I fainted after eating breakfast, and ask him to come quickly to see me." Spring Rain was so frightened she started crying. After hearing Wei Yunqi's words, she immediately stood up carefully from the ground. She was about to wipe her tears when Wei Yunqi stopped her. Spring rain, go like this. Don't wipe your tears, or some people might see through it. Spring rain finally understood and nodded. She ran out of Zhuohua courtyard with tears streaming down her face to see Wei Lingyue. Wei Lingyue was discussing with the head of the family about who should get the extra 3 spots when a servant came to report that Wei Yunqi was in trouble. What happened? Spring rain reported that Miss Yunqi fainted. Wei Lingtao looked at his older brother after hearing this and spoke. Brother, you go check on her first. Wei Lingyue nodded, then disappeared in a flash toward the main hall of Zhuohua courtyard. When Wei Lingyue arrived at the main courtyard, he saw Wei Yunqi sitting peacefully on a chair, with Feng Xiu standing beside her with a cold face. Before Wei Lingyue could speak, Feng Xiu stepped forward and said, Master, someone has poisoned the young lady's meal. The culprit must be severely punished. Wei Lingyue's initial displeasure turned cold upon hearing this. Feng Xiu, tell me everything carefully. Feng Xiu, who would not hide anything from the Wei family, finished explaining and then pointed to the poisoned meal. Master, Feng Xiu's cultivation is low, so she couldn't identify exactly what poison was used. Please, Master, examine it. Wei Lingyue's face was so dark it looked like it could drip water. He reached out with his spiritual sense to scan the porridge bowl, then picked up the suspicious bowl of spiritual porridge to smell it. His expression changed dramatically. He said to Feng Xiu, Yunqi doesn't need to go to the cultivation hall today. You stay here and take good care of the young lady. I will find out about the spiritual meal. Spring rain didn't need anyone to remind her. She knelt on the ground and said, Reporting to the master, I took the spiritual meal from the main kitchen myself, directly from the cook. I didn't hand it to anyone else along the way. I only met Pearl outside Zhuohua courtyard, and she stopped me to say a few words. Wei Lingyue's heart sank. He nodded and said, Stay here for now. After speaking, he quickly left Zhuohua courtyard. As Wei Lingyue was leaving, he saw Pearl sneaking a peek into Zhuohua courtyard. He waved his hand and grabbed Pearl's neck. Suddenly, Pearl was choked. She instinctively struggled, then realized her captor was the master. Her face turned pale instantly. She managed to squeeze out 2 words. Master. Wei Lingyue's face was cold as he said, You put the spirit-repairing pill into Yunqi's spiritual meal. Pearl struggled and shook her head, but unfortunately, Wei Lingyue's grip was like iron, not loosening at all, and it was tightening little by little.
Don't, Master.
Spare me. Pearl desperately begged for her life, trying her best to squeeze out those words from her throat. Wei Lingyue thought it was enough. He threw her to the ground, used his power to disable her cultivation, then took her to Haitang courtyard. Du Roland's eyelids had been twitching constantly since earlier, giving her a bad feeling. It wasn't until Wei Lingyue threw Pearl, who had her cultivation disabled, at her feet that she realized something had gone wrong. Wei Lingyue's face was very cold. He waved his sleeve and flung Du Roland onto the ground. His voice was icy. Du Roland, did I give you face? How dare you harm my heir? Du Roland gritted her teeth and said, Master, what are you talking about? Roland didn't understand. Wei Lingyue snorted coldly and said, Du Roland, I allow you to have your own schemes. I also allow you to place your people around Yunqi. But you absolutely must not try to ruin Yunqi's talent. Du Roland only managed to say 1 word before Wei Lingyue raised his hand and interrupted her. Don't argue, or I will search your soul. When Du Roland heard this, her face turned as pale as Pearl lying on the ground. If her soul was searched, not only would her plans be exposed to Wei Lingyue, but she might also become a fool. Wei Lingyue saw Du Roland's expression and knew that she had ordered Pearl to do this. He could probably guess the reason too. Wei Lingyue directly struck Pearl on the head. The other person didn't even scream before blood flowed from her 7 orifices and she died. Her body went limp on the ground, and her eyes remained fixed on Du Roland.
Ah!
Du Roland was frightened. After a brief cry, she quickly closed her mouth tightly. Wei Lingyue sat in the main seat, smoothing his sleeve, and said, Du Roland, since I gave you the position of Madame Wei, I can also make you disappear quietly, just like Feng Jiayun. You better stop your little schemes. Yunqi is my daughter, and the link between the Wei and Feng families. Without Feng's alchemy skills, Yunxi cannot be in danger. Aren't you just worried that Yunxi might take away some of Yunqing's cultivation resources? I can tell you their development paths are different. Before Yunxi can serve the Wei family, if anything happens to her, I will hold you responsible. Do you understand? At this moment, Du Rulin's heart was pounding like a drum. After hearing Wei Lingyue's words, she hurriedly nodded, not daring to oppose him at all. Wei Lingyue continued, "Pearl is your person. You handle the aftermath yourself." After saying this, he decisively got up and left Haitang Pavilion. Only after he left did Du Rulin support herself on the chair, tears in her eyes, her heart cold and hard. Until today, she realized that her bed partner didn't care much about her. Wei Lingyue cared more about family interests and his own cultivation progress. She was just an insignificant ornament beside him. Du Rulin staggered back to her seat, laughing bitterly at herself. She raised her hand and put Pearl's body into her storage bag, then loudly called out, "Someone come." Zhuohua Pavilion Wei Yunxi obediently stayed in the courtyard to read, not practicing cultivation. She knew Wei Lingyue would definitely give her an explanation for this matter, which was also an explanation for the Feng family. After Wei Lingyue took Pearl away, Feng Xiu told Wei Yunxi about it and quietly shared her suspicions. "Miss, Pearl was given a spirit-melting pill in your spiritual meal. This kind of pill, once inside a cultivator's body, can silently dissolve their spiritual root. It's very poisonous and is considered a forbidden drug in the cultivation world." Wei Yunxi's eyes widened in surprise. She had only read about this kind of pill in novels and never thought it truly existed in the Wei world. She swallowed hard and asked, "Big Sister Feng, if I take this kind of pill, will I be unable to practice cultivation in the future?" "Yes, spiritual roots are granted by the heavenly Wei. If they are destroyed, they cannot be repaired unless..." Feng Xiu hesitated, afraid to scare Yunxi, and did not finish her sentence. But Wei Yunxi understood that it could only mean stealing someone else's spiritual roots for personal use. "In any case, young lady, you must be very careful when taking pills in the future, especially since you haven't yet entered a fasting state. Be careful with what you eat." Feng Xiu didn't say out loud that this was also one reason why the Feng family sent her to take care of the young lady. She was a top alchemist in the family, and while protecting the young lady, she also taught her basic alchemy skills. However, when she learned that Wei's family suddenly gained 3 new spots for cultivation in the Haoran sect, she felt that things might change. After Wei Lingyue handled the pearl matter, he returned to Zhuohua courtyard. Wei Yunxi put down her book, stepped forward respectfully, and asked carefully, "Dad, how is the investigation going? Who is trying to harm my daughter?" Wei Lingyue sighed before sitting down and explaining, "Yunxi, this was my fault. I didn't do well and failed to protect you. I sent a treacherous maid-to-be by your side." Yunxi showed a look of surprise and confusion at the right moments, but inside, she was secretly criticizing. "Fake. Just make it up. What nonsense can you come up with?" Seeing her daughter's reaction wasn't very strong, Wei Lingyue continued, "It was Pearl who is close to you." "Really? Why?" "Why would she want to drug my daughter?" Yunxi responded cooperatively. "She was jealous that you valued Feng Xiu and unhappy that you sent her to the outer courtyard. She secretly drugged your food, hoping you'd fall ill for a few days, then used the excuse that Feng Xiu didn't take good care of you to get back close to you." Feng Xiu struggled to maintain her expression. She couldn't afford to reveal that she recognized the spirit-repairing pill earlier, or her cover would be blown. Yunxi felt as if a herd of llamas was rushing past her, and she looked surprised as she said, "Dad, how could she have such bad intentions? Sister Feng's cultivation is higher than hers. Of course, I want Sister Feng to protect me." Every time before practicing, Sister Feng carefully explained the key points to me. Also, whenever Sister Feng came, I successfully absorbed the spiritual energy, which only shows she lacks real ability. Why does she complain that I don't give her enough importance? Yunqing's sister's assistant Yueying is stronger than her. Wei Yunxi kept talking, looking angry. Finally, she threw a little tantrum. "Father, I don't want this maidservant anymore. Let her go. Wei Lingwe then said, Yunqi, don't worry. Someone with bad intentions has already been dealt with. The Wei family can't use such people. Also, I have good news. This time, you can go to Haoren sect to practice with Yunqing. Wei Lingwe's words were expected by Feng Xiao. Wei Yunqi was surprised for a moment, then a smile appeared on her face. Seeing her daughter's happy expression, Wei Lingwe relaxed her serious face and said a few comforting words. She also gave her a gift as a reward before leaving Zhaohua courtyard. Wei Yunqi carried a small box into the training room, wanting to see how much effort Wei Lingwe had put into this. When she opened the box, she saw a pair of ruby earrings lying on brocade fabric. They were very delicate, emitting a faint spiritual aura, clearly valuable items. It's good stuff, but I can't wear it now. Wei Yunqi thought it was a bit too mature for her. Still, she held the earrings and tried them on her ears. Feng Xiao praised beside her. Miss, this is a first-grade defensive magic tool. It should withstand a strike from a foundation establishment cultivator. You can refine it before going to Haoren sect. Wei Yunqi muttered. I need to change the style a bit. Everyone loves beauty, and she was no exception. Plus, this jewelry also has a protective function, so she wouldn't give it up. Feng Xiao immediately said, Miss, if you're assured, you can give the earrings to me. I'll find a forging master to modify them into studs that suit you. All right, I'll leave this to you. Wei Yunqi put the earrings back into the box and handed it to Feng Xiao. After storing the box in her space pouch, Feng Xiao looked at Wei Yunqi, who seemed hesitant, and asked, Miss, do you have anything else to tell me? Wei Yunqi nodded and said, You said Pearl gave me a pill called Rongling Dan, which would ruin my spiritual roots. But father said it was just some medicine to make me sick. Is she protecting Pearl? After hearing this, Feng Xiao knew that the young lady chose to believe her rather than her father. She immediately replied, Miss, Lord Wei doesn't want to protect Pearl. When he says Pearl has been dealt with, it must mean she was silenced. The person he wants to protect is the one who ordered Pearl to do that. Are you talking about Aunt Du? In front of someone she trusted, she never admitted that Du Ruolin was Lady Wei.
Yes. Then.
If she did something wrong, why isn't she punished? Feng Xiao thought for a moment and tried to explain in words Yunqi could understand. Lord Wei's actions aren't just about protecting Du Ruolin. He just wants to settle things peacefully and prevent you from resenting Du Ruolin and her daughter. When you and your sister join Haoren sect, you'll need to support each other. Wei Yunqi shook her head and pretended to be serious. I can't possibly support Yunqing. If she doesn't cause trouble for me, that's good enough. She just has better talent than I do. Look at her, so proud. Feng Xiao smiled slightly, realizing her young lady was very sharp. She knew very well who was kind to her and who wanted to harm her. The next day, the Wei family gathered the disciples chosen to enter the sect. Wei Lingtao gave a motivational speech before they left. There were 8 spots in total. Besides the 5 already selected, 3 new ones were added. Wei Yunqi, Wei Yunting, and Wei Zonghao. Wei Yunting was Wei Lingtao's eldest daughter, 10 years old, and had already reached the 3rd level of qi refining. She had the water, wood, fire, and earth spiritual roots. She hadn't entered Haoren sect to cultivate before because the sect didn't accept disciples when she was 5, and her talent was average. After 5 years of cultivation, she only reached the 3rd level of qi refining. However, this time, Haoren sect gave 3 more spots. Wei Yunqi took 1, and Wei Lingtao also added his eldest daughter to the list. Wei Zonghao was a boy from a collateral branch of the Wei family. He had fire, wood, and earth spiritual roots, with a spiritual root value of 75. His talent was quite good. He had been cultivating for a year and was at the 1st level of qi refining. He was a sturdy little chubby boy. Wei Yunqi looked over her future companions, then withdrew her gaze and looked at Wei Lingtao passionately giving his speech. 15 minutes later, the head of the Wei family finished his speech. His main message was, after entering the sect, focus on cultivation, don't embarrass the Wei family, and if suitable resources are available, contact the family for support. Finally, The head of the Wei family handed each disciple a first-grade storage bag as a sign of family support. Wei Yunxi, like everyone else, immediately acknowledged the master on the spot and then checked the contents inside. The storage bag contained 100 spiritual beads, 10 low-grade spirit stones, and a bottle each of qi refining pill, fasting pill, and healing pill. All 3 pills were first grade, suitable for disciples just starting out. Wei Yunxi thought the items prepared by the Wei family were quite practical. Although not many, they suited their status. Having too many things might attract unwanted attention. Then, the 8 of them, led by Wei Lingyue, went to the city gate of Kunyi City to gather. Lord Yufeng said they would set out today, without delay. At the city gate, many people had already gathered, all here to see off the children who had been chosen. Yesterday was the busiest day in Kunyi City. Everyone who received the news brought their children to take the spiritual root test. Since time was tight, only children from Kunyi City and nearby villages who had just turned 5 came overnight. For ordinary people, this was a rare chance. If their child was chosen, it could change their family's fate forever. So, they all came overnight with hopes. Some succeeded, while others left disappointed. Lord Yufeng was very pleased with this year's selection. After the test, 78 children from Kunyi City were chosen, not counting the 8 children already arranged by the Wei family. It was a full harvest. Yufeng Lord's spiritual sense swept over, and then he said, "Everyone, I am about to leave for the sect. You have 15 minutes to say your goodbyes. No more delays." His voice reached everyone clearly, and they hurried to say their farewells. At this moment, Wei Yunxi was being pulled aside by Feng Jiaqing, who was talking to her. "Yunxi, once you join the sect to practice, you must be careful. Don't try to show off. You're still young, so don't act alone. Stick with the Wei family, Feng family, and the disciples of Kunyi City as much as possible. The competition inside the sect is fierce, and it's normal to bully others. Don't cause trouble, but don't be afraid either. The Wei family and Lord Yufeng have some connections. When necessary, you can use those to your advantage, understand?" Wei Yunxi nodded immediately. "Yunxi, the things your mother left you, your uncle will take good care of them. Once you establish your foundation, you can leave the sect to practice. When you return to Kunyi City, your uncle will give you the items. You're still young and have low cultivation. Having too many treasures now might do more harm than good. You should understand the principle of hoarding treasures invites trouble." Wei Yunxi could only nod again and again. Feng Jiaqing had finished what he needed to say and then told Wei Yunxi to rejoin the Wei family group. Wei Yunxi took out a small porcelain bottle and handed it to Feng Jiaqing, whispering, "Uncle, this is for the soul lamp. Please keep it safe." Feng Jiaqing immediately understood his niece's meaning. He felt more at ease, knowing the child had a plan. He waved his hand, storing the jade bottle in his storage bag, and smiled. "Yunxi, go gather everyone." Master Yufeng controlled the flying boat as it soared into the sky. The children cheered quietly. No one entered the cabin. They all stood on the deck, curious and excited. It was their first time leaving home, and their feelings were a mix of thrill and curiosity. After the flying boat left Kunyi City completely, the younger children started to cry softly. Master Yufeng was alone, with no disciples to serve him. He was impatient with fussing children. He gently waved his hand and gave each child a pill to suppress hunger. The children who were crying quietly stopped immediately. He then waved his sleeve, and the even younger children fell into deep sleep. Suddenly, the flying boat became quiet. The children, frightened by Master Yufeng's commanding presence, opened their mouths in surprise and whispered among themselves. Wei Yunxi found it amazing but was not surprised. After all, the Wei family was a cultivation family, and they had seen techniques that could control objects from afar. Now, the disciples of the Wei family gathered around Wei Yunting. She was the oldest among the children and the most skilled in cultivation. Plus, she was the eldest daughter of the family head, so she held a lot of authority. 8 of them sat cross-legged together. Yunxi chose to sit next to Wei Zonghao. She liked this chubby boy. Since leaving the family, he had not stopped talking, sometimes eating dried meat, sometimes snacking or holding a red fruit and biting it. Seeing Yunxi sitting beside him, Wei Zonghao happily offered the red fruit. Yunxi sister, eat the fruit. Yunxi looked at the boy's teeth marks on the red fruit with some disdain and politely declined. Thank you, Zonghao brother, but I don't want to eat the fruit. Wei Zonghao was not upset by the refusal. He retracted his hand and continued biting the red fruit, softly saying, Yunxi sister, you'd better eat something. When we reach Haoren sect, there will be more tests waiting for us. Yunxi whispered back, I know. Master Yufeng just gave us pills to suppress hunger. You should save some food for the test. Wei Zonghao thought for a moment and agreed that Yunxi was right. He wasn't hungry, just craving snacks, so, after stuffing the remaining fruit into his mouth, he patted his chubby hand and decided to listen to what Sister Yunting had to say. Wei Yunting felt helpless about her two whispering younger brothers and sister. She cleared her throat and said, Father told me before he left that it would take about 3 days to reach Haoren sect. That's because we're riding a flying boat controlled by the true Wind Lord. If we traveled on foot, it would take at least a month. The little children gathered around them all perked up their ears. Since ordinary people rarely learn about cultivation, they wanted to know as much as possible before reaching the sect. Wei Yunting also noticed the children leaning in and felt a bit proud. She straightened her chest and continued, the sect entrance test mainly checks physical strength, mental resilience, and willpower. I don't know the exact details, but you should prepare well in the next few days. Don't mess up at a critical moment. The Wei family can't afford to lose face. Got it, Sister Yunting. I'll listen to Sister Yunting. Wei Yunxi nodded in agreement. Only Wei Yunqing responded reluctantly. During her time away from the Wei family, she had been unusually quiet. She hadn't caused trouble for Wei Yunxi or shown off her cultivation in the training hall. Wei Yunxi guessed it was because of the pearl incident. Du Rulin was punished by Wei Lingyue, and Wei Yunqing was probably affected too. It turned out Wei Yunxi's guess was correct. Du Rulin made a bad move and was noticed by the person sent by the Feng family to look after Yunxi. As a result, Du Rulin was forced into seclusion, and when Wei Yunqing left the Wei family, no one secretly supported her. Besides the family's cultivation resources, she only had the storage bag given by the head of the family, which was almost empty. Her jealous and envious eyes kept glancing at Wei Yunxi. When saying goodbye to her family earlier, Wei Yunqing saw her sister talking with the Feng family head for a long time. The other person must have given her sister some good things, which made her feel a bit jealous. She always thought that everything Wei Yunxi had should belong to her. If Wei Yunxi knew what her sister was thinking now, she would definitely spit at her. 3 days passed quickly. When the flying boat landed on a mountain in front of Haoren sect's mountain gate, Lord Yufeng took back the boat and showed a kind smile. He said to the small carrot-headed children, From here, you can see the sect's gate. You have 3 days to walk down this mountain. Only those who arrive at the sect before sunset in 3 days will pass the first test. Disciples from the sect will be waiting for you there. Good luck. After speaking, he turned around once and then disappeared in front of the 86 small children. The scene was quiet for a moment. Then, some younger children who had never experienced such a scene started crying. Children from the cultivation families stayed calmer, especially the 8 children from the Wei family, who looked the most composed. Wei Yunting stepped forward loudly and said, Stop crying. You might attract wild animals. Her words worked well. The crying children immediately covered their mouths at the thought of attracting animals. Though tears still hung on their faces, they dared not make a sound. Wei Yunting was pleased with her effect and continued, Everyone, eat something here first to fix your stomach issues. We will set out in half an hour. It's best to form small teams of 8 to 10 people. This way, you can look out for each other and avoid falling behind. Whether you can leave the mountain on time depends on your own skills. We all come from Kunyi City. Having more people join the sect is helpful for us to settle in the sect later. Don't think of your companions as burdens. Do you understand?
Got it.
Understood. Can sister take us with her? We listened to Wei family's sister. Our chance to choose disciples in Kunyu City is also because of the Wei family's reputation. The small children all answered eagerly, including some around 10 years old, especially children from the Foam, Lu, and Sun families who knew more. Meanwhile, Lord Yufeng, hiding in the shadows, watched Wei family's little girl organize these children well. He nodded with satisfaction. The 8 Wei children had already formed a group. They sat together and took Bigadand fasting pills. Little Wei Zonghao, the chubby boy, complained, "These fasting pills can fill my stomach, but they taste terrible." Wei Yunxi swallowed her pill and asked, "What kind of taste would you like the fasting pill to be?" Wei Zonghao took a sip and said, "It would be best if the fasting pill tasted like roasted meat." Wei Yunxi thought it might not be impossible, since beast meat also contains spiritual energy. She stroked her chubby chin and said, "I heard my uncle say that spiritual beast meat is full of spiritual energy. If you refine its essence into pills, it will surely fill you up." Wei Yunqing immediately responded with a reality check. "You should focus on passing the sect entrance exam first. With your current cultivation level, you can't even handle a first-level spiritual beast." Wei Yunqi wasn't used to being treated gently. She immediately raised her head and said, "Big sister, you can't discourage us like that. Just because our cultivation is low now doesn't mean it won't improve later. Sister Yunting can definitely handle a first-stage early spiritual beast now." Although Wei Yunxi's words sounded like she was praising Wei Yunting, they also touched on everyone's feelings. Even Wei Zongjin next to her was nodding in agreement. Actually, Wei Yunqing felt a bit regretful after saying that. She had only instinctively responded to Wei Yunxi and didn't mean to belittle anyone. Wei Yunting just smiled and said, "Young Sister Yunxi is right. Our cultivation is low now, but that doesn't mean we can't hunt spiritual beasts. As long as we work together, we can do it." As for refining pills, Yunxi must have received guidance from her uncle's family. "We'll just wait to enjoy your roasted meat-flavored medicinal pills in the future." Wei Yunxi immediately nodded with a smile, but inside, she marveled at how mature children in the cultivation world are. Just these 2 sentences from Wei Yunting had united the disciples of the Wei family and even praised her talent in pill-making. Such words sounded very pleasing. Wei Yunqing, having been disappointed, didn't speak further and pretended to meditate with her eyes closed. Half an hour later, the young children of Kunyu City had eaten their fill, resolved their personal issues, and automatically divided into teams. They subtly took the Wei family's team as the leader, waiting for the order to depart. Wei Yunting was very pleased with everyone's obedience. She waved her hand and said everyone form 3 teams. When descending the mountain, pay attention to the movements in the woods on both sides. Let's go. After speaking, she led the way out, followed by the disciples of the Wei family. Wei Yunxi didn't want to get too close to Wei Yunqing. Based on her experience reading novels, the protagonist's surroundings are often dangerous areas. To avoid trouble, she kept her distance from Wei Yunqing and walked with Wei Zonghao. She deliberately kept some space between herself and Wei Yunqing. Wei Yunqing stayed close to Wei Yunting and Wei Zongjin. One was more advanced in cultivation, and the other was her cultivation partner and more familiar. Gradually, she moved to the front of the team. Wei Zonghao tossed a dried fruit into his mouth and asked Wei Yunxi beside him, "Yunxi, why aren't you walking with your sister?" Wei Yunxi openly said, "I won't go with her. She always likes to take my things." Wei Zonghao immediately asked, "What did she take from you?" After Wei Yunxi's mother fell, Wei Yunqing went to Zhuohua Pavilion to steal her mother's hairpin. She emphasized that their father also knew about this, subtly trying to tarnish Wei Yunqing's reputation. Although Wei Zonghao is young, he has practiced for a year, so he winked at Yunxi and whispered, "I heard from my mother that Aunt Du is very jealous of your mother. She probably saw your mother was gone and told Yunqing to take your stuff." Wei Yunxi didn't expect the little chubby boy to love gossip, but she nodded in agreement and even mentioned her uncle's family to explain the situation. The 2 of them kept gossiping about Wei Yunqing while sharing snacks, not delaying their journey. The little team behind them also overheard the gossip, which made their impression of Wei Yunqing worse. After an hour and a half, some children couldn't keep up, and wanted to stop and rest. Wei Yunting looked at the sun overhead and nodded in agreement. Basically, the team was made up of children and ordinary kids who hadn't started practicing yet. It was already good that they could walk for an hour and a half without falling behind. They rested for another quarter of an hour before continuing down the mountain. About half an hour later, at the back of the team, there was a commotion, screams from the children. Wei Yunxi wanted to know what was happening, so she instinctively released her spiritual awareness. When she looked, her scalp went numb. A large group of animals, resembling weasels but about the size of mice, were chasing the end of the team. The frightened children panicked and ran forward. As they ran, the formation broke apart. Some reacted slowly and fell to their knees, crying loudly. Others, reacting quickly, grabbed their friends and rushed ahead. The children knocked down by the weasel-like creatures disappeared from the ground in the next moment. Wei Yunxi's heart eased a little. At least no one was hurt fatally. It seemed someone was secretly watching over them and paying attention to their actions. She thought the sect shouldn't just throw a bunch of kids up the mountain and ignore them. This must be part of a test. The children who disappeared were probably eliminated. Meanwhile, Wei Yunting also sensed something unusual and shouted loudly, "Don't stop. Keep running forward. Get away from these weasel beasts' territory, and they won't chase us anymore." Wei Yunxi withdrew her spiritual awareness, then pulled up the small chubby boy beside her. His calves moved quickly as he ran downhill. At the moment she retracted her consciousness, she noticed that Wei Yunqing's expression looked a bit unnatural, and she had clearly moved 2 steps closer to Wei Yunting, which seemed suspicious. Wei Yunxi's eyes flickered as she remembered that during their rest earlier, Wei Yunqing had followed a young girl to the restroom. Could it be that she did something then that angered the group of weasel beasts? The only thing that could cause the beasts to chase them relentlessly was if they entered the beast territory or if someone took something they shouldn't have, like the spiritual herbs guarded by the weasel beasts, their food supplies, or even their young. Wei Yunxi guessed based on typical story patterns she had seen before. These thoughts flashed quickly and didn't stop her from running away. Wei Zonghao initially kept pace with Yunxi, but after a while, he started to breathe heavily. He ran and asked, "How much further do we have to run? Why are these weasel beasts still following us?" Wei Yunting also sensed something was wrong. They should have left the weasel beasts' territory by now. If the beasts had driven them out, they shouldn't still be chasing. Yet, the beasts were clearly targeting their lead group. Since Wei Yunting was older, she loudly asked, "Did anyone take something they shouldn't have during our rest? Quickly throw it away, or the weasel beasts will keep following us. We can't all escape if they keep chasing." "No. Who would dare pick up something in this place? Who took it? Return it to the weasel beasts behind us. Don't slow everyone down. Hurry up, I can't run anymore. If anyone causes me to be eliminated, I'll drag them down with me." The group was in chaos, shouting loudly. But no one admitted to taking anything. Seeing that this couldn't go on, Wei Yunting raised her voice again. "Everyone, form small teams. The team leader will lead the group to run separately. The weasel beasts chasing after whichever team is the one with the problem. Once each team escapes the pursuit, they can continue forward." She wasn't worried about people getting lost. How Ransec's sect gates are visible, and as long as they weren't blind, they could find the right direction. After receiving Wei Yunting's orders, the team leaders immediately responded, leading their groups into the nearby woods. The tightly packed group quickly thinned out as people spread apart. The weasel-like creatures also became momentarily confused. Soon, some continued to chase Wei Yunting's team, while others chased after a group of ordinary children. The remaining small groups lost 2 or 3 weasel beasts, which reduced the threat. Wei Yunxi's spiritual sense scanned the group of ordinary children she was watching closely. She recognized the girl who went to the restroom with Wei Yunqing among them. Looking at the weasel beasts still chasing behind them, she was sure her guess was right. Wei Yunqing was causing a lot of trouble. The chubby boy was exhausted and couldn't run anymore. He waved at Wei Yunxi and said, "Yunxi, don't pull me anymore. I'll fall behind. You go ahead." Wei Yunxi bravely replied, "Brother Zonghao, I can't leave you alone." Then she took the opportunity to pull the chubby boy into a thicket of thorny vines, while tossing out a protective formation disc. She and Wei Zonghao hurried into the formation. Inside the formation, Wei Zonghao collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Wei Yunxi wasn't much better. When she was running, she instinctively poured spiritual energy into her legs, focusing on wind energy, which helped her drag the chubby boy without being caught by the weasel beasts. She chose to fall behind to avoid involving Wei Yunqing, who knew what treasures she might have taken from the weasel beasts. After catching his breath, Wei Zonghao sat up and looked at the few weasel beasts wandering outside the formation. He asked, "Yunxi, are we falling behind?" "Yeah, it's unavoidable. Most of the weasel beasts are chasing us. You're too tired to run, so I had to hide us first." "Thanks, Yunxi. Here, eat some dried meat. I was almost out of breath from running. This will help restore my energy." Wei Zonghao rarely showed generosity. He thought the sister was trustworthy. She hadn't abandoned him in danger, and even used a precious formation disc to protect him. She was truly a sibling he could trust. Wei Yunxi took a couple of pieces of dried meat and ate them without hesitation. Only after the weasel beasts outside left did she say, "They've gone away now. Let's rest a bit longer before we go after Sister Yun Ting and the others." "Okay, we'll rest well before chasing after them." Wei Zonghao nodded. "Brother Zonghao, why do you think those weasel beasts kept chasing us?" "Yunxi, did you see clearly? Were most of the weasel beasts really chasing us?" The chubby boy was busy running and didn't pay attention to what was behind him. Wei Yunxi immediately nodded and said, "I saw everything clearly, especially when Sister Yunting told everyone to run in different directions. The most pursuers behind us were the weasel beasts, and there was also a small human team chasing some. The other teams only had 2 or 3 behind them." Wei Zonghao frowned and said, "I saw Wei Yunqing go to the nearby forest with a human girl to use the bathroom. Did they take something?" Wei Yunxi raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised. She didn't expect anyone to notice Wei Yunqing's actions. It seemed these young kids were not simple. But this didn't stop Yunxi from agreeing with the other person. "I saw it too, but I didn't dare to say anything just now." Hearing Yunxi, Wei Zonghao realized he wasn't the only one paying attention. At this moment, he showed a small white tooth and said, "Let's follow them and see if she's causing trouble." Wei Yunxi immediately nodded. After their strength recovered, she withdrew the formation disc, which consumed her spiritual stones. Each one used a little more. She preferred to save where she could. This time, the two held hands and carefully followed the previous direction, moving forward little by little. At this moment, Wei Yunting was furious at her troublemaking sibling and loudly scolded, "Wei Yunqing, if you don't want to be eliminated, give the thing back to the weasel beast. Otherwise, I won't care about you anymore." Although Wei Yunqing was reluctant, she finally placed a small weasel beast cub she had tucked into her sleeve on the ground and quickly left the spot. Among the weasel group, some were at the 3rd level of chi refining. She was no match for them. If Wei Yunting didn't care, her elimination was only a matter of time. After she put down the little weasel, the pursuing weasels finally stopped. The largest one sniffed the little weasel to make sure it was okay, then grabbed the small creature and returned along the same path, choosing not to chase aggressively. Because the weasel beast group had already left their territory, staying too long was dangerous. They might be seen as a provocation by other beasts entering their land. Wei Yunting saw this and finally relaxed, but her attitude toward Wei Yunqing also turned cold. She thought her younger sister's eyes were too narrow. These beasts were only 1st tier, and the highest could only reach 3rd tier. They were only good at running away and had no real strength. She wondered what Wei Yunqing wanted to do by catching this weasel beast. If Wei Yunxi had been nearby, she might have guessed some of it because Wei Yunqing had lost her biggest cheat, her wooden card space. Up to now, her storage bag was almost empty. Without the support of the senior members in the chat group, she felt very insecure. She thought about quickly catching the small squirrel beast that was coming her way to exchange for spirit stones. After all, the creature was cute and silly when it was young, and it was still quite popular among young girls. However, her plan failed, and she even caused the entire team to break apart. Wei Yunqing muttered to herself, but when she looked ahead and saw Wei Yunqi was gone, her mood improved.
Rest here for a while.
Wei Yuding noticed that the squirrel beast was no longer chasing her and spoke. The remaining 6 people stopped, catching their breath. After everyone was steady, Wei Zhonghan spoke bluntly. Yunqing, do you even know what you're here for? Are you trying to let all the disciples of the Wei family be eliminated? Or make the other families in Kunyu City laugh at us? Wei Zhonghan was one of the first 5 disciples to join the sect. He was the same age as Wei Yuding and was at the 3rd level of qi refining. Because he was from a branch of the Wei family, he was leading this time, and he was considered the deputy team leader, so he spoke quite bluntly. Wei Yunqing's face turned red, and her eyes welled up with tears as she said, Brother Zhonghan, I didn't know that little squirrel would attract the squirrel herd. When I went to the bathroom, that little squirrel fell on my head. I saw it hadn't even opened its eyes, so I thought it was an abandoned baby animal and wanted to take it home to raise. I know I was wrong. After speaking, she started to wipe her tears. Wei Zhonghan felt like hitting a pillow made of cotton, helpless and only able to turn to Wei Yuding. Wei Yuding also had some opinions about her sister, but since she had good spiritual roots and was quick to practice, she was a key focus of the family's training. She couldn't say too much and could only sternly warn, Yunqing, you are now a cultivator. You can't act so impulsively. Luckily, nothing serious happened this time.
You should learn from this.
Yunting, I understand, Wei Yunqing said aggrieved. At this moment, Wei Zongjin frowned and said, Yunqi and Zonghao are missing. Wei Yuding looked at the disciples sitting on the ground and noticed that Yunqi and Zonghao were indeed absent. Her throat tightened, and she took a moment to calm down. Wait here for a moment. I'll go back and find them. Wei Yunqing's eyes flickered, and she asked, Yunting's sister, did they fall behind and get eliminated? Can we find them if we go back? Wei Yunting stopped in her tracks after hearing this, feeling truly angry inside. In fact, all the disciples of the Wei family knew that even if they were eliminated during the test, they could still become servants of the Haoran sect. They wouldn't be sent back like other disciples who failed the assessment. However, they couldn't openly talk about this, and Yunqing and Zonghao had already successfully absorbed spiritual energy, making it very likely they would pass the test and become outer disciples. The treatment for outer disciples and servants is very different. In Haoran sect, most servant disciples have 4 or 5 spiritual roots. Without special opportunities, they might stay stuck in the qi refining stage for their whole lives. Only after breaking through the late qi refining stage can they become outer disciples. Disciples with excellent spiritual roots who pass the sect entrance exam can enter the outer sect. If they can break through to the foundation establishment stage within 5 years, they can become inner disciples. Only then will they catch the attention of the sect elders and have a better chance to become their apprentices. Of course, if your spiritual roots are especially good, like a single spiritual root or a mutated one, or if your spiritual root value is above 90, you might be designated as a registered disciple by a senior during entry. After reaching the foundation establishment stage, you would be officially accepted as a disciple. Wei Yunqi is quite satisfied with this promotion system of the Haoran sect. At least on the surface, it seems quite fair and based on strength. Now, Wei Yunting was unhappy because Wei Yunqing's accidental action caused the family disciples to start at a lower level. This would only widen the gap in the future, but she couldn't say harsh words about it. In the end, Wei Yunting could only glare at Wei Yunqing, the troublemaker, then close her eyes and meditate. Since they were close to the Haoran sect, the spiritual energy here was much richer than in Kunyu City. She needed to seize every moment to improve her cultivation. Meanwhile, Wei Yunqi, who had caught up with most of the group, used her spiritual sense to overhear the conversation between Wei Yunting and Wei Yunqing. She especially noticed the smugness hidden in Wei Yunqing's tone. She curled her lips into a cold smile but didn't rush to go over immediately. Next to her, the chubby Wei Zonghao spoke impatiently. Can we catch up with Sister Yunting and them? Wei Yunqi's eyes twitched as she said, I heard what Sister Yunting and them said. They think we've been eliminated. Wei Zonghao immediately pouted. Humph. We won't be eliminated. Let's go over and show them we're doing fine. Wei Yunxi stopped him. No. Let's just follow from a distance. When we're close to the sect, we can give them a surprise. How about that? Wei Zonghao looked confused. Is that okay? There are only 2 of us. Won't that be unsafe? Wei Yunxi thought that compared to the female protagonist's accident-prone nature, it was better to stay away from her. So she smiled and said, Brother Zonghao, I have a defensive formation disc here. It definitely keeps us safe. 2 people are just right. If there are too many, I can't manage. In the end, Wei Zonghao was convinced and decided to go with Wei Yunxi. Since someone was with him, he wasn't afraid. That night, Wei Zonghao was very glad about his decision because Wei Yunting and the others were attacked by a group of first-level blue-eyed wolves. When the first wolf howl sounded, Wei Yunxi opened her eyes quickly, released her spiritual awareness, and saw a group of blue-eyed wolves running past the tree where they were sleeping. She slapped awake the snoring Wei Zonghao. Wei Zonghao was a bit confused when he was awakened, but after hearing the wolf howls, he instantly became alert and lowered his voice unconsciously. Yunxi, what's wrong? Wei Yunxi didn't say anything. She just pointed downward for him to see. When Wei Zonghao saw the wolf pack passing below, he immediately covered his mouth and widened his eyes. After all the wolves had gone past, Wei Zonghao whispered, These are blue-eyed wolves. What are they doing? Wei Yunxi shook her head, indicating she didn't know, but she still warned, Tonight, we can't come down from the tree. Let's wait until dawn. Wei Zonghao nodded immediately.
Only a fool would go down now.
He had thought resting on the tree was uncomfortable before, but now he realized that safety was more important than comfort. Wei Yunxi's spiritual awareness still followed the wolf pack, but her expression grew stranger because the group of blue-eyed wolves had already surrounded Wei Yuding and the others, trying to attack the barrier formation. Wei Yunxi stroked her chin, thinking that these wolves were probably after Wei Yunqing again. Meanwhile, the 6 trapped inside the formation were trembling with fear. They hadn't expected to be attacked by blue-eyed wolves at night. Even the Wind Master, hiding in the shadows, found it strange. This group seemed to have very bad luck. First chased by a group of mice during the day, and now attacked by wolves at night. Inside the formation, Wei Yuding and Wei Zonghan exchanged glances and looked toward Wei Yunqing. Did their sister just go around collecting matches and perhaps took something she shouldn't have? Seeing their gazes, Wei Yunqing quickly explained, I didn't take anything. I just picked up a few matches, and they're in the fire pit. If you don't believe me, you can check my storage bag. After exchanging a glance, Wei Zonghan moved to the campfire, looked at the burning matchstick, quickly plucked one out, extinguished it, and sniffed it under his nose. He suddenly looked up and said, This is Lingjue wood. When ignited, it can soothe the spirit beasts that are giving birth. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes turned back to Wei Yunqing. Wei Yunqing immediately explained, I don't know. Wei Yunting took a deep breath and said nothing. It wasn't Wei Yunqing's fault. Even she didn't recognize this as Lingjue wood. They could only say they were unlucky. Wei Yunxi almost laughed out loud. Seeing the heroine stumble made her feel good. She also felt that as long as she wasn't near Wei Yunqing, bad luck seemed to follow her. It was like without her as a shield, all the problems would target Wei Yunqing. Wei Yunxi touched her chin, feeling she might have figured something out. In the story, her character is a treasure-giving boy, which shows she has good luck. Otherwise, how could she find treasures? The only problem is she can't keep the wealth she finds. As long as Wei Yunqing stays with her, she can persuade her to get the treasures and seize opportunities that don't belong to her. She probably shares some of Wei Yunqing's bad luck or disperses some of the heroine's challenges from heaven. Now that she's not with Wei Yunqing, without someone to share the burden, these difficulties are directed at Wei Yunqing. Interestingly, Wei Yunqing didn't argue but took responsibility voluntarily, which would have gained her recognition among her fellow tribe members. But she chose to show weakness, which was a loss. Once Wei Yunxi understood this, she said to Wei Zonghao beside her, Brother Zonghao, you sleep first. I'll stay on watch for the first half of the night, and you can take over the second half.
Okay.
Meanwhile, the 6 members of the Wei family team were being attacked by a pack of blue-eyed wolves. Wei Yunting and Wei Zhonghan quickly figured out why they were being attacked by the blue-eyed wolves and made plans. Wei Yunting first told everyone to extinguish the campfire. Then, feeling a bit regretful, she took out a Qingfeng talisman from her storage bag and blew away the smell caused by the burning Lingjue wood. This made the wolves, which were attacking the barrier formation, gradually less agitated. Then Wei Zhonghan raised his hand and threw the half-piece of Lingjue wood out of the formation, hoping to lure the wolves away. To lead the wolves farther away, Wei Zhonghan added spiritual power to his throw. The throw covered nearly 800 meters, which was probably his limit. This piece of spirit wood accidentally fell on the little fat boy Wei Zhonghao's head. He covered his forehead with one hand and his mouth with the other, afraid to shout out loud. But a faint breath still escaped, waking Wei Yunqi. She saw the charred wood fallen under the tree and turned to look at the little fat boy. Wei Zhonghao finally lowered his hand and whispered, "I don't know what happened. It just fell from above and hit my head." Wei Yunqi instinctively released her spiritual awareness and saw the group of blue-eyed wolves, who had been attacking Wei's barrier formation, turn and run toward their direction. She quickly climbed down the tree, stored the burnt piece of wood in her storage bag, used a dust-removing talisman to erase the traces, and then climbed back up. "Brother Zhonghao, do you have a silencing charm?" she asked quickly. Wei Zhonghao nodded, indicating he had one, and took out 2 first-level silencing talismans from his storage bag. Wei Yunqi confidently took one and pressed it on herself, then signaled Wei Zhonghao to do the same, giving him a shu gesture. Wei Zhonghao had already heard the distant sounds and immediately followed suit, clutching the tree trunk tightly and breathing more quietly. After a while, the group of blue-eyed wolves arrived at the spot where Wei Yunqi had just been. They sniffed around for a long time, but found nothing due to the effect of the dust-removing talisman. Finally, 2 wolves looked up and howled, then led the pack back along the same route to continue attacking the formation. Wei Yunqi felt secretly pleased. From the burnt wood she had just stored away, she deduced why Wei Yunting and the others were being attacked. The charred wood was spirit wood called Lingjue wood, which can soothe spiritual beasts that are giving birth. It is a favorite resource for male spiritual beasts. Clearly, among the 6 of them, someone had picked up this ordinary-looking dry branch and even ignited it for warmth, which attracted the wolves. She guessed that Wei Yunqing was likely responsible, as she had only been practicing for 3 months and had reached the first level of qi refinement. Her knowledge of spiritual plants and beasts was probably not as good as hers. Wei Yunqi had been taken to the Feng family for special training, where she learned to recognize all spiritual plants in the Wuyu realm. Without the ability to distinguish them, how could she refine pills? Moreover, since the Feng family had a dedicated pill-making room, she could see real specimens in the plant sorting room, which helped her deepen her memory. Just now, she decisively climbed down the tree to gather things because she smelled that familiar faint sweet fruit scent. She immediately reacted and collected the Lingjue wood to set a trap for a few people. Of course, she wouldn't tell Wei Zhonghao about this. In fact, she preferred to store the items in her wooden pendant space, which was safer. However, considering the monks from Haoren sect secretly watching, she abandoned that idea. She was cautious because the boat was from the sky, and she simply picked it up. The blue-eyed wolf pack didn't find what they wanted and felt angry, thinking they had been tricked by these 2-legged beasts. They continued attacking the isolation formation. Wei Yunting and Wei Zhonghan didn't know their plan had failed. The items had entered Wei Yunqi's storage bag, and now they were being attacked by the blue-eyed wolves. They could only keep placing spiritual stones into the formation disk, trying to hold on until dawn. This time, Wei Yunting didn't waste her own spiritual stones. Instead, she was the first to ask Wei Yunqing for some. Wei Yunqing knew that their team's reckless trouble was caused by her. Not wanting to be expelled from the formation, she had to take out a low-grade spiritual stone. She hesitated for a while, then took out one, feeling pained. Afterwards, She sat cross-legged in the corner of the formation silently to meditate. Wei Yunting didn't say much. She placed the low-grade spiritual stone into the slot of the formation disc and continued to watch the blue-eyed wolves outside. That night, all 6 of them endured great suffering. Even trying to focus on cultivation was impossible, as they were being watched by the wolves with sharp eyes. Who could meditate peacefully? At most, they could only close their eyes to rest. After sunrise the next day, seeing they couldn't break the formation, the blue-eyed wolves left with their tails wagging. Their tribe was nocturnal, so they returned to their territory to rest and recover once dawn broke. Once all the blue-eyed wolves had gone, the 6 of them finally relaxed. Wei Yunting saw that everyone looked exhausted. Since continuing on the road was unrealistic now, she said, "Everyone rest for an hour, then we'll continue. To avoid delaying our trip, we'll make up for the lost time today." The others had no objections. They had just reached the cultivation threshold and, like ordinary people, needed to eat and sleep. Their small bodies couldn't handle much otherwise. Wei Yunxi and Wei Zonghao didn't have this concern. They had already slept for 3 hours. After a simple breakfast at dawn, bitter gourd pills and red berries, they slipped down the tree and continued on their journey. "Yunxi, do you think we can catch up with Yunting and the others?" "I'm not sure, but if we speed up, we should be able to catch up," Wei Yunxi said with a bright smile. She didn't want to get close to Wei Yunqing, the troublemaker, so she intentionally or unintentionally took a detour to avoid Wei Yunting and their resting spot. After leaving Wei Yunqing, who had a weak constitution, both of them sped up. Wei Yunxi didn't want to be caught by Wei Yunting, and Wei Zonghao was afraid that traveling together might attract the attention of hidden spiritual beasts on the mountain, so he instinctively quickened his pace. After traveling for a while, they reached a small creek. Wei Zonghao said he couldn't go any further and sat down heavily, saying, "Yunxi, let's rest for a while." Wei Yunxi also felt she couldn't go on. She thought she could still walk, but her body was exhausted. After all, she was still a child. So she sat down heavily as well. After resting for about 15 minutes, she got up to fetch water from the creek. She took a sip herself and then handed it to the little chubby one. Once he had enough to drink, she started picking some inconspicuous small grasses by the creek. Wei Zonghao drank water and ate 2 pieces of dried meat before looking at Wei Yunxi, busy with her task, and asked, "Yunxi, what are you doing?"
"I'm picking tiny grasses."
"Why are you picking those?" "These tiny grasses, when crushed and applied to our bodies, can hide our scent, making the animals in the mountain think we are plants. It replaces the function of the hiding charm." "Really? These grasses can do that?" Wei Zonghao was hearing this for the first time. He hadn't learned much about spiritual plants yet. "Of course. My uncle told me that making a hiding pill with tiny grasses would work even better, but I can't make pills now. I can only use raw materials to disguise myself." Wei Zonghao became interested and walked over, asking, "Show me how to identify tiny grasses. I want to pick some too." "Okay, look. This tiny grass is shorter and thinner than regular grass, and its color is lighter. It usually grows in places with plenty of water, especially in cracks of rocks. If you look carefully, you'll find some," Wei Yunxi explained carefully. Not long after, Wei Zonghao found a plant, pulled it out, and showed Wei Yunxi for confirmation. "Yes, this is tiny grass. Let's pick more so we can be safer tonight. It will also save some of your hiding charms." Wei Zonghao nodded in agreement. His family didn't give him many charms, so he had to use them sparingly. They moved quickly and, before a water lizard appeared, they had already left the creek and continued on their way. Soon after, Wei Yunting's team arrived at the creek. Wei Yunqing was attacked by a water lizard while fetching water. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, threw away the water caltrip, and scrambled back to Wei Yunting's side. Wei Zonghan quickly cast a fireball to force the water lizard back into the creek, then loudly shouted, "Run now." The 6-member team had to keep moving forward. The others in the group intentionally or unintentionally kept their distance from Wei Yunqing, thinking she was unlucky and could be attacked even while fetching water. Wei Yunqing felt wronged inside. She didn't know there was a spiritual beast in the creek, and she was attacked while fetching water. She didn't want to cause trouble. The atmosphere in the team was a bit tense. Meanwhile, Wei Yunxi and Wei Zonghao relaxed much more. They crushed some tiny grass, smeared it on themselves, and emitted a fresh green smell to disguise themselves before continuing. Yunxi, this tiny grass really works, Wei Zonghao said. Zonghao, don't relax just because the tiny grass is effective. Its effect isn't as good as the silence talisman or silence pill. To the spiritual beasts, we look like moving grass. If they get curious, they might chase us. I know, the chubby boy nodded immediately. At noon, they didn't rest by the creek again. During the hottest part of the day, some spiritual beasts played in the creek, and they didn't want to be chased. During the hottest half hour, the two climbed a tree to rest, just like last night. After a short break to regain energy, they continued their journey. The hidden wind master, watching from the shadows, thought that the Wei family's two young ones were quite strategic. Although they were forced to fall behind, they kept moving and stayed alert, knowing how to use local materials to disguise themselves. Especially the little girl, who seemed very familiar with spiritual plants. After descending another hill, they planned to rest for 15 minutes. At that moment, Wei Yunxi heard a loud screech. Wei Zonghao also heard it and quickly stood beside Wei Yunxi, asking, Yunxi, that's the sound of a spiritual beast. Yes, I hear it too. I don't know how many there are, or if they're coming for us, she replied. Let's climb that tree and see first. Wei Zonghao pointed to a tall pine tree. Wei Yunxi nodded in agreement, and the two climbed up like little monkeys, looking toward the direction of the sound.
Wow.
That's a red-maned horse. It looks like a young colt. Why is it here? Wei Zonghao said with bright eyes. Wei Yunxi shook her head and said, I'm not sure. It seems to be caught in iron thorns. The red-maned horse couldn't break free from the iron thorns, so it was neighing loudly, probably calling for help from its companions. Yunxi, should we take this red-maned horse? Wei Zonghao asked, a bit envious. Wei Yunxi forced a small smile and said, Zonghao, did you bring a spirit beast bag? Wei Zonghao immediately shook his head and replied, no, that thing is more expensive than a storage bag. Wei Yunxi continued to ask, since we're so close to Haoren sect, could it be a mount kept by the sect? Maybe, but we can't have such a small red-maned horse carry people. Wei Yunxi stroked his chin and said, it's indeed small, but it should be able to carry you and me. Do you want to ride the red-brown horse over? Wei Zonghao thought Yunxi was quite clever. Wei Yunxi nodded, still smiling, and asked, Zonghao, don't you want to be the first to reach the meeting point? Of course I do. Walking there with our short legs will take at least 3 days. If we can ride the red-maned horse, we could save at least half a day. Do you want to try? Wei Zonghao rubbed his face helplessly and said, that depends on whether the red-brown horse is willing. Don't worry, we'll rescue it first and then talk nicely. It should agree to give us a ride. Wei Yunxi was quite confident. Then the two of them discussed for a while, mainly to confirm that there were no other small red-maned horses nearby. An adult red-maned horse was too difficult for just the two of them to control. Yunxi, I don't think there are any of its companions around here. If there were, it wouldn't have run into the iron thorns on its own. Once they confirmed the plan could be carried out, they slid down from the tree and slowly approached the tangled red-maned horse. The little red-maned horse also noticed Wei Yunxi and Wei Zonghao. It snorted loudly, its eyes full of confusion. It saw two-legged creatures, but they were small, and the smell on them was strange. Seeing the little horse's confusion, Wei Yunxi waved to Wei Zonghao. Wei Zonghao immediately took out a candy from his storage bag, a gift from his mother. Zonghao, hurry up. Wei Yunxi watched him swallow nervously and reminded him helplessly. She was glad she never liked sweets as a child, and now her child's body didn't crave candy either. Finally, Wei Zonghao threw the candy into the little red-maned horse's mouth and said kindly, Little horse, here, have this. Once you eat it, you'll have strength. The small red-maned horse was very friendly. It tilted its head to sniff the sugar cube on the ground. After hesitating for a moment, it stuck out its tongue and took the sugar into its mouth. It chewed twice before swallowing and licked its lips, seeming to really enjoy the taste. Wei Yunxi saw that the small red-maned horse was calm, so she took the dagger handed to her by Wei Zonghao. She slowly cut through the iron thorns that were tying up one of the horse's hind legs. Wei Zonghao became chatty and tried to communicate with the horse, often using sugar cubes to soothe its feelings and also to help the little horse regain energy. Wei Yunxi worked slowly to cut the iron thorns, paying close attention to the horse's reactions. If the horse showed signs of impatience or resistance, she would pause to give it time to accept. After about half an hour, with their help, the small red-maned horse was finally freed from its predicament. Wei Zonghao rubbed his hands together and spoke in a friendly tone. "Beautiful little horse, would you like to take us to Howren sect?" The small red-maned horse stomped its front hoof and licked its lips again. It snorted loudly at Wei Zonghao but did not stop the two from approaching. Wei Yunxi saw a happy expression on his face. She thought there was hope, so she said to the chubby boy, "It probably likes eating sugar cubes. We can use sugar as a reward.
You can talk to it."
Wei Zonghao quickly covered his storage bag, feeling a bit reluctant because he didn't have many supplies left. Wei Yunxi rubbed her chubby cheeks and said, "Brother Zonghao, I'll give you a bag of sugar later." It was just a promise for now, to be confirmed after passing the test. In the end, Wei Zonghao couldn't keep his sugar cubes and traded them with a small red-maned horse. Once they were riding on the horse's back, they realized the sugar cubes were worth it. Although the small red-maned horse wasn't fully grown, it could run just as fast as a fine steed and was very strong. It carried both of them without slowing down. The little horse seemed very familiar with the mountain terrain and rushed toward the Howren sect's gate at high speed. When the horse's speed slowed down, Wei Yunxi ordered Wei Zonghao to feed the horse some sugar cubes. After eating the sugar, the horse happily ran for a while, which made the hidden observer, Lord Yufeng, grimace at the sight. That evening, as the sun set, they finally reached the gate of Howren sect. At this moment, the area in front of the gate was empty. Wei Yunxi and Wei Zonghao both dismounted from the little red-maned horse after it stopped. Their transaction was complete. Wei Zonghao reluctantly gave the last piece of candy to the horse and mumbled, "Horse, I've given you all the candy in my storage bag. Thank you for helping us arrive early at the sect. Once I become a disciple of Howren sect, I'll come to see you whenever I can." At that moment, a sect disciple descended from the sky on a sword and landed in front of them. Dressed in a blue robe, Songke looked at the two young children at his knees and smiled, saying, "Are you the disciples taking the test?" "Yes, senior." "My name is Wei Yunxi," Wei Yunxi replied. "My name is Wei Zonghao. We are both from the Wei family in Kunyu City," Wei Zonghao added. The chubby boy also chimed in.
"Good.
You performed very well. I've recorded your names and rankings. You can rest in front of the mountain gate. When the 3-day limit is up, you can move on to the next test." Wei Yunxi and Wei Zonghao immediately bowed in thanks. Songke then patted the little red-maned horse's head and said, "You're lucky this time to meet disciples who help you. Next time, dare you go out alone to play?" Hearing this, the chubby boy stepped forward, bowed, and explained, "Senior, the little horse was trapped by iron thorns. My sister and I heard its calls and rescued it. To thank us, it carried us part of the way." Songke smiled and said, "No problem. That's your skill, and it's also luck on its part. I'll take it back to the Spirit Beast Peak now. You two can meditate here. It's very safe." "Yes, senior." Songke then used his flying sword to pull the little red-maned horse onto it and disappeared in a flash. Wei Zonghao looked at the direction Songke left with envy in his eyes. "When can we ride the sword and fly?" Wei Yunxi looked toward where Songke had gone and said, "I know. To fly on a sword, you need to cultivate to at least the foundation establishment stage." That still takes a long time," Wei Zonghao sighed. "Then we'll start working hard from now. One day, we'll be able to fly on a sword too," Wei Yunxi said, clenching her fist to encourage herself. The two then found a sheltered spot, sat down casually on the ground, and began meditating. As Wei Yunxi entered her cultivation state, she felt the spiritual energy around her rushing into her body. The spiritual energy here was thicker than in Wei's family's cultivation hall. She couldn't help but marvel. This sect truly ranks third among the major sects in the western region. Wei Zonghao watched his sister begin her training. He also sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, following her example. Although they had passed the first test, more challenges still awaited them. At this moment, Wei Yunting and the others were struggling to move through the forest because Wei Yunqing had caused a series of unexpected problems. After discussing, they decided not to let Wei Yunqing do anything and told her to stay close to the small team. This made their progress faster. Wei Yunqing didn't feel happy about being treated specially. She clearly sensed everyone's rejection, which made her more upset. On the last day of the deadline, the small scattered team gathered again. With more people, they felt safer, although the total number was slightly smaller. The Feng family team looked for Wei Yunxi, but didn't see her. They asked Wei Zonghan about her. Wei Zonghan could only say that his sister had fallen behind, but she was with another child from the Wei family. He explained, "They're both clever. Maybe they arrived at the sect before us. When we get there, we'll see them." He was just comforting himself and trying to reassure the Feng family, who cared a lot for Wei Yunxi, his niece. Surprisingly, his words turned out to be true. At this time, Wei Yunxi was trying to break through to the 4th level of qi refining. The spiritual energy here was very rich, and she didn't want to miss this good chance. Because she had a divine artifact as a foundation, she wasn't worried about exposing her spiritual root attributes. She wasn't absorbing much spiritual energy during the breakthrough. She was still a small player, trying to hide and grow slowly. That night, Wei Yunxi kept practicing, constantly absorbing external spiritual energy, circulating it through her body, and guiding the pure energy into her dantian. When the sun rose on the 3rd day, she used a strand of purple aura to finally break through to the 4th level of qi refining. The influx of spiritual energy forced her meridians open, causing a slight pain. Wei Yunxi guided it with her strong consciousness, circulating it inside her body. After one full cycle, the energy entered her dantian obediently. At this point, a quarter of her dantian was filled with spiritual energy. The fairy artifact Huadian automatically boosted Wei Yunxi's cultivation to the 1st level of qi refining, preventing her from being discovered. Her breakthrough's noise alarmed Wei Zonghao nearby. When Yunxi opened her eyes, he exclaimed happily, "Yunxi, did you break through?" "Yeah, I'm now at the 1st level of qi refining too." "Oh, you're amazing. Your cultivation is the same as mine," Wei Zonghao said with admiration. "The spiritual energy here is much richer than in our family. If you work harder, you should be able to break through to the 2nd level of qi refining." Wei Zonghao immediately nodded and said, "Yes, yes. I was already showing signs of a breakthrough last night during meditation, but I fell asleep afterward." He then awkwardly smiled. Wei Yunxi, in a good mood, said, "Brother Zonghao, I will protect you. You will definitely break through today." "Yes, definitely. Let's eat something first. I'm hungry." He then patted his hungry stomach. Wei Yunxi generously took out a pill to stop hunger, giving one to the chubby little one. That afternoon, Wei Yunting and her group finally arrived at the square in front of the sect. Many children had already gathered there. They weren't the last to arrive, but also not the first. "Look, who is that?" When Wei Yunqing arrived at the Haoran sect's mountain gate, she immediately saw Wei Yunxi. It was clear she cared a lot about her younger sister. Wei Yunting and Wei Zonghan looked in the direction Wei Yunqing pointed and saw their younger brother and sister lagging behind. They looked healthier than them and were whispering to each other. Wei Yunqing rushed forward first and loudly asked, "Why did you arrive before us?" Wei Yunxi and Wei Zonghao looked a bit annoyed. How could they be wrong about arriving early? Wei Yunxi stood up from the ground and crossed Wei Yunqing to speak to Wei Yunting, the team leader. "Big sister, Wei and I were chased by a group of mice rats. We couldn't run anymore, so we hid in the nearby woods. That's why we split up from you." Zonghao also stood up and added, I couldn't run fast, and Yunxi didn't want to leave me behind, so she hid with me. After the mice rats left, we followed the road to catch up with you. But that night, we encountered a pack of blue-eyed wolves. To avoid the wolves, we had to take a detour. Later, we lost track of you. We could only head toward the sect, hoping to meet you along the way. We didn't expect that we all arrived but didn't see you. We were worried you wouldn't arrive on time. The mention of mice rats and blue-eyed wolves made everyone else instinctively look at Wei Yunqing. She wanted to stop Wei Zonghao from speaking but couldn't. Wei Yunxi? She knew what happened from the start but pretended not to know and asked, Big sister, when we fell behind, we noticed that the mice rats only chased the Wei family team. Who provoked the mice rats? Wei Yuning rolled her eyes and said, Who else could it be? It's just your good sister who caught a baby marten, making us chased all the way. That group of blue-eyed wolves was also her fault. She mistook a spirit wood for firewood and caused us to be surrounded all night. We only managed to catch up with you after a delay of an hour the next day. Wei Yunxi pretended to be surprised and looked at Wei Yunqing as if she didn't expect her talented sister to make such a big mistake. This made Wei Yunqing feel embarrassed and angry. Wei Zonghao also knew how to read the atmosphere and deliberately raised his voice. No wonder you came so late. Someone was holding you back. What are you saying? Did I say something wrong? Isn't it because of you that Yunting and the others arrived late? Wei Zonghao wouldn't let the other person off easily. Wei Yunting frowned and said, All right, everyone stop talking. Do you want others to laugh at the Wei family? Wei Zonghao immediately stopped targeting Wei Yunqing and turned to call the quiet Wei Zongyu. Zongyu, come here and sit. Wei Zongyu was also tired. He silently walked over and sat next to the chubby boy, intending to close his eyes and meditate, but Wei Zonghao kept asking questions, wanting to find out what had happened on their journey. Wei Yuning sat down next to Wei Yunxi and asked about their travel experience. Wei Yunxi had previously discussed with Wei Zonghao, and they agreed not to mention the little red-maned horse. They shared what they could, especially how they used a slight grass juice to avoid spirit beasts, which made other Wei family disciples regret not traveling with them. Wei Yunqing became the one who was isolated. Her gaze toward Wei Yunxi grew more unfriendly. A 5-year-old child hadn't yet learned to hide her feelings. All of this was clearly seen by the hidden elders, who sighed that this talented girl from the Wei family had a bad temper. Before sunset, the last 3 children helped each other to reach the mountain gate. Wei Yunxi paid special attention and noticed that the mortal girl who had been with Wei Yunqing earlier was no longer in the square. Song Ke reappeared in front of the small kid who passed the first round of tests, smiling and said, Congratulations to everyone for passing the first physical test. Next, as long as you pass through this mind-reading mirror, you will move on to the second round. After speaking, he waved his sleeve, and a mirror about 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide appeared at the entrance of the mountain gate. The mirror was made of fallen iron, decorated with cloud patterns and mysterious runes that Wei Yunxi couldn't understand at first. Later, she learned they were array symbols. The mirror reflected all the children standing in front of it, enlarging every subtle expression on their faces. No one dared to take the first step. Wei Yunqing stepped forward first, walking toward the mirror of the heart. Everyone watched her calmly pass through the mirror, her figure disappearing before them. The mirror surface only rippled briefly before returning to calm, as if no one had entered. Wei Yunxi felt uneasy. She didn't want to follow Wei Yunqing through the mirror, afraid of being caught up in trouble. Her decision was wise. The second to pass through was Wei Yunting. She was unhappy with Wei Yunqing's show of bravado, but now was not the time to argue. Wei Yunxi and Wei Zonghao were the last in the Wei family to enter the mirror of the heart. After passing through, Wei Yunxi was momentarily dazed. When she regained her senses, she found herself chained and hanging on a wall, as if in a dungeon. She frowned and struggled, but couldn't break free from the chains. At that moment, footsteps approached. Soon, she saw an adult version of Wei Yunqing, accompanied by a tall, handsome man who looked very suitable for each other. Something felt off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Wei Yunqing looked at her with pity, making Wei Yunxi want to gouge out her eyes. She coldly asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Wei Yunqing paused, then said disappointedly, "Little sister, you've made such a big mistake this time. The sect won't forgive you."
Bah.
What did I do? Do I need you to pretend to be kind while crying over spilled milk? Wei Yunxi retorted. The man beside her seemed annoyed by Wei Yunxi's rudeness and said unhappily, "Qing'er, although she's your sister, she's also the one who harmed you. Seeing her one last time is already generous of you. She deserves the punishment. But she's still my sister. Just because she's your sister doesn't mean you should protect her. If not to stop her, you wouldn't have hurt the root. Now, it's her turn to atone." The man spoke firmly, pulling Wei Yunqing into his arms, preventing her from stopping his next move. She was undergoing the test to join the Howren sect. Just as she realized this, she felt a ripple around her for a moment, then everything returned to calm. Wei Yunxi narrowed her eyes and said to the still-loving couple, "You two are so shameless. One wants to use evil magic to drain my spiritual roots and extract my golden core, and the other wants to steal my talent. Do you think the heavenly Wei will forgive you if you succeed?" Wei Yunqing, even if she ascends, only does so because my talent is better than hers. She will never surpass me. Shut up. Wei Yunqing's face instantly turned fierce, losing her previous fairy-like appearance. Beside her, Sheng Yuhong frowned and said, "Qing'er, don't listen to her. I will activate the formation now." He began to chant a spell, activating the formation set beneath Wei Yunxi's feet. At the same time, Wei Yunqing also stopped pretending and started her own formation with a spell. Wei Yunxi watched the scene, which was both strange and familiar. A cold smile appeared on her lips. She said the word "now," and a red three-petaled flower ornament appeared on her forehead. The appearance of the flower ornament instantly shattered the surrounding scene. In the next moment, Wei Yunxi felt a strong repulsive force. She immediately silently recited "hide," and then a powerful attack came. It was as if someone had kicked her from behind. "Ouch!" she exclaimed, falling flat on the ground. She flailed for a while before managing to get up. When she stood up, she saw a pair of white boots in front of her. She lifted her chin and saw a familiar face, an elder who had greeted her and the little fatty at the sect gate the day before. Songke looked at the first disciple kicked out of the heart insight mirror and smiled. "Congratulations on being the first to pass the second round of the test. Go rest over there." "Yes, senior." Wei Yunxi cupped her hands in thanks, then rubbed her bottom and sat down to meditate. Songke watched the little one's back, thoughtful. Although he didn't know what she had experienced inside, she was the fastest disciple he had seen to pass through the heart insight mirror. This showed her character was excellent, but he was unsure about her talent. The heart insight mirror, as the name suggests, is used to explore the deepest thoughts of the entrant. It then constructs illusions based on these thoughts to test their character and whether they can resist temptation. Because Wei Yunxi was a traveler, her spiritual consciousness was stronger than that of other new disciples, making her less easily confused by the mirror. However, this also increased the difficulty of the test. Wei Yunxi was quite alert and saw through the illusion. So, she cooperated with the Flower Talisman Immortal tool to break the illusion. Then, she was kicked out by the heart cleaving and she fell quite hard. Wei Yunxi felt that the heart cleaving was a bit angry, but she didn't think she was cheating. The Flower Talisman Immortal tool was already part of her body and had acknowledged her as its master. Protecting her was natural for an immortal tool. She sat cross-legged in a corner without any guilt, took out some dried meat her little chubby friend gave her, and chewed it, preparing for the third test. The powerful figures secretly observing from the Shadow Howren sect thought this little girl had a good heart and a positive attitude. She was a promising talent. "This girl looks pretty good, but I wonder about her talent?" This girl is from the Wei family in Kunyi City. She was the first to arrive for the first round of the test, and she even broke through to the Qi refining stage at the mountain gate. She performed very well. Performing well is true, but her talent is average. She has a 3 spiritual root. If this time hadn't given the Wei family 3 extra spots, she might not have been able to join the sect. A 3 spiritual root. Her talent is indeed somewhat lacking. When the big shots learned that the girl with good performance had a 3 spiritual root, they gave up on the idea of accepting her as a disciple. Wei Yunxi didn't wait long. One after another, disciples came out of the Heart Lijing. The children who didn't start practicing were doing quite well. Some cried, some smiled happily, and some looked terrified. Their expressions varied greatly. Wei Yunxi waited a little longer until she saw Wei Zonghao come out of the Heart Lijing. She immediately called out loudly, "Zonghao, go over here." Wei Zonghao heard the call, looked up, and saw Yunxi waving at him. He immediately jogged over. "Yunxi sister, you passed so early?" "Yeah, I waited for you for a while." "Why are you so slow?" Wei Zonghao sighed like a grown-up. "Don't mention it. My mother kept giving me instructions. I got impatient and left home early. I didn't expect I'd pass." After saying that, he sat cross-legged beside Yunxi and asked, "What about you? How did you pass?" Wei Yunxi's bright eyes flickered, and she lowered her voice. "Wei Yunqing tried to steal my stuff. I caught her in the act, fought her, and took back what she stole. That's how I passed." She couldn't tell the truth outright, but what she said was pretty close. She just beautified it with her words. "Yunxi, you're amazing." The chubby little friend immediately agreed. "Not bad. Anyway, she can't bully people just because she has good talent. I don't know when the older sister and the others will pass the assessment. It should be soon. Both of us at the first level of qi refining have passed, so it doesn't make sense that they at the 3rd level wouldn't pass." Wei Zonghao chewed on dried meat as he spoke. Wei Yunxi didn't reply, but she believed that this test had nothing to do with cultivation level. Some people can't handle constant nagging. Just as they finished speaking, Wei Zongyu came out of the mind-seeing mirror. He looked around, then walked over to where the two were sitting cross-legged. After arriving, he simply nodded to them and closed his eyes to meditate. Yunxi and Zonghao didn't disturb each other and continued whispering. After a while, Wei Yunying, Wei Yunting, Wei Zonghan, and Wei Zuanjin successively passed the assessment. Although they looked a bit tired, they were all in good spirits. Wei Yunting only took a quick glance and confirmed that Wei Yunqing, the first to enter the mind-seeing mirror, hadn't come out. She snorted softly, didn't say anything more, and also closed her eyes to meditate. She had already reached the threshold of the 4th level of qi refining and wanted to use the rich spiritual energy of the sect to break through. Seeing that Yunxi, who had only been guiding energy into her body for 3 months, had already reached the 1st level of qi refining, she couldn't fall too far behind. Everyone in the Wei family understood without needing to say anything that Wei Yunqing was being ignored. Yunxi felt like laughing but didn't dare to show it too obviously. Anyway, the female lead was having a hard time, so she was happy. This time, during the sect entrance exam, without her as a shield to attract trouble, Wei Yunqing faced many hardships and was even ostracized. When she read novels before, those blackpots were all blamed on Yunxi. She was the one rejected and scolded. Now letting Wei Yunqing bear it herself, and she didn't even pass the mental test, shows how much these setbacks affected her. After waiting another hour, fewer and fewer people came out of the mind-seeing mirror. Just as Song Ku was about to withdraw the mirror and check the time, Wei Yunqing suddenly staggered out of the mirror, looking disheveled. Her clothes were wrinkled, her hair was loose, and there were bloodstains on her face. Her breath was unstable, and her eyes were full of hatred when she looked at everyone. This frightened some of the younger children. Wei Yunqing finally fixed her gaze on Yunxi, as if she wanted to kill her with her eyes. Yunxi pretended to look confused and asked softly, "What's wrong with Wei Yunqing? Has she gone crazy?" Wei Zonghao shook his head and said, "I don't know, but her eyes are really scary. We didn't provoke her, did we?" Wei Yunting and Wei Yunhan also frowned. Yunqing's condition was clearly abnormal. When Song Ke finished checking the last disciple, he noticed that there was a fierce aura on her. He gently waved his hand, and Wei Yunqing fainted. Wei Yunting stepped forward and bowed politely, asking, "Senior, what happened to my sister?" Song-Ku slowly spoke. She has been inside the heart-seeing mirror for too long and hasn't fully come out of that state. I made her sleep, and she will be fine when she wakes up. Thank you, Senior, for your help. The children of the Wei family all quickly expressed their gratitude. Song-Ku liked polite children, so he smiled and said, "It's nothing.
You can rest for a while.
The third round of the test is about to start." "Yes, Senior." After saying this, Song-Ku went to prepare for the third round. The Wei family members hurriedly carried Wei Yunqing to their resting place, then sat down to meditate and recover. "Yunqi, take care of your sister," Wei Yunting said. Wei Yunqi nodded reluctantly. Wei Yunting also felt conflicted. As the leader, she couldn't just watch over one person. Wei Yunying clearly disliked Wei Yunqing, and although Wei Yunqi's relationship with her sister was average, she was the only one available to help Wei Yunqing now. It was more about reminding her sister when she woke up, as they were still in the assessment. Soon, Wei Yunqing slowly woke up. Wei Yunqi approached her and said, "Sister, you're awake? If you don't wake up soon, you'll miss the third round." Wei Yunqing was a bit dazed. When she saw Wei Yunqi's face, her eyes sharpened, and she was about to act, but in the next moment, she found she couldn't summon her spiritual power. Looking inside, she saw her spiritual power was pitifully low. She was not the famous Yunqing fairy of the Wuyu realm. Wei Yunqi observed her sister's changing expression and deliberately waved her small hand in front of her, saying, "Are you okay, sister? What did you experience inside the heart-seeing mirror? You look so scared when you just came out." Her words pulled Wei Yunqing's mind back. She remembered that she was the first to enter the heart-seeing mirror and experienced a lifetime inside the mirror. The sister before her was a stumbling block on her cultivation path. Before her ascension, she fought Wei Yunqi and nearly fell. That made her realize she was in an illusion. Because Wei Yunqi had the talent of the 3 spiritual roots, unlike the mutated lightning spirit root talent in the illusion, she managed to escape the illusion. Wei Yunqing let out a breath and said, "I'm fine. I just stayed in the illusion a bit too long and have a headache." Wei Yunqi didn't comment on this clumsy excuse. Once someone woke up, her task was complete. She returned to her seat beside Zhong Hao to meditate and prepare for the third round. Wei Yunqing looked at the calm expressions of the people around her. She felt annoyed inside but didn't show it. This test was for individuals, and she couldn't blame others for it. At this moment, Song-Ku had already registered the rankings and appeared again in front of the 52 people who had passed the previous test. He said, "Everyone here has passed the second round of the test. We won't waste time. The final round is coming. Only those who pass this test can officially join the Howren sect. Are you ready?" "Ready." 50 children of different heights responded loudly. Song-Ku smiled happily, waved his hand, and released 3 doors. Then he turned and said, "Choose one door to enter. As long as you walk out successfully, you pass the test. I will be waiting for you on the other side." After speaking, he turned and left. This time, no one rushed to go in. They remembered that the girl who entered first to look into the heart-seeing mirror was the last to come out. The Wei family members also watched the 3 doors. But since the doors looked exactly the same, made of jade, with red paint and copper rings on the doors, they hesitated. They looked at each other, and finally Wei Yunting spoke. "All 3 doors look the same. We won't know what's inside until we go in. Let's each choose one and meet on the other side." "Okay, Sister Yunting. See you later." This time, Wei Yunting and Wei Zhonghan each chose the left and right doors, while Wei Yunying chose the middle one. The others also picked a door to enter. Wei Yunqing had been secretly watching Yunqi. When she saw Yunqi choose the middle door, she followed and entered that door. Wei Zonghao pulled Zhao Yan, who was quiet, to the left door. After entering the big door, Yunqi saw a foggy scene with only a straight blue stone path. She didn't hesitate and started walking on it. Once on the path, Yunqi noticed it was very quiet. The only sound was her footsteps on the stones, which felt a little creepy. She rubbed her arms and kept walking at her own pace. She had been walking for an hour, but the road seemed endless, with no exit in sight. When she got tired, She sat on the stone path for 15 minutes to rest, then got up and kept going. She believed that as long as she persisted, she would reach the end. The children taking the test had similar experiences to Yunqi. Everyone was speeding up to reach their goal. Yunqing also felt she needed to catch up with Yunqi. We walked and stopped all day. Wei Yunqi's eyelids started to droop. She wanted to sleep but dared not. She gently rubbed her face to stay awake and kept moving.
Her speed had slowed down by then.
Fortunately, she could take items from her storage bag. She ate some food to regain energy and drank stored creek water to stay strong enough to walk. After a day, Wei Yunqi couldn't hold on anymore. She chose to sit and meditate instead of sleeping, hoping to restore her strength quickly. But she sensed something was wrong because there was no spiritual energy here. She touched her chin and thought for a moment. Then she took out a low-grade spiritual stone from her storage bag. This was a resource given by the Wei family for cultivation. She had planned to save it, but now she saw she couldn't. She held the low-grade spiritual stone and started to cultivate. When she studied at the Feng family school, an elder reminded them that cultivation was a slow process, not something that happened overnight. Pills were just helpers. Taking pills could cause poison to settle in the body, blocking the meridians over time. Only top-quality pills could remove the poison, but such pills were rare and expensive. Even though the Feng family made their fortune from pills, their members rarely used pills for cultivation. They kept some healing pills for emergencies, and spiritual replenishing pills were also for unexpected needs. Wei Yunqi remembered this. In her time, there was a saying that medicine is partly poison, so she never took any pills except for a nourishing spiritual pill when she started cultivating. In this environment without spiritual energy, she chose to cultivate with the spiritual stone. She didn't want her foundation to be damaged. After absorbing about 1/10 of the spiritual energy from the low-grade stone, she felt fully restored. She put the stone away and continued forward. After 3 days, suddenly, raindrops started falling from the sky. At first, they were small, but soon they grew larger and heavier, hitting her painfully. Unfortunately, there was no shelter nearby. Wei Yunqi, a beginner in qi refining, didn't know any spells. She could only grit her teeth and keep walking in the rain. All the young disciples who entered through the 3 gates faced difficulties on their journey. Some were trapped by snow. Others swept up and down by strong winds, some were nearly dehydrated from the sun, and some were chased by wild animals. Everyone was busy dealing with these challenges. Wei Yunqi experienced heavy rain, snow, scorching sun, and strong winds, and now she was being chased by a spirit beast. Although she felt this was fake, she dared not stop because the pain from her injuries felt very real. While running, Wei Yunqi muttered to herself, "Yunqi, stay strong. You're the best. You must be first. Keep going. Push forward." Watching this scene through the water mirror, the senior leaders of Haoran's sect couldn't help but smile. This girl is quite interesting. She seems to be someone who doesn't give up. Don't laugh at her too much. In the first 2 rounds of tests, she was indeed first, but because she has a triple spiritual root, she didn't catch your attention. Let's see how she performs in this round. If she still ranks first, I will accept her as a registered disciple. Spiritual root talent is important, but character and perseverance are just as vital. Everyone knows that after entering the spirit realm, people value insight more than talent. This speaker was Elder Lu Danyang from Danfeng. Elder Danyang is right, but for her to cultivate to the spirit transformation stage, many disciples with strong character and perseverance are limited by their talent. When choosing disciples, a comprehensive view is better. An elder with a graceful and noble aura replied. Elder Lu Danyang smiled and said, "Elder Yu Yang is also right. Let's keep watching." Wei Yunqi didn't realize that her muttering had attracted others' attention. She was still running forward, not daring to relax even a little. After running at full speed for a while, she started to feel exhausted.
Ah!
A sound came from behind her, startling her into speeding up immediately. She felt sharp teeth brush past her clothes. This time, she poured spiritual energy into her legs to keep moving forward. She didn't want to test the sharpness of the beast's teeth with her flesh. She was currently at the first level of chi refining. To hide this, she ran while holding a spirit stone in her hand, giving the impression that she always had spiritual energy to sustain her, masking the fact that her spiritual energy reserve exceeded the first level of chi refining. Another day passed in this way. Just when Wei Yunqi thought she couldn't hold on any longer, she finally saw a light at the end of the blue stone slab path. Almost there. Come on, Wei Yunqi. She cheered herself on and sped up her sprint. She was so close to the finish line she had to give it her all. But as she ran, she realized that the light ahead seemed to be getting closer, yet no matter how fast she ran, the distance between her and the light didn't seem to get shorter. Wei Yunqi felt a bit tired. She was being led forward while holding a yellow carrot, but it felt like she was running in circles without making progress. In her mind, she silently wished the founder of the Haoran sect good luck. Finally, she decided to close her eyes and just run, thinking it was better to ignore what she couldn't see. When she got too tired to run anymore, she planned to lie down and rest. The people from the Haoran sect wouldn't just watch her get hurt. They were there to recruit disciples, not to see promising students get hurt. Once she calmed down, Wei Yunqi's distance from the light point she was chasing started to shrink quickly. But since her eyes were closed and she didn't dare to use her spiritual awareness, she didn't realize she had run out of the maze. She only opened her eyes when she bumped into a wall of flesh. Rubbing her forehead, Wei Yunqi looked up and saw that she had collided with someone she knew. Song Ke smiled at the slightly confused girl and said, "Congratulations, Wei Yunqi. You have passed this test and are now an outer disciple of the Haoran sect." Hearing this, Wei Yunqi lowered her hand from her forehead, still in disbelief, and asked, "Senior, I passed the test? Really?" Song Ke grinned and replied, "Of course. You can now call me Uncle Song. From now on, we are fellow disciples." Disciple Wei Yunqi greets Uncle Song. "Thank you for your guidance." "Good. Go rest over there. When the test is over, someone will come to help you with the formalities." "Yes, Uncle." Wei Yunqi felt happy inside. She had finally passed the test. But soon, she felt very tired. She sat down in a corner and began meditating to recover. The main focus of this test was perseverance. As long as the children who entered the sect could hold on until the end, most of them would pass. Wei Yunqi also passed smoothly because of her strong determination. Seeing Wei Yunqi, who had gone through the test before her, she felt a bit uncomfortable. The 8 members of the Wei family performed very well. Since they had already absorbed spiritual energy into their bodies, the test for them was more difficult. If ordinary children experienced light rain, they faced fierce storms. After gathering the children who passed the test, Song Ke introduced himself with a smile. "I am Song Ke, an inner disciple of the Haoran sect. I have been tasked with recruiting new disciples for this test. Now, I will call out the names of those who should gather here." Then Song Ke began to read out names: Mu Chen, Lu Yuxing, Feng Heong. After calling out a list of names, Song Ke spoke. "You are assigned to the miscellaneous peak of Haoran sect. Once you reach the late stage of chi refining, you can advance to become an outer disciple. Of course, if you do not want to be a miscellaneous disciple, you can choose to leave now." More than 30 people whose names were called looked at each other. No one wanted to leave. They might not be the most talented, but they could still cultivate. As long as they entered the outer sect, there was hope. "All right, since no one is leaving, Elder Su from the miscellaneous peak will come to pick you up soon." After speaking, Song Ke said to the remaining disciples, "You are going to the outer sect to train. I will take you to the outer disciple hall to register your identities." He then released his flying sword. As the sword grew larger and wider amid the surprised shouts of the young disciples, all 22 of them stood on it. Once they were all on, Song Ke flew away on his sword toward the outer disciple hall. The steward of the outer disciple hall was a middle-aged cultivator with a small goat beard. When he saw Song Ke, he greeted him with a smile. "Junior brother Song, you've arrived." "Steward Zheng, I am here to bring the new disciples who passed the test. Please help them get new identity jade tokens and settle them in the outer disciple residence, Song Ku replied. Junior brother Song, thank you. Leave the rest to me, Zheng's steward said warmly. After exchanging a few words of greeting, Song Ku nodded to the young disciples and flew away on his sword again. Zheng's steward put away his smile and said seriously, Everyone, line up here to get your sect identity jade tokens. This time, all members of the Wei family had entered the outer sect. Wei Yunting was first in line. She announced her name, age, and cultivation level, then stood quietly. When Zheng's steward learned she was from the Wei family, his smile returned. He said to Wei Yunting, Your Wei family disciples performed well in the assessment. After you get your jade tokens, wait outside the disciple hall. I will take you to the outer sect residence. Thank you, Steward Zheng. We appreciate your help. Wei Yunting immediately thanked him. You're welcome. It's my duty, Zheng's steward replied. The identity jade token of Haoran sect is a jade pendant with a light green color. The front is engraved with a sect symbol, a cloud with purple edges. Below it are the words Haoran. The back bears the holder's name and the peak they belong to. The creation of the identity jade card uses spiritual awareness, so it is very fast. It is clear that Manager Zheng is very skilled. After making 22 jade cards, he distributed the outer door disciples' uniforms, the sect rules jade slips, the breathing technique, 5 low-grade spiritual stones, 1 gourd of fasting pills, and 1 gourd of qi-nourishing pills. All these items are useful for beginner cultivation. Everyone carefully stored their items in their storage bags, then followed Manager Zheng on foot to the nearby mountain peak, where the outer door disciples live. All the houses in this area are empty. You just need to insert your identity jade card to move in. 1 courtyard can accommodate 4 people. You can choose freely. Once chosen, the decision cannot be changed unless your cultivation level improves, he explained. Afterward, Manager Zheng waved his hand and threw each person a jade slip, continuing, the jade slip contains the layout of the outer sect. There is a dedicated cultivation hall, a dining hall, and a lecture hall for teaching. You can learn whatever you want, all up to your own plans. You only have 1 year to adapt here. If after a year you haven't reached the 3rd level of qi refining, you will be automatically demoted to a miscellaneous disciple. During this year, you don't need to do tasks, just focus on cultivation. After a year, you must take on sect missions, because the sect can't supply cultivation resources for free. This year is very important. Besides adapting to the environment, you should also choose your specialty and not waste time. Yes, Manager Zheng. Manager Zheng waved his hand and said, That's all I need to tell you.
There's no need to know too much right now.
If you want to learn more, ask at the disciple hall. Now you can go choose your residence. After Manager Zheng left, everyone went to find their courtyards. Wei Yunxi followed closely behind Wei Yunting. Since they are from the Wei family, they will definitely live together, to encourage each other and to form a group so they won't be bullied by senior disciples. Wei Zonghao led the way and chose 2 adjacent courtyards, saying, There are 2 empty courtyards here. Let's split up by gender. Wei Yunting nodded, and the 4 of them chose the courtyard on the left. The doorframe had 4 slots. Each person inserted their identity jade slip into a slot. When all 4 slots turned green, the door automatically opened. Only then did they take back their jade slips. Wei Zonghao and the others did the same. Then, the 2 groups entered their respective courtyards. The small courtyard is square-shaped, with 2 rooms facing the entrance and 1 on each side. The yard isn't large, only about 100 square meters. In the middle, there's a pear tree and beneath it, a jade table with 4 jade stools. After looking around, Wei Yunting said, Everyone, choose a room first. As the eldest sister, she still takes good care of her younger sisters. Wei Yunxing looked around and chose the first room, the main one. Wei Yunxi immediately picked the room on the left because she didn't want to share a wall with the others. Wei Yunying also didn't want to be next to Wei Yunqing, so she chose the room on the right, directly opposite Wei Yunxi. Seeing this, Wei Yunting's eyes twitched slightly, then she moved into the room right next to Wei Yunqing. Everyone has been tired from the recent assessments. Luckily, we all passed smoothly and didn't embarrass the family. Rest now, and tomorrow morning we'll go to the dining hall together. Okay, Sister Yunting. The other three didn't object. After a tense journey filled with assessments, they were exhausted and needed rest. After a few casual words, each went into their rooms. The advantage of this house is that it has a built-in isolation formation. When they insert their identity jade tokens into the slot inside, the formation activates, ensuring their privacy and preventing interruptions during cultivation. The room layout is simple. Upon entering, there's a main hall. To the left is the bedroom, and to the right is the cultivation room. The furniture is complete, and they can add anything they need. Wei Yunxi looked around at the furnishings and then lay on the bed, too tired to tidy up. She closed her eyes and reviewed the entire process of the assessment to see if she missed anything, her instinct as a diligent worker. Fortunately, after reviewing, she found no obvious mistakes and peacefully fell asleep. Meanwhile, Wei Yunqing didn't rest. She recalled her experience in the heart-seeing mirror illusion. She always felt those events were too real, giving her a familiar feeling. However, some details in the illusion differed from reality. First, Wei Yunqi's spiritual root and attributes, and second, their assessment experience. The others didn't act with them, and their assessment results were outstanding this time. Wei Yunqing's brow furrowed gradually, then suddenly her eyes lit up. She knew what to do next. The night passed quietly. The next morning, the 8 members of the Wei family gathered again at the door, and the disciples who had entered at the same time also came out of their residences, choosing to follow the Wei family members. In their view, the 8 new disciples of the Wei family all have cultivation levels. In a strange environment, they instinctively choose to stick together. A group of 22 people headed together to the Outer Sect's dining hall, which offers 2 free meals a day. To enjoy spiritual meals, they need to buy them with spiritual stones. As new disciples, except for Wei, Feng, Lu, and Sun families who have some background, the others only have 5 lower-grade spiritual stones for basic expenses. They are reluctant to spend these on food. Wei Yunxi isn't very interested in eating, she just wants to eat enough. She chose plain spiritual rice porridge and spiritual rice buns, plus a free small dish. After filling her stomach, she plans to explore the Outer Sect, to see all the places she'll visit in the future, so she won't get lost. Wei Yunting has the same plan. She leads everyone to walk around the entire Outer Sect, especially the training hall, lecture hall, dining hall, martial arts hall, and library, which they will visit often. This tour takes a whole day. Don't underestimate the Outer Sect. Although it only has 2 characters, it has 9 peaks. Since they are new, they live on the outermost peak. The spiritual energy on the 9 peaks decreases from inside out, from weak to strong. The peak closest to the inner sect has the strongest spiritual energy, and only disciples in the late Qi refining stage live there. Wei Yunting encourages everyone. Don't be discouraged. As your cultivation improves, you can choose to train on peaks with richer spiritual energy. It's a step-by-step process. Everyone should set their goals. Everyone nods in agreement. No one wants to spend their whole life training on the outermost edge of the sect. At this moment, a strange outer sect disciple sneers. TSK, I didn't expect these new disciples to be so confident. I wonder how capable they really are. The little ones look at the speaker. The outsider challenges with a raised chin. The disciples from Kunyi City don't speak. They wait for the Wei family disciples to step forward. Wei Yunxi glances at the person and notices he has cultivation at the 4th level of Qi refining, so he has the qualification to challenge them. Wei Yunting politely bows and says, "We are new disciples from Kunyi City. I am Wei Yunting from the Wei family. May I ask your name, senior brother?" The outsider's eyes flicker when he hears Wei Yunting introduce herself. He responds perfunctorily, "I am Qin Feng. Congratulations on your new disciples joining the sect." The others also bow politely, but no one speaks further. Wei Yunting continued calmly, saying, "If senior brother has no other matters, we will head back. Tomorrow, we need to wake early for the lecture hall." Qin Feng looked displeased and said, "What? As your senior brother, am I so disliked by you all?" Wei Zhonghan modestly cupped his hands and asked, Senior Brother Chenfeng, do you have any advice? He almost said plainly, What's your problem? Chun Feng's face darkened as he replied, Training outside the sect requires choosing a good faction. Don't think that once you're inside the sect, everything is safe. Wei Yunxi listened, and then softly whispered to Wei Zonghao, Brother Zonghao, does he want us to rely on him? Wei Zonghao rubbed his hands and said, It seems so. Is he very powerful? I'm not sure. My cultivation isn't high enough to tell. Then he's probably an outer sect disciple, right?
Probably.
He's wearing a robe like ours. Why don't we rely on my little uncle? He's an inner sect disciple and should be stronger than Senior Brother Chen. Are you talking about Ling Kai, little uncle? Yes, but I don't know which peak he's on in the inner sect. Let's ask Sister Yenting. She must know. After their hushed discussion, they turned their attention to Wei Yenting in front, while Chin Feng, who had previously challenged them, looked at them with a stern face. Wei Yunxi quickly pretended to be frightened and hid behind Wei Yenting, asking, Big sister. He looked at me like that. Did I say something wrong? Wei Yenting understood they were trying to help and remained calm, saying, You didn't say anything wrong. Someone just wanted to intimidate us. She then took out a communication talisman from her storage bag, spoke a message to Chin Feng in front of him, and sent it out. After the message flew away, Wei Yenting confidently said, Senior Brother Chen, do you have any other advice? Our Wei family doesn't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of trouble either. We joined the sect to cultivate and learn skills, not to rely on factions. Chun Feng's face twisted as he snapped, Fine. You think you're doing well. Chin Feng, will remember this. He spat out harsh words and then turned and left with a flick of his sleeve. After Chin Feng walked away, Wei Yenting frowned and addressed those behind her. In a big sect, you'll meet all kinds of people. You'll definitely encounter someone like Chin Feng. In the future, it's best to travel in groups and avoid places with few people. The competition outside the sect is fierce. He probably wants the new cultivation resources we just received. Don't underestimate 5 lower-grade spiritual stones and pills. They're valuable resources for ordinary disciples. Wei Yunxi had already noticed that person's plan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specifically blocked their new disciples here. She immediately said, Big sister, isn't he benefiting without effort? Does the sect not care? Wei Yunxing glanced at Yunxi and replied, He already said he is backing. Who knows who his backing is? He will definitely cause trouble for us later. We can't always act together, right? You were too talkative just now. Wei Yunying quickly retorted, Our Wei family has backing. Why can't we say so? Do you want us to give up all our cultivation resources? If you want, go support others, but don't drag us into it. We won't be so cowardly. Wei Zonghao and Wei Zongji nodded in agreement. Wei Zongyu added, Focus on practicing. If your strength surpasses his, he won't dare to trouble us. Wei Yenting and Wei Zonghan exchanged looks, thinking that besides Wei Yunqing, who was afraid of trouble, everyone else was doing well. Wei Zonghan said, No need to argue. Sister Yenting already sent a message to Uncle, and he will come to the outer sect for a visit. Those people don't judge by reputation, but by face. They don't dare to openly trouble us. Brother Zongyu is right. Only when our strength improves will they dare to bully us. But in the future, everyone should stay alert when outside the sect. Yes, Brother Zonghan. The remaining 14 people didn't speak. This time, they relied on the Wei family's influence, but next time, they might not be so lucky. So, they should focus on practicing and aim to quickly reach the 3rd level of chi refining to keep their outer sect disciple status before worrying about other things. After this small incident, everyone lost interest in wandering around. They had seen everything they needed, so they decided to go back and rest. Tomorrow, they would officially begin practicing. Wei Yinqing was once again ignored by everyone. She was angry and clenched her teeth. She meant well. It was not good to start conflicts immediately after entering the sect. These people misunderstood her intentions, which made her furious. When she returned to her small courtyard, Wei Yunqing wanted to explain, but no one was willing to listen. They each went to their own rooms and activated their isolation arrays. Frustrated, she could only stomp her feet and go back to her room. Wei Linkai from the Intersect Sword Peak had just sheathed his sword when he saw a message paper crane flying toward him. He raised his hand to catch it. After reading the message, a faint smile finally appeared on his resolute face. The children of the Wei family have successfully passed the sect assessment. The message about the paper crane transmission at this time probably indicates some problem. He plans to go to the outer mountain peak tomorrow to check. Meanwhile, Chen Feng returned to his small courtyard. Ignoring the greetings from others in the same courtyard, he went straight to his room. What's wrong with him? He hit a dead end. He wanted to learn from those lazy ones and resources from new disciples, but he didn't expect that someone had an inner disciple backing them up. Now he's just retreating with his tail between his legs. The tone of sarcasm in this person's voice was very clear. Chen Feng wasn't like this before. His cultivation resources were also stolen before. Why is he acting like this now? What else? He's been triggered. He wants to take shortcuts. Another person frowned and said, "Are you saying it's because of Sister Tang's matter? Otherwise, who else could have triggered him?" Sister Tang voluntarily went to serve the Golden Core Elder. She has a quadruple spiritual root, and it's already lucky for her to advance to the outer sect. It's very hard to go further. The Golden Core Elder's fingers sometimes leak some energy, enough for her to reach the foundation establishment stage. That's her own choice. But Chen Feng doesn't think so. He feels he's been abandoned, so he's angry and trying every way to improve his cultivation. He absorbs spiritual energy slowly when practicing, so he uses pills and spirit stones. The sect's resources can't keep up, so he set his sights on the new disciples. Why bother? Cultivation should be steady and careful. When Chen Feng returned to his room, he didn't activate the barrier formation, so the conversation of the other three people was transmitted directly into his ears. He showed a bitter smile, then his face turned fierce. These people didn't know the full story, so how could they understand his suffering? Tang Ru was not willing to become the Golden Core Elder's concubine. She was forced into it. Because they had low cultivation and no backing, Tang Ru had to obey the Golden Core Elder to keep her status as an outer disciple. She was young and beautiful, staying by the old man's side as his life was nearing its end. Chen Feng didn't want Ru to suffer injustice. He suggested leaving the sect, but Tang Ru stopped him helplessly, saying with a sad face, "Brother Feng, where can we go if we leave Haoran's sect? Leaving the sect is like betraying it, and the Golden Core Elder would have more reason to target us. For my sake, risking our lives and our future as immortals isn't worth it. I stayed by his side to help you get some cultivation resources. Don't give up. Your talent is better than mine. Once your cultivation level improves, you can help me escape from suffering." Chen Feng knew his impulsive decision was rash. Tang Ru was right. They are too weak now to fight back. He could only swallow his anger and endure for the time being. After that, he began to train intensely. It took him 3 months to reach the 4th level of qi refining. His resources were used up, so he planned to take on missions to earn more cultivation resources. On the way to the disciple hall, he heard about new disciples joining, which made him target these people. However, he didn't expect that some inner disciples had strong backing, which he couldn't challenge now. Still, he remembered this grudge. The next day, as the sun rose, Wei Yunxi had already completed 1 cycle of cultivation. He sensed someone activating his isolation formation, so he finished his practice and opened the formation. He saw Wei Yunting standing at the door, smiling. "Yunting sister, what's the matter?" "Little uncle came to see us. I gathered everyone in the yard. Come out quickly." "Okay, I'll be right there." Wei Yunxi was pleased and immediately left his room, as he hadn't stored anything important inside. When he reached the yard, he saw a tall young man, nearly 2 meters, with a firm face, resembling Wei family head Wei Lingtao, sitting on a jade stool. He wore a blue robe issued by the sect, with gold trim at the collar, looking very noble, different from the outer disciples' robes. "Are you Wei Yunxi, the young lady from the eldest uncle's family?" Wei Linkai smiled and waved at Wei Yunxi. Wei Yunxi quickly stepped forward, bowing politely. Junior Wei Yunxi greets uncle. Wei Linkai helped him up, smiling. No need for formalities. You and your mother look very much alike. Wei Yunqing, who arrived a bit late, also stepped forward to bow. Junior Wei Yunqing greets uncle. Then, Wei Zonghao and others in the yard also bowed to Wei Linkai. They were happy to see their uncle so soon. His presence gave them more confidence. At this moment, Wei Yunting took a storage bag from his pocket and handed it to Wei Linkai with both hands. Uncle, this is what our family had asked me to bring before we left. Wei Linkai took the bag, sensing with his divine consciousness that it contained cultivation resources prepared by the family. He accepted it without fuss and then asked about their experience in the sex assessment. Wei Yunting took a step forward to speak first, and the others added their comments. Wei Yunxi and Wei Zonghao's experiences after falling behind were told by little Fatty, who kept talking until yesterday when they were troubled by a disciple named Chen Feng from the outer sect. Wei Linkai listened and nodded, thinking that the performance of the Wei family disciples this time was quite impressive. Especially the two little ones who fell behind, but were the first to reach the mountain gate. He didn't comment on Wei Yunqing's troublesome nature, as he believed too much discussion might harm unity. You all did very well. The disciples sent by the family before, only a few passed 3 rounds of tests and entered the outer sect. I am one of them, and there's also a relative from the inner sect's Fafeng Peak, who is already a golden core cultivator. Few other disciples from the miscellaneous peaks stand out. After receiving praise from his uncle, the 8 people looked visibly happier. Wei Zonghan cupped his fists and said, "Uncle, don't worry. We will work hard to cultivate and will never bring shame to the family." The others nodded in agreement. Wei Linkai nodded with satisfaction and continued, "As for what you said about Chen Feng, I'll inform Elder Zhang at the Disciples' Hall later, so no one will bother you in the future. But remember, don't abuse the family's power to do wrong. If trouble happens, be prepared to take responsibility yourself. Our Wei family only has one golden core true person in the sect, so don't be too boastful. If you provoke the wrong people, the family can only compromise." The 8 people responded seriously. "Yes, we will remember that. But for now, Uncle Zong can still protect you outside the sect. Like Yunting said, we don't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of trouble either. Just focus on cultivating well. Within a year, you must raise your cultivation to the 3rd level of qi refining. Yunting and Zonghan, who are at the minimum threshold for outer disciples, should also improve their cultivation quickly and aim to train at the peak with rich spiritual energy. Once they reach the foundation establishment stage, they will automatically become inner sect disciples, or if they rank in the top 10 in the sect's big competition, they can also enter inner sect training. The next sect competition is 10 years away, so they have plenty of time to prepare." Wei Yunting and the others listened carefully, each counting on their fingers. It seemed that Yunting and Zonghan had a better chance of advancing to the inner sect. Wei Linkai was very pleased with everyone's reactions. He smiled and waved his sleeve, placing 8 porcelain bottles on the jade table, saying, "These are my gifts for you. Each bottle contains 10 top-quality spirit-nourishing pills, which will help you when you advance in cultivation." "Thank you, Uncle." 8 people smile on their faces, step forward one by one to take the pills, and carefully put them into their storage bags. Wei Linkai then says, "Remember, don't reveal your wealth. Don't be fooled by others from the outer sect. Your starting point is higher than that of untrained disciples, so you must be more strict with yourselves. This jade slip contains spells usable by those at the qi refining stage. Each of you copy a copy and practice well." He then hands the jade slip to Wei Yunting. "Thanks for the trouble, little uncle." Wei Yunting knows that copying spells from a jade slip requires spiritual stones, and little uncle has helped them save some expenses. That's all I need to say. Since everyone is here, I will take you to the lecture hall, and also greet the elders of the outer sect. Yes, little uncle. The 8 are happy. Their little uncle clearly supports them, so they must keep up. With this backing, those secretly plotting against them probably won't dare to act rashly anymore. Wei Lingkai escorts the 8 to the lecture hall, then goes alone to see Elder Zheng in the disciple hall. This matter quickly spreads through the outer sect. Wei Lingkai's bright inner sect robe makes him very noticeable. When he leaves riding a sword, some gossipers quickly find out that he is the younger brother of the 8 new outer sect disciples from the Wei family. One disciple who trains in the same courtyard as Chen Feng sneers, "See, he's just hit a dead end." It's because Chen Feng's heart isn't right. Just because new disciples have no backing doesn't mean they can be bullied. We also started as new disciples and we dislike people like that. Why do they have to be so evil?
Exactly.
Instead of worrying about what's in other storage bags, it's better to take on more missions. That way, the spiritual stones and points will come naturally and we'll feel more secure.
Right.
Let's go to the mission hall and see if there are new tasks posted. The 3 leave together. Their cultivation levels are all at the 4th stage of Qi refining. After a year of the beginner protection period, they start taking on missions to earn spiritual stones and points. These rumors also reach Chen Feng's ears. He realizes he was careless this time, choosing the wrong target. So, over the next year, he no longer appears in front of Wei's group. He plans to wait until the fuss dies down and no one mentions it anymore before finding trouble with the Wei disciples.
He has a good plan.
The other 6 members of the Wei family probably won't all reach the 3rd level of Qi cultivation within a year. Once some become miscellaneous disciples and the rest begin to take on sect tasks, they will inevitably split up. As soon as they are separated, he can target the weakest ones. He doesn't believe that the inner sect uncles will always watch over these people closely. Chen Feng's ideal is grand and logical, but reality is harsh because his first attempt to attack ended in failure, costing him his life. That is a story for later. Thanks to Wei Lingkai's appearance, the cultivation environment for Wei family disciples has become relatively stable. Although everyone still tends to travel together, they each choose different training paths. In the morning, all Wei family members go to the dining hall for meals together, then split up. Wei Yunting and Wei Zhonghan, both at the 3rd level of Qi, go together to the outer sect training hall. Each finds a quiet room to begin practicing. They plan to use the rich spiritual energy there to push into the 4th level of Qi. Only by breaking through can they learn the basic spells from the jade slips. Wei Yunying, Wei Zongjin, Wei Zongyu, and Wei Zonghao choose to attend lessons at the lecture hall to see if there are differences from the family's usual teachings. They want to learn from each other's strengths. Wei Yunxi goes to the library to read books. She wants to fill in her knowledge of the cultivation world. Although she has learned some from the Wei and Feng families and some from reading novels, those are fictional and very different from reality. It's important to broaden her understanding. Most importantly, she has already reached the 4th level of Qi. Having just advanced, she plans to solidify her early foundation in Qi cultivation. That's why she is separating from everyone else. Wei Yunqing, for reasons unknown, chooses to go with Wei Yunxi. Her reason sounds very proper. Big sister said we should travel together. I don't feel comfortable if you go alone. It's better if we go together. Wei Yunxi smiles sweetly and says, "You're right, sister. I just advanced to the 1st level of Qi cultivation and don't plan to advance further soon. I want to stabilize my foundation, so I plan to read in the library. Do you want to come too?" Wei Yunqing thinks for a moment and replies, "I still don't feel at ease. I'll stay with you for a few days. If everything's fine, you can go alone later. This means I stay with you to be responsible, but I won't sacrifice too much of my own training time. Once it's safe, you can go alone. If anything happens, don't blame me for not taking care of you." "Okay." Wei Yunxi responded quickly and happily. She didn't know what Wei Yunqing was planning, but she thought reading in the library wouldn't cause any trouble, so she decided to go with the flow and see what happened. On her first day in the library, after registering at the entrance, they went inside. The books on the 1st floor were free for outer disciples to read. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors required contribution points or spirit stones. One low-grade spirit stone only allowed her to read for a day, and if she wanted to copy interesting jade slips, she needed to pay more spirit stones. The sect made sure they didn't lose money. Wei Yunxi started browsing the shelves, looking at titles like Brief History of the Wei Realm, Herbal Plant Encyclopedia, Ranking of Fire Types, Rare Treasures of the Wei Realm, Mountain and Vein Analysis of the Wei Realm, Basic Techniques of the Five Elements, My Unbreakable Bond with the Founder of Howren Sect, and History of Howren Sect's Rise. As she flipped further, the titles of the Jade Slips became less believable, sounding like fictional stories made up by celebrities from her world. They were good for passing time, but hard to find valuable information. She randomly picked 2 books from the front, sat in a corner cross-legged, and started reading quickly. Behind her, Wei Yunqing saw this and felt her eyes twitch. She always felt her sister wasn't just here to read. Since it was the first day, she patiently grabbed a random book from the shelf, sat on the ground, and started reading too. But her mind wasn't on the book. She kept glancing at Wei Yunqi in the corner. Wei Yunqi wasn't worried about Wei Yunqing cheating. This was the library, guarded by foundation stage cultivators at the entrance. With her current qi condensation first-level cultivation, she wouldn't cause any trouble, so she was really focused on her reading. They read until afternoon. When their stomachs growled loudly, Wei Yunqi finally pulled her attention away from the books. She looked up at the sky and realized she had missed dinner. She quickly popped a qi-clearing pill into her mouth, then stood up, put the books back, and prepared to return to her residence. Wei Yunqing also put her book away, hurriedly asked, "Yunqi, are the books interesting?" Wei Yunqi glanced at her and replied, "They're quite interesting. I've finished them. You can take them to read tomorrow." After saying that, she led the way out of the library, bowed to the foundation stage cultivator at the door, and headed toward her outer residence. Wei Yunqing saw she couldn't get more information, so she followed and returned to the small courtyard. Once inside, they parted ways. Wei Yunqi opened the barrier formation and sat cross-legged to begin practicing. She first circulated the qi refining technique once, then refined and compressed her spiritual energy. After gathering the spiritual energy into her dantian, she continued practicing the soul refining technique, which is best done at night. She stayed awake all night. Early in the morning, after absorbing the first trace of purple energy, Wei Yunqi left her place feeling energized and repeated her first day's routine. This time, she chose a different book to read. The 2 books she read yesterday were now in Wei Yunqing's hands, and this time, she read very carefully. Wei Yunqi touched her chin, seeming to understand Wei Yunqing's goal. The other person appeared to be searching for something, and only she could find it. This reminded her of her nickname in her novel, The Wealth-Giving Child. Wei Yunqi was holding a book titled Analysis of Mountain Veins and Topography in the Wei Realm. It mainly discussed famous mountains in the Wei Realm, how they formed, and their trends. It also included some feng shui and geomancy techniques. She found it very interesting and quietly took notes on the part she liked. Since reaching the 4th level of qi refining, she felt her spiritual awareness had become stronger, comparable to early-stage foundation establishment cultivators. This gave her a big advantage during her entrance exam, helping her avoid Wei Yunqing. However, during her studies at the clan school, she learned that spiritual awareness should not be used to casually scan higher-level cultivators, as it could be seen as a challenge. Those with lower cultivation levels wouldn't notice it. Using spiritual awareness to read books and memorize content was much faster than memorizing by heart, so she finished 2 books in one day. Today, Wei Yunqi spent her time reading this book. Besides her personal interest, she remembered that in her novel, shortly after Wei family disciples entered the sect, Wei Yunqing unexpectedly obtained a cultivation technique from the library. It seemed unrelated to Wei Yunqi on the surface, but she was sure that Wei Yunqing had obtained the technique through Wei Yunqi's help. She had already made up her mind about how she thought Wei Yunqing did it. No wonder Wei Yunqing had insisted on accompanying her to the library these past 2 days. She clearly had other plans. She even took all the books Wei Yunqi had read to look at them again. Wei Yunqi could guess what she was up to. For now, she hadn't discovered anything, so there was no need to worry. As for giving up the opportunity she had obtained, that was impossible. Over the next 5 days, Wei Yunqi continued her usual visits to the library to read. Wei Yunqing patiently accompanied her for 5 days, but found nothing of interest. On the evening of the 5th day, Wei Yunqing stopped Wei Yunqi as she returned and asked, Yunqi, you've been spending a lot of time in the library lately. Have you found anything interesting? Wei Yunqi smiled and replied, I've learned quite a bit. I saw many strange stories and some storybooks. Today, I was reading the unspoken tales of my encounters with the founder of Haoran sect, which talks about some secret history of the sect's founding ancestor. Wei Yunqing was curious and immediately said, Really? I'll go check it out someday too, just relax. Yes. The books on the first floor are open for everyone, so they're a bit messy. The two chatted casually, not avoiding Wei Yunqing. However, Wei Yunqing's patience was running out. She didn't want to spend more time with Wei Yunqi. She needed to focus on her training. The matter of verifying the authenticity of illusions could be put on hold for now. Unaware of Wei Yunqing's thoughts, Wei Yunqi went to the library again the next day, but this time without Wei Yunqing following her. She was a bit surprised and asked, Jija, you're not coming with me to the library today? Wei Yunqing, feeling impatient inside but smiling outwardly, replied, I've been with you for so long and I'm sure there's no danger around you. I can go to the training hall to practice now. I won't accompany you anymore. Be careful. All right. Thank you for your advice, sister, Wei Yunqi said with a bright smile. She then headed to the library again. This time, she not only read but also tidied up the books on the first floor to make it easier for other disciples to browse. The Foundation establishment cultivator guarding the library was pleased with Wei Yunqi. Since she was helping him organize the books, he smiled and said, You're a good disciple. Check out the shelf in the southwest corner. There's a very good storybook there. Wei Yunqi nodded with a grateful smile and said, Thank you, Uncle Master, for the tip. She went to the spot he mentioned and found a leather-bound book titled The Romantic History of Xianqing Scholar. Judging by the title, it seemed to be about romantic stories. Wei Yunqi licked her lips. Was the cultivation world so open-minded? Could a 5-year-old like her really read such storybooks? Curious, she opened the book and quickly realized she had misunderstood. It was a diary-like travel record written by a cultivator named Xianqing Shi, which included some of his personal romantic adventures to make it more interesting. Wei Yunqi quickly understood that someone had chosen such an eye-catching book title to make the book widely known. She was simply curious and kept reading. Wei Yunqi spent a day finishing this travel journal. She then returned the book to its original place, not on the bookshelf. Clearly, it was a treasured item of the library's guardian, not meant for sharing. Later, Wei Yunqi went to the dining hall for dinner. There, she met Wei Yunqing and Wei Yunqing, but they ignored each other and sat at opposite ends of the table. Wei Yunqi didn't bother with their disagreement and went to eat. After finishing, she bought a bag of spiritual noodles for herself. Wei Yunqing asked curiously, Yunqi, what are you going to do with so many spiritual noodles? I bought them to eat. I was reading in the library and missed dinner a few times. Storing some noodles means I won't go hungry. I also want to grow taller. You're right. We can't always eat spiritual pills. They don't have any flavor, Wei Yunqing said. Wei Yunqing also used some spiritual beads to buy 10 more spiritual noodles and put them in her storage bag. Next to them, Wei Yunqing's eyes lit up. She also bought 10 spiritual noodles, trying to save where she could. After the three of them returned together, they found their eldest sister, Yunting, practicing in the room. They didn't disturb her, and each went back to their own room. Wei Yunqi sat cross-legged. She reviewed what she had read today in her mind, trying to find useful information. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide.
This.
How is that possible? She didn't meditate anymore but got up, took out paper and a pen from her space, and started writing down what she had read. After copying the entire travel journal by memory, she began to carefully select sentences she thought were problematic and copied them onto another sheet of paper. By the time she finished, it was already midnight. Using the moonlight shining through the window, she read through her selected words. Her face lit up with joy. It was a technique called Qian Ing Fu Feng, a body movement method perfectly suited for her wind spirit root. The secret formula for this technique was hidden in the journal, left behind by the cultivator as a chance for future generations. Wei Yunxi was able to discover it because the journal was written in a messy, unorganized style, with no clear structure. Some sentences were even incoherent, as if the author had just jotted down thoughts spontaneously. She was just now organizing her thoughts in her mind when she instinctively picked out the awkward sentences and grouped them together. Then, by connecting the first characters of each sentence, she formed a secret chant. Next, she linked the second characters of each sentence to create another chant, and so on. This way, she finally derived the cultivation formula for Qianing Fu Feng. Wei Yunxi read through the secret formula she had deciphered. After memorizing it thoroughly, she destroyed the paper and stored her writing tools in her space. Then she sat cross-legged to meditate again. Wei Yunxi couldn't hide her smile. This must be the technique Wei Yunqing had been eager to learn. She didn't expect to find it herself. She wouldn't be foolish enough to give it away easily. This technique suits wind spirit root cultivators very well. When they reach the Great Ascension stage, they can even create 1,000 shadow images to confuse enemies or use them as clones. Wind is always formless and can be fast or slow, which is why it's called Qianing Fu Feng, 1,000 shadows supporting the wind. Wei Yunxi decided to practice this technique with her wind spirit root. It would be a great help. Cultivators with wood spirit root could also learn it, but their progress and effectiveness wouldn't match those with wind spirit root. She took a deep breath, feeling things were moving in a good direction. At least she wouldn't hand over this technique to Wei Yunqing now. Meanwhile, Wei Yunqing, who was sitting inside meditating, couldn't calm her mind. A voice kept urging her to find Wei Yunxi. Finally, she couldn't resist and activated Wei Yunxi's formation to call her out. Wei Yunxi sensed her barrier was triggered. She quickly checked her spiritual awareness and saw Wei Yunqing standing outside, anxious and restless. She immediately withdrew her awareness and ignored her. She didn't believe the knowledge stored in her mind could be stolen. Wei Yunqing waited outside for a long time. Seeing that Wei Yunxi wasn't planning to open the door, she left in anger. The next morning, Wei Yunqing stopped Wei Yunxi and asked sharply, "Why didn't you open the door for me?" Wei Yunxi looked at her as if she were simple-minded and said, "When have I not opened the door for you?"
Which door are you talking about?
Last night. I was cultivating last night. I didn't hear anyone knocking on the formation. Besides, what do you want to talk to me about so late? You're saying the same now. Wei Yunxi asked straightforwardly. Wei Yunqing didn't know how to respond. Did she want to say she was nervous and wanted to see her immediately? At this moment, Wei Yunting and Wei Yuning came out of their rooms. Seeing that both sisters looked upset, they went over to them. Wei Yunting, as the eldest sister, spoke first. "What's going on?" Wei Yunxi was the first to question Wei Yunqing about her whereabouts, then turned to her and asked, "Sister, what exactly do you want to talk to me about?" Wei Yunqing took a deep breath and said, "Just wanted to ask if you still go to the book collection pavilion to read? Is that all? Asking now doesn't change anything. Why bother disturbing me so late while I'm practicing?" Wei Yunxi retorted and then waved generously. "Forget it, I won't argue. Starting today, I won't go to the book collection pavilion anymore. To read on the second floor, you need spirit stones or contribution points. I don't have many spirit stones and I have no contribution points, so from now on I will practice with you all in the training hall." Wei Yunqing was momentarily choked and then said, "I'm worried that if you go alone to the book collection pavilion, some unruly disciples might block you, and you'll be left without anyone nearby. But now it's better. We can go practice together in the training hall." Wei Yunxi rolled her eyes inwardly. She let her talk all she wanted and was too lazy to respond, so she followed Wei Yunting and Wei Yuning to the training hall. This was her first time practicing there. On the way, Wei Yunting reminded her, "The training hall has individual practice rooms. You can choose freely. Each session lasts 2 hours. The door won't open until the time is up, and you'll be notified to leave when it's over. Also, new disciples only need spirit stones for their first year. Starting from the second year, besides the 2 hours daily, extra practice requires spirit stones or contribution points. You should cherish this opportunity and not waste time. Don't worry, elder sister. I will save up, Wei Yunxi quickly nodded. The bottom of the training hall is connected to a low-grade spiritual vein with a denser aura than our residence. If possible, try to practice there. Wei Yunting was still worried and looked at Wei Yunxing carefully. She was a dual spirit root talent, the best among the Wei family disciples, yet she hadn't broken through to the second level of qi refining. It made her anxious. Wei Yunxing looked a bit embarrassed. She felt she had been a bit careless. She had delayed her cultivation for that illusion and uncertain chance. She immediately assured her sister, "Don't worry, elder sister. I'm currently working on breaking through to the second level of qi refining. I've already touched the threshold." "That's good." For people talked and walked quickly to the entrance of the cultivation hall. The guarding disciple checked their identity jade tokens and registered them. Then, each person received a number token and entered their respective training rooms. Wei Yunxi's first action upon entering the training room was to open the isolation array. Only then did she lie down on the mat without any shame, finally shaking off Wei Yunxing, who had been like a leech attached to her. Although she had recently handled Wei Yunxing quite smoothly, she still kept a small part of her mind on her. Who knew what trouble the other might cause? If it weren't for the purpose of gaining more knowledge about the cultivation world, she wouldn't have gone to the library and let Wei Yunxing cling to her like a leech for so many days. But these days were very worthwhile. She had mostly caught up on basic cultivation knowledge and even found a high-level wind-type technique for herself. This achievement greatly comforted her and confirmed that she was living in a real world, not a novel universe. Because her mind was relaxed and her mood was happy, Wei Yunxi completely let go. As she relaxed, the sleep god found her, and soon she started to snore softly. With her chest rising and falling, spiritual energy particles in the training room gradually gathered around her, then rushed into her body one after another, forming a small vortex of spiritual energy. The energy entered her meridians and followed a set route, finally reaching her dantian. After a good sleep, Wei Yunxi woke up feeling refreshed and found that her external cultivation level had been adjusted to the second layer of qi refining. She immediately checked her dantian with her divine sense and saw her cultivation had increased again, reaching the fifth layer of qi refining.
Huh.
Sleeping can also improve my cultivation? This was a big surprise for Wei Yunxi. Her cultivation had increased, and her divine sense had grown a bit more. She re-entered the space inside her jade token, which she hadn't visited in a while. The space still looked the same as before she left. The light screen once again displayed the message Guo Yan Yun Yan is online. Warrior of the tribe. Xiao Yun Yan, you're online? Guo Yan Yun Yan. Yes, I participated in the assessment earlier and am now training in the sect, so I don't get many chances to go online. Fairy Spirit, the group has been too quiet lately. How is your cultivation progressing?
Guo Yan Yun Yan? Hey.
I'm still a small fry, but yesterday I was lucky enough to get a wind-type technique that suits me very well. Survival is the hard truth. Congratulations. I have dual abilities of space and wind. If this technique is as powerful as you say, I'd like to trade with you. Wei Yunxi hesitated after seeing this and tentatively asked, "What will you trade?" Survival is the hard truth. I have energy cores and energy core weapons. I'll make a list for you to see if you need anything.
Passing clouds. Okay.
After a moment, a private message was sent. Wei Yunxi opened it and carefully looked through. She found that the energy cores are unique energy objects in the world where survival is the hard truth takes place. Based on her experience browsing novel websites, this expert is likely in a post-apocalyptic world. The shiny, attribute-bearing energy cores are probably from zombie heads. The other person has awakened supernatural abilities, so they can use energy cores to improve their skills. However, she doesn't dare to use them recklessly because their cultivation system is different, and the energy needed would vary. Especially after her system provided her with knowledge of cultivation, she learned that spiritual energy is pure energy from heaven and earth, opposite to demonic energy. The energy cores seem to be collections of energy similar to demonic energy, so she is cautious about using them. As for energy core weapons, she can find alternatives in the cultivation world, so there's no need to exchange for them. Therefore, she privately replied, "Sorry, I can't use the items you offer right now. Survival is the hard truth." Ah, that's a pity. I'm very interested in cultivation techniques, especially ones compatible with my supernatural abilities. I genuinely want to exchange resources with you. Wei Yunxi could feel that the other person was eager to get a cultivation technique. Since she is a newcomer and is benefiting from her ancestors' reputation, she looked at the unopened boxes in the space and thought for a moment before replying. "Senior, I will share my needs with my group members. You can also share your resources, and maybe someone can help us connect and achieve a three-way win. Survival is the hard truth." Your idea is good. Let's give it a try. Then, both of them posted their needed items and available resources in the chat group, hoping for a fair resource exchange. Warrior of the tribe. Hard truth, I want an energy shield. I can offer milk fruit and small cloud smoke in exchange. This milk fruit is specially for young creatures, helps strengthen the body, and has no side effects. Here, whether male or female young creatures, before transforming between humans and beasts, need to eat milk fruit as a foundation. It should help strengthen your body and increase your strength. Survival is the hard truth. I can exchange the energy shield for small cloud smoke and also provide the energy cores needed to use the shield. Wei Yunxi saw that this exchange could benefit all three parties, and the next step was to discuss the specific quantities involved. The tribe warrior was generous and first sent her a milk fruit to try, to see if it could help strengthen her body. Wei Yunxi was straightforward. After accepting the milk fruit, she temporarily left the space chat group. Sitting cross-legged in the training room, Wei Yunxi opened her eyes and looked at the mark on the wall. There was a quarter of an hour left before her 2-hour training limit. She decided not to return to her residence for now, as this place was much safer than her small courtyard. Then she pretended to touch her storage bag and took the milk fruit sent by the tribe warrior into her hand. The milk fruit looked like a mango, but its skin was milky white. It was about the size of an adult's palm and emitted a sweet, milky aroma that was very tempting. Wei Yunxi licked her lips, bit a small opening at the tip of the fruit, and a white, jelly-like substance flowed into her mouth and down her throat. She immediately smelled a sweet, milk-like scent, and her nose picked up a fruity fragrance. Overall, she liked it very much. Inside her stomach, the milk fruit was gradually nourishing her lungs, making her feel warm and full. Wei Yunxi felt that the milk fruit was similar to the milk jelly from her world, rich in energy and perfect for her current needs. Without hesitation, she ate the rest of the fruit. After finishing, she touched her mouth and stood up just as her training time ended. She took out her token from inside the door and went to find the guard disciple at the entrance to ask for an extension of 2 more hours. The guard disciple looked a bit hesitant and said, "You're a new disciple and visiting the training hall for the first time, so I chose a training room with a strong spiritual aura for you. However, it has already been reserved by an older disciple." Wei Yunxi didn't understand why. The guard disciple must have received a bribe from the older disciple to reserve the best training room, and to avoid the steward elder noticing, they used her as a cover. Following the principle that less trouble is better, she politely nodded and said, "Senior brother, I am about to break through, so please find me a training room. It doesn't matter what position it is in. The spiritual aura in the training hall is much richer than in my place. Thank you very much." The guard disciple saw that the young girl was perceptive and didn't make things difficult for her. She took back her current training room token and gave her a new one. "Thank you, senior brother." Wei Yunxi thanked them again and headed straight to the new training room. Soon after she left, Wei Yunqing and Wei Yuning came to return the number tag of the training room. They planned to go to the dining hall for lunch. Wei Yunqing asked, "Should we wait for Sister Yunting and Yunxi?" Wei Yuning shook her head. "No need to wait for Sister Yunting. She doesn't like to be interrupted while training and usually eats dinner in the dining hall." As for Yunxi, she wasn't sure if the other had come out yet. The disciples on duty recognized them. They were all surnamed Wei and clearly from the same family, so one of them said, The younger sister Wei Yunqi just extended her training session for 2 more hours. She went back into the training room before you arrived, so you don't need to wait for her. Of course, this clever senior brother didn't tell them that Wei Yunqi had changed training rooms. Thanks for the reminder. We won't wait then, said Wei Yunying. Wei Yunqing wasn't worried. This was the sex training hall, where a golden core cultivator was present, so no one dared cause trouble. Her younger sister's safety was assured. Hearing this, Wei Yunqing only bit her lip and secretly made up her mind to work harder than Wei Yunqi. Then, the two of them went together to the dining hall. After lunch, they returned to the training hall to continue practicing. Meanwhile, Wei Yunqi re-entered her training room, immediately activated the isolation formation, and then entered the space chat group again. Survival is the real key, said one member. Xiao Yunyan, you're finally online. Sorry, I just changed to a new training room, Yunyan replied. A warrior from the tribe said, we've already agreed on the number of milk fruits for the trade. Now it depends on how many you need. Wei Yunqi thought for a moment and replied, I still need 10 years to reach adulthood. How many milk fruits can you provide? The tribe's warrior didn't expect Xiao Yunyan to be a real youngling, but even young ones in the tribe couldn't do without milk fruits. To ensure the safety of the tribe members after the cold season, he gritted his teeth and replied, I can give you 500. That's the limit for our tribe. If you want more in the future, I can trade with you after the abundant season. Wei Yunqi thought for a moment and decided to accept the other's proposal. She also wanted to see how much her body's strength could improve after eating these milk fruits. From what the tribe warrior said, these milk fruits only worked for younglings. Eating them as an adult would probably have little effect. So she made a quick decision and said, all right, I agree. Subsequently, the three parties exchanged resources. Wei Yunqi traded the 1,000 shadows supporting wind for an energy shield and several crystal cores. The tribe warriors then exchanged their milk fruit and Wei Yunqi for the energy shield and crystal cores. Thus, the resource exchange among the three parties was successfully completed. Others in the group were just watching and did not participate because they did not need the resources. Wei Yunqi looked at the 5 large baskets of milk fruit stored in her space, humming happily. After checking to ensure everything was correct, she greeted everyone in the chat group and then logged off. After regaining awareness, Wei Yunqi did not rush to cultivate. Instead, she reviewed her recent gains and clarified her next cultivation steps. First, she has now reached the 5th level of qi refining and can practice the techniques in the jade slip given by her little uncle, at least to ensure her self-defense. Second, with the milk fruit, she has an upgraded version of the body refining pill, and it does not cause poison. While strengthening her body, she has also entered the early stage of body refinement, laying a solid foundation for future cultivation. Third, she currently only has the refining qi technique cultivation method and lacks methods for lightning and ice elements. She needs to find ways to exchange for these from her sect later. Since she is in the qi refining stage, the refining qi technique is enough for now. It is a basic method, and after foundation establishment, practicing techniques compatible with her spiritual root will not conflict, so she still has time to look for other techniques. In her understanding, the lightning spiritual root is the most aggressive and immune to evil spirits, so she wants to find a lightning sword technique for her attack. The ice spiritual root is better suited for group attacks, so she plans to find an ice element cultivation method to complement her lightning sword technique. Fourth, regarding the 4 arts of cultivation, she must master one thoroughly to earn resources in the future. Alchemy suits her spiritual root well, and the foam family has already laid a good foundation for her, so she believes she can learn it easily. Drawing talismans is the least costly skill, but producing good results requires practice. She plans to attend classes at the lecture hall to learn about talisman drawing and see if it works for her. As for formations and refining tools, she is not considering deep learning for now, but wants to understand the basics. With enough spiritual stones, she can buy ready-made formation discs and magic tools. However, she needs the ability to distinguish good formation discs and materials for refining tools. Otherwise, she might waste spiritual stones. Wei Yunxi also thought about the resources in her space that she hasn't used yet and believed that achieving these goals should not be difficult. Let's review what I have on me. The wooden token space chat group is her secret weapon. As her cultivation improves, she will gain access to higher-level resources in the cultivation world, which she can exchange through the chat group to help her practice. Additionally, the silver ring given by the Feng family can hide her spiritual root, allowing her to continue secretly developing. The flower-shaped ornament on her forehead can conceal her cultivation level and protect her when necessary. She also has 2 defensive magic tools, which are enough for her current training within the sect. After foundation building, she plans to go outside for experience and buy other equipment. She doesn't plan to open the boxes of resources received from the chat group now, fearing that once she sees what's inside, she might want to give up. That wouldn't be good for her progress. She plans to open them only when she's at her wit's end. Wei Yunxi has reviewed her belongings and feels satisfied. At least she's not completely broke. The Feng family also left her some things from her mother. As long as nothing goes wrong, she can definitely cultivate to the spiritual realm. However, with Wei Yunqing around, who is like a troublesome rat, she must prepare herself mentally. Fortunately, she's gradually rewriting the story. She believes that with enough effort, she can change her fate. After encouraging herself silently, Wei Yunxi calmed down and continued her cultivation. When she finished her practice for the day and met with the Wei family's 3 sisters, Wei Yunting happily said, "Yunxi, you've already reached the 2nd level of qi refining." Wei Yunting's words surprised Wei Yunying and Wei Yunqing. They didn't expect their younger sister to surpass them in cultivation. Wei Yunying said sourly, "Yunxi, you're so lucky. You just broke through to the 1st level of qi refining not long ago, and now you've advanced again." Wei Yunqing was both shocked and jealous. Her talent was better than her sister's, but why did she always seem to be stuck behind? Wei Yunxi narrowed her eyes and said, "Yunying, don't say that. Since joining the sect, I've been practicing every night instead of sleeping. Plus, the spiritual energy inside the sect is rich, and I took a top-quality spirit-nourishing pill given by my little uncle. That's how I managed to break through so quickly. I have the 3 spiritual roots, and I need to raise my cultivation to the middle stage of qi refining soon, or I won't be able to make spirit-nourishing pills for everyone to practice." Wei Yunxi knew how to speak wisely. Her explanation eased her sister's doubts. After all, she had even taken the pills her little uncle gave her. If she couldn't break through again, it would be a shame for those top-quality pills. Her mention of making pills for everyone's practice was also a way to prepare for the future. Wei Yunting smiled and said, "I see all of Yunxi's efforts. Your progress in cultivation is thanks to your hard work. You don't need to be jealous. Just focus on your training. I believe you'll also break through soon." "You're right, Sister Yunting," Wei Yunying replied happily. She had already reached the threshold of the 2nd level of qi refining and had been trying to break through these past few days. Tomorrow at noon, she planned to skip the dining hall and push herself to succeed in one go. Wei Yunqing secretly decided she must break through to the 2nd level of qi refining quickly, or she would fall behind. That would be embarrassing and could affect her future apprenticeship. After returning to their residence, the 4 of them each went to their rooms. Except for Wei Yunxi, who chose to lie down and sleep, the other 3 continued meditating and practicing. Wei Yunxi found that, with her small body, replacing sleep with training was bad for her growth. She had relaxed and slept for 3 hours in the training room, and naturally, she broke through to the 5th level of qi refining. This was partly because of the rich spiritual energy in the training room, and partly because she was in a good mood. From that moment, she decided she must sleep at least 3 hours daily and balance training with rest. She couldn't just chase after higher cultivation levels. Now that she had reached the 5th level of qi refining, she felt she needed to settle down and not break through again for a while. The next day, the Wei family's 8 members gathered together, which was rare. They noticed that everyone's cultivation had improved after some time apart. Wei Yunying successfully broke through to the 4th level of qi refining last night, and Wei Zhonghan had already reached the same level during the day. They remained the leaders of the Wei family. Wei Zonghao, stimulated by Wei Yunxi, had also broken through to the second level of qi refining. Wei Zongjin and Wei Zongyu were on the verge of breaking through to the second level as well. Looking at this, Wei Yunying and Wei Yunqing felt the pressure. They exchanged glances and then looked away, each vowing to be the first to break through. 3 days later, Wei Yunqing broke through to the second level of qi refining first, regaining some face. Soon after, Wei Zongjin, Wei Zongyu, and Wei Yunying also advanced to the second level. After a month in the sect, all the Wei disciples had made progress. This put pressure on the new outer disciples, who still had over 10 months to go. The Wei family disciples could break through to the third level of qi refining even with medicinal pills, ensuring they kept their outer disciple status. This created great pressure for the disciples who entered the sect at the same time, motivating them to train harder. Those eager to attend lessons moved to the training hall, aiming to break through first. Wei Yunxi chose a different path. Every morning, she practiced for 2 hours, then went to the lecture hall to listen to her uncles teach. She didn't stick to just one teacher but listened to whoever was giving a lesson, and the topics were quite varied. During this time, she learned about the 4 arts of cultivation, spell basics, and training tips. In the end, she focused mainly on alchemy and talisman-making classes. Each day, she practiced for 2 hours in her training room, focusing on hand gestures and small spells. She mastered the cleansing spell and spirit detection, then moved on to fireball, golden arrow, plant entanglement, water sphere, earth spike, lightning strike, ice needle, and wind control. These were her daily spells to practice. Most of these spells were attack types, chosen instinctively from spell jade slips. She had reasons for selecting them. The basic 5-element attack spells helped hide her spiritual root attributes. The last 3 spells suited her spiritual root best, almost instant to cast, maximizing their power for her secret attacks. Every time she practiced a spell, after using up the spiritual energy in her dantian and sitting to meditate, she felt a slight increase in spiritual energy. It wasn't obvious, but she could sense it, giving her a new way to improve her cultivation. However, each time she left the training room, she refilled her dantian with spiritual energy to keep herself prepared. After a month, her spiritual energy in the dantian had grown again. In the afternoons, she attended talisman-making classes. Recently, for some unknown reason, Wei Yunqing had been staying close to her, seemingly wanting to go in and out together. Wei Yunxi could sense that Wei Yunqing was about to break through to the third level of qi refining. It was just a matter of days. But now, she was closely watching her, perhaps planning something. "Older sister, are you going to the talisman class with me today?" "Yes, I feel like I might break through soon. I want to relax a bit before advancing. Going to the lecture hall sounds good." Wei Yunqing smiled and replied. Wei Yunxi felt that Wei Yunqing was already showing signs of growth, understanding how to hide her thoughts. She also smiled and said, "You're amazing, sister. It's only been a month, and you're about to break through again. If you work hard, you can break through too." Wei Yunqing replied carelessly. Later, the two entered the place where they taught talisman-making classes. After sitting on the mat, they didn't speak much. Instead, Wei Yunqing started a conversation with a young boy nearby. The boy looked shy, but responded to Wei Yunqing. That afternoon, after the talisman-making class, Wei Yunqing took the initiative to speak. "Yunxi, I heard from the little senior brother next to me that there's a small market outside the sect. It's run by disciples themselves and opens for 3 days each month, making it easy for us to exchange resources. Do you want to go see it? I think you've been listening to the talisman classes for a while now, so you probably need to buy some tools for drawing talismans. You have to practice to get better, or all these lessons will be useless. I think this outside market is perfect for beginners like us, and it's safe too." Yunxi nodded in agreement. "That's a good idea. Let's wait until you break through to the third level of qi refining before we go together. It's better to have higher cultivation for bargaining." "All right, it's settled then. I'll work hard these next few days to break through." Wei Yunqing replied happily. People might think they were close sisters. Yunxi responded quietly, and then the two went together to the dining hall. Wei Yunqing was determined to break through, even buying a bag of spiritual steamed buns. They left the hall under the surprised gazes of others. The master of the dining hall sighed. This batch of new disciples is very hardworking. My spiritual steamed buns have been in short supply lately. I need to steam 2 more pots. The next day, Wei Yunqing indeed didn't go to the dining hall at noon. It looked like she was trying to break through to the 3rd level of qi refining. Yunqi observed secretly for a while and confirmed that she was close to breaking through. So, Yunqi immediately adjusted her cultivation to the 3rd level of qi refining, then stepped out from the shadows, smiling as she greeted Wei Yunqing. Big sister, I didn't expect to be the first again. I pushed myself and broke through to the 3rd level today. Wei Yunqing almost spat blood upon hearing this. She was a step behind again. If she had known, she wouldn't have come back today. It really affected her mood for breaking through. In the end, Wei Yunqing forced a smile and congratulated her sister, then turned and went back to her room. Yunqi smiled slightly, admitting she had deliberately provoked her sister. Sure enough, the next morning, Wei Yunqing didn't even go to the dining hall. She went straight to the training hall to practice. Wei Yunting and Wei Yuning also felt the pressure and followed her to the training hall. Yunxi then went to the neighboring courtyard to call Wei Zonghao, and the two of them went together to the outside market formed spontaneously by disciples. Wei Zonghao happily nibbled on his dried meat while asking, Yunxi, what do you want to buy today at the marketplace? Yunxi didn't hide her plans. I've been studying spell-making recently. I want to buy some spell-making tools so I can learn to make spells myself. At least I can earn some spirit stones. Wei Zonghao nodded understandingly. I know about that, but spell pens are not cheap. I want to find a second-hand spell pen. I don't want to buy a new one. I also don't know if I have the talent for spell-making. If I spend spirit stones on a good spell pen and then find out I have no talent, that would be a waste. That makes sense. If you don't have the talent, you can sell it at a low price later. As long as you don't lose out. That's what I think too. They walked together toward the area where outer disciples gathered, mostly browsing small shops. Yunxi had another goal for this trip, to get her hands on the Tianpian pill, which Wei Yunqing might be interested in. To avoid risks, she specifically brought Wei Zonghao along. Even if she couldn't get the item herself, she didn't want Wei Yunqing to get it either. This idea came to her after Wei Yunqing started to get closer again. The Tianpian pill was a good item that could increase the root value of spiritual roots. Spiritual roots are given by the heavenly way and generally don't change, without special opportunities. The root value of a spiritual root doesn't change with a cultivator's progress, but the Tianpian pill can do that. However, a cultivator can only take the pill once in their life. How much it can improve the root value depends on luck and fate. Perhaps Wei Yunqing didn't know about the Tianpian pill, but she seemed to smell trouble and kept lingering around Yunxi, even ignoring her own breakthrough. So Yunxi pretended not to notice her probing and agreed to go to the outer marketplace together. She also preemptively adjusted her cultivation level to the 3rd stage of qi refining, deliberately provoking Wei Yunqing to prioritize her cultivation for face. While Wei Yunqing was busy breaking through to the 3rd stage and couldn't leave the training hall, Yunxi took Wei Zonghao to browse the marketplace. Fortunately, things went smoothly. After Wei Yunxi and Wei Zonghao arrived at the outer sect marketplace, she deliberately took Wei Zonghao around to browse aimlessly, claiming it was to compare prices and buy the best tools for talisman making with the fewest spiritual stones. Wei Zonghao was happy to follow along, thinking it was a good way to learn more. He also asked Yunxi for tips on how she improved her cultivation so quickly. Since they both had the 3 spirit root, and he had been practicing for a year longer, he felt it was unfair that she had already surpassed him so much. Wei Yunxi generously shared her secret. I usually start by exhausting the spiritual energy in my dantian before I begin to cultivate. This helps my progress go faster. Wei Zonghao immediately asked, Really? How do you use up your spiritual energy? I practice the basic 5-element techniques. Today, I plan to use drawing talismans to drain my spiritual energy. I wonder how many talismans a third-layer chi cultivator can make before running out of energy. Then I can sit and meditate to recover, which will make my cultivation more efficient. Wei Zonghao nodded in understanding and smiled, thanking Yunqi. At this moment, Wei Yunqi was standing in front of a stall with a sign that read "Only exchange for pills." Her spiritual sense scanned the beast hide, confirming her target, and she politely asked, "Senior brother, I like this purple sandalwood jewelry box. What kind of pills are you looking to trade for?" The boy sitting cross-legged at the stall replied, "I need pills that can help me break through the late chi stage." Wei Yunqi thought for a moment and said, "I have a nourishing spirit pill. Would that work?" "I want to see the quality first," the boy replied, clearly concerned about the pill's quality. Wei Yunqi smiled and said, "This nourishing spirit pill was given to me after passing the sect exam. Its quality is definitely good." The boy glanced at the two small figures in front of him, then nodded. "All right, I'll trade 2 pills for an item from your stall." Wei Zonghao frowned, feeling the other was being a bit unfair. Just as he was about to speak, Wei Yunqi spoke first. "Okay, I find these little items interesting. I want to trade for 2 more." "Sure, pick what you like," the boy agreed. Wei Yunqi first grabbed the jewelry box, then picked up a slightly old talisman brush. Although the tip was frayed, it was suitable for a beginner like her. After hesitating for a moment, she made her choice. Finally, she looked at a pile of empty pill bottles on the stall and tentatively asked the vendor, "Senior brother, can these empty pill bottles be considered as part of the trade?" The stall owner saw a pile of empty jade bottles and generously said, "These bottles are yours if you pay with 1 spirit-nourishing pill."
Okay.
Wei Yunqi immediately waved her hand, putting the pill bottles and the 2 other items she was holding into her storage bag, but she placed the pill bottles into her wooden token space. She happily paid 5 spirit-nourishing pills to the other person. Then the 2 continued walking toward the place selling blank talisman paper. The little chubby boy whispered, "Sister Yunqi, you're too kind. Those empty jade bottles aren't worth a single pill. You should have let him give them to you as a gift." "It's okay. That senior brother is about to break through to the late chi refining stage. It's a good chance to make a good connection. Anyway, the most valuable thing on the stall is that talisman brush. The other 2 items are just extras." He knew that, so he dared to offer that price.
You're right about that.
The little chubby boy also saw this, but he thought that 4 pills were enough to get the talisman brush, so there was no need to give an extra pill. Wei Yunqi felt that paying 1 pill was enough to settle the deal, so neither side owed anything. Otherwise, she wouldn't truly want to keep the heaven-repairing pill hidden inside the empty bottle. At this moment, a call came from behind them. "Wei Yunqi." Wei Yunqi raised an eyebrow, then turned around calmly. She saw Wei Yunqing running toward them. Wei Yunqing had just broken through to the 3rd level of chi refining and suddenly felt a jolt of fear. That bad feeling returned. She quickly left the cultivation hall, handed a spirit stone to the guard senior brother, and learned that Wei Yunqi wasn't in the cultivation room. She then turned and ran toward the marketplace. She remembered that in the illusion, Wei Yunqi had found a pill in the marketplace. That pill was a good item. It could improve her spiritual root talent. She had to find a way to get it. When Wei Yunqing reached the 2 of them, she looked a bit annoyed and said, "Yunqi, weren't we supposed to go shopping in the marketplace together? Why did you leave me behind?" Wei Yunqi smiled warmly and said, "Sister, you said you wanted to break through to the 3rd level of chi refining quickly. I didn't want to disturb your cultivation over such a small matter. Luckily, Zonghao was free, so we came together." Afterward, she deliberately cupped her fists and said, "Sister, congratulations on breaking through to the 3rd level. Your aura is a bit unstable. Why not strengthen it a little more?" Wei Yunqing felt her punch hit nothing and could only take a deep breath and say, "I was worried about you wandering the marketplace alone and came after you. Let's go shopping together, all 3 of us." "Okay." Wei Yunqi responded quickly and then gave a subtle signal to the little fat boy, who nodded understandingly. The 3 of them continued forward, but Wei Yunqing suddenly asked, "Yunqi, did you find anything good just now?" We found a second-hand talisman pen, which I traded 5 spirit pills for. It's a good deal, Wei Yunxi replied with a smile, taking out the talisman pen from her storage bag to show Wei Yunqing, easing her doubts. Wei Yunqing casually took it and asked, "Let me see what material it's made of, to know if it's worth 5 pills." Wei Yunxi didn't stop her and let her examine it carefully. Then she headed straight to a stall selling blank talisman paper. Wei Yunqing used her spiritual sense to check the entire talisman pen from inside out but found nothing unusual. She frowned and returned it to Wei Yunxi. Meanwhile, Wei Yunxi was bargaining with the stall owner to buy all the first-level talisman paper on the stall. Wei Yunxi adopted the exchange method suggested by the senior brother earlier, hoping to trade her in used pills for blank talisman paper. She politely cupped her hands and said, "Senior sister, I don't have spirit stones. Can I trade pills for blank talisman paper?" The stall owner looked at Wei Yunxi and asked plainly, "What kind of pills are you trading?" "I have nourishing spirit pills, which I've been saving and don't want to use," Wei Yunxi replied. "Let me see." She wasn't afraid of being cheated and handed over the bottle containing the remaining 5 pills to the girl opposite. The girl opened the bottle, sniffed, and then smiled, saying, "These are mid-grade pills. How many sheets of blank talisman paper do you want exchange for?" Wei Yunxi hesitated and then said, "Senior sister, I'm a beginner. I'll probably use a lot of blank talisman paper, so I want to exchange all the talisman paper on your stall for 5 pills." The stall owner looked at her stall, which was stacked with 10 bundles of first-level blank talisman paper and 1 bundle of second-level paper, each bundle containing 100 sheets. She calculated the value of the pills and gritted her teeth, saying, "All right, since you're sincere, I'll exchange it with you. Just consider it as a friendship. But in the future, you need to buy blank talisman paper for me when you draw talismans." Wei Yunxi understood immediately. This senior sister wanted to establish a long-term, stable customer. She quickly agreed, smiling, "Thank you, senior sister, for taking care of me. I will definitely buy my blank talisman paper from you in the future." The stall owner casually put the pill bottle into her storage bag and said with a smile, "My name is Hua Xuanzi. I've been practicing outside for 5 years. Just call me Senior Sister Hua." "Yes, little sister Wei Yunxi. I just started practicing this year. Senior sister calls me Yunxi." After speaking, Yunxi put all the blank talisman papers on her stall into her storage bag. "Yunxi, this is my communication talisman. If you can't find me in the marketplace, send me a message. I can deliver goods to your door." Hua Xuanzi is a tall girl, speaking cheerfully, and her cultivation is at the 5th level of qi refining, showing good potential. Wei Yunxi decided to accept her olive branch. "Thank you, Senior Sister Hua, for your kindness. Unfortunately, I don't have a communication talisman right now." Hua Xuanzi immediately patted her storage bag and said, "I have some here. I'll give you a discount, 10 low-grade spirit stones for 10 communication talismans. Would you like some?" Wei Yunxi thought for a moment and decided to buy them. She kept them for future use outside the sect. Pretending to feel pain, she took out a nourishing pill and handed it to Hua Xuanzi. Hua Xuanzi's mouth twitched but didn't mind. She took the pill, handed the 10 talismans to Yunxi, then gracefully rolled up her carpet and said, "Yunxi, feel free to browse. I'll go look at other stalls." "All right, senior sister, please." After speaking, Wei Yunxi turned to Wei Yunqing and Wei Zonghao and said, "I've bought the talisman brushes and blank papers. Now, we just need cinnabar ink for drawing the symbols. Let's keep looking." Wei Zonghao had no objections and casually said, "I heard that mixing beast blood into cinnabar ink can boost the power of the symbols. Maybe you should buy some beast blood to try?" "That's true. Uncle also mentioned that. Let's see if we can find suitable beast blood first." Wei Yunxi finished speaking and looked at Wei Yunqing, asking, "Sister, have you finished looking at the brushes? What do you think?" Wei Yunqing, a bit disappointed, returned the brush to Yunxi and said, "It's old, but suitable for practice. Just make do for now." Wei Yunxi took the brush carefully into her storage bag and said, "Yes, I think so too." Then, the 3 continued wandering in the marketplace. Wei Yunxi was really going to buy cinnabar ink. Wei Zonghao mainly kept her company, while Wei Yunqing kept a close eye on Yunqi. Whenever Yunqi's gaze swept over something, she would pretend to be interested and pick it up to look. She even bought 2 items she wasn't sure about. Seeing what the heroine was doing, Yunqi raised her eyebrows slightly, once again confirming that the story she was reading was half true and half false. It was indeed her minor female character who was lucky, but the resources she obtained were probably not given up willingly. They were likely acquired through trickery by the heroine. Whenever she had a chance, Wei Yunqing's main character aura would start to act up, making her feel like a shark smelling blood, biting tightly and not letting go. Luckily, she was prepared. Otherwise, she might have missed her opportunity. For example, with those few empty pill bottles, if the other person said, "I need to refine pills, so I'll trade you 2 empty bottles," she would have unknowingly exchanged her bottles, allowing Wei Yunqing to openly take her chance. But now that she's here, such things won't happen. The 3 of them spent the afternoon shopping, each gaining something. Wei Yunqing bought 2 pieces of suspected treasure junk. Wei Yunqi exchanged for a full set of talisman-making tools, and Wei Zonghao bought some spiritual beast jerky to restock his supplies. They all happily returned to their places. After returning, Wei Yunqing immediately went into her room, started working on the items she bought, trying to find hidden things inside. Wei Yunqi, upon returning, first activated the isolation array, then took out 6 empty pill bottles, lined them up, and examined each carefully. When she reached the 4th bottle, she noticed something unusual. This bottle's bottom was thicker than the others, seeming not to be from the same batch. But she was sure the heaven-replenishing pill was inside this bottle's bottom. Yunqi tried smashing the bottle on the ground, but it was undamaged, clearly of good quality. Realizing physical damage couldn't open the bottom, she tried attacking with new spells. After casting Fireball, Water Arrow, and Golden Thorn spells, she finally used Lightning Strike before her spiritual energy ran out, smashing the bottle and rolling out a pill. Seeing this, Yunqi was overjoyed. She went over, picked up the pill, sniffed it, then stored it in an empty bottle and moved it into her space. She was a top-tier mutated spiritual root with full root value, so taking the heaven-replenishing pill didn't help her much. She planned to keep it for future resource exchanges. Just as she was tidying up the leftover fragments, she sensed someone knocking on the array. Using her spiritual sense, she frowned. Again, it was Wei Yunqing, really persistent. Yunqi waved her sleeve, placing the blank talisman paper and cinnabar ink on the table. She held her talisman pen, waved her hand, and opened the array. She asked with a frown, "Elder sister, is there something you need?" Wei Yunqing seemed to want to enter Yunqi's room, but was blocked. She could only awkwardly ask, "Little sister, what are you doing?" Yunqi replied with a displeased look, "I'm practicing talisman making. You just knocked the array, causing me to ruin a nearly finished first-level talisman. What exactly do you want?" Wei Yunqing glanced at the blank talisman paper on the table and saw that only 1/3 of the cinnabar ink was used. She suppressed her irritation and said, "Mei, would you like me to come in and sit? Since joining the sect, we sisters have become strangers." Wei Yunqi rolled her eyes inwardly. Their sisterly relationship was obvious to everyone. There's no need to pretend to be close now. Yunqi, is there something you want to say?" The speaker was Wei Yunting, who had just come back from the practice hall. She could tell that the 2 sisters from the Wei family were not getting along well. Wei Yunqi pushed Wei Yunqing outside the door, and Wei Yunqing seemed to talk to herself, trying to enter without considering her sister's feelings. She immediately interrupted their confrontation. Seeing Wei Yunting, Wei Yunqi smiled and said, "Yunting sister, you're back?"
"Yes. What are you guys doing?"
Wei Yunqi cut her off first. "Today I bought some tools for making charms at the marketplace. I was drawing charms in the house." Yunqing insisted on activating the array at this time and kept talking to me. I told her I was busy drawing charms and didn't want to be disturbed. Wei Yunqing quickly added, "I didn't know you were drawing charms." "Don't fool the older sister. It was you who insisted on coming with me to buy charm-making tools today. You wouldn't forget that easily, right? Just tell me, what do you really want?" Wei Yunqi asked impatiently. Could Wei Yunqing be trying to grab what her sister needs because she sensed her sister had it? Wei Yunting watched Wei Yunqing hesitate for a long time and only said that their relationship had become distant and she wanted to talk to her sister more. She couldn't say much more. She felt helpless about Wei Yunqing. She was the most talented among the Wei disciples, yet she didn't focus on cultivating to improve her skills. Instead, she was constantly surpassed by her less talented sister. She didn't reflect on herself and kept finding excuses to interrupt her sister's practice, which was truly harmful to herself. Wei Yunting said sternly, "Yunqing, you are now a cultivator. You should know that being interrupted during practice is not good. And it's so late now. If you really have something urgent, you can arrange to talk with Yunqi tomorrow." Wei Yunqing knew she had lost her chance. She could only nod politely and turn back to her room. After she left, Wei Yunqi cupped her hands and thanked Wei Yunting, "Yunting's sister. Thank you for helping me out. Yunqi, you and Yunqing are sisters. It's better not to let your relationship get too strained." Wei Yunqi nodded and said, "I understand, but Sister Yunting, you saw it too. She is too bossy and wanted to force her way into my room without a word. What if I was in the middle of a breakthrough?" After hearing this, Yunting realized that such a possibility was not impossible. Wei Yunqing relied on her good talent, and the Wei family wouldn't give up on her easily. So, when facing other disciples of the Wei family, she showed a subtle sense of superiority. This attitude of looking down on others was felt not only by Yunting, but also by Zhonghan Wei. Because of this, both of them treated Wei Yunqing with indifference. After experiencing the assessment for entering the sect, they saw her selfish nature and chose to keep their distance. However, since they were still practicing in the same courtyard, some things couldn't be avoided. She worked hard to cultivate, aiming to quickly break through to the mid-stage of qi refinement so she could have a good excuse to leave this outer peak. Wei Yunqing was unaware that she had already been secretly rejected by other disciples of the Wei family. When she returned to her room, she was still upset that Yunting's return was not at the right time. Yunting comforted Wei Yunqi briefly, then they each went back to their own rooms. After activating the isolation array again, Wei Yunqi grimly threw the talisman brush onto the table. This Wei Yunqing is really relentless. If Yunting hadn't spoken up just now, judging by Wei Yunqing's expression, she seemed ready to force her way into the room. Next, she might even try to her storage bag. As the eldest sister, Yunting couldn't say much because Wei Yunqing had good talent. She could only try to soothe both sides and prevent conflict. Thinking about it, Yunqi got angry, especially since Wei Yunqing relied on her good talent and became even more bossy. Even though she showed the same cultivation level outwardly, outsiders would instinctively favor Wei Yunqing because she had a dual spiritual root. Humph! Since she relies on her good talent, I will slap her face. Yunqi thought for a moment, then took out a communication talisman and sent a message to Wei Zonghao next door. She then used the moonlight to go to the neighboring courtyard. Wei Zonghao was a bit puzzled when he received Yunqi's message. They were only separated by a wall, so why bother using a communication talisman? But he still followed Yunqi's instructions, quietly disabling the courtyard's protective barrier and pulling her into his room. Once inside, Wei Zonghao activated the isolation array and asked, "Yunqi sister, why are you looking for me so late? Is there something important?" Yunqi didn't beat around the bush and directly told him about Wei Yunqing's attempt to force her into her room. Wei Zonghao already had a poor impression of Wei Yunqing, and now after hearing this, he liked her even less. He frowned and asked, "What exactly does she want to do?" Wei Yunqi replied bluntly, "She's a loyal dog, attracted whenever she smells something good." "Something good?" Wei Zonghao asked curiously. "Today, we bought something special," Wei Yunqi straightforwardly said. Wei Zonghao thought for a moment and suddenly understood. "Is it the dressing box you bought?" "No." Wei Yunqi shook her head and directly took out a pill bottle from her space and threw it to Wei Zonghao. He hurriedly caught it and looked at the pill bottle, asking, "An empty pill bottle? Open it and see." Wei Zonghao's heart raced, but he suppressed his excitement. opened the bottle, and a fragrant aroma of pills wafted into his nose. He quickly sealed the bottle again and said seriously, "Yunshi, I don't know what kind of pill this is, but judging by the scent, it's of high quality."
Keep it.
Before he finished, Wei Yunshi waved her hand. "Zhong Hao, I already took one. It works very well. You can have this one. I don't want to let Wei Yunqing get the better of me." Wow. Wei Zhonghao gasped in surprise. Such a rare opportunity was handed to him, and he felt unreal. "Yunshi, pinch me. I feel like I'm dreaming." Wei Yunshi was very pleased with Wei Zhonghao's reaction. He looked surprised and incredulous, but there was no greed. She stepped forward and pinched his chubby face hard. She had wanted to do this for a long time. The feeling was really good. Wei Zhonghao immediately exclaimed, "Oh, sister, be gentle. I believe I'm not dreaming now." Wei Yunshi withdrew her hand regretfully after hearing that. Wei Zhonghao rubbed his reddening face, tears welling up. He thought his sister's grip was really strong, even more painful than his mother's pinch. Wei Yunshi smiled with narrowed eyes. "Just knowing it's real is enough. Hurry and eat the pill. I'll protect you. Only the pills in your stomach are truly yours." Wei Zhonghao stopped joking and solemnly bowed to Yunshi. "Thank you, Sister Yunshi, for giving me such a precious pill. I owe you a favor. Whenever you need help, Wei Zhonghao, will go through fire and water without hesitation." "Good. I'll remember that," Wei Yunshi said, waiting for this promise. She needed allies in the Wei family because a single tree cannot make a forest. Wei Zhonghao took a deep breath, sat cross-legged on the mat, adjusted his state to the best, and then decisively swallowed the pill. Wei Yunshi chose to give the pill to Wei Zhonghao for a reason. She needed a reliable ally in both the Wei family and the Haoran sect. It was best to build mutual understanding from a young age. She knew Zhonghao had a good relationship with Zhongyu, who was not good with words. This way, when they went out for training, she would have a trustworthy team with her. She did this mainly to guard against Wei Yunqing, who was watching her closely. Today, Zhonghao accompanied her to the marketplace. Bringing him along could help her dispel Yunqing's suspicions and also serve as a backup to prevent her precious item from falling into Yunqing's hands. However, the process of obtaining the opportunity went smoothly, and Zhonghao witnessed the entire purchase. She was worried that Yunqing might try to get information from Zhonghao afterward. If he told her about the empty pill bottle, Yunqing would definitely become suspicious and might even bother her more. She didn't want to be bothered by someone who was interested in her opportunity. She just wanted to focus on her cultivation. Giving the pill to Zhonghao was also a way to silence him and gain a promise. This opportunity became their secret, and he definitely wouldn't tell Yunqing a word. Even if Yunqing had the heroine's aura and could sense the treasure's smell, she couldn't find it herself, so that wasn't a rash decision but a carefully planned investment. To prevent any complications, she directly approached Wei Zhonghao, asking him to take the pill and become her ally. At this moment, Wei Zhonghao felt a warm current flow along his meridians toward his dantian, then continue down to the spiritual root at the bottom of his dantian. After a moment, Wei Zhonghao felt his spiritual root start to heat up, and the temperature kept rising. Sweat was already streaming down his face, and his face gradually turned red. Seeing this, Wei Yunshi encouraged him aloud. "Zhonghao, hold on. Don't faint, or the effect will be greatly reduced. Think about how fast your spiritual roots will grow with full cultivation. Even if you have 3 spiritual roots, your speed won't be slower than with a single root." Wei Zhonghao clenched his teeth tighter and made a fist with his hand resting on his knee. He knew this was the only chance to change his spiritual root value with this kind of pill. If he didn't achieve the desired effect, it would be a waste of Yunqi's good intentions. So, he encouraged himself inwardly to persevere. After about an hour, Wei Zhonghao finally opened his eyes and saw Yunqi standing far away, blocking his nose. "Yunqi, sister." Yunqi immediately spoke. "Are you fully awake now?"
Yes.
"What's that smell?" Wei Zhonghao was overwhelmed by the smell and was about to. He saw Yunqi hold her breath, perform a hand gesture, and then he felt a gentle force pass over him. The next moment, the foul odor disappeared.
Hee.
Thank you, Yunxi's sister. Wei Zonghao scratched the back of his head and expressed his thanks, feeling a bit shy. He was sure the smell was coming from himself, likely caused by the medicinal pill he took, which helped his body expel impurities. Yunxi then took a deep breath, feeling she had finally survived. When she absorbed spiritual energy into her body, she wasn't this smelly. She ignored the fact that during her time at the Feng family, she had eaten body-strengthening pills and soaked in hot springs, which had cleaned out her impurities well. Moreover, Feng Jieyun's family wouldn't be lacking in good things for their daughter. When she was young, they fed her many items that enhanced her talent. It's just that the original owner was young and didn't remember. Zonghao, try running the qi refining technique to sense how your body absorbs and stores spiritual energy.
Okay.
Wei Zonghao also wanted to see the effect of the pill. After Yunxi's reminder, he sat cross-legged on the ground again, took a deep breath, and began reciting the qi refining technique's mantra, guiding the spiritual lights into his body. He has the fire, wood, and earth spiritual roots. Now, the red, green, and brown light dots in the air surged into his body. All three types of spiritual energy were absorbed into his meridians, circulated inside, and then entered his dantian after one full cycle. Wei Zonghao didn't want Yunxi to wait. He only ran a small cycle of the qi refining technique, then opened his eyes with a big smile and said, "Yunxi, I feel that my spiritual root value is probably close to full now. The spiritual energy of the same attribute entering my body won't escape, but will be refined and stored in my dantian." Yunxi nodded with a smile. "It seems this pill works very well. Luckily, you stayed conscious and persisted, or you might not have achieved this result." Wei Zonghao immediately stood up and bowed again to thank Yunxi. To him, it was like a new beginning. After this bow, Yunxi advised him, "Zonghao, don't tell anyone about your spiritual root increase, not even your parents. Otherwise, it could easily attract envy or trouble." Wei Zonghao patted his chest loudly and said, "Yunxi, don't worry. I will keep this secret. Only a fool would tell others. These days, I plan to use this medicine to break through to the third level of qi refining. I can't fall too far behind, or I won't be able to go out and train with you in teams later. Okay, once your cultivation improves, we can go together to visit the outer sect marketplace. Yes, and I will treat you to a spiritual meal then." Both of them felt very happy. After a few casual words, Zonghao quietly sent Yunxi back home. He himself seemed energized and went to practice all night. While Wei Zonghao was refining pills, Wei Yunqing was sitting in her cultivation room. But because she was anxious and restless, her breathing technique went wrong. She suddenly spat out blood, which helped her avoid losing control and going astray. Yunxi didn't know any of this. The next morning, she normally ate a milk fruit, then did a set of yoga inside her room to relax her body, preparing to go to the cultivation hall. She had been eating one milk fruit every day for a month. It kept her full and strengthened her body. Her strength also increased, as shown by the finger marks she left on Zonghao's face yesterday. Luckily, Zonghao was so surprised by the Tianpian pill that he didn't notice the finger marks on his face. Yunxi was searching for sword techniques and ice-type skills but hadn't found anything yet. She wasn't in a hurry, thinking she could privately message Xianqi Piapiao to see if she could exchange for suitable techniques. Wei Yunting, Wei Yunying, and Wei Yunxi gathered at the courtyard gate, but didn't see Wei Yunqing come out. Seeing her sealed formation active, they knew she was practicing and didn't disturb her. They went together to the dining hall. After breakfast, the three went to the cultivation hall to start their training for the day. When Wei Yunxi entered the cultivation room, she first practiced all her familiar attack spells, aiming to cast them instantly. Then she sat quietly to restore her spiritual energy. Once her spiritual energy in the dantian was full, she started drawing talismans. She began with the simplest dust-removing talisman, a practical first-level talisman with simple runes, perfect for beginners learning to draw talismans. When Wei Yunxi managed to draw a first-level dust-removing talisman at a high-quality level, good news came from Zonghao. He unexpectedly advanced to the 4th level of qi refining in one go, giving the Wei family disciples a big surprise. Wei Yunxi believed that this was entirely related to Zhong Hao's successful refinement of the Sky Repair Pill, as well as his previous spiritual energy cultivation. However, this was a cause for celebration, as the 8 disciples of the Wei family gathered once again. Wei Yunying teased Zhong Hao, asking him to share his cultivation secrets. Zhong Hao did not refuse and simply explained how he exhausted his spiritual energy inside his dantian before practicing again. This method was actually taught to me by Yunxi. I just followed her advice, and the results are quite clear, Zhong Hao said. Zhong Hao did not intend to take all the credit himself. Wei Yunqing listened and said with a smile, Yunxi, sister, if you have such a good method, why didn't you tell us? We are living in the same courtyard. Wei Yunxi smiled slightly and replied, this kind of cultivation method can only be used in a completely safe environment. Otherwise, outsiders might take advantage. Wei Zhonghan nodded and said, that's true. When training outside, you must never exhaust your spiritual energy. Before forming a foundation, if you run out of spiritual energy, you're just like ordinary children, completely defenseless. Wei Yunxi nodded and said, yes. That's why I now use talismans to consume my spiritual energy. It helps improve my talisman skills and speeds up my cultivation at the same time. 2 birds with 1 stone. After speaking, she handed each person 2 practice dust-removing talismans. Although they were low-grade first-tier talismans, they were better than nothing. Wei Yunqing wasn't interested in these low-level talismans, but since everyone accepted them, she casually put them into her storage bag, planning to deal with them later. Wei Yunting smiled and thanked Yunxi, then addressed everyone. Currently, 5 of us have reached the 3rd level of qi refining, maintaining our status as outer disciples. The remaining 3, don't be discouraged. There are 9 months left, and I believe you can all meet the requirements. She continued, I plan to break through to the 5th level of qi refining soon. After that, I will apply to train near the inner sex peak. If anything happens, send me a message using the communication talisman. Although everyone's cultivation progress varied, they were all disciples of the Wei family and should support each other.
Zhong Han also agreed and said, exactly.
In the future, it's best to travel together. Don't go alone if you're bullied, just find your little uncle. We'll remember that, they replied. Finally, Zhong Han turned to Wei Yunqing and said, Yunqing, you are the most talented among us and are highly valued by the family. You must not slack off, understand? Wei Yunqing, who was called out, looked a little stiff but nodded in agreement. After sitting for a while, she excused herself to go back to her room to cultivate. Wei Yunying finally spoke, saying, Brother Zhonghan, there's no need to give her pointers. She might not appreciate it. I originally thought she had good talent, and if she passed the sex test, she could at least become a registered disciple. But now, she hasn't shown any progress. Her cultivation speed is even slower than Zhong Hao, who has a 3-spirit root. She still dares to criticize Yunxi. She really doesn't understand her place, thinking her talent is so good that everyone should favor her. All right, Yuning, stop talking. It doesn't benefit us if she gets upset. Cultivation depends on the individual. Yunxi also has a 3-spirit root, and her speed isn't much different from Yunqing. She thinks her talent makes her better and feels proud, but we don't have that advantage. We should just focus on our own training. One day, your efforts will pay off, Wei Yunting said pointedly. This time, Yuning didn't argue because she was about to break through to the 3rd layer of qi refining. She believed that besides her spiritual root, she wasn't inferior to Wei Yunqing. Wei Yunxi listened and smiled slightly. In the novel, Wei Yunqing was like Wei Yunying, supporting the female side character, Wei Yunxi, while draining her resources and guiding Wei family disciples to envy and resent Wei Yunxi's talent. Then, she would try to get the female character to take care of the Wei family disciples. Over time, the female character couldn't bear it anymore. Eventually, the relationship between the female character and the Wei family disciples became strained, leading to situations where no one was willing to stand up for her. In her previous life, she concealed her talent, making Wei Yunqing the envy of others, while she established herself as someone with less talent but diligent cultivation. Her relationship with the Wei family disciples also became more harmonious. Later, everyone changed the subject, exchanged communication talismans, and went their separate ways. For a long time afterward, Wei Yunqing rarely acted with the Wei family disciples, and everyone gradually got used to it. A year later, the protection period for new disciples ended, and the cultivation levels of the 8 Wei family members widened apart. Wei Yunting and Wei Zhonghan took the top-quality spirit-nourishing pill left by their uncle, stabilizing their cultivation at the 6th layer of qi refining. They moved out of their previous courtyard and went to a mountain peak, where mid-stage qi refining disciples gathered to practice. Wei Yunying and Wei Yunqing both advanced to the 4th layer of qi refining but temporarily stayed in their original courtyard. Wei Yunqi stabilized her cultivation at the 8th layer of qi refining but appeared to others as if she was at the 4th layer. She mostly stayed in the cultivation hall, reading in the 2nd or 3rd floor library, or attending classes at the lecture hall. She rarely had opportunities to meet her sisters. Wei Zonghao, taking advantage of his upgraded spiritual root, stabilized his cultivation at the late stage of qi refining level 6 and was about to break through to level 7. Instead of changing his peak position, he continued practicing with Zhongyu and Zhongjin, who were at level 4 qi refining, staying in the same courtyard. Starting tomorrow, they won't be able to focus solely on cultivation. They must begin accepting sect missions. This is mandatory. Every month, outer sect disciples must complete at least one sect mission. If they fail to complete more than 20 missions, they will be forced to do hard labor and lose their outer sect status, automatically demoted to servant disciples. Wei Yunxi had been looking forward to this day. Early in the morning, Wei Zonghao invited her to join Zhongyu and the others to go to the outer sect's mission hall to pick up tasks. The large mission hall was crowded with many outer sect disciples. They lined up in 4 rows according to their cultivation levels to receive sect missions suitable for their abilities. After Wei Zonghao looked around, he returned and said to Yunxi, "Yunxi, let's go over there and line up. There are tasks suitable for us beginners. Are they difficult? Probably not. Since our cultivation is here, we can't take on anything too hard. Okay, let's go line up." Soon after they joined the line, Yunqing, Yunying, and Zhongjin arrived. The remaining 6 of them split into 2 small groups. Although Yunqing and Yunying acted together, they still didn't get along well. They only maintained a surface-level peace, practicing separately when cultivating. Yunying, come over here and line up. Wei Yunxi maintained a good relationship with Yunying. Since there was no conflict for now, she wanted to keep her image as a obedient younger sister. Yunying listened and came over to check the situation. Yunxi relayed what Zonghao had heard to the 3 people across from her. They then moved to the end of the line to wait. The line moved quickly. When it was Yunxi's turn, she was greeted by an old acquaintance, Sister Hua Xuanzi. "Senior Sister Hua, long time no see. Are you on duty here now?" Seeing Wei Yunxi, who had grown an inch taller and looked sweet, Sister Hua Xuanzi smiled and replied, "The senior brother in charge here had to go out for a bit and asked me to help. Are you here to pick up sect missions?" Yunxi immediately smiled and said, "Yes, senior sister. Do you know if there are any suitable missions for us beginners? Take a look. These are sect missions suitable for new disciples. Your cultivation is mostly at the early stage of qi refining, so you can start with simple tasks like planting and cleaning. Once your cultivation reaches the mid-stage of qi refining, you can take on missions like picking herbs or hunting on the sect's back mountain." The advice given by Hua Xuanzi was quite reasonable. Wei Yunxi quickly scanned the spiritual jade slip and read through all the listed tasks. Then she handed the jade slip to Zonghao for them to look at, while she continued to discuss with Hua Xuanzi. In the past year, Wei Yunxi had changed a lot. Her height, for example, increased because she ate a special fruit every day. Now, at 6 years old, she was already 1 meter 30 tall, about the same as Zonghao and Zhongyu, and she was starting to look like a young girl. Her cultivation also improved quickly, which changed her overall presence. Her soft baby fat disappeared, and her face looked more like her mother's, blending sweetness with a calm, cool look. Wei Yunxi was very happy with her appearance. She especially liked her small dimples when she smiled, which made her seem harmless and helped her make some friends outside the sect. Hua Xuanzi was one of those friends. Hua Xuanzi was good at making blank talisman paper and didn't cut corners just to earn spirit stones. Because of this, Wei Yunxi mostly bought her talisman paper from Hua Xuanzi. She also sold some of her drawn talismans to Hua Xuanzi in bulk, earning a little spirit stone and keeping a low profile. It was a win-win situation. Hua Xuanzi lowered her voice and said, "Junior Sister Yunxi, I suggest you take on a task to plant spiritual rice. It doesn't need to be many, just 3 acres of spiritual fields. At first, you only need to spend some spirit stones to buy rice seeds. After 3 months, when they are ready to harvest, you'll need to give a fixed amount of rice to the sect, and the rest will be your income. You can keep it for yourself or sell it outside." Wei Yunxi hesitated a little. As someone who traveled here from another world, her experience with farming was limited to books and agricultural shows on TV. She had never actually tried farming. Seeing her hesitation, Hua Xuanzi continued, "Growing spiritual rice has some tricks. For the first planting, it's best to choose pearl spiritual rice, which has high yield, low pest risk, and low spiritual energy. After 2 harvests, you can try planting red or purple rice. These don't produce as much, but have 3 times the spiritual energy of pearl rice, and can also be sold for spirit stones. Although we are cultivators, we still need to eat well. Eating spiritual rice is good for the body, and long-term consumption can help improve your cultivation. Think about it. If you really can't do it, you can choose another task next time. Once you accept this one, you won't need to take sect missions for at least 3 months. It's a steady task for you." Wei Yunxi listened and understood her options. She decided to take on this planting spiritual rice task first, planning to try it out. If it didn't work, she would consider other choices. She nodded and said, "I will follow my senior sister's advice. I'll take this planting spiritual rice task for now."
Good.
"Please give me your identity jade token. I will register it for you. Then, take your token to the outer 5th peak where the planting peak is. You should see a steward disciple at the foot of the mountain. He will assign you a spiritual field." She suggested giving the steward some benefits, so he would allocate a good spiritual field to her. This way, she could save a lot of trouble and also practice in the gathering spirit formation inside the spiritual field, 2 benefits in one. Wei Yunxi nodded as she quickly handed over her identity jade token. Knowing the senior disciple meant gaining valuable survival tips and avoiding mistakes. Behind her, Wei Zonghao also chose the same task because he has a firewood earth spiritual root. Since his roots support farming, he had no hesitation and picked this task. Zhongyu hesitated briefly, but decided to help in the alchemy room. He has metal fire earth spiritual roots and wants to learn alchemy. Since his cultivation level isn't high enough, he plans to start by helping clean the alchemy workshop, gaining some experience and learning a few basics. After receiving their tasks, the 3 stepped aside to wait for Wei Yunying and the others. Wei Yunying chose the task of managing the medicinal field. Wei Zongjin decided to go to the Spirit Beast Peak to help with cleaning. Wei Yunqing considered various options and finally picked a task to sort spiritual medicines at the Pill Peak. When Yunxi learned that Wei Yunqing's task was at the Pill Peak, her eyes twitched. She suspected this was part of the next story arc, as Sheng Yuhong, the male lead, was at the Pill Peak. But seeing that Wei Yunqing was shorter than her, she gave up her own speculation. As long as Sheng Yuhong didn't have a fetish for children, he probably wouldn't have any interest in someone like Wei Yunqing. The 6 of them exchanged brief words about their tasks before heading back to their residences, preparing to visit their assigned task points in the afternoon. No one noticed that, as they left, a pair of eyes was watching them intently. Only after the 6 disappeared into the task hall did the watcher turn and enter the hall. In the afternoon, Yunxi and Zonghao went together to outer 5th peak. At the foot of the mountain, they saw a thatched cottage with a sign that read Task Handover Spot. Some disciples were handing in their harvest of spiritual rice, while others were receiving new seeds. Inside the house, two steward disciples were busy. Yunxi and Zonghao exchanged glances and naturally lined up at the station for receiving new seeds. Soon it was their turn. Wei Yunxi smiled before speaking and bowed politely, saying, "Senior brother, we have taken on a planting task. We come to register and collect the spiritual rice seeds and planting tools." The steward disciple looked up and glanced at both of them. He could tell they were new disciples, probably on their first task, and he said, "Show me your identity jade tokens."
Yes.
Both of them handed over their jade tokens and subtly slipped a low-grade spirit stone into the disciple's hand. Seeing how smoothly he pocketed it, they knew he was experienced. Yunxi continued, "Senior brother, sister, Hua Xuanzi introduced us. She said the steward from the outer fifth peak is easy to talk to and will guide us beginners. You know Sister Hua? She hasn't come here in a while. What has she been busy with lately?" The senior brother's tone became friendly, indicating he valued the spirit stones. Wei Zonghao smiled warmly and replied, "Sister Hua has been helping at the task hall these days. The task we have is assigned by her. All right, look at this map of the spiritual fields. The green areas are cultivated, and the gray ones are empty. You can choose from here. Since it's your first time planting, I suggest each of you plant 3 acres. More than that, and you won't be able to take care of them all. Okay, we'll follow your advice, senior brother." Yunxi and Zonghao listened carefully. They didn't plan to plant too much, as it was their first try. Zonghao looked at the map and said, "Senior brother, we want to choose fields next to each other so that my sister and I can look out for each other." Yunxi gave him a playful glare and said, "Brother Zonghao, don't make it difficult for the senior brother. It's not necessary to be right next to each other. As long as the fields are good and not too far apart, that's fine." The steward immediately understood their request. He waved his hand and marked 2 spots on the map, saying while registering, "These 2 fields have been resting for a while. You don't need to add extra fertilizer when planting. There's a 3-acre gap between them, so it won't affect your mutual care." "Thank you, senior brother." They received their registered jade tokens, and each took a storage bag. Inside was enough seeds for 3 acres of spiritual rice. The spirit stones used to buy the seeds could be borrowed first and paid after harvest. There were also a spirit, a formation disc to control the fields, and a jade slip containing basic planting knowledge. Before tilling the land, it's best to read it carefully and not miss important details. "Thanks for your guidance, senior brother." The 2 of them clasped their hands in greeting and then left the thatched hut. Thanks to the advice from senior brother Guanshi, they could avoid many mistakes. "Brother Zonghao, my spiritual field is in Zone B, number 58. What about you?" "I'm in Zone B, number 60. It's close to number 59. Zonghao thought it was worth spending a low-grade spirit stone on this, at least because they had managed to get a second-tier spiritual field, which was much better than third or fourth-tier fields. Wei Yunxi nodded and said, "Yes, I think senior sister Hua also helped a lot. Let's go see our land." The 2 went together to Zone B, found the spiritual field they were about to plant, and used the array disc they received to open the protective shield. They saw 2 thatched huts, which should be their temporary resting places. When they entered, the space was only about 5 square meters, just enough for a bed. The conditions were a bit rough, but with the protective shield, safety was assured. The disciples assigned to the task didn't want to make repeated trips. They could stay here to cultivate and also take care of the spiritual fields, saving time. After inspecting the area and getting familiar with the environment, they started working. First, they loosened the soil in their respective fields, then planted the spirit rice seeds. After planting, they immediately used the rain magic to water all 3 acres of the fields, completing the first planting phase. They worked on this for 7 days before finishing the task. Zonghao was so exhausted he didn't want to move and lay down in his hut to rest. Yunxi was in slightly better shape because of the milk fruit, which strengthened her body and increased her strength gradually. Despite her cute, girl-like face, she was a true strong girl, though she didn't show it openly and tried to act like a lady. Yunshi was also planning in her mind to wait until the rice harvest and then trade some milk fruit with the tribe warriors. She had already used up most of her traded milk fruit over the year, but she still had a long way to go until adulthood. Naturally, more of this good stuff was better. The next day, Zhong Hao, feeling rested, came to find Yunshi. Yunshi, I've finished my spirit face buns and need to go to the dining hall to buy some food. Yunshi looked into her storage bag. Her supplies were running low, so she said, Brother Zhong Hao, please go buy some food. Also, find a stove so we can cook sometimes. Yesterday, I saw a senior brother planting nearby frying spirit vegetables. Looks pretty good. Won't you come with me? I'll stay here and watch over our spiritual fields. Since this is our first planting, I don't want anything to go wrong. I feel more at ease with both of us here. Yunshi expressed her concerns. All right, I will go there. Yunshi, you stay here and keep watch. I will also check in with Zhongyu and the others to make sure everything's okay. In the first month, we will probably stay here in Lingtian. Luckily, it won't interfere with our training. Yes, I think the same. There's nothing wrong with training here. After the plan was settled, Yunshi gave Zhonghao 5 low-grade spirit stones. Over the year, she earned 100 low-grade spirit stones by selling talismans. She had some savings now, so she asked Zhonghao to buy more ingredients. Zhonghao didn't refuse. He took the spirit stones and went straight to the outer sect market. First, he bought a stove, then went to buy food, and planned to stay overnight in his small courtyard. He also informed his brothers and sisters. The next day, he could return to Wufeng. Zhonghao's plan was good, but he didn't know someone was taking advantage of his absence to target Wei Yunshi. Since they arrived at Wufeng, they hadn't been apart. Wei Zhonghao's cultivation was at the peak of the 6th level of qi refining, and he was close to breaking through to the 7th level. He was much stronger than Wei Yunshi, who was at the 4th level. The hidden person didn't dare to attack both at once, and was waiting for an opportunity. Zhonghao's departure gave them a chance, so they decided to act that very night. Wei Zhonghao had a reason for leaving Yunshi alone to guard Lingtian. He believed both of them had improved their spiritual roots, so it was strange that he was advancing quickly in cultivation while Yunshi remained the same. The only explanation was that Yunshi was hiding her true strength. Seeing Wei Yunqing always trying to pick fights with Yunshi, Zhonghao understood Yunshi's actions. Sometimes hiding one's true strength was a way to avoid trouble, so he never exposed her. He estimated that Yunshi's cultivation was probably on par with his own, around the 6th level of qi refining, which is why he felt safe leaving. During the day, Yunshi used rain magic again on their Lingtian. After sunset, she opened the protective shield around the field and went back to her thatched hut to meditate and practice. In the first half of the night, she drew talismans, exhausting the spiritual energy in her dantian. Then she sat in meditation. Because of the gathering spirit formation, after 2 hours, her dantian was refilled with spiritual energy. Just as Yunshi was about to start drawing talismans again, she heard a faint, almost imperceptible movement. The environment was completely silent, making the sound very clear. Yunshi immediately released her spiritual sense and saw someone emerging from underground, heading straight for her thatched hut. Her heart tightened. Instinctively, she clenched a Thunderstrike talisman in her hand and took out a low-grade spirit sword from her storage bag. This was exchanged from Hua Xuanzi using a talisman. After accumulating enough spirit stones, senior sister Hua replaced her with a high-quality spirit sword, which was then given to Wei Yunshi. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door of the thatched hut was kicked open, and a fierce-looking young boy appeared in front of Wei Yunshi. Wei Yunshi squinted and said, "It's you. Are you here to take revenge on our Wei family disciples?" Chen Feng sneered and replied, "Humph. Little girl, you only rely on being backed by an inner disciple, right? I want to see what the Wei family will do after you disappear in the spiritual field. We've been waiting for this day for a long time." After speaking, Chen Feng released his aura from the 6th level of qi training, trying to strike first. At this moment, Wei Yunshi was more excited than scared. She was not afraid at all and quickly threw out the talisman in her hand. A thin purple lightning bolt accurately struck Chen Feng's head. A pained cry of "hmm" escaped from Chen Feng's mouth. He didn't expect the opponent to dare to fight back, and this talisman was clearly a top-grade one. A fine lightning bolt, as thin as a hair, made him dizzy. Wei Yunxi wouldn't give Chen Feng a chance to react. Following the principle of strike when the enemy is down, she waved her spirit sword and charged forward. Although she hadn't learned swordsmanship systematically, she was very familiar with the basic moves of slashing, chopping, stabbing, flicking, and sweeping, which she had recently practiced. She attacked her opponent with all her might. Since she had a live target, she definitely wouldn't miss this practical opportunity. Plus, she was naturally strong. Although her moves were simple, they were quite deadly, leaving Chen Feng somewhat overwhelmed. Wei Yunxi became more and more excited as she fought, while Chen Feng grew increasingly nervous. He shouted sternly, "You're hiding your cultivation level." Wei Yunxi kept replying, "If I don't do this, how can I lure you out?" Actually, Wei Yunxi didn't know that Chen Feng had secretly been watching her. But when he exposed her hidden cultivation, she took the opportunity to say this, aiming to disturb his mind. It also indirectly explained why she was hiding her cultivation. However, Wei Yunxi knew very well that Chen Feng had to die. If he lived and returned, who knew what he would do? Thinking of this, Wei Yunxi's sword strike grew even stronger, occasionally throwing 2 attack talismans to disrupt Chen Feng's rhythm. Chen Feng formed a seal and conjured a defensive shield to block 6 fireballs, then threw out a smoke talisman, preparing to escape. He was sure he wouldn't get any benefit today, so it was better to leave first. But how could Wei Yunxi let this chance slip away? Her spiritual sense had already locked onto Chen Feng. As he turned to run, she threw her spirit sword directly at his back, aiming for his vital point. Chen Feng sensed danger through the sound of the wind, immediately rolled on the ground to avoid the spirit sword, which was forcefully stabbed into the ground. He didn't even glance at the fallen spirit sword and was about to crawl into the dugout hole when his body suddenly trembled. He looked down at the ice shard piercing his chest, his body went limp, and he collapsed completely. Yunxi smelled a strong scent of blood, but didn't rush forward. Instead, she took 10 first-grade fireball talismans from her storage bag and threw them all at Chen Feng, who was lying on the ground. She was smart and didn't give her opponent a chance to fight back. Her decision was wise because, as the fireball magic spread, Chen Feng suddenly groaned and tried to crawl into the hole twice more. Only after the flames engulfed him completely did he stop moving. Yunxi endured her disgust, used her control magic to pull the storage bag from Chen Feng's waist, emptied its contents, and swept everything into her space. Then she threw the bag back into the fire. Watching Chen Feng's body and the bag turn to ashes, she finally let out a breath. Having traveled from a peaceful era, this was her first time killing someone. The shock was intense. The adrenaline rush had made her ignore her fear earlier. Now that her enemy was gone, she felt a bit scared herself. She also realized how cruel the world of cultivation was. The 2 of them were only at the outer sect, and a simple argument had occurred. The Wei family didn't retaliate with force, yet the enemy still had grudges against them. It took her a year of hiding to let the past fade and wait for the right moment to strike when she was alone. If she hadn't concealed her cultivation level and was only at the 4th level of chi refining, she would have definitely died tonight. If the enemy had chosen to attack her in the middle of the night while she was drawing talismans and her spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, she would have been at a severe disadvantage. Fortunately, Chen Feng approached after her spiritual energy recovered, and the smoke released by the enemy, sensing defeat, also helped cover her escape. She threw her spirit sword to distract her opponent, while the instant ice spike magic was her deadly attack. Luckily, her judgment was correct. Otherwise, Chen Feng might have escaped. Yunxi coughed for a long time, but couldn't anything. After a while, she walked over, erased all traces Chen Feng left behind, especially sealing the hole with her magic, and then returned to her thatched hut. She is not interested in meditating now. She is just sitting in the house, lost in thought. This is the first time since crossing into the cultivation world that she has faced a real danger. Fortunately, she still has some luck on her side, so she escaped unscathed. However, this does not mean her luck will always be so good. This incident has also sounded an alarm for her. She must find a suitable way to attack quickly and cannot always rely on talismans to win, as they will eventually run out. Wei Yunqi's mind is in chaos. Sometimes she has a new idea. She only feels better when the sun rises, and she checks the growth of the seedlings in her spiritual field. She inspects both their fields and pulls out some weeds that compete with the rice for nutrients. Only then does she return to her thatched hut. She cannot let anyone see any signs of trouble. Throughout the day, she keeps her spiritual awareness extended outward, trying to find out who is watching her, to see if Qin Feng has any accomplices. Luckily, no one is watching her that day. Still, she remains alert, scanning her surroundings every half hour until Zhong Hao returns. Yunqi, did anything unusual happen yesterday? Wei Zonghao casually asks. Yunqi nods and replies, your spiritual field is fine. I pulled out 2 weeds this morning. That's good. I had a good harvest this time. I bought some spiritual steamed buns at the dining hall, and then I bought some pearl rice at the market. I also found some first-level spiritual rabbit meat and a whole spiritual chicken, enough for us to eat for a while. Hearing this, Yunqi immediately grins, revealing a pair of dimples. That's great. Did you manage to buy a stove? Of course. I bought a second-hand one for 50 spiritual beads. There are also senior sisters at the market selling their own grown spiritual vegetables. I bought some of those too. Nice, nice. By the way, how are Sister Yunying and the others? Yunqi also casually asks. They finished their short-term tasks. Yunying, Zongjin, and Zongyu have returned to the disciples' courtyard on the outer peak. Only Wei Yunqing hasn't returned. She said she was appreciated by the disciples of Danfeng and was kept to sort spiritual herbs. They also gave her some spiritual stones. Hearing this, Yunqi's hand pauses while selecting spiritual vegetables, then she continues to busy herself, smiling as she says, that's good. At least, she can stay on Danfeng to cultivate. I heard the spiritual energy there is even richer than in the cultivation hall. It's just her lucky break, Wei Zonghao says indifferently. Now, his talent is no worse than Wei Yunqing's. It's impossible for him to be overshadowed by the Wei family's disciples anymore. That day, Wei Zonghao and Yunqi enjoyed a delicious meal of stewed spiritual chicken. The next day, Yunqi made chicken noodle soup from the leftovers, and the two of them had a hearty meal again. The delicious spiritual meal comforted Yunqi's soul. Chunfeng's matter was now in the past, and she didn't mention it to Zonghao. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. By the second month, the spiritual rice had grown to 1 meter tall and started to fill out. She and Zonghao became busy, needing to perform rain magic twice a day to ensure the rice's proper growth. When the spiritual rice reached the 3rd month of maturity, Yunqi noticed someone wandering near her and Zonghao's spiritual field. Wei Yunqi was very alert. She quickly secretly informed Zonghao, and they met during lunch. Yunqi, are you sure someone is watching us?
Yes.
If it was just once, I might think it was an accident, but it's been 3 days in a row. There must be a problem. Yunqi replied confidently. Do you think they are targeting our spiritual field or us?
Zonghao shook his head.
I don't know. Actually, she had some guesses. She worried it might be Qinfeng's friends following clues, which could be troublesome. Zonghao rubbed his face and said, they really find the right time. I am about to break through to the 7th level of qi refining. Yunqi shared her concern and whispered a few words into Zonghao's ear. He looked conflicted. Is that okay? It has to be even if it isn't. We can't let them control us. All right, I trust you. Then they split up to prepare for any emergencies, waiting for those people to come to them. The one watching Yunqi and Zonghao was none other than Tang Ru, Qinfeng's former lover. Tang Ru had become a servant to a golden core cultivator and had advanced to the 9th level of qi refining. She had done so by sharing half of her cultivation resources with Qinfeng. Otherwise, she would have broken through to the 10th level long ago. Once she had a foundation establishment pill, she could advance further. However, Chen Feng hadn't come to find her for 2 months. The cultivation resources she kept hidden had not been taken by him. She grew anxious and secretly used spiritual stones to inquire about Chen Feng's whereabouts. Chen Feng's trip to the Outer Five Peaks to find Yunxi was actually part of his plan to seek revenge, seize her resources, and eliminate witnesses. He believed his cultivation was higher than hers, and this plan was foolproof. He wouldn't tell anyone. The sect forbade disciples from fighting each other, so Chen Feng wouldn't give such a big handle to others. Even Tang Ru didn't know about his plans, which meant that after his death, no one would know what happened. As an outer disciple, he was not yet qualified to light the soul lamp, so his death was silent and unnoticed. Only Tang Ru still remembered him. Tang Ru felt uneasy. She used the tracking spell with the jade hairpin Chen Feng gave her to find his last location, which was in the second-class spiritual field on the 5th outer peak. However, she couldn't pinpoint the exact spot. She suspected that Chen Feng was in great danger. To find out who harmed him, she used spirit stones to send people to investigate. The Wei siblings were also within her reach. Initially, she suspected these two, but after confirming their movements, she dismissed them. She knew Chen Feng well. He wouldn't fight someone of equal strength unless he was confident. It was possible he fought the Wei girl alone, but since her cultivation was 2 small levels lower than Chen Feng's, she was unlikely to be able to fight him. She then shifted her suspicion to others, instructing Yunxi to stay away from trouble. Currently, Yunxi and the others were unsure if the people lingering near the spiritual field were targeting the field or them. So, in the past 2 days, they stopped practicing and kept a close watch on their spiritual fields. Meanwhile, Wei Yunqing had been living happily recently. She took on the task of sorting spiritual medicines at Dan Peak and gradually became familiar with the senior brothers there. Thanks to her obedient and eager-to-learn image, she gained the approval of a senior brother named Yi and received a long-term sect mission. She was responsible for sorting spiritual medicines and spirit stones at Dan Peak, earning some low-priced pills and spirit stones, which made her proud. Since the Wei disciples didn't include her in their activities, she enjoyed her independence. She also saw the benefits of becoming a pill refiner, so she decided to pursue that path. She had a dual spiritual root of water and wood, which made her very talented at cultivating spiritual plants. Before foundation building, she could use earth fire to refine pills. After foundation, she sought out a special fire to refine with, which made her even more powerful. She also wanted to verify a memory of a strange fire from a dreamscape she once saw. She planned to try and find it, but her cultivation was too low now. Even if she knew that place might contain this special fire, she lacked the ability to retrieve it. So, she needed to keep accumulating strength. The next day, she brought good news back to her small courtyard, but only saw Wei Yunying. From her, Wei Yunqing learned that Yunxi planned to stay permanently in the spiritual field on the 5th outer peak to grow spiritual rice. She looked down on this and mocked Yunxi a little. Wei Yunying didn't want to bother with Yunqing. Seeing her sister start to gossip again, she made an excuse to practice and went back to her room, making Wei Yunqing feel very bored. When Wei Qing went next door to complain to Zongjin and Zongyu, they didn't give her a chance. Both made excuses to go on a sect mission, leaving her with only their backs. Frustrated, Wei Yunqing could only stomp her feet and return to the outer sect's Pill Peak. From then on, the 8 siblings of the Wei family each embarked on their own chosen paths of cultivation, gradually drifting apart. Some helped each other along the way, while others tried to sabotage their siblings. Some fell behind and eventually disappeared from the world of cultivation, while others worked tirelessly and eventually found their own bright roads. But those are stories for another time. Back in the present, Wei Yunxi and Zhong Hao prepared thoroughly and waited for those who might make a move. Before that, they met the owner of Spirit Field number 59, a cultivator named Fan Si, who was at the 8th level of qi refining. Seeing that the protective shield over the other person's spirit field was taken down, Yunxi and Zhong Hao approached together to greet him. Fan Si looked at the 2 siblings standing before him and smiled, saying, I was planning to take over the spirit fields on both sides, but I didn't expect you two to beat me to it. Yunchi immediately replied with a smile. Senior brother Fan, this was arranged by Steward Wang. He understood that it was our first time planting spiritual rice, so he gave us a fertile spirit field. If you want to connect the spirit fields and plant together, after this season's harvest, we can exchange for 2 other fields, she added. Hearing this, Fan Si felt much better. This young junior sister was perceptive and considerate. He smiled and said, I'm familiar with Steward Wang. When the time comes, I can exchange 2 similar spirit fields for you, and they can be connected. I won't let you lose out. Thank you very much, Senior Brother Fan. The conversation went smoothly. After laying the groundwork, Yunchi signaled Zhong Hao with a glance. Zhong Hao understood and stepped forward, lowering his voice. Senior Brother Fan, you might not know, but recently, there have been people wandering near our spirit field. We're not sure what they want. Perhaps they're eyeing the soon-to-mature spiritual rice. Could you give us some advice? Fan Si's brow furrowed at this. He had encountered people trying to steal crops before. This was a second-grade spirit field. Once the spiritual rice matured and they submitted the required amount, the rest belonged to them. As long as they worked hard, 100 low-grade spirit stones could still be put into their storage pouch. So he immediately said, This is your first time planting spiritual rice, and your cultivation level isn't high. It's normal for others to take an interest. I suggest you spend some spirit stones to make the rice ripen early, then harvest and submit it ahead of schedule. It's better than letting others take everything. Zhong Hao asked in surprise, Are there still such people in our sect? Wei Yunchi quickly added, Senior brother, isn't there an enforcement hall in our sect? How could such things happen? Fan Si replied thoughtfully, The cultivation world values strength. The Hao Ran sect has about 30 to 40,000 outer disciples. The enforcement hall's disciples can't always be watching you, so mistakes happen. If you're lucky, nothing will happen this time, or the enforcement hall might help you avoid trouble. But can you always count on good luck? Yunchi and Zhong Hao exchanged a glance, understanding Fan Si's unspoken meaning. Although the Wei family disciples have backing, it can't solve everything. Recently, your uncle took on an external training task and has left the sect. Perhaps those secretly watching want to take advantage now, or it could be a test. If Elder Jean Dan from the Wei family doesn't intervene, the difficulties faced by Wei disciples will only increase. Basically, everyone is fighting over cultivation resources. The Wei family has some background, but not as much as major cultivation clans. Still, they are better off than orphan disciples, making them easy targets for those seeking shortcuts. After understanding this, the 2 of them sincerely thanked Fan Si again and returned to their thatched hut to discuss their next move. Fan Si was willing to give advice because he saw that Zhong Hao was about to break through to the 7th level of qi refining. He saw it as a good opportunity to build goodwill. Also, the 2 of them were quite sensible. When he mentioned wanting to take over both spiritual fields for planting, they willingly stepped back, prompting him to say a few more words. Meanwhile, Yunchi first opened her spiritual field's protective shield to safeguard the nearly mature spiritual rice, then went to Zhong Hao's spiritual field. Yunchi, it looks like we need to use both methods. I'm worried about being targeted if we're too late. You're right. Let's start now. You go to the thatched hut and use spirit stones to break through to the 7th level of qi refining. Only if your cultivation improves can we protect ourselves. I'll handle activating the formation in the spiritual field to hasten the ripening of this season's spiritual rice. Once it's ready, I'll harvest it first. Zhong Hao, with a slightly chubby face, said painfully, to hasten the ripening of the spiritual rice, it costs 10 low-grade spirit stones. And you should focus on my spiritual field first. What about your own? Cloud, she waved her hand and said, At times like this, we need to learn to focus on the big gains and let go of the small ones. As Brother Fan said, if we are too reluctant to spend spirit stones, all our efforts will be taken by others. If we waste these 3 months, not only will we fail the sect's tasks, but we will also face punishment. That doesn't make sense. Moreover, once we pay the required amount of spirit rice, we can recover our losses. Think of it as earning 10 fewer low-grade spirit stones. Zhong Hao thought for a moment and agreed that his sister was right. Without hesitation, he entered the thatched hut, activated a ceiling formation, sat cross-legged, and held a low-grade spirit stone in each hand, focusing on breaking through to the 7th level of qi refining. Seeing Zhong Hao enter cultivation mode, Yunxi took out the formation disc that controlled the spiritual field. She embedded 10 low-grade spirit stones into it and activated the ripening function. Watching the formation channel the energy from the stones into the spiritual rice, she shortened its maturation time. Then she sat on the ground, staring at the rice plants about her height, and began to think about her next plan. Fan Si's words made her realize that even practicing in the sect was not without danger. Chen Feng had dug a hole to enter her spiritual field at midnight, and someone was secretly spying. She had to be more careful. Until she had the ability to defend herself, she needed to stay low and hide. After Zhong Hao broke through to the 7th level of qi refining, she also adjusted her external cultivation level to the 5th level. Sometimes, higher cultivation can solve many problems. As for whether she would continue planting tasks, she planned to discuss it with Zhong Hao. Wei Yunxi watched as the 10 low-grade spirit stones in the formation disc turned to ash. It hurt a little, but she could endure. Seeing the rice approaching maturity, she made the tough decision to embed another 10 stones into the formation. This time, it didn't take long. By midnight, the rice was fully mature. The second batch of spirit stones was not completely used up, so she took everything out and stored it in her pouch. Inside the hut, Zhong Hao hadn't moved yet. She was relieved and used her spiritual control to harvest the rice, then used her mental energy to detach the grains. She carefully packed the plump, white pearl rice into her storage pouch, feeling secure. By dawn, she had harvested 3 acres of land. Luckily, she wasn't yet at the 4th level of qi refining, otherwise, finishing 1 acre would have been a great achievement. After finishing, she held the spirit stones and began restoring her depleted spiritual energy. She also kept an eye on the hut, feeling that Zhong Hao was close to breaking through. At sunrise, Wei Zhonghao finally stepped out of the thatched cottage with a bright smile on his face. But in the next moment, his smile froze on his face.
Yunxi, what?
What's going on? He saw his 3 mu of land completely bare. Had it been stolen overnight? Yunxi looked at the young boy, who was steady at the 7th level of qi refining, and smiled as she stood up. Don't worry. I hastened the growth of the spiritual rice. I saw you didn't come out for a while, so I harvested it first and put it in my pocket to make it mine. After saying that, she threw her storage bag to Zhong Hao. He took it and saw his face light up again.
Thank you, Sister Yunxi. Let's not waste time.
Now let's go to your spiritual field. You focus on breaking through, and I'll handle the harvest. Okay. Yunxi didn't hesitate. Now is the time for them to help each other. Then, Zhong Hao, with his 7th level qi refining cultivation, accompanied Yunxi to her spiritual field. On her strong suggestion, Zhong Hao kept the protective shield on his spiritual field. Although there was no grain left inside, the shield remained on, even if it consumed spirit stones. He didn't mind, as it could confuse anyone wandering nearby. When they arrived at Yunxi's spiritual field, they switched roles. Yunxi pretended to break through inside the cottage, while Zhong Hao stayed to hasten the growth of the rice, holding a spirit stone to strengthen his cultivation. Yunxi opened the isolation array and adjusted her visible cultivation to the 5th level of qi refining. She didn't go out immediately, but took out blank talisman paper to draw symbols. She drew 20 talismans every day. Because her divine sense had reached the foundation establishment stage, she could now draw 2nd-level talismans, though her 7th-level qi refining limit meant these 2nd-level talismans could only be of low quality. So, she focused on improving the quality of 1st-level talismans, keeping all her 1st-level talismans at high or top quality. This way, she could sell some for spirit stones and also save some high-quality talismans for personal use. While Yunxi finished her daily talisman drawing, Zhong Hao began harvesting the spiritual rice using the spirit object control technique. Yunxi quickly put away her talisman tools and the isolation array, then stepped out of the cottage to join the harvest team. During the harvest, Zonghao clearly felt that his mastery of the spell was less skilled than Yunqi's. Especially when using divine sense to thresh, Yunqi could control 10 rice stalks at once, while he could barely manage 5. Yunqi, sister, you are really impressive. Yunqi smiled slightly and said, it's just practice makes perfect. Zonghao nodded silently, deciding that he also needed to practice more in the future. He was sure Yunqi's cultivation level was higher than his, at least at the 8th level of qi refining. This realization made him forget his pride from recently advancing to the 7th level of qi refining. The two worked all afternoon, harvesting the spiritual rice from Yunqi's 3 acres of land. Seeing their full storage bag, they exchanged a satisfied smile. Sister Yunqi, there's no time to waste. Let's go submit the task now, before someone else tries to it from us. Besides Fan Si, no one knew that the two newcomers were using a lot of spirit stones to accelerate the growth of the spiritual rice, so they wanted to finish quickly. Yunqi agreed. The protective shield she activated could only confuse others temporarily, not forever. So, Yunqi and Zonghao kept their protective shields on and headed to the task handover point to find Brother Wang. After 3 months, when the siblings saw Brother Wang again, he was a bit surprised. It wasn't the harvest time for the spiritual rice yet, but since the siblings were generous, he asked with a smile, "Are you here to see me about something?" Zonghao stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Brother Wang, we're here to submit our task."
Now?
Yes, now. But it's not harvest time for the spiritual rice yet. This time, Brother Wang was puzzled.
Ah.
Don't mention it. If it weren't for Brother Wang's care and Brother Fan Si's advice, we wouldn't have been able to complete our sect mission this time. Zonghao said happily, pretending to be grateful. Brother Wang thought for a moment and understood. This kind of thing also happened to new disciples. Every year, a few unlucky newcomers get targeted. Seeing Brother Wang's expression, Yunqi knew he understood the situation. She deliberately frowned and said, "Brother Wang, you don't know. Recently, someone has been lurking around my brother's spiritual field, making us afraid to practice at night. We're worried about problems with our spiritual field. Finally, we met Brother Fan Si, who gave us some advice. We hurried to mature the spiritual rice early, spending all the spirit stones we had saved. Only then could we barely harvest the spiritual rice. We're timid, so we decided to hand in the spiritual rice first, to at least complete the sect mission for these 3 months." Brother Wang nodded after hearing this. "You two are decisive. Since that's the case, just submit the task." "Yes, that's what we thought. We have to hold our own." Afterward, the siblings handed over their harvest of spiritual rice to Brother Wang. Senior Brother Wang finished his registration and then entered the words task completed into the two people's identity jade tokens. He retrieved the farming storage bag and its contents, then allowed them to leave. Zonghao and Yunqi finally relaxed and quickly left the outer peak to complete their mission at the task hall. Their 3-month task was now successfully finished. "Yunqi, let's go back and rest for a day. We'll come to the task hall again tomorrow." "Okay." The two returned to the disciples' courtyard on the outer peak. Coincidentally, Yunqi ran into Wei Yunqing. Wei Yunqing was smiling warmly, but when she saw Yunqi, she didn't have time to hide her pride. The next moment, her face froze because Yunqi had already advanced to the 5th level of qi refining. Seeing Wei Yunqing's slightly twisted face, Yunqi felt quite pleased and cheerfully said, "Senior Sister Yunqing, aren't you on duty at the Pill Peak on the outer gate today? Why are you free to come back? Did you know I was coming today and wait specifically for me?" Wei Yunqing, feeling annoyed by Yunqi's bold words, secretly rolled her eyes but quickly returned to normal and replied, "I haven't been back to the disciples' courtyard for a long time. Brother Yi allowed me to stay for a couple of days. Seeing that your cultivation has improved again, I guess you're doing well on outer peak." Yunqi immediately nodded and said, "Thank you for your concern, sister. Planting spiritual fields is hard work, but it really trains a person and helps improve cultivation. If I hadn't been guarding those 3 acres of spiritual fields day and night, I might not have broken through so quickly." Although Wei Yunqing was tempted, she didn't ask much. She wouldn't take on such a lowly task as farming. This time, because her medicinal herbs grew well, Brother Yi even gave her a small pill to help break through her cultivation. She originally came to show off, but unexpectedly, Yunxi beat her to it. The two exchanged some superficial words before each returning to their own rooms. After Yunxi went back, she set up a protective array disc in her room. Since Wei Yunqing tried to break in last time, and she was also attacked by Chen Feng's earth escape in the spiritual field, Yunxi spent a lot of her spiritual stones to buy this third-rank protective array disc. Buying the array disc nearly exhausted all her accumulated spiritual stones, but she thought it was worth it. Nothing was more important than her safety. If her cultivation or spiritual power recovery was interrupted, she might go astray. Such protection was very necessary. After opening the protective shield, she peacefully slept through the night, unaware that something had happened on Wu Peak that evening. The spiritual rice that hadn't been harvested in time was destroyed by a spiritual insect called white honey. It wasn't just one spiritual field, but all the fields on Wu Peak. Before dawn, someone reported the incident to the sect. This was not a small loss. It was the destruction of all the spiritual fields on Wu Peak. Some disciples cried because they couldn't afford such a loss. Then, disciples from the law enforcement hall came to inspect Wu Peak and look for the culprit. They believed this was not an accident, but a deliberate act. Fan Si's face darkened like a bottomless pot. He had advised two nearby disciples to harvest their spiritual rice early, but he himself delayed a day. All his efforts went to waste. After examining the scene, the law enforcement hall found the damage was serious and started a detailed investigation. Yunxi and Zhong Hao were also questioned because they avoided the insect attack perfectly. Some people suspected them. Both looked innocent and explained that they were new to farming, planting spiritual rice for the first time. They were nervous when they noticed some disciples secretly coveting their harvest, which made them even more worried. Later, they listened to Brother Fan Si's advice to use spiritual stones to hasten the ripening of the rice, harvest early, complete their tasks, and leave. They also vowed never to take on farming tasks again. The law enforcement hall listened carefully to the two children and checked with Fan Si and the managing disciples. Only then did they stop suspecting the two. However, the disciples lingering around the fields caught the law enforcement hall's attention. Through investigation, they traced the suspicion to Tang Ru. Tang Ru felt like she was safe at home, but suddenly faced trouble. She had only spent spiritual stones to find someone, but somehow, the suspicion fell on her. Tang Ru was summoned to the law enforcement hall for questioning. Her attached golden core cultivator discovered that his maidservant had secret intentions. She even took his storage bag to support her lover. Furious, he expelled her from his cave. Tang Ru didn't want to be blamed for damaging the spiritual fields, so she claimed she spent spiritual stones to hire someone to find her old friend. Though she said it nicely, everyone could see she was actually looking for her lover. However, Chun Feng was just an insignificant figure in the outer sect. When Tang Ru became a maidservant, he was just a discarded man among the disciples. After a year, things settled down and no one paid attention to him anymore. As a result, Tang Ru's words caused Chun Feng to appear before everyone again, but this person is now missing, and no one knows when he left. Tang Ru's statement also proved that his last known location was the spiritual field in Area B of Outer Five Peaks. Chun Feng became a suspect in the enforcement hall. Coincidentally, apart from Yunxi and Zhong Hao, who are both timid newcomers that have already harvested the spiritual rice early, all other spiritual fields have been damaged. Among all areas of Outer Five Peaks, this damage is the worst. Now, Chun Feng has become the main suspect. When Yunxi heard about this, she couldn't help but twitch her mouth. She thought, thank goodness for divine help. Now there's no solid evidence against him, and Chun Feng is even being publicly shamed. Even Tang Ru has been affected. Wei Zhonghao stroked his chin and said, Yunxi, I think Chun Feng is probably targeting us. Yunxi nodded and continued based on his guess. I think so too. Chun Feng wants to stop us from completing the sect mission. He plans to attack us when we get punished. But we were clever. We used spirit stones to speed up the spiritual rice and handed in the task without delay. His plan was a step late. Our spiritual fields were empty, so those bees went to other fields to cause trouble. Things got worse from there. When he realized he had caused a big problem, he ran away. Serves him right. Zhong Hao thought his sister's reasoning made sense and agreed. His plan to deal with us must have been secret. He wouldn't tell anyone. When Tang Ru found him, she already accused him, which is just like a clumsy teammate.
Exactly. Only we need to know about this. Don't tell Zhong Yu.
My little uncle is out on a training trip and hasn't returned. We should stay low-key.
I know.
We avoided danger with our wit, so let's not worry them unnecessarily. From now on, we need to be more careful when taking on tasks.
Yunxi nodded and said yes.
Anyway, we've finished our tasks for this month. Since something happened in Outer Five Peaks again, we'll rest for a month and see how things go.
Zhong Hao suggested, all right.
Shall we go to the Outer Sect marketplace tomorrow? We can sell the spiritual rice we harvested. Yunxi thought for a moment and said, Zhong Hao, don't rush to sell the spiritual rice. This season's rice in Outer Five Peaks is ruined. I think the price will go up soon. Let's wait a couple of days. If the price changes, we can sell it then and make a few more spirit stones.
I forgot about that.
Let's go to the training hall these next couple of days and use up all the training time we've accumulated before. Zhong Hao is now fully focused on improving his cultivation. Starting the next day, the two of them headed straight to the training hall. They didn't bother choosing a specific training room, just took the two adjacent ones and went inside. Yunxi opened the isolation array, sat cross-legged on the mat, and reviewed everything that had happened in the past 3 months. After making sure she hadn't missed anything, she realized she could enter the space chat group. The space was still the same as before. Only 4 empty baskets used for storing milk fruit remained, with 1 basket left. She decided to ask the tribe warriors if they could exchange some fresh milk fruit. The holographic screen displayed her online message as usual. During her absence, the tribe warriors had logged in to ask for help, as their tribe seemed to be facing a rare cold season that hadn't occurred in 1,000 years. It snowed heavily for 3 months straight. Their food supplies ran low, and many young animals and females in the tribe fell ill. Meanwhile, wild beasts, also trapped by the snow and unable to find food, became more aggressive and attacked the tribe from time to time. Thanks to the tribe warriors' foresight in replacing the protective shield, the tribe was not attacked and fell. However, food shortage became a big problem. The male members of the tribe could only go out hunting, but they were easily attacked by the crazed wild beasts, often resulting in injuries or death. Survival was the top priority. The tribe generously provided a batch of medicine to help the sick young animals and females get through this period. The interstellar voyage provided a batch of nutritional liquids, which, though not tasty, could supply energy and help the male beast men maintain their transformation state for battle. Bull-headed and ghost-faced spirits couldn't help the tribe warriors. They were either spirits after death or didn't need to eat, so they could only stay silent. Seeing this situation, Yunxi immediately contacted the tribe warriors. Gua Yen Yun Yen, warrior, how are things on your side? Has the cold season ended? After a moment, the tribe warriors replied, our cold season is over. However, because the snow was too deep, our home was flooded and we had to migrate. The wild beasts that were hungry during the cold season are very fierce now, and we're short of food. Guo Yen Yun Yen, I'll send you 10 bottles of fasting pills. Each pill can keep your stomach from being hungry for a day. Try them first. I'll also send you 100 gene of spiritual rice. It's grown by myself and should have enough energy to meet the needs of your tribe's males. Try cooking some first. Cloud Shi's current knowledge is limited. She previously revealed her cultivation level as being at the 4th layer of qi refining, but she was only preparing to refine pills and had not yet started. The detoxifying pills she has were accumulated over the past year. The tribe warrior said, Xiao Yunyan, thank you very much. I will exchange the items you provided for milk fruit. When the hot season arrives, we can harvest the milk fruit and I will teleport to you then. Clearly, the warrior did not want to take advantage of her for free. Cloud Shi's original intention was to exchange for milk fruit, and her actions were also a kind gesture. The warrior remembered her kindness, so she happily agreed and sent the items through the chat group. Then she looked at the group avatars. The avatar of the group member called Divine Beast was always gray, indicating they were offline. She checked the chat history and found no useful exchange resources, so she logged off. After opening her eyes, she continued her daily cultivation. She aimed to quickly break through to the 9th layer of Qi refining and then start refining pills. Meanwhile, Wei Young Kingzi, who had met Wei Yunqi before, was feeling very upset. The other was her nemesis, always advancing ahead of her. She clenched the pill bottle in her hand and decided to take the pills Brother Yi had given her. She didn't want to be overshadowed by her younger sister with the 3 spiritual roots. She immediately rented a good cultivation room with spirit stones and swallowed the pill to begin practicing. The pill melted in her mouth, transforming into pure energy that circulated through her body, making her feel warm all over. Soon, her meridians started to feel sore and swollen. Wei Yunqing knew this was due to the spiritual energy expanding her meridians and quickly guided the chaotic spiritual energy to circulate within her body. 5 days later, Cloud Shi and Zhong Hao agreed to go to the market to sell spiritual rice. They unexpectedly met Wei Yunqing at the disciples' courtyard entrance. This time, Wei Yunqing was smiling happily, and her gaze on Cloud Shi was openly condescending. Wei Zonghao concealed his displeasure and politely asked, "Sister Yunqing, did you encounter some good news?" Wei Yunqing raised her chin and said, "I broke through. I just came back to tell you. I plan to move closer to the inner sex peak to cultivate. We probably won't have many chances to meet in the future." She scanned her with her spiritual sense and found that her cultivation had risen to the 8th layer of Qi refining. However, her aura was very superficial, clearly having just broken through. Going from the 4th to the 8th layer in one go suggested she either had a lucky opportunity or took pills. Regardless of the reason, she was not jealous and even smiled politely to compliment. "Senior Sister Yunqing is really impressive. You've been quietly accumulating strength, and I can't see through your cultivation level. Are you now at the 8th level of Qi refining?" "I'm now at the 8th level of Qi refining." Wei Yunqing was very proud. The little chubby boy Zhong Hao, standing nearby, was surprised. This was a breakthrough of 4 levels. He also smiled and congratulated. "Yunqing, you're amazing. Having dual spiritual roots is a great talent. We can only look up to you." Wei Yunqing enjoyed the praise and became even more confident. She waved her hand and said, "Keep practicing hard, and you'll reach my level too." Zhong Hao, with your triple spiritual roots, reaching the 7th level of Qi refining in just a year is already very good. Zhong Hao secretly wanted to complain about Wei Yunqing's arrogance, but he still forced a smile and said, "You're right, Yunqing. I'll go tell Yuning, then say goodbye to Zhong Jin and Zhong Yu. You two should go ahead and get busy." Yunqing had already started to chase them away. They exchanged glances and left first. When they entered the outer sect marketplace, Zhong Hao couldn't help but ask, "Yunqi, is talent really that important?" Yunqi knew that Yunqing's breakthrough had affected him, so she smiled and said, "Zhong Hao, you're not worse than her. Why bother worrying?" Also, her breakthrough this time was suspicious. Either she had a big opportunity or took pills. "Did you notice her aura wasn't restrained at all?" Zhong Hao recalled and said, "You're right. I didn't sense her cultivation earlier and overlooked that. No matter how she broke through, if she doesn't stabilize her cultivation immediately, she's just showing off." She even said she wanted to move closer to the inner sect mountain peak. "Do you think the new peak is easy to settle in?" Yunqi said casually. Zhong Hao understood immediately and smiled. "You're right. Sister Yuding and brother Zhonghan moved to the outer 3rd peak, and they haven't even found time to meet us. Also, I heard their cultivation is only barely at the late 6th level of Qi refining, even lower than mine." Yunqi nodded and said, "Breaking through isn't just about enough spiritual energy. Your mindset has to keep up, too. Qi refining is the foundation, like building a house. If the foundation isn't solid, no matter how fancy the materials, it's useless." "Yunqi, you really know a lot. I often go to the book pavilion.
There are all kinds of jade slips there. Since you just broke through, there's no rush to advance again. It's best to read some books there for a couple of days and settle your mind. Yes, I agree with you. This planting task sounds very interesting. I want to learn how to grow spiritual herbs. That way, when you study alchemy in the future, I can supply the herbs. How about we work together? Zhong Hao shared his plan. Yunxi listened and agreed. Zhong Hao has the fire, wood, and earth spiritual roots, which give him an advantage in planting. He could also learn alchemy, but it seems he doesn't really like it. It depends on personal interest. She nodded and said, "Sounds good. As long as you're sure about it, that's fine. We're only at the qi refining stage now, so we still have chances to try." You're right. Zhong Hao thinks Yunxi is young but always practical in her words. He's willing to listen. Before, it was because of a certain pill that he and Yunxi's sister became close. After a year of being together, he genuinely trusts her and wants to get closer. They easily sold the spiritual rice in their hands. Yunxi bought some blank talisman paper and beast blood, then sold a batch of her drawn talismans, which filled her storage bag with blood again. Zhong Hao wanted to grow spiritual herbs, so he bought some first-level seed herbs. The two wandered around but didn't find anything new at the market. They decided to return to the disciples' courtyard together. When Yunxi entered the courtyard, she saw Wei Yuning looking angry. She was sitting at a jade table under the pear tree. Seeing Yunxi come in, she immediately waved her over. "Yuning, what's wrong? Did someone upset you?" Yunxi asked knowingly. Wei Yuning asked annoyed. "Yunxi, did you meet Yunxing?" "Yes, I did. Zhong Hao and I ran into her at the market entrance. She had just broken through her cultivation and looked very proud, saying she's moving to the outer 3 peaks to train." Yuning immediately knew Yunxing had been showing off to others. She was unhappy and said, "Yunxi, do you know how she suddenly broke through to the 8th level of qi refining overnight?" Yunxi shook her head and said, "I don't know. Although we are sisters, my relationship with her isn't as close as with you. At home, she relies on her father's favor and even tries to take my mother's belongings. Our relationship is only okay on the surface. If she really had a good chance, she wouldn't tell me. She'd rather see me fall into the dirt." Wei Yuning believed this. Over the past year, the 4 sisters had lived in the same courtyard. She had some understanding of the situation. She often saw Yunxing causing trouble for Yunxi. She could only sigh and say, "Ah, if only I had such a chance too." Yunxi smiled and said, "As long as we work hard, we will succeed. I think Sister Yuning is about to break through to the 5th level of qi refining." "Yes, I wanted to go to the cultivation hall today, but Yunxing spoiled my mood. I decided to talk to you first and go to the cultivation hall tomorrow to try for the 5th level." Yuning was clearly quite annoyed. Yunxi admired Yunxing a lot. She was good at attracting trouble. She looked at her with bright eyes and said, "Don't be angry, Sister Yuning. Let me tell you secretly, Brother Zhong Hao said that although she has reached the 8th level of qi refining, her aura is weak and unstable. Her cultivation isn't solid like ours when we advanced. There's no need to envy her." Hearing this, Yunying's mood improved a bit. She then grumbled a little before going back to her room to train. When Yunxi broke through to the 9th level of qi refining, she received a message from Hua Xuanzi on a communication talisman, inviting her to team up for a task on the mountain behind the sect. Yunxi hesitated for a moment, but replied to Hua Xuanzi, agreeing to meet at the task hall the next day. As long as the task wasn't too difficult, she wanted to take it. She lacked practical combat experience. Since she killed Qin Feng last time, she had been resting and realized she couldn't just improve her cultivation. She also needed to strengthen her fighting skills. Otherwise, she would just become a delicate flower in a greenhouse. She was destined to ascend as a great cultivator. When Zhong Hao found out, he decided to go with Yunxi to see for himself. Early the next morning, Yunxi and Zhong Hao went together to the task hall to learn about the mission Hua Xuanzi mentioned. Seeing the two, Hua Xuanzi waved and said, "Yunxi, over here." They hurried over and exchanged greetings, then got to the main point. "Senior Sister Hua, What is the task on the mountain behind? Would it be okay for my brother to join? He's already at the 7th level of qi refining. Hua Xuanzi had already noticed Zhong Hao's cultivation level and smiled as she replied, of course. Welcome, Brother Wei. I invited you to join this task mainly to pick jinsha grass. Yunxi nodded immediately after hearing this. Jinsha grass is quite delicate and can only be harvested by young girls under 20 to keep its medicinal properties. If not, it turns into a handful of golden sand, which is why it's called jinsha grass. Seeing Yun Shi's understanding expression, Hua Xuanzi knew she was familiar with the grass's habits and continued. Originally, one of our team members, Sister Zhang, was on a short retreat, so our team was short one person. The captain was worried I couldn't finish the jinsha grass task alone, so he asked me to find a fellow disciple to help. And I thought of you. Cloud Shi and Zhong Hao exchanged a quick look, understanding each other's thoughts. She nodded and said, Senior Sister Hua, thank you for your help. We've accepted the task. When do we leave? Cloud Sister Shi is so straightforward. If you two are okay, we'll depart in half an hour. I'll add you and Brother Wei to our temporary team now. Once registered, you'll have some time to prepare. They didn't hesitate and agreed with a nod, then entered the task hall with Hua Xuanzi. Hua Xuanzi found a familiar senior brother, cut in line, and added their names to the temporary team. After receiving the team task, she returned the identification jade tokens to them. Go prepare first. I'll inform the other team members. We'll meet at the back mountain entrance later. Okay. Seeing everything was settled, Hua Xuanzi went to notify the remaining team members. Cloud Shi and Zhong Hao returned to the disciples' courtyard, left messages for Yuning and Zhongyu about their whereabouts, then checked their storage bags. Seeing nothing missing, they set out for the back mountain. On the way, Zhong Hao asked worriedly, Cloud Shi, you're familiar with Senior Sister Hua, but not her teammates. We should be careful during the task so we don't become cannon fodder. Yes, I understand, but it's a rare opportunity. We can't always focus only on training. We also need to improve our combat skills and learn to handle emergencies. This time, it's a practice run. Brother Zhong Hao, have you seen the task details? I have. Besides harvesting golden sandgrass, their team also took a task to catch sand mice. Sand mice are companion beasts of the golden sandgrass. Their skins and teeth are used for forging materials. These sand mice reproduce quickly. Although they are only first rank, they are excellent at gnawing on spiritual plants. So, this task is issued periodically. Quick hands have an advantage. Yes, I think they might also pick some low-rank spiritual plants along the way. Perfect, since you're trying to grow medicinal herbs. We can also look for seed samples. Since they were already heading into the back mountain, Cloud, she thought they might as well complete these tasks. Alright, I agree. They spoke as they reached the back mountain entrance. Many disciples, including inner disciples, entered and exited here, suggesting they had probably accepted a mission to explore the inner area of the back mountain. Knowing their limits, they waited at a spot where they wouldn't block the way for Hua's senior sister. It wasn't long before Hua Xuanzi arrived with 3 young male disciples, walking toward them. Senior Sister Hua, over here. Hua Xuanzi waved in the direction of the sound and then quickly walked over to the 2 people. After they met, Hua Xuanzi acted as the introducer, helping everyone get to know each other. Junior Sister Yunxi, Junior Brother Wei, these are members of our small team. This is Senior Brother Zhao, this is Senior Brother Qian, and this is Senior Brother Li. 3 of you. This is Wei Yunxi, whom I often talk about. The other is her cousin Wei Zonghao. They are the ones I found to replace Junior Sister Zhang. Yunxi's spiritual awareness scanned the 3, confirming their cultivation levels. 2 were at the 8th level of qi refining, and Senior Brother Zhao was at the 9th level, the same as Hua Xuanzi. From this, it seemed the siblings' cultivation was the lowest, but this was only on the surface. Senior Brother Zhao welcomed the Wei siblings joining and smiled, saying, I've heard Hua Xuanzi mention Junior Sister Wei. Many of her talismans have been used up within our team. Yunxi also smiled and bowed, saying, That's because Senior Sister Hua takes care of me. It's an honor that my talismans can help all of you. Zonghao didn't say anything, just stood smiling beside Yunxi. Senior Brother Qian laughed and said, Junior sister is too polite. After exchanging a few more words, senior brother Zhao led the team into the back mountain entrance. At the entrance, there were guards checking their identity tokens and assigned tasks before allowing the six to enter. Once inside the back mountain, they stopped joking and focused on their journey. Yunxi and Zonghao were in the middle of the team, with senior brother Zhao and Hua Xuanzi at the front, and senior brothers Qian and Sun at the back. It looked like the two with the lowest cultivation were protected in the middle, but it might also be a way to watch them. Yunxi and Zonghao exchanged a quick glance and became more alert. They didn't want any trouble in their own sect. Yunxi silently signaled Zonghao to watch the two ahead. She used her spiritual awareness to observe the two behind. Her observation revealed something suspicious. Senior brother Li, at the back of the team, took advantage of senior brother Qian's inattention to leave a mark at their passing spot. Since leaving, Li had marked the group twice. If Yunxi hadn't used her spiritual awareness, it wouldn't have been easy to notice. Yunxi frowned, feeling uneasy. Her mind raced. Was senior sister Hua plotting against them? If so, she might attack when they reached a deserted place, without needing to call for help. After all, they are siblings, one at the 5th level of Qi refining, the other at the 7th. With their strength, they are definitely capable of overpowering others and don't need any helpers. If it's not to scheme against them, then it's to scheme against the entire team. That suggests at least Brother Li has a secret motive. Otherwise, he wouldn't leave marks along the way. Do the others in the team know? Are they involved? She currently cannot tell. Yunxi, are you tired? Zonghao noticed Yunxi's changing expression and asked with concern. No, I just find it interesting. It's my first time coming to the back mountain of Haoran sect. After being a disciple for over a year, I never knew the back mountain was so big. Yunxi quickly attributed her unusual feeling to her first visit to the sect's back mountain. Hua Xuanzi, walking at the front, listened to Wei's siblings and said, "It's better not to enter the back mountain easily when your cultivation is low. The back mountain is under Haoran sect's control, but it's very large and home to some powerful monsters. Usually, we only stay on the outskirts and don't go deep inside." Yunxi nodded understandingly and said, "Thank you, senior sister, for the advice. My brother and I are very aware of our limits. We are on a mission within the sect. The last time we took on the Spirit Rice task on Outer Peak 5 was quite frightening for us." She then patted her chest, still feeling a bit scared. Hua Xuanzi, who was helping in the mission hall, had also heard about this. She sighed. It's a pity that an entire mountain's spiritual fields have been destroyed. I just heard about it for the first time. As for that disciple Chenfeng, he hasn't shown up at all. He probably ran away long ago. Wei Yunxi's lips curled slightly, thinking that the other had long become nourishment for the spiritual fields. But he didn't blame himself for taking the blame. After all, he was the one who first had murderous thoughts. Zonghao followed Hua Xuanzi's words and said, "He made such a big mistake, so he must have run away early. Luckily, my sister and I received guidance from senior sister Hua and met brother Fan Si, who is a benefactor. We managed to harvest the spiritual fields early. Although we lost some spirit stones, we completed the sect's mission. Otherwise, we would be in big trouble." Hua Xuanzi waved her hand and said, "I suggested you go plant the spiritual fields. Luckily, you're clever, or I'd be feeling guilty now."
How could that be?
Senior sister did it for my sake. I took on the task myself. I can't blame good-hearted helpers if something goes wrong. Yunxi is a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. She doesn't like to blame others or involve others in her problems. Hua Xuanzi felt comforted by these words, thinking that Yunxi, though young, was wise and worth making friends with. Senior brother Zhao also nodded quietly, and senior brothers Qian and Li agreed, creating a friendly atmosphere among everyone. After another hour of walking, senior brother Zhao spoke up. "Let's take a 15-minute break to rest and get ready. We'll soon reach a sandy mouse nest we explored earlier. Once there, I, Qian, and Li will handle guiding the sand mice out of the nest. Hua and Wei will quickly enter the nest to gather golden sand grass. Wei will keep watch. If many sand mice return to the nest, You need to protect the sisters and help them exit quickly, so they're not trapped. These sand mice aren't very strong, but they bite a lot. Don't underestimate them. Understood. Everyone agreed, as this division of tasks had probably been planned earlier. Then, everyone dispersed under a large tree. Some meditated, some whispered quietly, to rest for a moment. Yun-shi pulled Zonghao aside and said, "Brother Zonghao, I get nervous and need to go to the woods nearby. Will you come with me?" Zonghao looked a bit annoyed but understood that his sister wasn't the nervous type in critical moments. He told senior brother Zhao and went with Yun-shi to a small forest nearby. Once out of sight, Yun-shi released a protective array and shared her discovery with Zonghao. Zonghao's round face scrunched up as he asked nervously, "What should we do? Should we find a way to leave the team halfway?" Yun-shi shook her head. "If it's not about us, then they're after Hua or Zhao. Leaving halfway might alert the people behind us. We don't know who they are or how strong they are. If we're caught, we might be in real danger." Zonghao thought for a moment and nodded. "You're right. In that case, we should wait and see what happens. Especially during the mission, we can't split up." Looking at Zhao's plan, it seems he doesn't intend to separate us. "At least for now, he doesn't seem to know about this," Yun-shi said. "Yeah, I think Hua might not know either. As we walked, I noticed Hua and Zhao get along well. If anything was wrong, Zhao would tell Hua. Plus, they're the strongest in this temporary team. They definitely wouldn't fight each other," Zonghao added with his own observations. "Brother Zonghao, we need to be careful now. The people behind us might attack while we're busy with the mission. That way, they could catch us off guard and succeed easily." "Yes, I understand." The two quickly exchanged their plans and then returned to their resting place. Senior brother Zhao saw everyone was ready and called out, "Let's go." Then the team resumed their previous formation and continued moving closer to the inner circle. As they moved nearer, the trees grew taller and denser. Even the bushes were higher than those outside. Occasionally, low-level monsters passed by. Luckily, everyone in the team was in the late stage of chi refining, and their powerful aura kept the weaker monsters at bay. After about half an hour, senior brother Zhao signaled to stop. The group hid behind a pile of gray rocks and looked from afar at the cave below the mountain wall, where many sand mice came and went. Yunshi looked at the golden-colored mice, some as long as a child's arm, and the two sharp, white front teeth of the creatures made her feel uneasy. She disliked mice, especially those in the cultivation world that had become spirits. Senior brother Zhao waved to Qian and Li. They left the rocks and moved in another direction. Soon, a white smoke spread toward the sand mouse's nest. The mice, coming and going, stopped and stood upright, sniffing the air. After a few squeaks, they quickly ran toward the source of the smoke on their front legs, as if they were afraid of missing out or being trampled. These mice had tough skin and could recover quickly if stepped on. Yunshi was amazed. This was a first-level monster in the cultivation world, and its vitality was truly strong. The three waited for a full quarter of an hour until the mice started to come out in smaller groups. Hua Xuanzi immediately spoke. "Brother Wei, we're ready to rush in." "Good. Brother Wei, help us out, then stay at the entrance of the nest. If you see a large group of mice returning, give us a warning." "No problem, I'm ready." Zonghao drew his spiritual sword after speaking. "Let's go." Hua Xuanzi gave the command, and the three jumped out from behind the cover, quickly reaching the entrance of the sand mouse's nest. Yunshi didn't want to waste time. She threw 10 first-level fireball talismans, burning the few mice that had escaped into ashes, then rushed into the nest. "Brother Wei, over here." Hua Xuanzi has discovered the golden sand grass growing in the center of the nest. Yunshi also found the sand grass. Sunlight shines through the cracks in the rocks, making the grass shimmer with a golden glow, which is hard to miss. Hua Xuanzi uses her binding technique to string the wandering desert mice into skewers. Before they can scream, she puts them into her storage bag. Wei Zonghao quickly reacts, pouring fire-type spiritual power into his spirit sword. He easily defeats one desert mouse with a single strike, then moves on to the next. He doesn't mind the injured mice and quickly puts them into his storage bag. Yunshi continues throwing talismans, all first-level golden arrow charms, mainly to cast a wide net. She first clears the nest, then swiftly collects the dead mice. Her goal is the sandgrass, which is their main target. When Yunshi approaches, Hua Xuanzi has already started harvesting the grass. She works quickly and joins in. She grabs the stem of the grass and pulls it out by the roots with a skillful tug, then quickly stores it in her bag. While harvesting, she keeps an eye on her surroundings, listening carefully, but her hands move swiftly, picking only the most shimmering, high-quality sand grass. After 10 minutes, Zonghao calls out loudly, "Senior Sister Hua, Yunshi, come out quickly." Something seems to be wrong. Hua Xuanzi and Yunshi exchange a glance, then immediately stop and rush toward the nest's exit. "Junior Brother Wei, what's going on?" Hua Xuanzi asks first. Wei Zonghao frowns and says, "Listen." Hua Xuanzi up her ears to listen, while Yunshi releases her spiritual awareness, probing toward the noisy sounds. She sees Senior Brother Zhao and Senior Brother Qian being attacked by people and desert mice. They're already struggling. The attackers are led by Senior Brother Li, along with 3 others, a man, a woman, and another man, all at the 8th level of Qi refining. These are likely the people who plan the ambush. Senior Brother Zhao is at the 9th level of Qi refining, with sharp sword skills, and is holding his ground for now. Senior Brother Qian seems injured, unable to use his left arm, so he fights with one hand, defending against the rushing desert mice. The mice attack indiscriminately. While they are attacking Zhao and Qian, they are also attacking the other 4. Because there are many people, one of the female disciples is focused on fighting the mice, ensuring the other 3 can attack Zhao and Qian effectively. Hua Xuanzi suddenly realized the situation was not right and immediately said, "Let's go. We need to check it out." Yunshi's eyes flicked, then she turned and dropped a bunch of fireball talismans onto the unharvested golden sandgrass. Although a bit wasteful, this was the fastest way to lure the group of sand mice back. Their home had been stolen, so they probably wouldn't bother attacking people now. Sure enough, after the golden sandgrass was ignited, a long squeaking sound came from deep inside the nest, startling the 3 of them. They quickly ran away, quick on their feet. They didn't expect there was a big creature inside the nest, emitting a pressure at least at the 2nd level. "Senior Sister Hua, do you know there is a 2nd-level sand mouse among these sand mice?" "Yes, Brother Zhao said this 2nd-level sand mouse is the boss of the nest. It has recently fallen into a deep sleep while trying to advance, so we chose this time to harvest the golden sandgrass." Hua Xuanzi spoke while running, her brows tightly furrowed. Zonghao spoke at the right moment. "It seems this 2nd-level sand mouse isn't completely asleep, which is why it woke up so suddenly." Hua Xuanzi coldly said, "Yunshi, why did you destroy that patch of golden sandgrass? Not only did you alarm the 2nd-level sand mouse, but you also risked causing the entire sand mouse group to riot." Yunshi knew she was misunderstood and smiled. "If we don't lure the sand mice back to their nest, we'll be the ones in trouble." Then she turned to Zonghao, "Let's climb the trees." Zonghao glanced at Hua Xuanzi, said nothing, and followed Yunshi up a tall tree. He then took out a silence charm and pressed it on himself. Hua Xuanzi clenched her teeth, jumped onto another tree, also applying a silence charm to herself. Soon, she saw the groups of sand mice returning to their nest. After a moment, she heard sounds of fighting. Because she was high up, she saw clearly the predicament of her companions Zhao and Qian. Her eyes widened in shock. Forgetting about the sand mice passing below, she leapt down from the tree to rescue them. Meanwhile, Yunshi and Zonghao did not act. To the fighting sides, they were just small fry, so it was better to watch quietly and see how things unfolded. "Yunshi, they're being betrayed by their own people," Zonghao said clearly. Brother Li was the inside man, and the other 3 were external helpers he had found. Before Yunshi could speak, Hua Xuanzi, who had arrived at the scene, coldly said, "Zhang sister, weren't you in seclusion for a breakthrough? How come you're here?" Brother Qian seized the moment, took a pill, and then spoke, "Senior Sister Hua, can't you see? Sister Zhang and Brother Li are working with outsiders to scheme against us. The so-called breakthrough was just an excuse. Cloud Shi gently touched her less chubby chin and whispered, "Well, this is internal conflict." Zhong Hao was opening his mouth slightly, feeling that everyone in their small team had about 800 eyes, and luckily, the two little ones were alert enough. Otherwise, they would surely become cannon fodder. Meanwhile, Sister Zhang, who was named directly, said with a calm expression, "Humph. Don't act so righteous. If you guys hadn't always been unfair in distributing tasks, Brother Li and I wouldn't have taken this step." Unfair? How could it be unfair? We always distribute tasks based on effort. You have lower cultivation and do less work, so naturally you get less. You didn't object at first, but now you're bringing it up. Aren't you ashamed? Hua Xuanzi was almost furious. Their team's weakest member was Sister Zhang, who only had 6th level of qi refining. She usually only did support or harvesting tasks, which were less dangerous. She thought she had been very fair. "That's just what you think," Sister Zhang said disdainfully. Brother Zhao was much calmer because a large group of sand mice had been lured away, giving him a chance to breathe. After swallowing a spirit-nourishing pill, he said, "Xuanzi, don't waste words with them. Today's matter can't be resolved peacefully. Let's see who's more skilled." Then he drew his sword and attacked. Without the sand mice slowing him down, his attack was more relaxed. He slashed his sword, splitting the 4 opponents into 2 groups. He faced Brother Li and Sister Zhang together, while Hua Xuanzi and Brother Qian fought the other 2. Soon, everyone was fighting fiercely. Zhong Hao quietly asked Cloud Shi, "Which side should we help?" Cloud Shi's eyes flashed as she said, "We should definitely help those in need, not just add beauty to the situation." Zhong Hao thought for a moment and asked, "Are you saying we should help Sister Hua and them?"
Yes.
"We've known them for a long time. From what I know about Sister Hua, she's not the kind to be unfair. Plus, there's Brother Zhao, who is equally strong. If she really acts out of line, he wouldn't agree. That could hurt the team's unity." "You're right. If they really think the team's distribution is unfair, they could just choose not to team up with Sister Hua and start anew. Using schemes against fellow disciples is just greed, plain and simple." Cloud Shi immediately gave a thumbs up and said, "You're right." At this moment, Brother Zhao and the 2, Li and Zhang, were fighting fiercely. Zhao was fighting 2 people alone, but was not at a disadvantage. His solid foundation was clear, especially his tricky sword moves that could block their combined attacks. On the other side, Hua Xuanzi was fighting a male cultivator of the same level. She was very confident because she had used little energy before. The fight was evenly matched, and she often threw out talismans to disturb her opponent, temporarily gaining the upper hand. Brother Qian, who had been injured in a sneak attack earlier, found it hard to fight a higher-level male cultivator. After being cut on his back by a sword, he couldn't help but grunt in pain and asked Hua Xuanzi for help. "Senior Sister Hua, please block for me for 2 breaths. I need to take a healing pill." Hua Xuanzi quickly moved closer to Brother Qian, knowing she couldn't let him get hurt. If he was killed, the pressure would fall entirely on her and Brother Zhao. Even with 2 against 4, their chances of winning were slim. At this moment, Hua Xuanzi didn't consider Wei's siblings. She thought they had probably already run away. But she understood they needed to protect themselves, and with their cultivation level, they couldn't do much to help. Yun Shi saw Hua Xuanzi only 2 steps away from Brother Qian and quickly cast a lightning spell. This time, she didn't hold back. Her 9th level qi refining attack instantly knocked the dagger out of Brother Qian's hand and burned his left hand, which was holding the dagger, to black ash.
Ah!
Brother Qian's scream made both sides pause. Hua Xuanzi also noticed this in her peripheral vision, especially the dagger in his left hand. She immediately realized that Brother Qian's injury was a fake, meant to ambush her. If the attacker hadn't struck secretly, she would have been pierced through with no defense. Shameless. Hua Xuanzi counterattacked with her sword, killing Brother Qian, and she also took his storage bag. Yun Shi then said to Zhong Hao, "Zhong Hao, it's our turn now. I've been ready for a while." Seeing how dangerous things had just been, Zhong Hao knew Brother Qian had betrayed their team. No wonder Brother Lee could leave a mark easily. It was obvious he was secretly helping hide him. Things had become very clear now. She decided to act, at least to find out who was friend or foe. Otherwise, how could she send help in the snow? As soon as they arrived, Shi threw out a third-level formation disc. This time, she activated a trapping formation, determined not to let her attacker escape. Zhong Hao followed his sister's lead. First, they worked together to defeat Brother Qian's opponent, then went to help Sister Hua. Hua Xuanzi immediately thanked them. Junior Sister Yunxi, Disciple Wei, I owe you both a favor. As long as I survive this, I will repay your kindness. Senior Sister, we will deal with this person first, then help Brother Zhao. He's fighting two people alone, and we need to prevent the enemy from becoming desperate. Yunxi accepted the promise and reminded them. Okay. Now, it was 3 against 1. Hua Xuanzi attacked mainly. Yunxi used her skills like golden arrows, fireballs, and lightning to distract the enemy, and Zhong Hao was responsible for sneaking attacks and finishing off Hua's sister. In the end, the enemy was stabbed through the heart by Hua Xuanzi's sword and fell down unwillingly. Hua Xuanzi used her sword to lift the opponent's storage bag from her waist, threw it to Zhong Hao, then tossed the storage bag she had taken from Brother Qian to Yunxi. Senior Sister, what are you doing?
Take it.
It's what you deserve. Yunxi smiled slightly and said, Thank you, Senior Sister. Let's go help Brother Zhao. Under Yunxi's lead, the 3 reached the place where Brother Zhao was trapped. Hua Xuanzi drew her sword and charged forward. The 2 worked together quickly to turn the situation around. Junior Sister Zhang, seeing the situation was hopeless, glared bitterly at the Wei siblings and said, You 2 troublemakers. She then took out a second-rank talisman and threw it toward the Wei siblings. Yunxi's pupils shrank. She used her spiritual awareness to control the formation disc, trapping the enemies and the talisman in a separate space. Then, with a loud explosion, the entire formation shook twice. Yunxi looked heartbroken at the low-grade spirit stones turned to dust inside the formation disc. She quickly replaced 9 of them. If she couldn't recover her losses this time, she would be at a big disadvantage. Zhong Hao hurried over and asked, Yunxi, are you okay? Yunxi shook her head and said, I'm fine. The problem is her. Let's go and take her storage bag. She then unlocked the sealed space and went to gather the spoils. Hua Xuanzi and Brother Zhao were unaffected. They quickly teamed up to cut down the man named Zhao, ignoring his pleas and taking his storage bag. The battle was over. Yunxi manipulated the formation disc to bring both sides together smoothly. At this moment, Hua Xuanzi and Brother Zhao looked relaxed. They both cupped their fists and said, Thank you both for your help. Without you, we wouldn't have escaped the trap. Yunxi cupped her hands in greeting and said, Senior Sister Hua, you are too polite. I still trust your character. Honestly, it's their greed. They don't want to put in effort but want to get the most resources. Hua Xuanzi sighed and said, This time, we misjudged the people. We originally wanted to give you a task, but unexpectedly, you saved us instead. Brother Zhao, who was nearby, also spoke. Xuanzi, you don't need to blame yourself. Actually, after we finish this team task, I want to tell you that we won't team up with them anymore. It's not that I don't want to help junior disciples, but they are never satisfied. I already saw signs of this in the first 2 tasks, but you didn't notice. I couldn't say much, since they're the ones you brought here. Hua Xuanzi glared at him and said, Why didn't you say that earlier? Am I someone who can't tell right from wrong? We were just forming a temporary team, and we don't owe them anything. If they hadn't begged me to lead them, I wouldn't bother with them. After this task, I have enough spiritual stones to buy a foundation establishment pill. I plan to retreat and focus on breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Brother Zhao shrugged helplessly and could only say, Plans never keep up with changes. Just then, the array flickered again. The 4 immediately looked alertly outside the formation, gasping in unison. That's that second stage Sandland Mouse. How did we disturb it? Earlier, Sister Yunxi burned the golden sand grass in their nest to help you all escape, which probably alarmed it. This second stage Sandland Mouse had early foundation establishment strength, leading its offspring to attack the array. Clearly, it knew its enemies were hiding inside this shield. Brother Zhao frowned and asked, Sister Wei, how long can this array last? As long as I have spiritual stones, I can keep it going. But over time, the noise will attract other monsters. We're close to the back mountain's inner area, and if a third stage monster shows up, my array won't hold. Brother Zhao, who was more steady, thought for a moment and said, Sister Wei, can you control the array to split space? We can release a group of sandland mice inside, kill some, then release more, and finally wear down that second stage sandland mouse with the array. Hearing Brother Zhao's plan, Yunxi understood his idea. It was a strategy to defeat enemies one by one, first releasing the sandland mice into the array to quiet the surroundings and prevent more powerful monsters from being attracted. Then, they divided the area to eliminate the sand mice. The first-level sand mice should be manageable for the 4 of them, but it will consume a lot of energy, so they must work together. Otherwise, they might run out of spiritual energy and be swallowed. Finally, they would deal with the second-level sand mouse. They planned a 4-on-1 attack. Although there was a difference in cultivation, they had formations and talismans, and they believed they could defeat it through perseverance. Yunxi quickly said, I understand Brother Zhao's idea. But to trap the second-level sand mouse, we need a mid-grade spirit stone. If we put it into the formation, it will run around wildly, and my formation can't handle that. We won't even have a chance to breathe, and we'll be stuck in a tough fight. Hearing that they needed a mid-grade spirit stone, the other 3 took a deep breath. It takes 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to exchange for 1 mid-grade spirit stone, and even among the disciples, some hide their treasures carefully. Yunxi shrugged. This is the weakness of the formation disc. It needs energy support. Without it, it can't work properly. Their own strength is also limited. If they were strong enough, they would just draw their swords and fight directly. No need for all this trouble. Brother Zhao took a deep breath and exchanged a glance with Xuanzi. Both knew that if they couldn't get past this obstacle, their cultivation journey would end here. So, they touched their storage bags, and each of them now had 3 mid-grade spirit stones. Hua Xuanzi grimaced and said, These are the spirit stones I saved up to buy foundation-building pills. Brother Zhao did the same. Yunxi smiled and took the stones, saying, Don't worry, if we don't use them all, I will return the spirit stones to you. Zonghao scratched his head and said, Yunxi, we still need 3 more stones. Check the storage bags of those people just now. If you can't gather enough, use low-grade spirit stones as substitutes. Just make sure someone keeps watch on the formation disc. Yunxi was the first to take out her storage bag and start searching. Her spiritual sense was the strongest among the 4. She planned to focus some of her awareness on the formation disc. Of course, finding mid-grade spirit stones would be even better. Fortunately, they were lucky. They each found 1 mid-grade spirit stone in the storage bags of Qian, Li, and Zhang. These were probably hard-earned savings, which might also be why they targeted Hua and Zhao. Alright, now that we've gathered enough, I'll activate the formation disc and trap the sand mice family inside. You all should meditate and recover. Don't hold back on pills and spirit stones. We have a tough fight ahead. While speaking, Yunxi kept moving her hands, replacing the low-grade spirit stones about to turn to dust on the formation disc with mid-grade spirit stones. At the moment the spirit stone was replaced, the entire formation briefly turned into a void. It released all the sand mice that were at the front, including the second-tier sand mouse leader. Yunxi quickly made a mark on the separator symbol, dividing the formation into 9 separate spaces. The 4 of them stood at the center, with the surrounding space split into 8 parts, each containing some sand mice. Yunxi's spiritual sense swept through the formation, clearly seeing everything inside. She then took a low-grade spirit stone and began to recover her energy. In less than half an hour, the 4 of them woke up one after another, checked their storage bags, and made final preparations. Yunxi exhaled a breath and asked, Is everyone ready? Ready. We'll pair up and work together to kill the sand mice. Understood. Follow me into the formation. Yunxi chose a space with the most sand mice. In the early stage of the fight, it's important to eliminate the largest group first. Otherwise, fighting the many sand mice later when everyone is tired or distracted would be very difficult. As soon as they entered the space, the sand mice swarmed over, attracted by the smell of meat. Senior brother Zhao led the attack, slashing with his sword infused with golden spiritual power, clearing a space instantly. The four quickly took their positions and began attacking the sand mice with their techniques. Yunshi didn't miss this chance to practice. Zhong Hao swung his sword covered in fire's spiritual power nonstop. She cast various attack spells rapidly: fireballs, golden arrows, ice spikes, lightning strikes, and entangling spells, aiming for quick and accurate hits. Later, she even learned to combine spells, first exploding a water ball in the air to make the sand mice take a bath, then following up with a lightning strike to maximize damage. The sand mice hit by the lightning would flip onto their backs and shiver on the ground. At these moments, Zhong Hao quickly finished them off, while senior brother Zhao also helped with some cleanup. Everyone worked well together. After more than half an hour, all the sand mice in the space were cleared out. The four of them were exhausted and collapsed on the ground. The mice had the advantage in numbers, and if they weren't careful, they could get tangled by the small creatures. Their robes were torn and tattered. After resting for a while, they got up to meditate and recover spiritual energy. Yunshi took this chance to adjust her cultivation to the 6th level of qi refining, pretending she was on the verge of a breakthrough in battle. The other three were pleased to see her progress. Once their spiritual energy was restored and they had eaten to regain strength, Yunshi opened the door to the next space. For people fought from morning until afternoon, then into the late night. Finally, they managed to kill most of the first-level sand mice trapped in the formation. Next, they faced the second-level sand mice leader. How about taking a rest for one night and dealing with the second level tomorrow? Zhu Hong suggested, noticing everyone's tired faces. But the three shook their heads at once.
No, they said. Why not?
Yunshi asked, showing the formation disc. After looking at it, Zhu Hong remained silent because the 9 middle-grade spiritual stones on the disc had become dull, with at least half of their spiritual energy used up. If the second-level sand mice realized something was wrong and attacked to break the formation overnight, they might not last until dawn. Brother Zhao spoke up. Let's rest for an hour now, prepare well, and then attack. He wasn't fully confident, but they had persisted so far, used many resources, even middle-grade spiritual stones. He didn't want to give up without trying to defeat the second-level sand mice. When we go in, Xuanzi and I will hold back the second-level sand mice. You two should first deal with the first-level sand mice inside, then we can focus on the second-level one so we won't be attacked from both sides. Okay. Yunshi and Zhu Hong agreed immediately. This wasn't the time to show off. Yunshi then advised, the weak points of the sand mice are their belly and eyes. You can pretend to attack their belly to distract them from their eyes, then suddenly strike their eyes. Brother Zhao and Hua Xuanzi nodded quickly, understanding that strategy was needed in battle. Since everyone is ready, I will open the formation now. As soon as the barrier was lifted, the four rushed in without giving the sand mice a chance to react. A long squeak, made the four pause their attack. Hua Xuanzi, Brother Zhao, and Zhu Hong instinctively covered the bag, then the pressure of a second-level demon beast hit them. All four were overwhelmed, stumbling back. Except Yunshi, the other three kneeled down immediately, unable to stand under the pressure. Yunshi had only felt a tightness on her forehead, then a cool sensation in her mind, helping her regain clarity. She was pushed back 2 steps by the aura of the foundation building stage, and it took her 2 breaths to recover fully. Just now, the second-level sand mouse's magical attack hit her mind C, but it was blocked by a redwood plaque floating in her mind C. She also discovered a new use for the plaque, to protect her mind C from attacks. However, the pressure from the foundation building stage was real. Although her true cultivation was at the 9th level of qi refining, she was still 1 level lower than the beast at the foundation building stage. But since her mind C was not affected and her body was stronger than the others, she was the only one standing among the 4. When they were instantly suppressed, the first-level sand mice quickly surrounded them and began attacking the 4 of them. Yunchi didn't hesitate and used a move called Falling Flowers in the Sky, throwing almost all the first-level talismans from her storage bag. Suddenly, the space was filled with explosions and colorful light halos of various spells surrounding the attacking sand mice. The sand mice hit by the talismans ran chaotically, causing the attack to lose momentum. This gave the four a chance to breathe. The three immediately drew their swords and started fighting back. The second-level sand mouse was unhappy with Yunchi's attack and quickly rushed toward her. This second-level sand mouse was as big as a Tibetan Mastiff and very agile. It dodged a few times before rushing in front of Yunchi. Before she could react, it slashed at her with a paw. With a loud bang, a glow appeared around Yunchi, blocking the deadly strike. However, appeared on the jade plaque at her waist, which protected her once with its defensive magic. Yunchi broke out in cold sweat. She jumped in place, did a backflip in the air, and landed behind the sand mouse, continuing to divert its attention. Zonghao and the other two gritted their teeth, seizing the moment Yunchi created. They quickly took down the first-level sand mice that were running chaotically. Only by dealing with these could they organize an effective counterattack. In this life-and-death moment, no one dared to hold back. Everyone used their most precious items. Senior brother Zhao shouted, "Yunchi, get out of the way." Actually, she would have moved aside even if he hadn't shouted, because she was once again knocked flying by the sand mouse's tail. She had never been so embarrassed before. So, after hearing Zhao shout, she used the force of the tail to do a backflip and landed among the first-level sand mice. As she hit the ground, she threw out a batch of first-level talismans again, taking down another wave of sand mice. Meanwhile, senior brother Zhao threw out a second-level talisman treasure. This talisman was quite old and clearly used many times. The power sealed inside was almost exhausted, showing it was a secret treasure of Zhao's. The talisman glowed in the air, revealing the shape of the beast soul sealed inside it, a black cloud-eating leopard. Roar! A loud roar came from the leopard, causing the previously reckless second-level sand ground mouse to pause. It seemed to act on animal instinct and chose not to attack this time. Everyone finally relaxed, but senior brother Zhao looked more strained. With his current cultivation and spiritual power, controlling the second-level talisman was difficult. Hua Xuanzi could only wield her sword to protect him and prevent a sneak attack from a first-level sand ground mouse. Yunchi rubbed her sore bottom where the mouse's tail had hit her, then loudly said, "Zonghao, let's move faster. Senior brother Zhao can't hold on much longer." Okay. Zonghao understood clearly. With the talisman suppressing the second-level sand ground mouse, they had to act quickly or they would be overwhelmed again, losing any chance to fight back. The two worked smoothly together to finish off the remaining first-level sand ground mice. This time, Yunchi used her ice needle technique over a large area, piercing the running mice and making them shiver with cold. Then she released her spiritual awareness to store the corpses in her storage bag. Zonghao gritted his teeth and swung his sword repeatedly. The top-quality spirit-nourishing pill he had in his mouth had already been swallowed. Before the attack, each of them had kept a pill in their mouth, afraid they wouldn't have time to take it during the fight. Now it was playing its part. Yunchi, senior brother Zhao can't hold on much longer. Hua Xuanzi shouted loudly.
Coming!
Yunchi's figure flickered and instantly appeared beside Hua Xuanzi. She casually used the Thousand Shadows Wind support technique, moving so fast she almost left a residual shadow behind. She then handed a bundle of lower-grade second-level talismans to Hua Xuanzi, saying, "Senior sister, hold on a little longer. The first-level sand ground mice are almost gone. When you get a chance, throw these talismans. They're lower grade, but they're still second level. They should help senior brother Zhao." Hua Xuanzi didn't hesitate. She caught the talismans and threw two lower-grade second-level Thunderstrike talismans, one on each side of the mouse. The explosions scared the mice, causing them to tremble, and their golden fur turned black from the lightning. Effective. These creatures fear thunder. Junior sister, keep going. We can hold out a bit longer. Hua Xuanzi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yunchi wanted to rub her forehead. No beast was afraid of thunder, Every time they advanced, they had to endure a lightning tribulation, just like cultivators. That's how they proved the law that heaven and earth are unkind, treating all things as mere grass. All right, I'll fight quickly with Zonghao, Yunshi said, and didn't delay. She flickered back to Zhonghao's side, who was currently throwing a mouse that had climbed onto his shoulder forcefully away. Yunshi quickly cast an ice spike spell, piercing through the sand mouse's head, then smoothly stored it in her pouch. After the siblings reunited, they began to deal with the remaining first-level sand mice. Over there, Brother Zhao was controlling a talisman treasure and entangling with a second-level sand mouse. Hua Xuanzi also threw a second-level talisman to assist, temporarily restraining the opponent. However, the situation worsened as the talisman treasure floating in midair grew dimmer and Brother Zhao's face turned paler. He was reaching his limit. Yunshi kept an eye on the situation and noticed this clearly. She gritted her teeth and said, "Zonghao, hold on a little longer. I'll go help the senior sister and them. Yunshi, you go. I can handle the rest." Okay. Yunshi's figure flashed to Hua Xuanzi's side. She opened her pouch, took out her supplies, and split half to Hua Xuanzi, saying, "Senior sister, when Brother Zhao retrieves the talisman treasure, we will detonate these talismans at the same time, all aiming at the sand mouse, to seriously hurt it first."
All right.
The situation was urgent, and they could only do this now. Brother Zhao spat out a mouthful of blood as the talisman treasure completely failed. The cloud-devouring leopard biting the sand mouse slowly disappeared, and finally, it roared unwillingly at the sand mouse. The sand mouse, feeling the suppression lift, suddenly became arrogant, wagging its tail and squeaking, then pounced on the 4 ants in front of it. "Senior sister, hurry. Coming." The two almost simultaneously threw out their second-level low-grade talismans. This time, Yunshi's stash of talismans included her specially saved second-level low-grade talismans, along with 2 or 3 second-level mid-grade talismans. She had used extraordinary effort to draw these after breaking through to the 9th level of Qi refining. If the enemies weren't 1 level higher than them, she wouldn't have brought these out. Still, she kept a few in reserve, holding 2 second-level mid-grade talismans as backup. The scene of the talismans exploding was spectacular. Because they were second-level, even the low-grade ones had considerable power. The second-level sand mouse probably didn't expect these 4 ants to fight back. It was knocked over by the talismans, its golden fur patchy, bald in some places, black in others, white in some, looking quite comical. But none of the 3 dared to relax. The sand mouse was still a second-level beast, and most monsters have tough skin and flesh. As long as they didn't hit vital spots, they still had the ability to fight back. Taking advantage of the moment when the talisman exploded, Brother Zhao quickly stuffed 2 pills into his mouth, then rapidly mobilized his spiritual energy to dissolve the medicine and replenish his nearly empty energy core. Wei Zonghao did not fall behind at the critical moment. He swung his sword to kill the last first-level sand mole, while running and stuffing pills into his mouth. After reaching Yunshi, he clenched his spiritual sword and stared tightly at the second-level sand mole lying on the ground. Hua Xuanzi also seized the chance to swallow a nourishing spirit pill. During a magic duel, having insufficient spiritual power is very dangerous, as it can easily lead to a counterattack. After taking the pill, she raised her hand to cast a spell. The brown vines on the ground quickly wrapped around the second-level sand mole. Although she didn't know how to deal with the second-level sand mole, at least it bought some time. Yunshi's divine sense was already covering the second-level sand mole, searching for a breakthrough. She noticed that the sand mole was pretending to be dead. Despite being heavily injured, it wasn't dead yet. It was just waiting for them to come closer. TSK, so cunning. Pretending to be dead too. Yunshi muttered inwardly, but she didn't say it aloud. She was also observing. Her divine sense circled around the lying sand mole and finally found a flaw. She touched Hua Xuanzi and silently mouthed the words "pretend to be dead" without making a sound. Hua Xuanzi understood immediately, turned her head to pass the message to Brother Zhao, and then all 4 of them knew. Wei Zonghao immediately said loudly, "Senior brother, have we killed this sand mole?" Brother Zhao cooperated and replied, "It's not dead, but heavily injured. It should be dazed by the talisman now. We'd better go in for the final, so it doesn't recover and fight back." "Okay, let's go." The two of them spoke in unison, then slowly approached the lying sand mole with their swords, acting very cautious. With the help of a top-quality nourishing spirit pill, Yunxi had already filled her dried-up energy core. Now she secretly sealed a second-level mid-grade thunder explosion talisman inside an ice needle and held it quietly in her hand, then moved it toward the sand mole's rear. Just as the four of them carefully approached, the second-level sand mole broke free from the thorny vines binding it. It suddenly flipped over with a powerful leap, and its tail swung fiercely, knocking all four of them back. Almost simultaneously, Yunxi's transparent ice needle silently shot toward the sand mole's vital area. When the sand mole's tail swung over, Yunxi quickly dodged, avoiding getting hit by the tail, which looked very painful. The other three people were firmly hit by the sand mouse's tail and were thrown far away. Yunxi saw the situation clearly and knew they wouldn't be affected, so she quickly muttered break. In the next moment, the second-stage sand mouse's body trembled, then rolled on the ground, no longer pretending. The squeaking screams made the other three cover their heads and fall to the ground. Only Yunxi was in the best condition because she had the protection of the spatial wooden talisman, so she was the only one unaffected. However, Yunxi didn't want her special ability to be noticed. She just wanted to hide and pretend she was hit by the dying soundwave attack of the second-stage sand mouse. She also covered her head and fell to the ground, but her consciousness remained outwardly focused, watching the sand mouse's condition. The inside of the second-stage sand mouse's abdomen had been turned into flesh by a lightning explosion talisman. Combined with external injuries, it rolled more fiercely, crushing nearby 1-meter-high bushes. Its breath gradually weakened. With the sound of the second-stage sand mouse gone, the minds of the four quickly cleared. Brother Zhao, being more experienced, reacted fastest and immediately said loudly, "Xuanzi Wei Junior Sister, gather the remains of the second-stage sand mouse. We need to leave quickly."
Yes.
Yunxi and Xuanzi exchanged glances, both understanding why Brother Zhao was so urgent. They protected each other as they moved forward, then struck another to the sand mouse's eyes to confirm it was dead. Only after that did Xuanzi collect the corpse. Although Wei Zonghao didn't step forward, he quickly arrived beside Brother Zhao. The two kept watch around them. Once their teammate had finished collecting the dying sand mouse, they immediately left the battlefield. They believed someone would come to check soon, so the priority was to leave this place. Zhao Zonghao asked, "Where do we go now?" Brother Zhao's face was still a bit pale. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Let's go to the old nest of the second-stage sand mouse. Although it's dead, its scent hasn't dispersed. As long as we're careful not to be discovered by other disciples, we should be able to rest for a day." "All right, we follow Brother Zhao's plan." The other three agreed without hesitation. They were already exhausted, and returning now would likely lead to being robbed again. They didn't want to lose their gains for nothing. Knowing this, the four of them quickened their pace. Xuanzi also carefully erased their traces so others wouldn't follow their trail. 15 minutes later, the four arrived at the old burrow of the second-level sand mouse. After entering the cave, Xuanzi threw out a formation plate to cover the entrance, and only then did the four breathe a sigh of relief. Wei Zonghao sat down heavily on the ground, looking as if he had just regained his senses, and said, "That was too dangerous just now." "Yes. If it weren't for Brother Zhao's talisman treasure, we might all have been trapped here," Yunxi added, rubbing her face. Brother Zhao smiled slightly and shook his head, saying, "If it weren't for Sister Wei's talisman support and Brother Wei's quick action to kill the disruptive first-level sand mouse, I wouldn't have lasted so long. This time, we managed to catch that second-level sand mouse thanks to everyone's effort." He then sat cross-legged on the ground. Xuanzi also sat cross-legged beside Brother Zhao and asked, "Sister Wei, what did you put into that second-level sand mouse's body at the end?" She was knocked flying at the time and only saw Yunqi make a hand gesture. Then a cold light flashed, and she was sent flying out. Wei Yunqi smiled shyly and said, I sealed my secret second-grade, mid-level talisman inside an ice needle, then shot it into the sand mouse's rear.
He he.
After hearing Yunqi's words, Xuanzi and Brother Zhao both twitched their eyelids simultaneously, feeling that Sister Wei's smile seemed a bit mischievous. What was going on? Wei Zonghao couldn't help but ask, Yunqi, how did you think of putting the talisman into that place? Yunqi replied casually, the second-level sand mouse's skin is thick. After the talisman exploded for so long, it was just superficial injuries. I didn't believe its internal organs were that tough. When it swung its tail to hit me, I saw its little flower, so I had a sudden idea and took the chance to act. Brother Zhao curled his lips and said, Fortunately, Sister Wei was quick-witted, or we'd be in a tough fight now. I don't know who would end up getting the better of it in the end. Xuanzi sighed and said, Brother Zhao is right. Sister Wei made the first contribution this time. If we hadn't gone through Sister Zhang's betrayal earlier, maybe we could have worn down the sand mouse with some injuries. But after the fight with them, and then facing the sand mouse group, our chances of winning were slim. We should be grateful to Sister Wei this time. Afterward, she sincerely bowed to Yunqi and Zonghao, showing she appreciated their help and was acknowledging the debt. Yunqi smiled slightly and returned the bow, accepting the gratitude. Their efforts were real. If she hadn't noticed the danger first, she might have become a victim of internal conflict within the team. Senior Sister Hua, except for Sister Zhang, the other 3 members of the team have died. We should think of a good excuse, or it will be hard to explain to the Sex Task Hall when we return. Yunqi openly discussed the aftermath. Brother Zhao and Xuanzi exchanged a glance, then Brother Zhao spoke. Let's say we were collecting golden sand grass when we accidentally disturbed a second-stage sandland mouse during its evolution. Our team fought hard, and the 3 of them were swallowed by the mouse. This explanation is simple, direct, and strong, with a good reason. Wei Yunqi nodded, understanding. Since there are the remains of the second-stage sandland mouse as proof, no one will investigate further. After all, no one present would betray themselves. Once everyone agreed on the story, it was time to discuss how to split the rewards. Brother Zhao took the lead again. After submitting the golden sand grass and the first-stage sandland mouse, we will split the sect points 4 ways. We will sell the second-stage sandland mouse to the task hall because its teeth are intact. It can probably sell for 6 middle-grade spirit stones. Xuanzi and I will each get 1, and you and Brother Wei will each get 2. Yunqi immediately waved her hand. Brother Zhao, that's not right. The second-stage sandland mouse wasn't killed by us siblings. Before she finished, Brother Zhao interrupted. This is settled. If you and Brother Wei hadn't taken action this time, we would have been set up. Although your actions were for self-defense, they also helped us. It proves Xuanzi didn't mistake us, and you are trustworthy. Moreover, without your formation disc, we might have just defeated those who plotted against us, and then fallen into the sandland mouse swarm ourselves. That would have been a dead end. So, these 2 middle-grade spirit stones are deserved by you. Xuanzi and I will be shameless and take 1 each to accumulate spirit stones for buying foundation-building pills. You don't need to feel guilty. Hearing Brother Zhao's words, Yunqi smiled and cupped her hands. Brother Zhao, since you say so, we, siblings, will accept it humbly. As for the storage bags obtained after killing their opponents, that's personal gain and not part of the distribution. That's the agreed rule. After discussing the split, the 4 began to meditate and recover. Yunqi had previously taken a top-quality nourishing spirit pill, but hadn't fully absorbed its power. During meditation, she absorbed the remaining medicinal energy in her meridians until her dantian was nearly full. The night passed quietly. The 4 used meditation instead of rest. When the sun rose the next day, Xuanzi withdrew the formation disc at the cave entrance and prepared to leave for their sect. Everyone agreed on this decision. First, the team was greatly reduced, and second, they were worried that the 3 who might be killed had some backup plans. If they fell into a trap again, it would be bad. However, Yunxi and Zonghao were not much affected. They would pick a few low-level spiritual plants along the way, which saved them a lot of spirit stones. The four of them moved at a steady pace, stopping now and then. They also killed a few snow-ear rabbits and red chickens. Zonghao was a bit greedy, thinking about the soup Yunxi had cooked. Before sunset, they finally reached the exit. The four of them quickly adjusted their expressions. Their robes still had signs of fighting, making them look quite messy, like they were fleeing. The guard disciple at the entrance checked their identity jade tokens and then let them pass. Without saying a word, the four headed straight to the task hall. After handing in their mission and transferring the points into their identity jade tokens, they left. Brother Zhao stayed behind to deal with a second-level sand ground mouse. They didn't wait long. Brother Zhao came out, handed over a spirit stone, and the four of them left in pairs. Yunxi and Zonghao went back together to the disciples' courtyard on the outer peak. They didn't talk much on the way, only saying that the mission was very dangerous. Even though it's dangerous, it's good for training. I feel my spiritual power has become a bit more solid, Yunxi said. Yeah, my recent breakthrough also feels more stable, Zonghao nodded. It seems we should take on 1 or 2 such missions in the future. We can't always do tasks from the sect. Although they're safe, the points are few, and it doesn't help us much, Yunxi said practically. Zonghao agreed. You're right, Yunxi. We must be careful when forming teams. If you weren't clever this time, we might have become pawns in their internal fight. Otherwise, why would they give us a share? It's not really giving us a share. We earned what we deserved. Don't forget, they seized their teammates' storage bag. They probably know what's inside, so they might not have lost out, Yunxi thought as she walked back. They had pooled their middle-grade spirit stones for the defensive formation disc, and they also searched the storage bags of those 4. But only the people involved knew exactly how many middle-grade spirit stones were inside. Yunxi hadn't taken out all the spirit stones from her own storage bag either. The reason I said that earlier was to give Brother Zhao and Hua Xuanzi a good impression, showing they are not greedy. Of course, if they really wanted to secretly attack their siblings, I wouldn't mind taking all their gains. But Brother Zhao is not greedy and sees things clearly. When he was controlling the talisman treasure, he must have been injured internally. He doesn't dare to break ties with their siblings. Whether he can take down both of them is another matter. Without them, what if they encounter an ambush again? Wei Zonghao nodded repeatedly and said, Yunxi, you're right. I'll tell you secretly, I also seized 2 mid-grade spirit stones in my storage bag, but I haven't taken them out. He then looked proud, as if expecting praise. Yunxi smiled with dimples and said, Brother Zonghao, you're so impressive. Wei Zonghao's eyes lit up with happiness. Just as they were about to enter their own courtyards, someone called out to them. Yunxi, Zonghao, wait a moment. The voice came from afar and grew closer. The two stopped and looked back. The person calling them was Wei Yuning. Yuning, what's the matter? Yunxi asked. Wei Yuning approached with a helpless look and said, It's still Wei Yunqing. She's always thinking about improving her cultivation and keeps causing trouble for us. Yunxi listened to her tone and noticed she was annoyed, almost biting her words. Curious, she asked. Yunqing moved to the outer 3rd peak to practice, right? What trouble did she cause now? Wei Yuning rolled her eyes and said, Don't mention it. It's her bravado. She thinks that, being a late-stage qi refining disciple, she can pick a spiritual energy-rich courtyard to cultivate in. But all the good courtyards are taken by senior disciples. They won't give her one. That caused a conflict, and she challenged the other side to a duel. Best 2 out of 3. The winner gets to choose the courtyard first. Wei Yunqing, this troublesome girl, also tried to use the Wei family's name to pressure the other side. But the other party isn't easy to deal with. They say he's an old veteran late-stage qi refining disciple. So, they proposed a team battle. Each side sends 3 cultivators of similar strength to fight. Wei Yunqing will fight the late-stage qi refining disciple herself. We'll send 2 more, Yunting and Zonghan, both at the 6th level of qi refining. They know Zonghao is now at the 7th level, so I came to call Zonghao over. Hearing this, Zonghao almost cursed. Why should he be the one to fix Wei Yunqing's trouble? Humph. I won't go. If she's causing trouble, she should fix it herself. Don't expect me to get involved. I have no grudge with her. Wei Zhonghao's face scrunched up like a bun, refusing very clearly. Yunqi's eyes shifted, and she tugged on Zhonghao's arm, saying, Brother Zhonghao, don't make things difficult for Sister Yuning. It was probably Brother Zhonghan who asked you to go. Even if we don't like Wei Yunqing, she is still part of our Wei family. We don't cause trouble, but we can't be afraid of it either. Otherwise, future inner disciples might come and step on us. Wei Yuning nodded quickly in agreement. Yunqi is right. This isn't just about Wei Yunqing. Zhonghao was reluctant, but knew he had to go, so he replied hesitantly. Fine, I'll go take a look. Good, let's walk and talk. Fearing Zhonghao wouldn't want to go, Wei Yuning immediately pulled both of them toward the outer arena. On the way, Yunqi spoke frankly. Zhonghao, when you get on the stage, just show your skills. Think of it as a friendly spar with fellow disciples. Don't worry about winning or losing, just treat it as a normal contest. If you lose, you lose. Wei Yuning, overhearing this, glanced at Yunqi and asked, Isn't that not a good idea? Yunqi sighed and said, Yuning, she's my sister and I know her best. If she wants something, she'll find a way to get it, regardless of who's around. If we help her now and she gets a taste of success, she'll keep using the Wei family's name to benefit herself. We shouldn't let her take all the rewards and bear all the risks. Better yet, we should have stopped her from getting her way from the start. If she causes trouble again, we can just stay hidden and avoid her. Once she faces real setbacks, she'll learn her lesson. Does she think this is the Wei family? What if she offends an inner core disciple next time? Should we always be her shields and cannon fodder? Yunqi spoke strongly because Wei Yunqing was careless with her actions. When such a good excuse was handed to her, Yunqi naturally wanted to make her point clear, causing discord between Wei Yunqing and the other disciples. Wei Yuning's face darkened as she listened. She had long been unhappy with Wei Yunqing. She relied on her talent to look down on her sisters. When her cultivation reached the 8th level of qi refining, she even boasted about it proudly. Now she was just coming to ask for help from her brothers and sisters. Yunqi is right. This should only happen once. I don't want to be Wei Yunqing's shield. While the three of them spoke, their steps were quick. Soon, they reached the outer arena area, where many disciples were gathered around a ring. It was obvious something was happening. The three of them hurried over. The disciples around recognized Wei Yuning and made way for them, allowing the three to reach the front row. Yunqi and the others saw Wei Yuning and Wei Zhonghan, who looked unhappy. Both had reached the late stage of qi refining, showing signs of a breakthrough.
It was clear they had been brought here by someone.
2 steps away stood Wei Qing. Her face looked a bit awkward, but perhaps her confidence from being at the 8th level of qi refining made her stand there confidently. When Wei Qing saw Yunqi, she quickly sensed that Yunqi was at the 6th level of qi refining. She felt proud and then looked at Wei Zhonghao, who was at the 7th level. She relaxed, thinking the Wei family still had someone to fight. Yunqi and Zhonghao stepped forward and bowed to Wei Yuning and Wei Zhonghan. Their expressions softened, since they weren't responsible for the trouble. Yuning's sister, Zhonghan brother, I just finished a sect task when Wei Ying called me. I understand what happened. I will fight, but not for Wei Yunqing. It's for the Wei family and for myself. I can't promise I will win or lose. I will do my best. I just recently reached the 7th level of qi refining, so I've only just stabilized my cultivation, Zhonghao explained first, to avoid being blamed. Zhonghan nodded and said, Zhonghao, don't worry. Just do your best. He also shot a quick look at Wei Yunqing. Yunqi stood quietly beside Wei Yuning, repeating what she had told Wei Ying. Then she added, Yuting's sister, even if we win this time, we can't let Wei Ying take the courtyard. If she gets a taste of success, she'll try again. If she refuses to listen and insists on taking the courtyard, it's best to let the outer disciples know that Wei Ying doesn't represent the whole Wei family. Otherwise, we might be targeted too. Wei Yuning listened carefully. She didn't really want to get involved, but since Wei Ying was the most talented among their family disciples, she couldn't ignore it. She had to come, even if reluctantly. Wei Ying had provoked a female cultivator at the 8th level of qi refining. The helpers she brought were at the 7th and 6th levels. Her own cultivation wasn't enough to compare with Wei Zhonghan. That's why she called Zonghao. She felt a bit ashamed of herself. She agreed with Yunqi's words and thought it was best for Wei Yunqing to lose to her opponent. Later, the Wei family would strive to win the next 2 matches, which would boost their reputation and face. Following Yunqi's advice, she let Wei Yunqing, who had lost face, step back voluntarily. After all, she was already defeated by her opponent, and if they challenged her again, losing would be even more embarrassing. After understanding the key point, Wei Zonghao whispered a few words to set the overall tone of the event. Meanwhile, Wei Yunqing's face kept changing color. Although she didn't hear what was said, it was clear from her siblings' expressions that they were very unhappy with her. At this moment, a brave and elegant female cultivator jumped onto the arena and pointed at Wei Yunqing, saying, "When your Wei family members are all here, don't waste everyone's time. You go first." All the Wei family disciples looked at Wei Yunqing silently, waiting without saying a word. Wei Yunqing bit her lip, feeling very unwilling. She was currently the strongest cultivator among all Wei family disciples. Why did they ignore her like this? If Yunqi knew what she was thinking, she would probably say, "This is your own fault. You issued the challenge and you caused the trouble. Did you think about the Wei family situation when you provoked others? Now that the fight is about to start, are you going to let them charge in without you?" Finally, Wei Yunqing tiptoed onto the arena, drew her mid-grade spiritual sword, and cupped her fists, saying, "Senior Sister Mu, please advise." The female cultivator called Senior Sister Mu was unfazed and said, "All right, let's have a friendly spar." Suddenly, a quick spell was cast, and green vines wrapped around Wei Yunqing's feet. Senior Sister Mu ducked to avoid the sword strike, then cast another spell. 5 fireballs shot toward Wei Yunqing's face. Wei Yunqing relied on her protective magic tool and ignored the fireballs. She swung her sword to cut the vines and, once free, continued attacking her opponent. The 5 fireballs were also blocked by her defensive magic tool. Senior Sister Mu blinked, but did not give up on the fireballs. Instead, she continued to control the attack with her spiritual sense, causing the vines to grow wildly and create obstacles for Wei Yunqing. Yunqi crossed her arms and stood by the ring, watching the fight with a complicated expression. Wei Yunqing, despite only having level 8 qi refining cultivation, was unskilled in basic attack spells. She relied on her tough skin to endure and used her sword without any proper technique. It was really embarrassing for the Wei family. The others from the Wei family also saw the gap between the two. Wei Yunqing bluntly said, "Wow, this is level 8 qi refining? Her cultivation might be fake. It's shameful. She doesn't deserve to represent our Wei family's strength." Wei Zhongyu, who usually spoke less, finally said, "She will lose." Although Wei Zongjin didn't want to admit it, he knew Zhongyu was right. He just sighed. Yunting and Zhonghan looked very upset. If Wei Yunqing kept causing trouble, the Wei family might become enemies of the outer disciples. As expected, Zongyu's guess was right. Sister Mu kept attacking with fireballs until she broke Wei Yunqing's shield. Then she kicked her off the ring. I didn't expect Sister Mu to be good at body cultivation," Yunqi said, touching her slightly chubby chin. Zhongyu rarely spoke and said, "This Sister Mu specializes in swordsmanship. Body cultivation is necessary, but she didn't even use her sword in this match." This comment carried more meaning. Yunqi's face darkened further. The opponent didn't even use her strongest weapon and still defeated the most talented and highest cultivation person from the Wei family. It was truly embarrassing. When Wei Yunqing was knocked off the ring, she was in a daze. She couldn't believe she lost so easily. None of the 3 Wei sisters came to help her, which made her feel even more awkward and resentful. Wei Yunting took a deep breath to calm herself before speaking. "Wei Yunqing, you lost this match. Do you admit it?" Wei Yunqing heard the anger in Yunting's tone and lowered her head. "I lost." She then got up from the ground and moved to the Wei family side. Sister Mu saw this and raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Instead, she jumped off the ring and called another disciple, a 7th-level Qi refining cultivator, to take her place. This new disciple was a young man, slightly thin but calm-looking. He didn't seem easy to deal with. Before stepping onto the ring, Wei Zonghao glared at Wei Yunqing, but it was a pointless glare. Wei Yunqing kept her head down, lost in thought, not even bothering to look at Wei Zonghao. This made Zonghao even angrier. I am Zhang Yan. Please give me your guidance. I am Wei Zonghao. Please, senior brother, show mercy, Zonghao said with a smile and a bow. Then the two of them drew their weapons, Zonghao with a spirit sword, and Zhang Yan with a black staff. Both moved at the same time, showing good coordination. Zonghao, having combat experience, remained calm, and his chubby body made his stance stable. He quickly dodged the staff aimed at his feet and swung his sword to block the attack. Watching from the sidelines, fellow disciples found the fight exciting, thinking this was real sparring. It was much more interesting than the first match. At this moment, Wei Yunqing no longer looked down. She watched Wei Zonghao smoothly draw his sword and sensed the difference between them. Although her cultivation level was higher than Zhonghao's, she knew she couldn't win if they fought directly. Seeing this gap, Wei Yunqing felt humiliated, like she had been slapped hard. She was proud of her high cultivation before, but now she felt ashamed. Zonghao had just finished a battle and his cultivation at the 7th level of Qi refining was solid. He stayed in peak condition, so his moves became faster. His abundant spiritual energy allowed him to push Zhang Yan off the stage. They had won this round. Zonghao didn't get carried away. He respectfully said to Zhang Yan, "Senior brother Zhang, I accept your challenge." "Thank you for the lesson," Zhang Yan replied politely. He didn't feel wronged by losing. He was tired and lacked energy toward the end. Zhonghao's sword speed was steady, and his spiritual energy was full. He only pushed Zhang Yan off the stage without hurting him, so he played fairly. Zonghao stepped down from the stage, greeted by quiet praise from the Wei siblings, which was very different from their earlier attitude toward Wei Yunqing. The disciples watching, as well as Sister Mu who was about to fight, realized that Wei Zonghao's challenge was not to support Wei Yunqing but for the sake of Wei's family. The third person to step onto the stage was a young girl at the 6th level of Qi refining, about the same age as Yunxi. She had a cold face and a cool, commanding aura. Yunxi touched her chin and volunteered, "Sister Yunting, let me fight instead." "You?" "Yes, she's young. If Sister Yunting wins, it would seem unfair." "The Wei family wouldn't do something so petty," Yunxi said, glancing at the silent Wei Yunqing. She was clearly implying something about the heroine. Sure enough, she saw Wei Yunqing's fists tighten, but this time she behaved wisely and said nothing. Wei Yunting understood that Yunxi was right, so she nodded and said, "You just broke through recently. Do your best, but don't hurt yourself." "Yes, elder sister." Yunxi tiptoed onto the arena and bowed to the young girl her age, saying, "I am Wei Yunxi.
Please advise me."
The other girl, Qin Tong's responded coldly with a respectful bow. After lowering her hand, she quickly performed a spell, sending an icy spike toward Yunxi. Yunxi was momentarily surprised. She had encountered an ice spiritual root cultivator outside the sect. She sensed the other person's background was likely not simple, so she became even more cautious. She didn't want to embarrass herself. With a quick step, she used the technique Qianing Fu Feng, dodging the ice spike just in time. The ice spike struck the arena and shattered into ice shards, which then rapidly spread toward Yunxi's feet, trying to freeze her. Yunxi immediately retreated, moving behind Qin Tong's. She swung her fist toward her opponent's back. Qin Tong's reacted quickly. She staggered, her body brushed by Yunxi's fist wind, then she stepped on the ice on the ground, spun around, and slid back to create distance. She then performed a spell, causing the ice on the ground to spread toward Yunxi. Yunxi responded by forming an ice wall with her spell, blocking the advancing ice. Qin Tong's was momentarily stunned. She didn't expect someone outside the sect to be familiar with ice magic. She quickly regained her interest, withdrew her ice sealing spell, and began condensing ice needles. She managed to form 40 ice needles, which was her limit. Once they were ready, she waved her hand, sending the needles flying. Yunxi also condensed the same number of ice needles, almost simultaneously launching them. Thanks to her early-stage spiritual sense, each needle she formed precisely targeted her opponent's needles. The ice needles collided and shattered quickly. Yunxi poured spiritual energy into her feet. Using Qian Ing Fu Feng, she reached Qin Tong's Huang in an instant. Her punches were swift and simple, without spiritual energy, landing on her opponent's shoulders and knocking Qin Tong's Huang out of the arena. Watching her fall outside the arena, Yunxi lowered her fists. Honestly, she had cheated a little. Her spiritual energy reserves were much greater than that young girl's. This allowed her to draw on extra spiritual energy to create the ice needles and also to inject additional energy into her legs, enabling her to perform Qian Ing Fu Feng unexpectedly. Her fists, lacking spiritual energy, were a protective measure for the young girl and also to avoid revealing her full strength. Performing the spell, and Qian Ing Fu Feng likely exhausted her spiritual energy reserves from the early stage of qi cultivation, and using more energy would have raised suspicion. You can store a little more spiritual energy than ordinary disciples, but not too much. Others are not fools. She never doubts the intelligence of native cultivators. After all, how could those cultivation techniques be created otherwise? She cupped her hands and said, "Senior Sister Qin, I accept your challenge." Then she quickly jumped down from the arena, knowing when to stop and take the right opportunity. "No, it's you who concede." Qin Tong's Huang also cupped her hands in return. Since the opponent didn't use spiritual power to attack her, she could tell that they held back and didn't make her lose too badly. She wasn't too disappointed. She was just there to participate and train herself. So she happily moved to the other team. In 3 matches, except for Wei Yunqing, who caused trouble, the other 2 Wei family disciples won. This made the outside disciples watching realize that the Wei family was not full of fools. Senior Sister Mu's face remained calm as she approached the Wei family group and cupped her hands, saying, "I accept the bet and will surrender my courtyard." Wei Yunting didn't wait for her to finish and said, "Senior Sister Mu, Wei Yunqing lost. She doesn't have the right to stay in your courtyard. We won, but only to avoid embarrassing the Wei family. If Yunqing is not satisfied, she can challenge you again. This time, other Wei family disciples won't participate." Wei Yunqing, with her head hanging, looked like a color palette, sometimes red, sometimes white, sometimes blue. It seemed that if the two continued to communicate, her face might turn purple. Senior Sister Mu understood the meaning behind the other Wei disciples' words. She was not stupid. She could see that the Wei family was protecting their most talented sister, but not excessively. To put it plainly, the other disciples didn't praise her too much, which made her feel more comfortable. She had already expected this outcome, since the Wei family had foundation-building disciples backing them and a senior elder at the Golden Core stage. She didn't want to offend the Wei family completely, so winning against Wei Yunqing was necessary to crush her arrogance. But in the end, she would give up her courtyard to leave enough face for the Wei family. Whether she would meet Wei Yunqing again in the future was another matter. Although the development of the situation was as she had imagined, the result was different. It was clear that the Wei disciples had no intention of bullying or acting arrogantly. They handled things with restraint. Senior Sister Mu nodded, but didn't immediately agree. Instead, she looked at Wei Yunqing and asked, "Wei Junior Sister, what do you think?" Wei Yunqing could say nothing. She had embarrassed herself in front of the entire outer door this time. She lowered her head and said, "I am less skilled. Please forgive me, Senior Sister Mu. I will choose another courtyard." After bowing politely, she turned and left without even thanking the disciples from the Wei family who fought for her. Wei Yunting and Wei Zhonghan shook their heads silently and simply bowed to say goodbye to Sister Mu. Yunxi and the others were about to return to the outer disciple peak when Qintong Shuang stopped them. She walked straight to Wei Yunxi and said, Your ice magic is very powerful. I want to be friends with you. We can do missions together in the future." Then she handed over her communication talisman. Yunshi didn't expect this young girl to notice her. She smiled warmly and said, "You are also very strong. I'm happy to be friends with you." She took the other's talisman and gave her her own. Qintong Shuang received Yunshi's talisman, then politely bowed and said goodbye without delay. She felt today's magic contest was very helpful. She wanted to go back and think about how to fight back when her spiritual power was low. Yunying said sourly, "Yunshi, you really get along with people well." Yunshi smiled and replied, "We became friends through fighting. Sister Yunying, you can come to the arena to compete often. You'll definitely make friends too." Yunying pouted but didn't respond. She felt losing on the arena was embarrassing. Later, everyone returned smoothly to the disciple courtyard. Yunshi and Zhong Hao both hung a sign saying they were closed for meditation, wanting to digest what they learned from the fight. This matter also reached the ear of a core elder from the Wei family, who was a golden core cultivator. After watching the fight on the recording stone, she smiled slightly, then a trace of sarcasm appeared in her eyes. She muttered to herself, "The Wei family is always like this. The most talented and favored are often the weakest. The disciples who aren't valued by the family tend to be the most promising." Then she sent a communication talisman and closed her eyes to meditate. At this time, Wei Yunqing randomly chose a courtyard on the outer 3 peaks. She locked herself inside and frantically smashed things, cursing Yunshi and the others. Wei Yunqing had never been so humiliated before, especially because it was caused by a group of Wei family members weaker than her. She felt her dignity was trampled on by her siblings, and she couldn't accept that. After smashing everything she could inside the room, she sat cross-legged on the ground, her face dark as she began to recall what had happened. Half an hour later, Wei Yunqing took a deep breath. She felt she had been reckless this time because her significant increase in cultivation made her feel a bit overconfident. She naturally thought that the disciples of the Wei family would follow her lead, but she forgot that everyone has jealousy. The other disciples of the Wei family were jealous of her, which was why they treated her this way. If the disciples knew what she was thinking, they would definitely look down on her. Gaining people's trust isn't just about strength. From the moment she was knocked off the ring, all the Wei family disciples could see that her cultivation level didn't match her actual skill. It was obviously inflated. Plus, she was only 6 years old, which made it even harder to believe in her. Her reckless actions, pulling the Wei family disciples into a pointless fight, also didn't help. The disciples didn't scold her because they thought she had good talent. If it had been other disciples, they would have already beaten her. This shows that Wei Yunqing is a very selfish person. Even when facing problems, she doesn't look at herself, but always blames others. She also lost her space wooden token, which made her less confident. Her poor performance in the sect assessment and losing the heaven-repairing pill, which could improve her talent, caused her to fall behind step by step. She became more petty and started to isolate herself from the Wei family disciples. The recent trouble outside the 3 peaks made her popularity worse. She couldn't change others' opinions of her in a short time. So, Wei Yunqing decided to stay low for a while and focus on strengthening her cultivation at the 8th level of qi refining. Later, she planned to stay at the Pill Peak outside the sect, build good relations with Brother Yi, and hope to enter the inner sect Pill Peak someday. She believed that by then, the Wei family disciples would naturally come to her. Wei Yunqing calmed down, and the Wei family disciples also relaxed. Everyone was busy improving their cultivation and completing sect tasks. No one wanted to clean up her mess, but completely abandoning her was impossible. After all, her surname was Wei. Now that she understood the importance of being low-key, that was the best situation. Wei Yunqi returned to her residence and closed herself for 3 days. After digesting her experience on the ring, she continued her regular training. She moved between the Disciples' Peak, the Cultivation Hall, the Lecture Hall, and the Dining Hall. Without that annoying fly, Wei Yunqing, constantly watching her, she felt this was the normal life of cultivation. 1 month later, Wei Yunting and Wei Zhonghan both broke through to the 7th level of qi refining. This was good news. They sent messages to Wei family disciples scattered outside, hoping to gather everyone together. The goal is to ease the relationship between brothers and sisters, mainly to have Wei Yunqing accepted again by the Wei disciples. However, this time no one responded. After receiving the message, Wei Yunying immediately put up a closed-door sign and chose to stay inside. Wei Yunxi followed her example, closing herself in the training hall, claiming she needed to break through to the 7th level of qi refining. Wei Zongjin, Wei Zongyu, and Wei Zonghao received a sect mission and went to the back mountain to complete it. Wei Zonghao sent a message explaining the situation, since they hadn't finished their task and couldn't return for a while. Wei Yunting received messages from her younger brothers and sisters, and she was disappointed that no one could attend the gathering. She went to find Wei Zonghan to explain the situation. Wei Zonghan sighed and said, "Yunting, your idea to unite the Wei disciples is very good, and your starting point is correct. But you overlooked one problem." "What problem?" "It's that Wei Yunqing, relying on her higher cultivation, looks down on other Wei disciples. It's not that the others are jealous of her because of her strength, but that they deliberately exclude her because of her attitude. So I wanted to ease everyone's relationships, but by doing this, we're indirectly telling the disciples that Wei Yunqing didn't do anything wrong, and that's why we're helping her. This was our oversight. After seeing everyone's reactions, you should realize that this matter should end here." Wei Yunting had nothing to say. If no one came, could she force her younger siblings? In the end, the matter was left unresolved. Fortunately, the two of them didn't notify Wei Yunqing, or she would have been so angry she'd turn into a pufferfish. Wei Yunxi said she was closing herself in the training hall to break through to the 7th level of qi refining, but it wasn't just to avoid the pointless gathering. She truly planned to improve her cultivation, take on difficult tasks, and after accumulating enough sect points, exchange for suitable techniques at the Technique Pavilion for her spiritual route. Before that, she logged into the space chat group to ask some questions. She wasn't currently apprenticed and learned all her cultivation knowledge from lectures and the library. Some questions she only understood halfway and needed expert guidance. After entering the space chat group, the idle chat interface lit up again and a message appeared. Transient Cloud has logged into the chat group. The first person to message Yunxi was a tribe warrior. "Little Yunyan, you finally logged in. Have you been busy lately?" Guoyan Yunyan replied, "Yes, I took on a sect task, fought a beast, earned some spirit stones, and gained practical experience, so I closed up for a few days. Then, my unhelpful sister caused some trouble in the family, and I was forced to go to the arena. That's why I haven't logged into the chat group for a while." The tribe warrior said, "From what you say, you've been quite busy." Guoyan Yunyan responded, "Warrior, did your tribe get through the cold season smoothly? Were there any major casualties?" The tribe warrior replied, "Thanks to everyone's help, the tribe got through both the cold and melting seasons safely, and all the young ones are safe. I was just about to pass you the milk fruit after you logged in." Just as Yunxi finished reading the message, the chat interface notified her that something was waiting for her to accept. She clicked accept, and 10 baskets of milk fruit appeared on the ground in her space. Yunxi immediately replied, "Warrior, you've given too much. This doesn't match the resources I gave you." The tribe warrior said, "I thought it was too little. Without the pills you provided, our warriors wouldn't be able to maintain beast forms for hunting, which would cause bigger losses for the tribe. I only knew you needed milk fruit to strengthen your body, so I prepared these as a thank you. You must accept them. If you need anything else, just tell me." Yunxi didn't mind the warrior's assertiveness. It's good that he's grateful and reciprocates, better than those who use and discard. It shows the warrior isn't complicated. Guoyan Yunyan said, "All right, I'll accept it with a thick face. In the future, we should exchange equally. It's not good to always let you suffer losses." Yunxi's communication with the tribe warrior was smooth. After giving her the items, he logged off. It's currently the harvest season, a busy time for hunting and gathering. Seeing that Ferrier was also online, she sent a private message. "Senior, I have a question and would like to ask for your advice. Are you available now? Ferrier replied. What's the matter? I've now reached the 9th level of qi refining. To perfect my foundation without using foundation establishment pills, should I continue compressing my spiritual energy and attempt to reach the 10th level of qi refining? Yes, you can. I have a thunder spirit root. During the tribulation, can I use heavenly thunder to temper my body? Cloud She thought for a long time before deciding to ask a senior expert. In the Xinxia stories she read, there are often scenes of forging the body with heavenly thunder. Since she has a thunder spirit root, she should have an advantage, and it could be a way to strengthen her power. But she wasn't sure how to do this, so she decided to ask first. After all, in her sect, she only revealed her 3 spirit roots and not the thunder spirit root. Her cultivation level is only at the 6th level of qi refining, still a long way from foundation establishment. Xian Qi Piapiao said, Little one, you are quite ambitious. Do you practice body forging? Do you have a thunder-type cultivation method? If you try to use heavenly thunder to forge your body suddenly, it could be very dangerous. After thinking for a moment, Cloud She replied, Senior, I've been taking nourishing fruit provided by the tribe warriors to strengthen my body. Compared to others my age, my body is twice as strong. I don't have a thunder-type cultivation method yet, but I can try to exchange for one in the sect. Xian Qi Piapiao sent a picture of a facepalm expression and then replied, Then don't try to break through to the foundation establishment stage for now. The first step is to find a suitable thunder-type cultivation method that can help with body forging. Secondly, at your age, once you reach the foundation establishment, your physical development will slow down a lot. Before reaching the nascent soul stage, you probably won't see many big changes. If you want to keep looking like a child, you might consider trying to establish your foundation early. Hearing this, Cloud She raised a question mark on her forehead and asked, Senior, how do you know I look like a child? Xian Qi Piapiao replied, that I am the vice group leader of the chat group and have access to detailed information. But don't worry, I won't leak it. Oh, I see. Cloud She temporarily dismissed her doubts. She then asked 2 more questions about cultivation before leaving the chat group. However, she didn't leave the space immediately. She felt she needed to replan her cultivation progress. Clearly, she couldn't rush to establish her foundation too early. Especially now, at only about 1.34 meters tall, she still cared about her height, at least 1.7 meters or more, or she felt she wouldn't have enough presence. Her age was also a problem. Although she considered her mental age to be mature compared to her previous life, that was true. But in the cultivation world, her age was like that of a foundation establishment cultivator's infancy. So, her current main task was not to rush to improve her cultivation level but to focus on body forging, finding a suitable thunder-type cultivation method, gaining practical experience, and also putting alchemy on her schedule. Learning a skill to earn spirit stones would not only help her gather cultivation resources, but also give her a good reason to improve herself. After organizing everything, Yunqi left the space. Before leaving, she took the green plant in the transparent glass box out with her. Based on her research over the past year and advice from the planting master in her sect, she guessed this plant is a mutated fairy spirit herb. It can gather spiritual energy and works similarly to a spirit gathering array. It has already disappeared from the cultivation world. Such a good tool for cultivation, she naturally wouldn't let it go. She decided that when she trains alone in the future, she will keep the mutated fairy spirit herb nearby. As for its other uses, she would discover them gradually. When Yunqi opened the glass cover of the fairy spirit herb, the plant, glowing with a gentle green light, shook its leaves. Then the leaves slowly stretched out, as if they were stretching lazily. The glowing green light on the leaves spread throughout the training room. After a moment, the light particles slowly gathered again, surrounding Yunqi and the fairy spirit herb. Yunqi felt pure spiritual energy slowly seep into her meridians. She didn't think twice and quickly sat cross-legged to start practicing. She trained for 4 hours. When she finished, it was already evening. This training made her feel refreshed and very happy, like never before. It was as if she was experiencing her first time absorbing spiritual energy, such a wonderful feeling of cleansing her body with spiritual energy.
Yunshi opened her eyes and looked at the fairy spirit herb beside her, her eyes shining brightly. She was sure that the pure spiritual power was purified by the fairy spirit herb, or perhaps the herb had attracted the pure spiritual energy around her.
Hee hee.
Little fairy herb, you're amazing. Yunshi admitted she was smiling a bit mischievously. Then she picked up the fairy spirit herb, gave it a kiss, and carefully placed it back into the transparent glass box. She waved her sleeve, and it was stored away in her space. Such a precious treasure couldn't be discovered by anyone else. Too happy, Yunshi didn't notice that when her lips kissed the fairy spirit herb, she had cut herself a little. The blood hadn't started to flow yet, and the small cut healed quickly. The leaf edge of the fairy spirit herb had a tiny bit of her blood, which was instantly absorbed. When the herb returned to the space, it just shook its leaves and became calm again. Yunshi could feel that the spiritual energy in the training room had almost been drained. She took out her talisman brush and paper to draw talismans. Her supplies had been used up during her task with Sister Hua, so she needed to restock. However, even after exhausting her spiritual power, the spiritual energy in the training room did not recover. Usually, it would take about half an hour for the spiritual energy to replenish.
She suddenly had a bad feeling.
Yunshi did not rush to leave the training room. Instead, she took out 2 low-grade spiritual stones to fill her depleted dantian before opening the door and stepping out. Because she chose a relatively remote training room in the training hall, there were no other people around. After walking a short distance, she encountered several disciples leaving their rooms. They looked at each other, and someone asked, "Did you come out because the spiritual energy in your training room didn't recover?" "Yes. Without enough spiritual energy, how can we train? Let's ask the steward disciple." "Good idea. I spent contribution points on this. My contribution points are reserved for exchanging techniques, so I paid with spiritual stones." After listening to their conversation, Yunshi realized that her training room's problem was not unique. But for some reason, she felt a little guilty. Outside the training room, Yunshi saw many disciples gathered around the steward disciple. The steward disciple looked confused as well, trying to soothe everyone while sending a message to the outer door elder. Yunshi mingled among the disciples, trying to gather information. "Senior sister, your training room's spiritual energy didn't recover either?" "Yes."
"Same here?"
Yunshi nodded seriously. "Yes, I chose a more remote room. It usually recovers slowly, but today there wasn't even a trace of spiritual energy inside. That's why I came out to check the situation." More and more disciples came out of the training rooms, all facing the same problem. Soon, Elder Deng from the outer door arrived riding a sword. He waved his hand to calm everyone and went to check the situation. Seeing the elder arrive, the disciples quieted down, trusting that the elder would handle it. After 24 minutes, the elder still hadn't returned. Just as the crowd started whispering again, Elder Deng appeared before everyone with a stern face and said, "Disciples, please leave temporarily. There's a small issue in the training hall, so it's closed today. Your contribution points and spiritual stones used for training will be refunded. The specific reopening time will be announced by a disciple." "Yes, Elder." The disciples respectfully saluted and then left in small groups, all quietly speculating about what went wrong in the training hall. Yunshi also returned to her courtyard with a puzzled look. Seeing the closed sign on Wei Yuning's door, she went back to her own room. When the isolation array was activated, her expression changed. She then opened her third-level array disk and entered her space. Yunshi held the green spirit herb and asked Little Herb, "What exactly have you been doing in the training hall?" The spirit herb shook its leaves in response, but didn't say what it had done. Yunshi gently rubbed her much thinner face and asked, "Little Herb, have you finished absorbing the spiritual veins buried under the training hall?" She asked cautiously, hoping for no reply this time, but this time the herb responded with a young voice in her mind. "Yes. That low-level spiritual vein isn't enough to fill my teeth. Once I filter out the impurities, I can only support your training for a year." Yunshi's hand trembled, almost throwing the herb away, but she quickly steadied herself and said with a forced smile, "Little Herb, the training hall is closed now.
Could they find out about me?
No, I am a spirit herb. I'm not on the same level as the spiritual plants here. They can't find out anything, the herb replied. Yunshi let out a breath of relief, but then said in a coaxing tone, Little herb, let's make a promise. Next time we do this, remember to discuss it with me first. All right, since you're my owner, I'll reluctantly agree, the herb replied proudly. Yunshi wiped the non-existent sweat from her forehead, comforted the herb, and prepared to leave the space. The herb immediately transmitted a voice. When you return to a safe place, you can release me. I can provide pure spiritual energy for your training. Yunshi shook her head and said, Not for now. I don't plan to go to the training hall for a while, to avoid suspicion. The herb shook its leaves again, knowing it had to stay in the space for now. It understood it couldn't openly follow its owner out to have fun, as her strength was too weak. If a powerful expert found out, not only would the young owner suffer, but it would also be exploited. For now, staying hidden was best. After leaving the space, Yunshi adjusted her mindset, dismantled the third-level array disc, and began drawing talismans. Over the next year, she stayed low-key, mainly training and completing tasks. Because of the incident where the spiritual energy in the training hall was interrupted, she reduced her visits to the hall. Thanks to her caution, she avoided suspicion. Absorbing an entire low-level spiritual vein was hard not to attract the sect's suspicion. So, the disciples from the outer sect who stayed in the training hall that day were investigated. Over a year, they searched for any evil cultivators infiltrating the outer sect to sabotage the sect's training resources. Yunshi continued her diligent cultivation. This year, the place she visited most was the Alchemy Hall, where she began trying to refine pills. The Alchemy Hall offers rental rooms equipped with firestones and alchemy furnaces, mainly for beginners and disciples without fire spiritual roots. Although Yunshi appears to have a fire spiritual root, as a chi refining stage cultivator, she cannot afford to buy her own alchemy furnace with spiritual stones. Renting a room in the Alchemy Hall is more cost-effective. The hall accepts payment in the form of the pills she produces, so Yunshi rents a room once every month. She mainly needs spiritual herbs for refining pills, which requires spiritual stones. Even with plenty of spiritual stones, she can't produce too many high-level pills to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Her current rental frequency is just right. Most importantly, Wei Zonghao has started learning how to grow spiritual herbs. He supplies Yunshi with common herbs that don't require special aging, which are used frequently. Yunshi only needs to pay for the herbs with the pills she makes. Since they are siblings, she usually takes the herbs first, then settles the bill with Zonghao after the pills are finished. Currently, Yunshi can only refine first-level pills. When she tries second-level pills, her spiritual energy isn't enough. She doesn't force herself and focuses on first-level pills. Any pills that can be used to grow spiritual herbs are on her refining list. Since she achieved the freedom from fasting pills, her life has become easier. With Wei Zonghao's suggestion, she improved the bland taste of the fasting pills, gaining a loyal customer base. After all, for the same amount of spiritual stones, buying tastier fasting pills is more appealing. The Wei sisters are willing to exchange fasting pills with Yunshi, except Wei Yunqing. Wei Yunqing's cultivation hasn't improved at all this year. She has been focusing on consolidating her cultivation. However, because she gained Brother Yi from Pill Peak's favor, she used the convenience of growing spiritual herbs to secretly sell low-level herbs, saving some spiritual stones, and improving her life. However, Wei Yunqing's relationship with her brothers and sister remains distant. She prefers to stay independent, which suits everyone. Although they all cultivate outside the sect, they don't meet often. This year, Zonghao also broke through to the 8th level of the chi refining stage, surpassing Wei Yunqing, who was the highest among the Wei family members. Yunshi also advanced to the 7th level of chi refining. Zongyu and Zongjin also broke through to the 6th level of chi refining one after another. Aside from Wei Yunying, whose progress has been slow, everyone else has made improvements. Yunshi in the alchemy room produced 2 more batches of nourishing spirit pills today. Each batch contained 10 full pills. She carefully set aside the best nourishing spirit pills for her own use. The remaining pills were sorted into mid-grade and low-grade groups. After cleaning the alchemy furnace with water and extinguishing the earth fire, she released the fairy grass to begin her cultivation. In fact, she was very close to reaching the 10th level of Qi refinement this year. However, she deliberately held back her breakthrough, guiding spiritual energy to refine her meridians. She paid attention to even the smallest meridians, which was fortunate because her divine sense was strong. Otherwise, she might have encountered problems. Once all her meridians were refined, she guided spiritual energy into her internal organs, starting a new round of body tempering. Since her organs were fragile, she was very careful and slow in her training. The spiritual energy from the lower-grade spirit veins absorbed by the fairy grass was mostly used to strengthen her body. Today, Yunqi's task was to open a meridian in her lungs. It was a slow and careful process, and by the time she finished, it was evening. She took a deep breath and immediately felt her breathing become very smooth. Satisfied, she prepared to store the fairy grass into her space. However, the fairy grass communicated telepathically. "Master, the spiritual energy stored up is almost gone. You need to find a new spiritual vein." Yunqi paused. Was her goal too ambitious? Did she really have the right to seek out a spiritual vein with her current cultivation? She wasn't worried about being attacked, so she asked in a cautious tone, "Little fairy grass, your goal is too high. I don't have enough ability. Last time, I only managed to take the spiritual vein because the sect wasn't prepared. If it happens again, we might be targeted." Small places are always troublesome. They watch everything so closely, the fairy grass complained. Yunqi didn't want to say much. Their growth environments were different. The fairy grass flicked its leaves and said, "All right, since we can't target the sect, let's look outside for a spiritual vein. Unclaimed ones should be easier to absorb." Yunqi thought the fairy grass's idea was good. She also felt her cultivation was about to reach a limit, just one layer away from foundation establishment. When she advanced to that stage, she would need to cross a thunder tribulation. If she stayed inside the sect, her true cultivation level and spiritual root attributes might be exposed. Leaving the sect was necessary. "Little fairy grass, your idea is excellent.
Give me some time to prepare.
I need to take another mission that allows me to leave the sect properly, so I can leave with a clear reason. All right, make a good plan. After leaving the sect and entering the large mountain range, release me. I can sense where the spiritual vein is." Okay. This time, Yunqi agreed quickly, then stored the spirit grass in her space and performed 2 purification techniques on herself before leaving the alchemy room. "Senior Brother Chu, this is the pill I made today to pay the rent for using the alchemy room." Yunqi happily handed a small bottle of pills to the guard's senior brother. Senior Brother Chu opened the bottle and sniffed, then smiled and said, "Wiseman Sister Wei, your alchemy is very steady, always maintaining mid-grade quality." His words seemed to hint at something he wanted to ask. Yunqi shyly scratched her head and said, "Senior Brother Chu, I've been trying to reach the top grade recently. I've spent all my spiritual stones on spiritual plants, but I'm still a bit short. This time, I plan to take on 2 more tasks to gather more spiritual stones before coming back." "All right, you're always welcome to come. But if you keep failing to break through, there might be another problem. If needed, I can help you look at it next time you're alchemying," Senior Brother Chu suggested proactively. Yunqi's eyes lit up and she asked, "Senior Brother Chu, are you serious?" "Of course. We're fellow sect siblings. Helping you is just a matter of convenience." "That's convenient for you, Senior Brother Chu, but for me, it's a huge benefit. If I had known you were so easy to talk to, I would have been bolder and asked earlier. Today, I wasted a batch of spiritual plants for nothing," Yunqi said a bit regretfully. This made Senior Brother Chu feel a little proud, but he still comforted her, "No worries. Next time you come, we'll talk then." Yunqi pretended to be confident and said, "Senior Brother Chu, we agreed that next time you must give me more guidance. I'll go back to take on tasks first. Once I gather enough spiritual plants, I'll come back." She then cupped her fists in farewell, afraid that Senior Brother Chu might change his mind. Senior brother Chu watched Yunqi's back with a slight smile, then raised his hand and sent a message talisman, continuing to meditate peacefully. Yunqi, who had left, wasn't as happy as she seemed. Instead, her face was grim, and she looked at her young age. Was she easy to bully? The scheming in her opponent's eyes was almost overflowing. She clearly saw through her. Although she didn't know whether Senior Brother Chu acted on his own, was provoked, or was ordered by someone, she was sure he was targeting her. Her first suspicion was Wei Yunqing. After a period of peace, this female lead started causing trouble again. But she had anticipated this. About a month ago, the two had met in the alchemy hall. Wei Yunqing saw Yunqi, who was carrying a strong scent of alchemy herbs, and looked surprised. "Can you refine pills?"
she asked.
Yunqi rolled her eyes inwardly but replied calmly, "Just started learning." After saying that, she left the alchemy hall, not wanting to talk more with her. This time, Wei Yunqing did not stop her. Instead, she watched Yunqi's back with a thoughtful look. After Yunqi left, she went to find the on-duty disciple and used Brother Yi from the Pill Peak as a messenger to check when Yunqi rented the alchemy room. She found out that her sister had been renting the room off and on for a year. Usually she paid with finished pills, and she herself bought pills with spirit stones to settle the rent, specifically a mid-grade nourishing pill. After identifying the quality of the pills, Wei Yunqing's expression grew more grim. She remembered Wei Yuding mentioning that her sister only refined detox pills to save spirit stones. She never expected Yunqi could make even mid-grade nourishing pills. Wei Yunqing's own alchemy skill was still only at the low level, sometimes causing explosions. Comparing herself to Yunqi, she felt a surge of jealousy. Later, she spent spirit stones to have the alchemy disciples watch Yunqi. She discovered that Yunqi had earned quite a few spirit stones from selling pills. Although Yunqi used the stones to buy spiritual plants, Wei Yunqing refused to believe Yunqi hadn't kept enough for her own cultivation. She set her sights on those spirit stones. It was clear that the female protagonist had a strange way of thinking. She didn't focus on earning spirit stones herself, but instead targeted her sister, as if the stones Yunqi worked hard to earn should rightfully belong to her. If Yunqi knew Wei Yunqing's sense of entitlement, she would probably scoff at her. Yunqi returned to her new residence on Outer Peak 3 and sent a message to Hua Xuanzi. Moments later, she received a reply. The next day, they met in the training room. Hua Xuanzi smiled and asked, "Junior sister Yunqi, why are you so secretive? Do you need my help?" Yunqi smiled and said, "Yes, I need your help. Please help me get a task outside the sect. I've been watched by someone recently, so I can't go to the outer sect mission hall." Hua Xuanzi frowned and asked, "Who is so bold?" Wei family disciples still have a good reputation outside the sect.
"Ah.
Family secrets shouldn't be shared outside," Yunqi replied vaguely. Hua Xuanzi understood and took out a jade slip, handing it to Yunqi. "Look at this yourself. Let me know once you've chosen." Yunqi is not pretentious. After receiving the jade slip, she quickly scanned her spiritual awareness to read all the task details. She immediately identified the target mission and smiled, saying, "Senior sister Hua, I choose this task." Hua Xuanzi took a look and frowned, saying, "This mission is to find a missing fellow disciple. It's far from the sect, in the Baohua Mountains, thousands of miles away. Since this is your first time going out on a mission, I'm a bit worried about you going so far. Don't worry, senior sister. Everyone has a first time. I will be careful, and the person I need to find is a junior sister I know well." When Hua Xuanzi heard Yunqi's words, she understood that this junior sister was determined. She didn't waste time and took her identity jade badge to help her accept the sect mission, since she was on duty at the mission hall, or it would have been hard to help her. "All right, I've accepted the mission for you. But this is a group task, so there will be more than one person searching for the missing disciple. It's best to find a trustworthy partner." Hua Xuanzi kindly reminded her. "Thank you, senior sister. I will find a suitable partner." Then they traded some pills and talismans. Hua Xuanzi left the training hall with a smile. After Hua Xuanzi left, Yunqi was thinking about who to partner with. Honestly, she preferred to go alone.
Besides searching for the unowned spiritual veins, she also needed to find a good place to foundation establish. These things she didn't want her fellow disciples to know easily. If she encountered danger outside, she could escape more easily alone. At worst, she could hide in her space. This time, she was aiming for a thunder-type cultivation technique. This technique was not yet recorded in the sect. She wanted to act first. In a novel she read, the female antagonist, because of her single thunder spiritual root, was heavily cultivated by the sect after she entered. The sect also found her a top-tier thunder technique called Peerless Sword Thunder Technique shortly after her foundation establishment. This technique suited the female antagonist's thunder spiritual root well. It included both mental cultivation and sword techniques, depending on how the practitioner understood and used it. That's why its name was so powerful. Yunqi's mission to leave the sect was very dangerous. After careful consideration, she decided to go alone. However, she privately told Wei Zonghao about it. Wei Zonghao frowned and said, "Yunqi, it's too dangerous for you to go out alone. It's easy for others to target you." "Zonghao, I know what I'm doing. This trip isn't just to avoid Yunqing. My cultivation is about to become uncontrollable." Yunqi stopped at a safe point, trusting Zonghao to understand. Zonghao indeed understood because he was also preparing to break through to the 9th level of qi refining. "I understand. That makes me feel better. But when walking outside the sect, stay alert and don't trust others easily."
"I know."
"That's why I need you to help me stage a fake escape to confuse Yunqing." Yunqi straightforwardly asked for help. "No problem. Whatever you say, I'll do." Zonghao pounded his chest confidently. "All right, let's start like this. Then this. And finally." "Understood." "No problem. Okay, I'll do as you say." After discussing their plan, they each went their own way. The next day, Yunqi used her own name to rent a 3-acre medicinal field, planning to grow spiritual plants herself. She also bought a lot of spiritual herb seeds and focused entirely on her medicinal field, acting as if she would stay there permanently. This made the disciples secretly watching Yunqi relax their guard. One moonless night, Yunqi handed over the medicinal field to Zonghao and, at dawn, left the Hao Ran sect smoothly, claiming she was on a sect mission. Yunqi knew she only had half a day to escape, so after leaving the sect, she used her 1,000 shadows supporting wind technique to vanish like a gust of wind in front of the sect. She reached Hao Ran City, a city at the foot of Hao Ran Sect's mountain, in about an hour. Hao Ran City was built next to the sect, a large city for cultivators. There were flying boats to other regions, and if you had enough spiritual stones, you could use teleportation arrays. But for a qi refining disciple like her on a mission, the usual choice was the cheapest transport, either a lightweight talisman or walking. Only in emergencies would she take a flying boat. Not wanting to waste time, Yunqi used her flowering jade artifact to disguise her cultivation level to the late foundation establishment stage, raising it by 1 level. She also slightly disguised her face. Yunqi's method of disguise was based on the 4 major evil arts of her world, makeup techniques, making herself look like an ordinary woman who's easy to forget. She was about 1.58 meters tall, and because she was tall and slender, she looked quite normal. Then she went to the teleportation array, claiming she was heading to Baohua mountain range. The sect disciple on duty sensed the pressure of her late foundation establishment stage and treated her with respect. "Senior, traveling to Baohua mountain range requires 5,000 lower-grade spiritual stones." Yunqi's face remained calm, but her heart was bleeding inside. Her current storage bag only held 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, which she had painstakingly gathered through alchemy and talisman crafting. It felt like she was being forced back to her starting point. However, she knew she couldn't panic at this critical moment. She calmly asked, "When can we leave?" "Senior, the teleportation array will activate once there are 10 people. With you, we have exactly 10. Hearing this, Yunqi gave up the idea of taking a flying boat. She believed leaving quickly was best for her, so she threw her storage bag filled with low-grade spirit stones to the disciple. The disciple checked the stones with his divine sense and confirmed they were genuine. Then he handed Yunqi a token,
telling her to go directly to the teleportation hall. Yunshi didn't waste any time. She took the token and entered the teleportation hall. Her arrival caused those waiting to go to Manhwa mountain range to stand up. Once everyone was on the teleportation array, the golden core cultivator controlling it waved his hand, activating the teleportation. It was Yunshi's first time riding a teleportation array in the cultivation world. Her eyes widened, and she used her divine sense to feel the process. First, a formation pattern lit up under everyone's feet. Then, everyone was wrapped in a golden light. After a brief jolt lasting 2 breaths, Yunshi felt weightless. When the sensation passed, she saw the formation carrying everyone into a colorful space tunnel. She only stared at the flowing rainbow lights for a couple of seconds before feeling dizzy, followed by nausea, like motion sickness. She quickly closed her eyes and retracted her divine sense, trying to slowly rid herself of the dizziness. She didn't know how long it took, but suddenly her body paused, and the golden light surrounding everyone dispersed. Manhwa City has arrived. Please leave the teleportation hall in order, a deep male voice announced, bringing Yunshi back to reality. She opened her eyes to see the people around her walking down the array calmly. She followed behind and exited the hall. Outside, she hurried to a side flower bed and vomited. Unfortunately, she was used to taking fasting pills to cultivate, so she didn't actually anything. Senior, would you like to smell this calming citrus pouch to stop nausea? A cautious voice asked Yunshi. Yunshi suppressed her nausea, turned to look, and saw a 10-year-old boy holding a basket with a beautifully embroidered small pouch, which was probably the fragrant pouch he mentioned. The boy seemed startled by Yunshi turning around and took a step back. Yunshi raised her hand and grabbed a blue lotus pouch, bringing it to her nose to smell it. A fresh citrus scent entered Yunshi's nose, helping her push down her nausea. After a few breaths, Yunshi felt better and spoke to the young boy. I really like this pouch. How many spirit stones do you want? The young boy, surprised by her kindness, waved his hand and said, Senior, such a simple item isn't worth spirit stones. Just give me 2 spirit beads. Yunshi could tell the boy wasn't lying. She casually took out 2 spirit beads and handed them to him. Then she looked around. She had been too busy vomiting earlier to observe her surroundings. Luckily, they were inside the city. Outside in the wild would be dangerous. Yunshi tightened her grip on herself, reminding herself that this wasn't her sect. She couldn't let her guard down. Fortunately, she was still within the teleportation hall's range. Plus, her late foundation establishment stage aura was still there, so no one with bad intentions would bother her. The only person approaching was a mortal boy. He probably saw how sick Yunshi was and wanted to sell the pouch to make some money. He dared to speak up. Luckily, things turned out well. He didn't offend Yunshi and even gained 2 spirit beads. Yunshi withdrew her gaze and told the boy who was about to leave, Do you live in Manhwa City? Yes, young master. I am immortal, but my family has cultivators, so I can live in Manhwa City. Are you familiar with Manhwa City? Yes, I was born here. Would you be my guide for a day? I'll pay you 2 spirit stones. Are you willing? Yunshi offered confidently. The boy's eyes lit up and he quickly agreed. Thank you for trusting me, senior. I'd be happy to. Just call me Jiaozi, that's my nickname. Jiaozi was very happy. He hadn't expected to gain something today. Usually, guides in Manhwa City were children who could cultivate, but as a mortal kid, he only sold small items to make a living. 2 spirit stones was half a year's income for him. Without hesitation, he accepted. Yunshi let out a small sigh of relief and said, Take me to shops in the city, where I can sell pills and talismans. Senior, please follow me. The shops in Manhwa City are all on West Street. The biggest is Shizi House. I heard they sell everything. Yunshi didn't waste time and followed Jiaozi to West Street. At this moment, Yunshi didn't know that as she stepped into Haoran City through the teleportation array, a disciple had already been searching for her and gathering information about her whereabouts throughout the city. Meanwhile, the mission to find the missing disciples on Manhwa Mountain had been upgraded, with higher requirements for accepting it. Only Foundation Establishment disciples could take on this task, which was listed in the Inner Sect Mission Hall. Hua Xuanzi saw this situation and, after some thought, directly crossed Yunxi's name off the list of available missions. 2 days later, Wei Zonghao came to the mission hall to submit his task. Hua Xuanzi told him that Yunxi's mission had been cancelled. "Senior sister, Yunxi has already left the sect. What should we do now?" Hua Xuanzi whispered, "It's okay. When she left, her mission hadn't been upgraded yet. Her identity token has her records. As long as she returns safely to the sect and explains herself, it will be fine. After I crossed her name off the list, I helped hide her whereabouts. Yesterday, Brother Yi from Danfeng came to check the recent missions Yunxi took, but I managed to deceive him. Yunxi said she left temporarily because she was being watched. Remember to send her a message, telling her to be careful. I don't think those people will give up easily." Zhonghao's eyes darkened after hearing this, but he still cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, senior sister, for your advice. Sorry to cause you worry too. It's nothing. I'm just doing my duty. You should be more careful yourself." "Understood." After Zonghao handed in the spiritual plants he had collected, he returned to the medicine field to continue practicing and tending to the herbs. He found that practicing near the spiritual field was more comfortable because the land was fertile and the spiritual plants suited his spiritual root, making his cultivation twice as effective. He planned to break through to the 9th layer of qi refining in the next 3 days. Wei Yunqing suddenly lost track of Yunxi, and a bad feeling surged again. She clenched her teeth and threw away the pill bottle in her hand. "Humph. I don't believe you'll never return to the sect." The next day, she made a big show of searching for Yunxi, even letting other disciples of the Wei family know. Wei Yunting was genuinely worried that something had happened to Yunxi, but she didn't think Wei Qing was willing to jump around for Yunxi. She appeared anxious on the surface, but wasn't truly worried inside, trusting Yunxi's steadiness and believing she wouldn't do anything out of line. Finally, the disciples of the Wei family found Yunxi's rented medicinal field, but Yunxi was not there. Instead, they saw Wei Zonghao, who had just broken through to the 9th layer of qi refining. Zonghao had also just advanced. He cast a cleansing spell on himself and opened the protective array. "Yunting Jie, Zohinjie, why are you here?" Wei Yunting looked pleased and said, "Congratulations, Zonghao. Your cultivation has improved again." Zonghao, who had gone from a chubby boy to a slim young teen, smiled simply and said, "Thanks to Yunxi. She lent me her medicinal field so I could break through." Seeing that Zhonghao's cultivation was higher than her own, Yunqing felt uncomfortable and hesitant. Finally, she asked Zonghao, "Have you seen Yunxi? It seems she has gone missing." Zonghao looked at Yunqing in surprise before replying, "Yunqing, don't say that. Yunxi only went out on a mission for the sect. She's not missing." "Mission for the sect? What kind of mission? I didn't know about it." Yunqing wanted to ask why Brother Yi hadn't found out, but she changed her words. Hearing this, Zonghao looked a bit troubled and said, "Given your relationship with Yunxi, it's normal she didn't tell you. But before she left, she showed me the mission she took. It was to find a fellow sect member, so she left in a hurry." Wei Yuding frowned and asked, "Yunxi's mission was to search for a fellow sect member in the Baohua mountain range?" "Yes, that's the mission. But this mission required a higher level of cultivation. Only Foundation establishment disciples could take it." "How did Yunxi manage to accept it?"
Huh.
"How is that possible? I checked the mission requirements at the time, and there was no restriction on cultivation level. Otherwise, Yunxi couldn't have taken it. She was also looking for her friend, so she insisted on accepting the mission. I was just breaking through to the 9th level of qi refining, so I couldn't go with her." "Her friend?" "Yes, that's Qin Tongzhuang." The Wei family disciple recalled who Qin Tongzhuang was, then subtly looked at Wei Yunqing. Yunqing almost exploded with anger. Qin Tongzhuang was the sister of Sister Mu from the Outer Three Peaks who had come to confront her. Unexpectedly, she had become friends with Yunxi's sister. How ironic. Zonghao chuckled and said, "You know all this. So Yunxi told me privately before she left, and she entrusted me to take care of her medicinal field." Wei Yunting took a deep breath and said, "All right. As long as Yunxi didn't disappear without reason, that's fine. In the future, if anyone takes an outside mission,
They should say so everyone won't worry. Zhong Hao immediately cupped his hands and said, Yunting, you're right. If there's nothing urgent, I want to focus on strengthening my cultivation first. The meaning of Zhong Hao's farewell was very clear, and everyone in the Wei family didn't object. Especially Zhong Hao, who had already cultivated to the late qi refining stage with a third spiritual root. If they didn't work harder, they would fall even further behind. After exchanging greetings, everyone left. Currently, only Wei Yunying remains outside the 9th peak. Her cultivation speed truly can't compare to others. She's still lingering at the 6th level of qi refining, so she hasn't moved to the outer 3 peaks yet. Though her cultivation speed is slow compared to other Wei family disciples, among ordinary outer disciples, hers is considered above average. Among those who left, only Wei Yunqing looked the most unhappy. She couldn't accept that Zhong Hao, with a third spiritual root, was faster than her. This made her, the most talented person in the Wei family, feel ashamed, and she wondered how the inner elders viewed her. After returning to Dan Peak, Wei Yunqing went to find Brother Yi to complain. Brother Yi Xiaotian liked this delicate little sister, and because Yunqing had both water and wood spiritual roots, she was skilled at planting spiritual herbs. She managed his medicinal fields well. With her talent, joining the inner sect was only a matter of time. So Yi Xiaotian didn't mind investing in her early on. Yunqing, your cultivation is only 1 level lower than his. You're both outer sect disciples at the qi refining stage. You should think long-term, he patiently advised. Yunqing blinked with reddening eyes and asked, Brother Yi, what do you mean by that? Yi Xiaotian took her hand and smiled, saying, My silly little sister, what you need to do now is raise your cultivation to the 9th level of qi refining, then use the foundation establishment pill to quickly establish your foundation and directly enter the inner sect. Don't wait for the sect competition in 8 years. With your age and talent, you'll definitely be accepted by many elders as a disciple. Once you become a direct disciple of an elder, they won't look down on you, and they won't dare to give you trouble. Yunqing sat beside Yi Xiaotian, her eyes brightening after hearing this. She realized she had been narrow-minded. She only thought about how the family disciples had higher cultivation than her, but she hadn't considered that if she worked hard and entered the inner sect, the Wei disciples would have to respect her. Her face immediately lit up with a smile, and she turned to Yi Xiaotian, saying, Thank you, Brother Yi, for your advice. I know what I should do now. As for the foundation establishment pill, Yi Xiaotian interrupted with a smile. Yunqing, don't worry. Our Dan Peak disciples won't be short of pills. Wei Yunqing looked worried and said, Senior brother, you always try to comfort me. The foundation establishment pill is a rare medicine that everyone in the outer sect is fighting for. As soon as it appears, it will be sold out quickly. Not to mention whether my junior sister has enough spirit stones. Even if she does, she still can't get the pill. Junior sister Yunqing, as long as you can save that damaged foundation grass, we can gather enough herbs ourselves to make the foundation establishment pill. Then I can ask my uncle on the inner sect pill peak to help us make the pill. Yi Xiaotian finally shared his plan. Hearing this, Wei Yunqing's eyes lit up and she immediately asked, Senior brother Yi, is what you said true? Don't try to deceive me just because I am young. Oh, my good junior sister. That foundation grass still needs your care. How could I lie to you? All right, I will do my best to save that foundation grass. When the time comes, we will both establish our foundations and join the inner sect. Wei Yunqing was also good at making plans. Good, then I'll rely on you, junior sister Yunqing. With a shared goal, their relationship grew closer. However, Yi Xiaotian was very clever. He claimed to outsiders that he treated Yunqing like his own sister, and since Wei Yunqing was only 10 years old, it didn't attract much attention. Meanwhile, some disciples from the alchemy hall, who were watching Yunqi, soon noticed she had left the sect. They said she went to find her friend, and was assigned a task outside the sect. They also learned that the original outer sect task had become more difficult and was now under the inner sect. The group was discussing their plans. If we had known she would leave, we could have secretly controlled her. Now it's too late,
and we gain nothing. Enough. With the difficulty of this task, whether she returns alive is uncertain. Humph. I don't know if she's lucky or unlucky, but being controlled by us to refine pills is better than losing her life. She is a disciple of the Wei family. I warned before to be cautious. The Wei family is in the inner sect, and we can't easily shake them. We just wanted a shortcut into the inner sect, no need to risk our entire immortal path. Senior brother, you're right, but I feel so unwilling. Anyway, since she's left the sect, maybe we should follow her and see. If we can't catch her, we'll give up.
All right.
Her leaving the sect might be a good opportunity. After making their plans, they formed a team, took a task outside, and followed Yunxi out of the sect. Although she wasn't sure if Wei Yunqing was behind her being targeted by the alchemy hall, she believed that once she was gone, the others would give up once they lost their target. Fortunately, Yunxi was decisive enough to spend a lot of spirit stones to leave Howren City via the teleportation array, avoiding the pursuit of the alchemy hall disciple and thus preventing a disaster for herself. At this moment, Yunxi had just left the Shizi house. Her purpose there was to buy some pills and talismans. The teleportation array had drained her storage bag. Luckily, her disguise was very successful. The young qi refining disciple at Shizi house warmly welcomed her. Although he saw that her items and cultivation level didn't match, he didn't ask too many questions. Yunxi almost used up half of her stored pills and talismans before her storage bag was full again. Senior, do you need anything else? Not for now. Yunxi swept 6,480 low-grade spirit stones into her storage bag and rewarded the qi refining disciple with the remaining 4 stones, which suited her identity as a foundation-building cultivator. The disciple's smile became even more genuine. After accepting the spirit stones, he personally saw Yunxi to the door and kept watching her leave before turning back into the shop. Meanwhile, Jiaozi had been waiting outside. He didn't dare go inside such a place, fearing he might accidentally offend a fairy or an expert. As Yunxi walked, she asked, Jiaozi, are there any safe places in Manhwa City suitable for cultivation and breakthroughs? The cost shouldn't be too high. Considering her newly filled storage bag, she added, also, how much would it cost? Jiaozi replied without hesitation, there is a place in Manhwa City that rents out caves. It's guarded by a nascent soul cultivator, so no one dares to cause trouble there. It's very safe for cultivation and breakthroughs. Good, take me there. While giving the order, Yunxi immediately dispelled her disguise at the street corner and restored her cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of qi refining. Renting a cave there was for her breakthrough, so there was no need to hide her true strength. Fortunately, Jiaozi was an ordinary person and couldn't sense the difference, which was why Yunxi chose a young boy as her guide in the first place. Half an hour later, Yunxi arrived at the place Jiaozi mentioned, a small shop with a sign that read Cave Rental. Inside, she saw an old man dozing off. Yunxi handed 2 spirit stones to Jiaozi, dismissed him, and then stepped forward, raising her voice. Senior, I want to rent a cave. The old man opened his eyes, saw Yunxi, and yawned, asking, our shop offers caves of 3 levels, high, middle, and low, based on the richness of spiritual energy and the formation inside. Different levels require different spirit stones. Which level would you like to rent? Wei Yunxi chuckled softly and said, Senior, I am a young girl with limited resources. I can only rent the lowest grade cave dwelling, but I must ensure it is safe. The old man glanced at Yunxi and noticed she was close to breaking through. He lazily handed her a jade token and said, the lowest grade Ding C number cave dwelling costs 20 low-grade spirit stones per day, payable in advance. You need to pay 500 low-grade spirit stones first. When you leave, any excess will be returned. He added, but I must warn you, the spiritual energy in this low-grade cave is thin, which is not ideal for your breakthrough. Yunxi listened and quickly paid the spirit stones. After receiving the jade token, she smiled and said, thank you for the reminder, Senior. I know my own limits. This is all I can manage for now. I'll make do until I meet up with my companions. Maybe I can sneak into their higher-grade caves. Yunxi's words sounded vague, implying she was not alone and that her companions had good spiritual stones. She had separated from them temporarily and entered the city first to break through. The old man didn't say much after that. He took the spirit stones, led her to the entrance of the Ding C number cave, and warned her again, "Your jade token is the key to open the cave. The protective and spiritual gathering formations inside are controlled by this token. Never lose it, or the cave will belong to someone else. The cave recognizes only the jade token, not the person." "Yes, I understand. Junior will remember." Yunchi immediately bowed in thanks and used the jade token to open the cave. The cave was indeed a small space, with obvious carving marks on the walls, only about 10 square meters. In the center was a mat, making the space feel very cramped. Yunchi sighed inwardly at the worthlessness of spending 500 low-grade spirit stones. Since she was outside, she had to make do. She inserted the jade token into the slot inside the cave door, which then closed again. The protective and spiritual gathering formations activated one after another. Watching the array patterns light up around the mat, Yunchi felt the spirit stones had paid off. To be safe, she took out her third-grade formation disc, placed 9 medium-grade spirit stones inside, and then moved the fairy spirit grass from her space. The fairy spirit grass stretched its leaves and sensed the concentration of spiritual energy in the air before asking, "Little Yunchi, have you left the sect?" "Yes, I've arrived at Manhwa City at the foot of Manhwa Mountain. But my cultivation is a bit suppressed." Yunchi spoke honestly. The fairy spirit grass shook its leaves and said, "Then start building your foundation. That way, after entering Manhwa Mountain, you can go deeper." "Yes, that's my plan too, so I rented a small retreat to focus on building my foundation." TSK, with the spiritual energy density in this retreat, you definitely rented the lowest level. Fairy Spirit Grass bluntly said. Yunchi touched her nose and replied, "You're right. I'm poor. I spent my hard-earned spiritual stones on the teleportation array. If I hadn't sold some of my supplies, I couldn't even afford this basic retreat. As a chi refining cultivator, how dare you take the teleportation array? Aren't you afraid of attracting attention?" Yunchi deflected lightly. "I originally planned to take a regular flying boat to Manhwa City, but somehow, my sixth sense told me I needed to leave quickly. The teleportation array was missing one person, so I chose to leave that way." Fairy Spirit Grass shook its leaves to show understanding. This is a cultivator's way of sensing danger.
"All right.
I'll help you build your foundation first. I have enough spiritual energy stored to support you." "Great. Let's start." Yunchi sat cross-legged on a cushion, placing Fairy Spirit Grass beside her. She closed her eyes and began to run her cultivation technique. The sooner she built her foundation, the fewer spiritual stones she would use, which she naturally wanted. As Yunchi activated her chi refining technique, Fairy Spirit Grass supplied her with pure spiritual energy, secretly extending its roots into the spiritual veins beneath the retreat to draw some of the spiritual energy. At this moment, Yunchi guided the spiritual energy inside her to break through the barrier of the foundation establishment stage, once, twice, 3 times. Until on the 9th strike, the barrier cracked open and pure spiritual energy flooded into her dantian. As the spiritual energy expanded her dantian, it also compressed the space inside it repeatedly until the spiritual energy was condensed into a spiritual liquid, settling at the bottom of her dantian, signaling that Yunchi had fully broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Immediately, a storm of wind and clouds gathered above her retreat, and a thundercloud quickly formed, locking onto Wei Yunchi. The old man who had been dozing behind the counter suddenly opened his eyes. Seeing the direction of the gathering thunderclouds, he knew the young girl who had checked in 3 days ago was undergoing her lightning tribulation. His figure flickered, and he appeared outside the retreat of the lower-tier Bing C number, watching the first bolt of lightning strike down. At the moment Yunchi was targeted by the lightning, she waved her sleeve to store Fairy Spirit Grass into her space. This treasure couldn't be exposed. Then she opened her retreat, and in a flash, appeared on the open ground in front of it. She really didn't want Lei Lei to destroy her cave residence, as she would have to pay spiritual stones for it. She was now wishing she could split a spiritual stone in half to cover the loss. She couldn't afford such a setback. These thoughts flashed quickly, making Yunxi, who was experiencing her first thunder tribulation, feel less nervous. Soon, the first bolt of lightning struck down from above her head. An old man watching nearby was surprised to see Yunxi calmly facing the thunder tribulation without any defenses. He wondered if this girl was foolish, not even throwing out a protective formation disc. He stroked his chin, thinking she must be too poor to afford proper protection, so she was forced to endure the tribulation.
This guess was partly right.
The other reason was that Yunxi knew she had a thunder spirit root, so she wanted to use the thunder tribulation to temper her body. The first bolt of lightning entered Yunxi's body and started to move chaotically. Luckily, her divine sense was stronger than her cultivation level, so within 2 breaths, she guided the lightning through her meridians, refining her meridians and transforming the thunder spirit power at the same time. The refined thunder spirit energy entered her dantian, then slowly sank into the thunder spirit root at the bottom of her dantian. The thunder spirit root flashed with a purple light, looking even more brilliant. After refining the first lightning, Yunxi gained confidence. Just then, the second bolt struck. She repeated her method, continuing to refine the lightning's power. However, the intervals between the subsequent lightning bolts became shorter and shorter. It seemed that once the tribulation could be endured, the thunder would no longer hold back. Finally, 3 bolts of lightning almost struck at the same time. Yunxi gritted her teeth and endured. Inside her heart, a group of fluffy animals seemed to run across. She didn't expect each lightning strike to be more powerful than the last, starting with a tingling sensation from the first, and later feeling like she had touched a high-voltage electric fence, sharp and intense. In the end, the last 3 bolts knocked Wei Yunxi to the ground. Her robes were torn and tattered, barely covering her vital parts. Her consciousness was somewhat blurry, but Yunxi knew this was a critical moment. She activated her remaining divine sense, took out a Tier 3 formation disc from her storage bag to protect herself, then lay flat on the ground and began to fight against the chaotic lightning within her body. The old man watching the whole process twitched his mouth, realizing anew how stingy the girl was. It turned out she didn't lack a protective formation disc, but was simply too reluctant to use it. Now that she had taken it out, she was still worried about being ambushed. TSK, truly a petty person with a heart of a gentleman. If I can't even protect a little cultivator renting a cave, I might as well not stay in Baohua City. The old man muttered to himself, then waved his sleeve to send away the onlookers who had gathered around Yunxi to witness her tribulation. Those fools dared to cause trouble on his territory without even knowing his name. After finishing these tasks, the old man leisurely returned to his shop to continue napping. He believed he had done his part. After all, that girl wouldn't die so easily. Whether she could become a foundation-building cultivator depended on her own luck. Yunxi tried hard to ignore the pain in her body, gritting her teeth as she fought against the last 3 thunder tribulations. She slowly guided the energy, smoothing it out, letting it flow through her meridians, then into her dantian, speeding up the liquefaction of spiritual energy inside. Once the spiritual liquid filled about 1/3 of her dantian, she slowly opened her eyes. The oppressive pressure that had been on her disappeared, and gentle spiritual rain began to fall, nature's gift. The spiritual rain seeped through her scorched skin into her body, quickly repairing her damaged meridians and internal organs. Some pure spiritual energy entered her mind sea, making her feel clear-headed, and her mind sea was gradually expanding. In the next moment, images flashed before Yunxi's eyes, so fast she could hardly see clearly. Yet, she still remembered the figure of a girl in a red robe, her eyes full of sadness, words unspoken but filled with deep emotion. Suddenly, Wei Yunxi's consciousness returned to her body. Her spirit revived, and her eyes shone again. She slowly sat up, and as she moved, the blackened shell on her body shattered and fell away,
revealing her smooth, white skin. Wei Yunxi frowned, exhaling a breath of relief before standing up. She shook off the shell, quickly performed a cleansing technique, tidied herself up, and took off her damaged robes. She replaced them with a robe from the Howren sect, her only spare in her storage bag. After finishing these steps, Yunxi retracted her third-rank formation disc and turned to her rented cave residence. She needed to consolidate her cultivation and check her own changes. The barrier formation of her cave reopened, causing those who had been secretly watching to give up their plans. Her successful tribulation meant she was now a foundation-building cultivator, something they could no longer dream of. Yunxi, cautious as ever, opened her third-rank formation disc again, sealing off all possible spying. Only then did she release the spiritual herb. Spiritual herb, I am now a foundation-building cultivator. Congratulations on officially joining the ranks of cultivators. The path of cultivation is long and full of thorns. I hope you always keep your original intention and move forward bravely, the spiritual herb said sincerely.
Thank you.
After thanking Xianling, Yunxi asked, Immortal Spirit, after I crossed the Thunder Tribulation, I saw some fragments of images that flashed very quickly. In the end, I only remember the figure of a woman cultivator in red. Do you know what this means? Xianling grass shook its leaves, seeming to consider how to answer. Is it inconvenient to say? Not exactly. I'm just thinking about how to explain it to you. What you saw during the tribulation were probably some fragments of future visions. Yunxi was surprised. Future? Are you saying I can glimpse the future? Your ancestor could. You are far from that level. It was just because of the tribulation that you briefly connected with the heavenly Tao consciousness, which allowed you to see some future scenes. Xianling Grass didn't want to discourage Yunxi, but it chose to tell the truth, fearing the girl might develop other thoughts. Yunxi felt a bit disappointed after hearing this, but she knew how to adjust herself. After thinking for a moment, she said, Could it be that the part of the witch clan bloodline in me is responsible?
Yes.
In the era before cultivators, the witch clan was the bridge that communicated with heaven and earth. So you can see some fragments of the future. However, since your cultivation level is low, what you saw should be related to your own future. But the reason why it's called the future means it's not fixed. Don't try to change anything based on those glimpses. Xianling Grass still warned her. Yunxi didn't deny or agree this time. She thought she was the biggest variable herself. Whether she could meet the woman in the future scenes was still uncertain. For now, she decided to take things step by step. Don't take my warning lightly. You should know that the ancient witch clan disappeared because they interfered too much with the decisions of the heavenly Tao. That's why they vanished from the world. Xianling Grass felt it had already been quite earnest in its advice. I've taken note. With my current early foundation stage cultivation, I really can't interfere with the future. Focusing on cultivation is the right way. Good, I'm glad you think that way. Currently, she had no leads on thunder or ice techniques. She was only familiar with basic spells and learning mental control techniques. Her plan was to learn sword flight, but due to limited space in her rented cave, she couldn't meet the practice requirements. She had to temporarily give up this plan. When her 500 spirit stones were exhausted, Yunxi took a jade token to settle the account. The old man smiled warmly and said, Congratulations, young disciple, on successfully building your foundation. You have officially entered the path of cultivation. Yunxi immediately bowed respectfully and replied, Thank you for your care, elder. It is because of your help that I was able to pass the tribulation smoothly. Please accept my thanks with this bow. The old man did not dodge and accepted Yunxi's bow. He was willing to accept it. He casually took the jade token that controlled the cave residents and said, I see you are a disciple of the Howren sect. Next time, bring your fellow disciples to rent a cave here. Yunxi smiled happily and responded, Of course. Your cave is safe and affordable. I believe my fellow disciples will not miss such a good place. Because her sect robes clearly showed her identity as a sect disciple, she openly admitted it. After saying goodbye to the old man, she went to the robe shop he recommended. She spent 2,000 low-grade spirit stones to buy 2 replacement robes, one black and one light gray, simple and practical. She immediately changed into the light gray robe and reapplied her semi-permanent makeup, which wouldn't come off even if it got wet. Only then did she head to the Howran Sek's base in Manhwa City. The Manhwa mountain range is the second largest mountain range in the Wenyu realm's western region. Every year, countless cultivators come here to train, so major sects have set up outposts. One reason is to help their disciples in danger, and another is to ensure that when disciples leave Manhwa mountain range, they can quickly report their gains to the sect. Of course, the sects don't give away their disciples' gains for free. They either take spirit stones or convert them into sect points, which also serves as a way to protect the disciples, since killing and stealing are common in the cultivation world. Since Yunshi took on the task of finding her fellow disciples, she planned to visit the Howran Sek's outpost first. After that, she would decide whether to team up with other disciples or go alone. Honestly, this was Yunshi's first time training so far from her sect, and she didn't feel very confident. Although she knew her secrets were many and it was safest to go into the Manhwa mountain range alone, she was still a little scared. After thinking it over, she decided to visit the outpost first. The Howran Sek's outpost was just a shop selling pills, talismans, weapons, and formations. Any disciple of the sect could restock their supplies here, sell their training gains, and most importantly, use their sect jade token to buy on credit once, helping those disciples who didn't have enough spirit stones. Master Uncle, I am disciple Wei Yunshi. I have received a sect task and come here to meet with other disciples. After introducing myself, I handed my disciple token to the Foundation Establishment Cultivator in charge. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator took the token, checked it, then returned it to me with a calm tone and asked, "What task did you take?" I took a mission to explore the Manhwa mountain range to find fellow disciples. The cultivator took out a jade slip from their storage bag, looked at it, and said, "You only have cultivation at the 9th level of chi refining, so you can't take this task." I was a bit surprised and asked, "Oh?" When I accepted the task, there was no restriction on cultivation level. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken it, nor would I have rushed here overnight. The cultivator confirmed and explained, "The difficulty of your task has increased. It has now shifted from the outer sect to the inner sect. Only Foundation Establishment cultivators are taking these tasks. You probably accepted it before the difficulty increased, so you weren't aware." I was a bit stunned and asked, "Master Uncle, what should I do now? Did I waste my effort on this task?" The cultivator saw that I was new to outside missions and waved dismissively, "Since you can't complete this task, it's not your fault. Just go back to the sect and explain the situation. Since it's a sect trial outside, you can take some tasks like searching for spiritual plants or hunting monsters here in my place for practice. That's fine. But I suggest you team up with fellow disciples when entering the Manhwa mountain range." I scratched my head and said, "Then I will follow the senior's advice. I'll prepare today and see if any disciples are entering the mountain range tomorrow, so I can join them." The Foundation Establishment Cultivator handed me a jade token and told me to find an empty room in the backyard to rest. Then they started organizing the spiritual plants in their hands. When I entered the backyard, I saw fellow disciples dressed in Howran sect robes. Some hurriedly left, some gathered in groups whispering, and others rushed into rooms to rest. The smell of blood told me they were injured. I looked around and then walked toward a few disciples chatting together because their conversation was exactly what I wanted to learn about. They noticed my intention and stopped talking, turning their gaze to me. "Senior uncles, I am an outer sect disciple. I want to ask about the missing disciples in the Manhwa mountain range." One female Foundation Establishment disciple glanced at me and asked, "What do you want to know?" The junior disciple had previously taken on the task of finding a fellow disciple, but as the difficulty increased, my cultivation was not enough to complete it. However, one of the missing disciples was my friend, and I am very worried about her. Yunshi carefully asked, trying to sound cautious, "Which missing disciple is your friend?" "Qintong Shuang." The female cultivator's expression softened a little upon hearing the name. "Oh, it's little Shuang's friend. No wonder she took this task." She and her fellow disciples went into the Manhwa mountain range to train,
but they lost contact near the outskirts. Before they disappeared, their distress signal was received at this outpost. Later, the senior uncle here sent a message to the disciples training in the mountain to find them. When the disciples arrived, they found no trace of Qintong Shuang and her group, and 2 more disciples went missing. Then, more disciples went to help and also disappeared, which is why the task became more difficult. We plan to wait for Brother Sheng to arrive, then enter the Baohua mountain range to investigate. She paused briefly before continuing. With your cultivation level, I advise you not to get involved, or else we might have to rescue another person. Yunxi nodded in agreement, thanked her, and casually found a spare room to rest. She still intended to go into the Baohua mountain range with these people. The mention of Brother Sheng by the female cultivator made her suspect something bad, but she had no proof at the moment. So, she decided to wait until Brother Sheng arrived. Before that, she needed to work quickly on drawing talismans. Now that she had successfully built her foundation, she could draw second-rank talismans. This was her confidence. Only when prepared would she feel safe. Fortunately, she knew second-rank talismans by heart. Previously, she could only draw lower-rank ones, but with abundant spiritual energy, she was ready to challenge higher-rank talismans. Blank talisman paper and supplies from the Beast Blood Sect shop were readily available, as she was a sect disciple and received discounts. She took the opportunity to stock up on blank talisman paper and second-rank beast blood, then closed her door to start drawing. Of course, she kept an eye on the whereabouts of the few foundation-building disciples. 5 days later, the group finally met Brother Sheng, who turned out to be the male lead. He looked even more youthful than Sheng Yuhong she saw in the illusion, with cultivation in the late foundation stage. He was considered a genius of the Haoran sect. As soon as he arrived, he was surrounded by the sect disciples staying nearby. Knowing the importance of understanding her opponent, Yin Shi also approached him, looking up at him with admiration, and listened carefully to the surrounding conversations. Brother Sheng, was your journey smooth? Sheng Yuhong modestly replied, things went fairly smoothly. I dealt with a wicked cultivator on the way, which caused a slight delay. Sorry for making everyone wait. Senior brother is truly impressive, even while on the road. He doesn't forget to eliminate evil cultivators. You are a role model for us all. Junior brother is too kind, Yuhong said humbly, though a slight smile revealed his good mood. Yunxi looked at his young face, which contrasted sharply with the fierce male cultivator in the illusion. She knew she wasn't his match yet, so she decided to stay hidden. At the same time, Yuhong also sensed a strong, invasive gaze and turned his head to see where it was coming from. Long before Yuhong looked over, Wei Yunxi quickly moved behind a tall fellow disciple to avoid Yuhong's gaze. She pretended to whisper to another fellow disciple at the qi refining stage nearby, Senior Brother Sheng is truly handsome. Seeing him in person is better than just hearing about him. The other disciple nodded and said, yes, Senior Brother Sheng is a rare genius in our Haoran sect. Under 50 years old, he already reached the late foundation establishment stage, and forming a core is easy for him. With his talent, even reaching the nascent soul stage is possible. He might even challenge the divine transformation stage. Under his leadership, our sect will surely become the top sect in the western part of Wuyu realm. Wei Yunxi wiped her face secretly, noticing how passionately her fellow disciples spoke about Sheng Yuhong. She knew he was a big fan, full of confidence in him. She immediately cupped her hands and asked, what is this senior brother's name? I'm Long Daoyu. And you?
I'm Wei Yunxi.
So, Sister Wei, what brings you to Baohua Mountain Range this time?
Oh.
No need to tell me. Let me guess, did Senior Brother Sheng take a task here, so you came along? Long Daoyu winked playfully. Yun Shi's eyes twitched, but she lowered her voice and said, Senior Brother Long, I've been practicing outside the sect and rarely get to see Senior Brother Sheng. I've only heard his name, but never seen him, which makes me eager to meet him. This time, I finally had a chance to see his true face, so I came. Honestly, I even asked someone to find him, but the task became harder, and I wasn't qualified to go with him. Yun Shi spoke with a regretful tone, pretending to be disappointed. Long Daoyu listened with a clear expression and chuckled, saying, "Did you also accept the mission to find our fellow disciples?" Yun Shi immediately asked, "Yes, Brother Long. Did you accept that mission too?" "Yes, I did."
Ah,
"Now we have no chance left. We can only watch helplessly." Yun Shi shrugged helplessly. Long Daoyu's eyes flickered, and he winked at Yun Shi, saying, "Junior Sister Wei, I'll come find you later to discuss something." Yun Shi nodded and replied, "Okay, little sister is in room 5, block C." While they were quietly talking, Sheng Yuhong had already withdrawn his gaze. He enjoyed the admiration from his fellow disciples and, surrounded by many, entered the back courtyard to the discussion hall. Some curious disciples also wanted to go in but were stopped outside, told they were only there to discuss entering the mountain to find their fellow disciples. Both Long Daoyu and Wei Yunxi were among those blocked. Yunxi didn't mind, but Long Daoyu sighed and then started persuading Yunxi. "Junior Sister Wei, do you want Senior Uncle Sheng to look at you differently?" Yunxi rolled her eyes internally but asked with interest, "Brother Long, what do you mean? How can I make Senior Uncle Sheng see me differently? I only have mid-stage qi refining cultivation, which is far from him. Even if I wanted to, I don't have the strength." She sounded a bit discouraged at the end. Long Daoyu whispered, "Don't underestimate yourself. This is a good opportunity." "What opportunity?" "Senior Uncle Sheng is taking people to the outskirts of Baohua Mountain to look for someone. We can follow behind him. Maybe we'll get a chance to show our strength. When that happens, Senior Uncle Sheng will definitely notice us." Wei Yunxi's eyes flickered, and she hesitated, asking, "Brother Long, is this plan feasible? Senior Uncle Sheng is leading foundation-building disciples. Would he need us qi refining disciples to help? And with Senior Uncle Sheng's high cultivation level, we'll surely be noticed if we follow closely. What if he doesn't let us follow?" Hearing Yun Shi's doubts, Long Daoyu stroked his chin and said, "This time, the disciples from Haoren sect went missing on the outer edge of Baohua Mountain. Even if Senior Uncle Sheng is searching for disciples, he's probably looking on the outskirts. Usually, qi refining and early foundation-building disciples practice there, so it's normal for us to appear on the outskirts. As for being discovered by Senior Uncle Sheng, we can say we just want to follow and seek his protection. As long as we don't stay too close, with his generous nature, he probably won't mind." Yunqi understood that this was a loyal fan trying to follow and take pictures. She was worried about being expelled alone and feeling unsafe, so she wanted to find someone with the same interest. "Second Sister Wei, what do you think?" Long Daoyu asked. "I'm fine with it. Since we're going into the mountains to train, but with our skills, can we keep up with Uncle Sheng and the others?" "Don't worry. Uncle Sheng has people from my clan with him, so we'll definitely keep up." "Okay, then I'll go into the mountains with Brother Long to train." Yunqi agreed quickly. Since she was going into the mountains, following the main group was better than going alone. If she encountered a strong enemy, she would have someone to ask for help. Seeing how serious Sheng Yuhong looked, he definitely wouldn't ignore a fellow disciple in danger. Because of that, she had no reason not to agree. "Good. Then, Sister Wei, we're set," Long Daoyu said happily. "Of course." They exchanged communication talismans and then went together to their master's residence to get 2 missions, one to find spiritual plants and another to hunt first-level demons. This gave her a reason to enter the mountains. "Sister Wei, stay ready. When Uncle Sheng departs, I'll come find you." "Okay, I'll wait for Brother Long's message." After making their plans, they parted ways. Yunqi returned to her place, packed her storage bag, placing talismans, pills, and her spiritual sword where she could easily reach them, then closed her eyes to meditate. The next morning, Sheng Yuhong led his team away from the Haoren sect base, and Long Daoyu also came to find Yunqi. "Sister Wei, we're leaving too."
just a moment.
After confirming everything, Yunqi and Long Daoyu left Baohua City, walking along the crowd toward Baohua mountain range. Everywhere, there were hurried cultivators heading to the mountain range. Yunqi chatted casually with Long Daoyu during the walk, trying to gather information. "Brother Long, do you know where Uncle Sheng plans to go first in the mountains? My clan members sent a message saying their first stop is where the missing disciples were last seen, the place where they sent out the rescue talisman." Yunshi asked cautiously, is it far? Is there a shortcut we can take first? Long Daoyu shook his head, I don't know. This is only my second time in the Baohua mountain range. It's very big. I also want to find a shortcut, but unfortunately, I don't know where one is. Yunshi continued, I received news that the missing fellow disciple went to pick fire dragon grass. The area around the outskirts with lots of fire dragon grass is where snake monsters gather. Uncle Sheng probably headed in that direction. Yes, when I took on the task, I got the same information as you. I marked the places where fire dragon grass appears on the mountain range map, but I don't know exactly which spot they went to. I only know it's in the southwest. Wei Yun she recalled the map of the Baohua mountain range she had bought and roughly marked a range. Senior Brother Long, there are 2 places with large patches of fire dragon grass in the direction you mentioned. Yes, that's why I chose to follow. One of these places is guarded by a swarm of tiger-headed bees, and the other is near the inner edge of the outer area. The chance of encountering second-tier monsters is high, so it's very dangerous. I don't know exactly where they went to harvest fire dragon grass. Yunshi frowned and thought for a moment before speaking. Based on what I know about Sister Qin Tong Shuang, they probably went near the inner edge. Because it's dangerous there, fewer qi refining cultivators venture deep inside, so the fire dragon grass there should be more abundant. Lower-grade fire dragon grass isn't very useful to second-tier monsters, so the older fire dragon grass in that area would be more valuable. Since completing sect missions often involves exchanging for higher-grade fire dragon grass to get more sect contribution points, that would be her first choice. Long Daoyu listened, then turned to Yunshi and said, it seems Sister Wei has prepared well for this task. Yunshi nodded and replied, when I accepted the mission, it was to find my missing friend. Later, I learned she might be traveling with Uncle Sheng, so I prepared extra. I can't afford to embarrass myself in front of Uncle Sheng. You're right. Let's speed up a bit, Long Daoyu said. Feeling a bit overshadowed, he admired Uncle Sheng more than anyone else. He couldn't lose to this young junior sister, so he also quickened his pace. After entering Baohua Mountain, he applied a lightweight talisman to himself and sped up. Yunshi used her skill, Qian Ing Fu Foam, which harnessed the surrounding wind spiritual power to help her move faster. With a clear direction, their speed naturally increased. After about an hour, Long Daoyu stopped first. Yunshi also paused and asked, Senior Brother Long, why did you stop? Long Daoyu waved his hand and said, Uncle Sheng and the others are not far ahead. We shouldn't follow too closely. Let's rest for a bit. We've been traveling for an hour already. Okay. After Yunshi responded, she carried her spirit sword and circled around to check for danger. Once she was sure it was safe, she released a defensive formation and pretended to take a pill to meditate. Long Daoyu secretly glanced at Yunshi, then quietly massaged his aching calves. Even with talismans helping, it still tired him out, but he felt that Sister Wei seemed more relaxed than he was. Although Yunshi closed her eyes to meditate, her spiritual awareness was always alert, so she noticed Long Daoyu's small movements. She didn't expose him, since they were only temporarily teamed up. One was chasing stars, and the other was avoiding trouble and looking for friends. For now, their goals matched, so they just went along with it. Meanwhile, Qintong Shuang, who was being watched by Yunshi, was in a dark cave. She was slowly channeling spiritual energy into a large egg, about the size of a basin. Next to her, Mu Ningzhu was doing the same. If Wei Yunqing were here, she would recognize Mu Ningzhu as the person she once challenged at the outer 3 peaks, only to be harshly beaten. At this moment, Mu Ningzhu was at the early foundation establishment stage. If Wei Yunqing knew, she would probably be upset. Qintong Shuang was already at the 8th level of qi refining. She had advanced 2 levels in just over a year, clearly working very hard. But now, teamed with her senior sister for training, they were trapped here. Qintong Shuang's usually cold expression couldn't hold up anymore. While inputting spiritual energy, she quietly asked, Senior sister, the time is almost up. What should we do? Mu Ningzhu sighed softly and replied, I can escape alone, but I can't take all of you out. If that three-headed snake gets angry and kills you, what then? So we just wait? The deadline from that second-tier three-headed snake is coming soon. If we can't hatch the snake egg, we'll all be doomed. Mu Ningzhu understood her sister's anxiety and tried to comfort her. Let's wait a bit longer. The sect must have received my distress signal. More disciples are being captured, and the more that go missing, the more likely the sect will realize something's wrong. They'll send stronger people to find us. We just have to endure a little longer. Qintong Shuang sighed and continued slowly channeling spiritual energy into the egg. They had been working for over half a month, but hadn't even hatched a single scale. She suspected the eggs might be dead, but she dared not tell the three-headed snake, fearing she might be swallowed. The disciples around her, holding snake eggs, looked exhausted and defeated. If they kept going, they would likely run out of spiritual power and die. All they could do now was hope the sect would send help soon. On the other side, Sheng Yuhong was examining clues near the fire dragon grass. However, this area was heavily damaged, and there were hardly any useful clues. In the end, he took out the rewind mirror borrowed from the sect and used his spiritual power to replay the scene of the incident. But because Sheng Yuhong's strength was limited, some images only flashed briefly. He only saw that a second-tier three-headed snake had kidnapped a fellow disciple from the Horan sect. Soon after, he felt a sharp pain in his dantian and had to stop channeling his spiritual energy. Sheng Yuhong raised his hand to retract the rewind mirror hovering above the fire dragon grass. Pale-faced, he put the mirror back into his storage bag and immediately took a restorative pill to recover his energy. His 5 junior sisters quickly gathered around Sheng Yuhong to protect him. They also saw the scene from the rewind mirror earlier. Fortunately, they learned what kind of creature had taken their fellow disciple. Once their senior brother recovered, they planned to follow the trail of the three-headed snake. After Sheng Yuhong recovered, they didn't delay and immediately started searching for the snake's trail, preparing to strike at its lair directly. Not long after Sheng Yuhong and his group left, Long Daoyu and Wei Yunxi also arrived at the place where the fire dragon grass was located. Yunxi looked at the half-destroyed fire dragon grass with some sadness. It was the main ingredient for making fire dragon pills, which are used to replenish fire spiritual power. As the name suggests, these pills are friendly to cultivators with fire spiritual roots. Even cultivators without fire spiritual roots can use this pill to refine their bodies, making it an essential warming medicine when training in extremely cold places. Wei Junior sister, since we're here, let's not leave empty-handed. We should pick some. At least we can report back, Long Daoyu said. He also felt a bit regretful, but his thoughts were in sync with Wei Yunxi. Brother Long is right. These fire dragon grasses are quite old, and Uncle Sheng and the others wouldn't want them. We're not picky, Wei Yunxi agreed. Then, one of them kept watch while the other started collecting fire dragon grass. Fortunately, Yunxi was well prepared. Her jade box for storing spiritual herbs was not empty. She specifically picked high-quality fire dragon grass, but she also remembered Long Daoyu and split the harvest almost equally between them. After putting the jade box into her storage bag, suddenly, an incident occurred. A snake's tail burst out from the ground, wrapping around Wei Yunxi and dragging her underground. Senior brother, help! Yunxi shouted loudly. Long Daoyu was also startled and quickly threw out an attack talisman. Unfortunately, it only caused the remaining fire dragon grass to explode and did not harm the snake's tail. His face changed as he raised his hand to send a distress signal into the sky.